September 3, 2025. Students fresh out of high school were flocking back to campus, some even enduring the rigors of military training. At a university in Xi'an, young Tian sat in dorm 5024, located in Building 5, his heart racing with excitement. As a second-year student, his greatest joy wasn't his studies, but a game *Bio Hero Star. This survival game thrust players into a post-apocalyptic world where they had to gather skills, earn points, and trade weapons to eliminate hordes of zombies. Young Tian discovered it during the last winter break, and from the first moment, he was hooked. Even now, with classes looming, all he could think about was clearing the hardest map he'd downloaded online, a map so challenging that even after 2 days of effort, he was just now about to complete it. Suddenly, a hulking zombie appeared on his screen. Young Tian smirked. "Let's see you survive this one, zombie." In the game, his character wielded a deadly weapon known as the Bloodthirst Blade. This combat knife was unmatched in lethality, its sleek 30cm blade sharper than any firearm. The blade curved elegantly, reflecting a cold gleam, while the jagged teeth along its spine were perfect for ripping and tearing through undead flesh. Young Tian pressed forward. As his fingers danced across the keyboard, a series of short bursts from his P90 submachine gun echoed in the quiet room. The zombie let out a guttural roar, then expelled something vile, whether a tongue or intestines, Young Tian couldn't tell. The grotesque appendage shot toward his character, aiming to ensnare him. Young Tian grinned. Not this time. With practiced ease, he sidestepped, closed in on the enemy, and with a flick of his hand, equipped the Bloodthirst Blade. The knife pierced deep into the zombie's skull, splattering blood across the screen. Ding! 50 points awarded, the game system announced. After clearing a few more minor zombies, Young Tian came face to face with a towering figure, a green-haired, blood-streaked monster, its pupils reduced to sharp slits. The monster's very presence radiated malice. Young Tian muttered, "It's you again, the bastard that killed me last time." He quickly saved his progress, knowing that if he failed, he wouldn't have to restart from scratch. Cautiously, he moved closer. Suddenly, the monster roared, and the surrounding graves erupted. Small zombies clawed their way out of the ground, converging on Young Tian. "Of course, can't fight me one-on-one, huh?" Young Tian grumbled, recalling how these creatures had overwhelmed him the last time. The monster seemed to sense his irritation. Letting out a blood-curdling scream, it glowed crimson as it charged toward him at terrifying speed. "What? Rage mode right at the start?" Young Tian cursed, unloading his P90 into the monster. But it shrugged off the bullets without slowing down. Left with no choice, Young Tian swapped to the Bloodthirst Blade and swung with all his might. Miss! The screen flashed the dreaded miss notification. "You've got to be kidding me!" Young Tian groaned. In an instant, the monster swatted him aside. His character staggered, unable to move properly as the smaller zombies swarmed him. Seconds later, the screen went black. "Seriously? A miss? What kind of glitch is this?" Young Tian exclaimed, slamming his fist on the desk. Frustrated, he ruffled his hair. "Alright, one more try. If this doesn't work, I'll look up a guide." He reloaded his save and pressed confirm. Boom! A blinding white light filled the room. Young Tian shielded his eyes, bewildered by the sudden flash. Flashbang? But I didn't use one. He rubbed his eyes, expecting the light to fade from the screen. But something was wrong. The blinding light wasn't coming from the screen. It was real. When his vision cleared, Young Tian found himself in an unfamiliar place. "What the hell?" he muttered in flawless English. Startled, he touched his throat, confused by the sudden shift in language. "Where am I?" He tried to recall what had happened. "I was playing the game. I loaded my save, and then the flash?" His thoughts were interrupted by a low, menacing growl. Young Tian looked up and froze. Standing before him was a tall, pale man with crazed eyes, drool dripping from his mouth. The man's gaze was locked on Young Tian as if he were prey star. "Oh, come on," Young Tian whispered, backing away. But before he could react, cold hands clamped down on his shoulder, and a wave of nausea hit him as the stench of decay filled his nostrils. "Get off me!" Young Tian shouted, twisting free, and kicking the figure away. He turned to find a woman with matted brown hair, her lifeless eyes burning with hunger. Desperately, Young Tian backed away, frantically searching for a weapon. "I didn't mean to interrupt your, whatever this is. You two can continue, I'll even grab you some condoms if you want. Just, leave me alone." The pair advanced, their arms outstretched. Young Tian's heart raced as the realization hit him. These weren't people, they were zombie star. He stumbled backward, crashing onto a coffee table. As he scrambled to his feet, his eyes locked onto a fruit knife lying on the table. Ignoring the flies buzzing angrily around the rotting fruit, Young Tian grabbed the knife. Suddenly, memories that weren't his flooded his mind. Knife techniques, combat maneuvers, muscle memory. His hand moved on instinct, spinning the knife in a flourish. The male zombie lunged. Young Tian sidestepped, grabbed its arm, and yanked it forward. The creature crashed onto the table, and with a swift, fluid motion, Young Tian drove the knife into its skull. Without pausing, he kicked the female zombie in the stomach, sending her stumbling backward. In one quick stride, he plunged the knife into her forehead. Both zombies collapsed, lifeless once more. Panting heavily, Young Tian sank to the floor. Cold sweat drenched his body, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Unable to contain it any longer, he turned to the side and vomited. Ding! System activated. Current status, human. Points, 2. Exchange system unlocked. Available items, none. A simple menu appeared in his mind. This is just like the game, Young Tian whispered. whispered, stunned. As he processed what had just happened, a chilling realization settled over him. He wasn't playing the game anymore, he was living it. As the woman slowly rose from the ground, joined by the sluggishly approaching young man, Yang Tian backed away in a panic. His heart pounded as he frantically searched the room for anything that could serve as a weapon. Hey, I don't mean to interrupt your romantic time. You guys can carry on. Heck, I'll even buy you some, condoms if you want. Just, please, don't come any closer. But the two figures were unfazed by his words, their empty eyes locked on him, advancing with arms outstretched. Yang Tian's heart sank. It hit him, these weren't people. Their dull, soulless expressions, their mindless movements, these were zombies, and no amount of negotiation or humor could change that. He kept backing up, struggling to cling to a shred of hope that this nightmare wasn't real. Maybe it was a mistake? A dream? Perhaps, if he closed his eyes hard enough, he'd wake up to the warm sunshine and chirping birds of the real world. But as the two figures closed in on him, that hope shattered. There was no waking up, this was his reality now. Just as Yang Tian took another step back, his foot slipped. He stumbled, landing hard on a coffee table. As he pushed himself up, his eyes landed on a fruit knife lying beside a rotten apple, swarmed by flies. The flies buzzed furiously, as if his presence disturbed their meal. No time to think. His instincts took over. He grabbed the knife and turned to face the approaching zombies. And then, something strange happened. Images flashed in his mind, techniques, movements, skills he never learned. Muscle memory that didn't belong to him seemed to awaken, as if the body he now inhabited knew exactly what to do. Before he realized it, he performed an intricate flourish with the knife, spinning it effortlessly between his fingers. Ha! Yang Tian blinked in disbelief, momentarily distracted by his unexpected dexterity. But the zombies gave him no time to marvel. The male zombie lunged, its rancid breath hitting Yang Tian like a punch to the gut. Instinct kicked in. Yang Tian sidestepped to the right, grabbed the zombie's extended arm, and yanked hard. The creature stumbled forward, crashing onto the coffee table with a thud. Without hesitation, Yang Tian plunged the knife into the back of the zombie's skull, silencing it instantly. The fluidity of his movements startled him. This isn't me, he thought, staring at his hands. But there was no time to ponder. The female zombie stumbled closer, her mouth stretching open in a grotesque snarl. Yang Tian's mind snapped back to the moment. With a quick kick to her abdomen, he sent her staggering backward. As she faltered, Yang Tian darted forward, driving the fruit knife into her forehead with deadly precision. Thick, dark blood oozed from the wound as the lifeless body slumped to the ground. With both zombies finally down, Yang Tian collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his heart pounded so hard he thought it might burst from his chest. His hands shook uncontrollably, still clutching the knife. His stomach churned violently, and he doubled over, vomiting until there was nothing left. So much for the tough zombie slayer, he thought bitterly between ragged breaths. The bravado he showed in the game was nowhere to be found now. Back in the real world, the most blood he'd ever seen was from killing a chicken as a kid. Now, he just killed two zombies with his own hands, and the reality of it hit him like a truck. God, Yang Tian whispered, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. His legs felt like jelly, barely able to support him. He slumped back against the wall, shaking with adrenaline and fear. Just as he began to gather himself, a mechanical ding echoed inside his mind. Ding! System activated. Current status, human. Points, 2. Exchange system unlocked. Available items, none. Inventory, to be discovered. Yang Tian froze, staring blankly into space. A virtual interface hovered in his mind's eye, displaying a simple menu, just like the one in Bio Hero. This is a game? He whispered in disbelief. It was all too much to process, the sudden appearance of game-like abilities, the skills that weren't his, and now, this interface that only confirmed his worst suspicions. His head spun with confusion. For a long moment, he sat there, trying to make sense of everything. Was this still some twisted dream? A hallucination? Or had he somehow entered the very world of the game he'd been playing? The simplicity of the system screen mocked him. 2 measly points. No items to exchange. Just a status screen, human. Yang Tian groaned, pressing his palms against his face. What the hell is going on? But deep down, a terrifying truth began to sink in. He wasn't just playing the game anymore. The rules, the weapons, the zombies. It was all real now. And if he wanted to survive, he'd have to play by the game's rules. The digital interface in his mind flickered briefly before disappearing. Yang Tian shook his head hard, trying to regain clarity. After a few moments of steady breathing, he managed to pull himself together, his mind no longer in chaos. Supporting himself with his hands, he slowly got to his feet. His legs were still weak, but at least he could move. His eyes drifted toward the dead female zombie lying in a pool of blood nearby. Cautiously, Yang Tian approached, fully aware of the possibility that she might spring back to life at any moment. He bent down slowly and pulled the fruit knife from her skull, inch by inch. Having a weapon in hand gave him a small sense of security. Suddenly, more flashes of knife techniques flooded his mind, movements and skills that came naturally to him, as if his muscles had memorized them long ago. The knife began to spin skillfully in his hand, almost as if it had a life of its own. It felt like he had spent years mastering these techniques, and the realization hit him, this would be his lifeline in this world. Excitement momentarily replaced his fear as he tested the movements, executing them flawlessly as though he had practiced 1,000 times. Did I cross into the game world? Yang Tian whispered to himself. As the initial adrenaline wore off, doubt Thoughts crept into his mind. If he was truly the protagonist now, his sudden mastery of these combat skills made sense. But staring at the lifeless corpse on the floor, another possibility struck him. What if this isn't a game but some kind of disease? Maybe the world is still normal outside. He didn't want to accept the possibility that he had entered a world where zombies roamed freely, but he had to know for sure. Yang Tian walked quickly to the window and pulled the curtain aside. His last shred of hope shattered as his gaze fell upon the ruined streets outside. Broken glass littered the ground, buildings lay in ruins, and trees were scattered haphazardly across the landscape. In the distance, water gushed from a broken pipe, soaking a patch of vibrant grass, a rare glimpse of life in the chaos. A few dilapidated cars blocked the streets, and several figures shuffled aimlessly along the road. Instinctively, Yang Tian wanted to shout for help, but he stopped himself. Something was off. Those figures were moving slowly, and one of them was missing an arm, yet it showed no sign of pain or discomfort. Then Yang Tian witnessed a scene so gruesome it turned his stomach. An elderly zombie knelt on the ground, clawing into the chest cavity of a corpse, greedily shoving chunks of rotten flesh into its mouth as if it were a delicacy. Beside it, a little girl equally dead-eyed, gnawed on the corpse's arm, chewing hungrily. F***K. Yang Tian slammed the curtain shut, leaning back against the wall. His mind spun, and nausea welled up inside him. Clutching the fruit knife tightly, he whispered to himself, "Stay calm. Stay calm." He knew he had to get his bearings. I need to figure out where I am. Europe? America? Is this even Earth? And what's my identity in this world? Yang Tian moved cautiously through the house, rummaging through drawers and cabinets for anything that might provide answers. His eyes scanned documents, and although he couldn't explain it, his newfound mastery of English allowed him to read everything fluently. This is the United States? He muttered, eyebrows furrowing as he scanned the papers. Wildcat City? Seriously? Why not just call it Raccoon City and be done with it? He found a clock on the wall. It was 3:25 in the afternoon. A parallel world? Yang Tian mused as he continued searching the house, checking room by room until he came across what appeared to be a study. A large desk stood at the center of the room, and after ensuring the area was clear of any threats, he began rifling through the drawers. Police reports? Robberies? Burglaries? Yang Tian skimmed through the papers with a snort. Well, I guess I'm looting now, after killing someone in self-defense. That zombie guy must have been a cop or something. Among the documents, Yang Tian found confirmation that he was in Oregon's Wildcat City. The young man he killed had indeed been a police officer, though now he was permanently off duty. The second drawer held a stack of vacation brochures. A honeymoon in Hawaii? Yang Tian muttered, tossing the papers aside. Good luck with that. Hawaii's probably a nightmare too. The third drawer contained something unexpected, lingerie. Yang Tian stared at the garment in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. A cop with a fetish? Just as he tossed the lingerie aside, something hidden beneath it caught his eye. Yes. Yang Tian's face lit up as he pulled out a handgun, a 5.7 pistol. Even before he picked it up, a flood of information about the weapon poured into his mind. A 5.7, huh? Belgian-made, 8.2 inches long, with a 20-round mag. He had never handled a gun before. In China, firearms were a distant concept for an ordinary student like him. Yet now, as he held the pistol, his hands moved with practiced ease. The interface in his mind blinked again. Ding. Low-tier item detected. 5.7. Ammo, 3 rounds. Yang Tian nodded, the message confirming his suspicions. He was living in a real-world version of the game. And it was a parallel world. He slid the magazine into place, feeling the smooth click as it locked in. With a quick motion, he tucked the gun into the waistband at the back of his pants and resumed searching the house for anything else useful. Suddenly, a dull thump echoed through the building. Yang Tian froze, every muscle tensing. Someone, or something, is still here. He spun around, drawing his gun in one fluid motion, his left hand steadying his right. Moving silently, he stepped out of the study and began a cautious sweep of the ground floor, checking every corner. Nothing. His gaze drifted toward the staircase. The house he found himself in was a typical American suburban home, complete with a second floor. Whatever made that sound must be upstairs. Yang Tian took a deep breath, forcing his heartbeat to slow. With each step, he moved carefully, placing his feet lightly on the wooden floor to avoid making noise. The stairs creaked faintly under his weight as he ascended, gun raised and ready for whatever awaited him at the top. Holding his breath, Yang Tian felt a flicker of fear and anxiety creep into his chest. Even though the combat skills now embedded in his mind gave him a fighting chance, he was still just an ordinary student who had only recently crossed into this terrifying reality. He stepped cautiously onto the second floor. The wooden floorboards creaked softly beneath his weight. Just a few more steps. Swish! Out of the corner of his eye, a figure flickered into view. Yang Tian's entire body tensed. He spun around instinctively, assuming a perfect firing stance. His gun aimed squarely at the figure's head, ready to pull the trigger. But the figure also raised a gun, mirroring his movements exactly. In front of him stood a young man, pale, with striking features. He wore a white tank top stained crimson with blood. Sweat trickled down his forehead, glistening under the dim light. Yang Tian's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the gun tighter. "Drop your weapon. I won't hurt you, I haven't been bitten," he called out. But as the words left his mouth, something strange happened. The man across from him mouthed the exact same words, his lips moving in perfect sync with Yang Tian's. And just like that, when Yang Tian paused, so did the other man. "What the? A mirror. That guy is me?" me? Yang Tian exhaled in relief, lowering his weapon. Step by cautious step, he moved closer. It was indeed a mirror, towering like a wall, reflecting every movement he made. Its purpose in this house was unclear, but now everything clicked into place. He hadn't recognized himself because he no longer looked like the person he remembered. In his previous life, Yang Tian had the appearance of a typical Chinese youth. Now, however, the reflection staring back at him was a tall, well-built white man. Only now did the realization hit. Amid the panic, he'd never stopped to check what he looked like in this new world. Whoa, Yang Tian muttered to himself, almost whistling. The man in the mirror possessed a physique that was athletic and perfectly toned, not bulky like a bodybuilder, but streamlined with power and explosiveness hidden beneath every muscle. This body, along with the combat skills he'd somehow inherited, would be crucial for his survival. Just as Yang Tian marveled at his new form, a shadow darted into view from a door to his left. A middle-aged zombie emerged, its cloudy eyes brimming with bloodlust. Its face and mouth were smeared with fresh blood, dripping onto the carpet in thick, wet splatters. It lunged at Yang Tian with outstretched arms, jaws wide open. Yang Tian's mind froze, panic overriding his thoughts. Acting purely on instinct, he raised his gun and fired at the zombie's head. Crash! The bullet shattered the mirror into countless fragments, scattering shards of glass across the floor like glittering snow. Yang Tian's pupils constricted as the horrifying reality dawned on him. His body stiffened as the stench of decay hit the back of his neck, a foul breath warm against his skin. Something was behind him. Yang Tian's heart nearly stopped. If that was just a mirror, then the zombie was directly behind him, on his left side. He instinctively ducked, bending his upper body as the sound of rushing air whooshed past his head. A heavy weight slammed down, missing him by inches. The zombie's clawed hand swiped through the empty space where Yang Tian's neck had been just moments before. Yang Tian planted his foot firmly on the ground and drove his shoulder upward, ramming into the zombie's body. Despite the creature's weight easily over 100 kilograms, he managed to shove it away. His gun remained useless in his right hand, but with a quick, practiced movement, he reached down with his left, pulling out the fruit knife from his waistband. In one fluid motion, he spun the blade and gripped it in reverse, closing the distance in an instant. The knife slashed across the zombie's neck with a wet slicing sound. The blade wasn't sharp enough to sever the head cleanly. The cut was deep, slicing through most of the thick neck muscles, but a small strip of flesh stubbornly held the head in place, leaving it dangling grotesquely. The creature staggered, struggling to remain upright. With a sickening squelch, the remaining tissue tore, and the massive head finally toppled to the floor with a dull thud, leaving a trail of crimson blood in its wake. Yang Tian stood over the lifeless body, panting heavily, gripping the bloodied knife in one hand and the 5.7 pistol in the other. Adrenaline surged through his veins. He glanced down at the weapons in his hands, muttering to himself, "What the hell am I doing? Why use the knife when I've got a perfectly good gun?" Before he could collect his thoughts, an eerie howl echoed from the distance, shattering the fragile silence of the night. The sound carried a strange, hypnotic power, laced with madness and rage. It reverberated through the deserted streets, making the already unsettling atmosphere even more terrifying. The unsettling howls multiplied, one after another, as if every corner of the city had awoken at once. Zombies across streets, alleys, grocery stores, playgrounds, and parks began screaming in unison. The once quiet city roared to life like an apocalyptic symphony, filling the air with a chorus of terrifying shrieks. Yang Tian snapped to his senses. He didn't know exactly what those howls meant, but he knew it wasn't good. His priority now was to secure the house. He needed to lock all the doors and windows, ensuring no unwanted visitors would make their way inside. If he was lucky, he'd find some food in the house, enough to last through the night. If not, he'd go hungry. Either way, he was determined to survive this night. He glanced at the digital interface in his mind, reminding himself that he needed to study the newly granted firearm and knife skills. Most importantly, he needed time to think. He had to form a plan, a strategy for the days ahead. Elsewhere in Wildcat City, in an abandoned factory, 7 mercenaries sat on crates, taking a short break. 6 men and 1 woman, each equipped with cutting-edge gear. Armed to the teeth, they looked ready for war. "You hear that, boss? The damn thing finally showed itself." A burly man with a thick beard growled. He was massive, wearing heavy tactical gear, and carried an M4A1 assault rifle, the preferred weapon of special forces units. The man called out to another mercenary, his tone filled with excitement. "Tiger, that's exactly what I was afraid of," the second man replied calmly. His large, calloused hand clapped Tiger's shoulder. "If it's not hiding anymore, that means it's trying to provoke us. Things are about to get complicated." This was Silver Fox, the team's second in command. "Complicated? My ass." Tiger snapped, frustration etched across his face. "I've had enough of these damn zombies. We need to finish the job, take down that son of a bitch, and get out of here." From across the room, a younger mercenary snickered. "And then what, Tiger? After this job, we'll just get sent on another mission, facing more of these freaks. The suits upstairs won't stop until they've squeezed every drop out of us. You really think this is going to end?" The man speaking was a sharp-eyed mercenary in his mid-20s. A smug grin played across his face as he leaned casually on his rifle. "Watch it, pup," Tiger growled, stepping forward aggressively. "One more word out of you, and I'll put my boots so far up your ass you'll taste leather." Pup mockingly clutched his chest, feigning fear. "Oh, I'm so scared. I've told you 100 times, don't call me pup. My name is Hound." The tension between the two men escalated, their glares sharp enough to cut through steel. "Enough!" A deep, commanding voice cut through the the argument. Leaning against the wall, a hulking figure finally spoke. This was Lion, the leader of the mercenary group, and when he spoke, the others listened. The rest of the group, 2 men and 1 woman, continued with their tasks as if the scuffle were nothing out of the ordinary. It was clear that this kind of tension wasn't new to them. Hound sneered but relented, turning away with a frustrated huff. He made his way toward the only woman in the group, a sniper who sat quietly, meticulously cleaning her massive weapon. "Hey, you know tigers all bark and no bite, right?" Hound grinned as he plopped down next to her, hoping to spark a conversation. The sniper didn't even glance in his direction, her focus entirely on her rifle. The weapon she held was a Barrett M95, a gun that would have made young Tion's eyes light up with envy. In the game world, it had been his absolute favorite sniper rifle. "Come on, Jesse, don't be so cold," Hound pressed, clearly undeterred. "If this topic bores you, we can talk about something else." The woman's hand paused, and she turned her icy gaze toward him. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke in a cold, warning tone. "It's Jessica. I didn't give you permission to call me Jesse, and on missions, you will use my code name." Hound shrugged, unfazed by the rejection. All right, Viper, no need to be so frosty. But if you ever feel like loosening up, you know where to find me." Jessica resumed cleaning her rifle, ignoring him entirely. Her indifference only fueled the quiet laughter of the other mercenaries, who clearly enjoyed watching Hound's repeated failures. Hound muttered something under his breath, but before he could continue his attempts to charm her, Jessica's hand stopped mid-motion. Without looking up, she spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. "Leave." Hound blinked, caught off guard by the abrupt dismissal. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed dramatically. Fine. I know when I'm not wanted." With a grin, he pushed himself off the crate and strolled away, ignoring the amused snickers of his comrades. "What did you say?" Hound's voice carried a trace of irritation. Jessica turned her cold, calculating eyes back to him, her gaze narrowing slightly. "I said, leave." "You. Break time's over. Back to work, everyone." Lion, the team leader, tossed his cigarette to the ground, dusted off his gear, and interrupted the brewing tension. Jessica snorted softly, slinging her Barrett sniper rifle over her shoulder as she headed out. "Damn bitch. One day, you'll be on your knees begging for me," Hound muttered under his breath, spitting on the ground, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. Not far away, Jessica's sharp ears caught his words, and for a moment, her brow furrowed slightly, her icy blue eyes flickering with a hint of killing intent. 3 days later, a young man moved cautiously along the edge of a street, a gleaming knife spinning skillfully between his fingers, as though it was an unconscious habit. This young man was none other than young Tion. Over the past few days, young Tion had scrounged up some useful items, like a city map and the knife he now carried. He had also killed a few more zombies, accumulating a total of 9 points in the system, though the exchange function still remained locked and inaccessible. Young Tion's brows furrowed. He'd fought and trained with firearms, knives, and evasive footwork during these days, but a strange realization had crept up on him. The zombies were becoming fewer and fewer. Today, the streets were eerily empty. No zombies in sight. It made no sense. The streets had been crawling with undead just days ago. The cacophony of howls from that night still echoed in his mind, proof that this city had been teeming with them. Yet now, there wasn't a single one left. Despite the lack of zombies, young Tion remained cautious, moving stealthily along the sidewalk. His goal was a nearby supermarket. According to the map, it was the closest store to the house where he had first found himself. He had already gone through the cans of food he'd scavenged there, leaving him no choice but to venture out in search of more supplies. His instincts told him that something was off. There were too many zombies in the city for them to vanish like this. Suddenly, young Tion froze in place. A searing sensation burned at the back of his head. Slowly, he raised both hands, the blade in his hand glinting dangerously in the sunlight. With deliberate precision, he relaxed his grip, letting the knife slip from his hand and hit the ground with a soft clink. Far away, behind the scope of a Barrett M95, a pair of cold, calculating eyes narrowed slightly. Jessica observed him, her expression unreadable as the crosshairs remained locked on young Tion's head. "Boss," Jessica's voice broke the silence. "He's human." "Whom?" Lion arched an eyebrow. "A human walking out in the open like this? And where had all the zombies gone?" The burning sensation at the back of young Tion's head suddenly lifted. He exhaled in relief, bending down to retrieve his fallen knife. With a quick, subtle motion, his fingers brushed against the 5.7 tucked at the back of his waistband. From the distance, the roar of engines broke the eerie silence. 3 vehicles sped toward young Tion. The cars came to a screeching halt, and one of the mercenaries jumped out, a smirk playing on his lips. "Hey, out here catching some sun? How's it feel?" Young Tion didn't respond. His heart raced. This was the first time since his arrival that he had encountered other living humans. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Or did my little friend here scare you speechless?" Hound sneered, waving his M4A1 in young Tion's direction. Young Tion shrugged, unimpressed by Hound's bravado. "Maybe." He glanced at the group of heavily armed mercenaries, his gaze lingering on their equipment before curling his lip in mild disdain. The leader, Lion, approached him with a friendly smile. "I'm the team captain, codename Lion. Looks like you've had a rough few days." Young Tion glanced down at his bloodstained tank top. "Survival isn't easy, but you know what they say, humans have a strong will to live." His gaze swept over the mercenaries, pausing when it landed on the sniper rifle that Jessica held. His eyes narrowed. That was it, the weapon that had made the back of his head burn. He followed the barrel up to the woman holding it. She was stunning, golden hair falling towering elegantly over her shoulders, with piercing blue eyes that held a glacial chill. Her tall, athletic frame was a perfect combination of grace and power. Young Tian's attention drifted back down to the weapon in her hands, a sleek, silver Barrett M95. His heart skipped a beat. "Hey, kid, watch where you're looking, or I'll help you manage those wandering eyes," Hound snapped, stepping closer, his voice filled with annoyance. Young Tian ignored him entirely, his gaze locked on the rifle. The Barrett M95, his favorite sniper rifle and bio hero. He had spent countless hours in the game using that very weapon, which he affectionately called the cannon because of its sheer destructive power. Barrett M95, Young Tian murmured, his voice filled with awe. Chambered in .50 caliber rounds, bolt action, single-shot precision. The long recoil system reduces kickback, letting the .50 caliber unleash its full power with pinpoint accuracy. The words tumbled out of his mouth unconsciously, as though the information had been etched into his mind. He stared longingly at the rifle, whispering, "God, I'd give anything just to hold you." "Watch your mouth, kid," Hound barked, storming toward him, hand outstretched to grab Young Tian. "Stand down, Hound," Lion commanded, grabbing Hound's arm effortlessly. The two men were close, and Lion's grip on Hound's wrist was firm. "But boss, you heard him. He was flirting with Jessica," Hound protested, his eyes dark with malice. "He was talking about the rifle," Lion replied, his tone sharp with warning. Hound was notorious for causing tension in the group. His arrogance and provocations had created rifts within the team. Hound turned to Jessica, hoping she'd deny it. But to his dismay, Jessica's attention remained on Young Tian, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in her icy blue eyes. Jessica hadn't just noticed Young Tian's interest in her rifle. She had also witnessed something during the brief altercation. When Hound had lunged at Young Tian, she had seen it. Young Tian's left hand had spun the knife skillfully in a flash of movement, gripping it in reverse, his body poised to strike. For a brief moment, a trace of killing intent radiated from him, sharp and precise. But then, just as quickly, Lion had intervened, and Young Tian had relaxed, the knife slipping back into an idle grip as if nothing had happened. Jessica's eyes narrowed slightly, deep in thought. There was more to this man than met the eye. Unbeknownst to the others, another pair of eyes had also noticed Young Tian's subtle movements. Snow Leopard, the silent and observant member of the group, had seen everything. His hand instinctively tightened around the stock of his rifle. Regardless of how troublesome Hound might be, they were still teammates, and Snow Leopard would not hesitate to act if Young Tian posed a threat. The atmosphere grew tense, a strange energy hanging in the air between them. Young Tian, however, remained calm, as if he hadn't just narrowly avoided a fight. "What's your name, friend?" Lion asked, glancing at Young Tian, paying no attention to Hound's simmering frustration. "Young. You can call me Young," Young Tian replied, instinctively running his fingers along the knife in his hand. He knew one truth that held across all worlds and circumstances: the most dangerous creatures were always other humans. "And you are?" Lion asked, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. I don't really know," Young Tian admitted with a bitter smile. What could he say? That he was from another world? No one would believe that. Lion raised an eyebrow. "I can't remember much about my past. I only know my name is Young." Young Tian shrugged, masking the truth with a half-lie. Lion's frown deepened. "Do you have any idea why the zombies suddenly disappeared?" "I have no clue," Young Tian answered. "Over the last few days, the undead started thinning out, and now they're gone. It might have something to do with the night when the entire city was filled with those horrifying howls." "You heard them too?" Lion's expression darkened. "Of course you did. You were in the city, how could anyone miss them?" Before Young Tian could ask more, a frantic voice crackled over the radio. "Boss, we've got a situation." "What is it?" Lion demanded. "They're coming. It's like they know exactly where we are. They're closing in from all sides, we're surrounded." Young Tian opened his mouth to ask about the mission, but Lion grabbed him by the arm and dragged him forward. "Get in the car. If you wait too long, you might end up one of them." Lion pushed him toward Snow Leopard. "Take him with you. We're moving out." The mercenaries didn't hesitate, clambering into their vehicles with grim faces. Engines roared to life, and the convoy sped away. The cars rocketed through the empty streets for 10 minutes before Young Tian witnessed something that made his heart skip a beat. Far ahead, the once deserted street came alive with the shuffling forms of zombies. The undead, seemingly gone just moments ago, now swarmed out from every direction, filling the streets like a flood. Though the horde was still far away, the sheer number of them was staggering. It was clear they were being hunted. The zombies were coming to trap them, like wolves closing in on prey. Young Tian's face paled. "Since when do they have intelligence?" "It's not them, it's it," Snow Leopard answered grimly, slamming his foot on the accelerator. He nodded toward a tall building in the distance. Young Tian squinted, focusing his gaze. When the figure on the rooftop came into view, his heart seized with recognition, and his pupils constricted in disbelief. It was the colossal zombie boss from the game Asterisk, the one he'd fought before Asterisk. Nearly 2 meters tall, with piercing needle-like pupils and a body drenched in blood, the boss stood proudly atop the building. Its long, dark green hair fluttered in the breeze, making it stand out even among the sea of undead. It wasn't just a zombie, it was a game character brought to life. The creature threw back its head and let out a deafening roar, filled with boundless rage and malice. "Ra-arg, ruor, gra-ah-ah-ah." The monstrous sounds echoed through the streets, growing louder with every passing second. The undead responded in kind, a chorus of frenzied howls sweeping across the city like a tidal wave. Yang Tian's body trembled uncontrollably. When he had faced this madness alone in the quiet of night, it had been bearable. But now, trapped in the center of it all, he could feel the suffocating bloodlust pressing in from every direction. For someone who had only killed a few zombies, the overwhelming intensity was paralyzing. Snow Leopard's voice broke through the chaos. We've been hunting it for a while now. This boss is the reason we're here. It slipped through our grasp 4 times already. And every time we find it again, it's stronger than before. Looks like we've pissed it off good this time. He shot Yang Tian a brief glance, a hint of amusement in his otherwise grim expression. Tough luck, rookie. You weren't even supposed to be on its hit list. F***K. You mercenaries are going to get me killed. Yang Tian gripped his knife tightly, his knuckles turning white as the blade trembled in his hands. Listen, kid. Snow Leopard's voice took on a rare tone of levity. I get how you feel, but complaining won't help. Maybe there's a way to survive this, though. Yang Tian glanced at him, eyes wide. How? Pray, Snow Leopard said with a smirk. Pray to that stubborn old man upstairs as God. Pray? Yang Tian repeated, incredulous. Yeah, pray. It's the only thing rookies like you can do. Snow Leopard chuckled softly. Or better yet, use that gun of yours. Send these undead bastards to God so he can find out what being bitten feels like. The corners of Snow Leopard's mouth twitched with amusement as he kept his eyes on the road, but Yang Tian noticed how the man's fingers never loosened their grip on the steering wheel. The sound of heavy machine gun fire shattered the tension. Yang Tian looked ahead and saw a mercenary perched on the roof of one of the cars, manning a mounted machine gun. Bright flashes erupted from the barrel, spewing a stream of bullets into the approaching horde. The convoy plowed forward, smashing into the vanguard of the zombie swarm. Boss, this is their weak point. Silver Fox's voice shouted over the radio. These things are slow. If we keep up our speed, we can break through before they surround us. Yeah, but there are so damn many of them. Take out one wave, and there's another right behind it. Lion roared back. Damn the Type 1 zombie. That green-haired bastard, it's the source of all this. Lion slapped Hound's leg and barked. Conserve your ammo. We're getting out of here alive, not blowing our load. You guys can escape, right? Yang Tian asked, his voice carrying a hint of hope. You're good at tracking, so you must be good at evading pursuers too, right? Ha, rookie, it's been a while since I heard anyone talk like that. Another mercenary, known by the codename Black Bear, burst into hearty laughter. You remind me of when I first joined, full of dreams and hope. Ah, those were the days. Shut up, damn it. Yang Tian rolled his eyes before turning to Snow Leopard. Hand me a gun. Without hesitation, Snow Leopard tossed an M4A1 to Yang Tian. You want me to show you how to load a round into the chamber? Or how to swap a mag? Black Bear teased, but his laughter came to an abrupt stop the moment Yang Tian began inspecting the rifle. Yang Tian's movements were fluid and precise. In a matter of seconds, he checked the magazine, slid the bolt back, and ensured everything was in working order. His hands moved with a soldier's grace, quick, confident, and familiar, as if he'd done this 1,000 times. Oh, dear God. Black Bear muttered in disbelief, watching as Yang Tian effortlessly completed the checks. His tone shifted from amusement to awe. Maybe, before you lost your memory, you were one of us? Snow Leopard, still focused on the road, glanced over his shoulder. His sharp eyes flickered with intrigue as they caught the precision in Yang Tian's every movement. There was no hesitation in the young man's hands, just pure, instinctive skill. A spark of something unspoken flashed in Snow Leopard's gaze. Charge! Keep pushing through! Lion roared into the radio, his voice strained with urgency. They weaved through the narrow streets of the city, evading zombies at every turn. This was their third time plowing through a sea of the undead. Although zombies were usually too slow to be a serious threat, their overwhelming numbers made them impossible to avoid. It felt as if every corner of the city had suddenly vomited out the undead, leaving no escape. And at the heart of it all was the green-haired mother, a nightmare incarnate, orchestrating the horde with ruthless precision. The convoy twisted and turned, but the mother always stayed close, trailing them relentlessly. Despite the vehicle's speed, the mother was impossible to shake off. It moved through the city as if it were its personal playground, effortlessly navigating streets and buildings. Though it kept its distance, it wasn't because of fear. No, it was caution, tinged with a burning desire for revenge. The mother hadn't forgotten the mercenaries who had nearly killed it multiple times. Now, it was time to settle the score. Another deafening roar echoed through the city, as if summoning every zombie under its command. The horde responded instantly, surging forward to surround the convoy once again. Shit, there's too many of them. Black Bear cursed, his frustration mounting as he spotted the shambling figures blocking their way. Time for a little holiday cheer. Tiger grinned savagely from the lead vehicle, pulling the pin from a grenade and tossing it into the advancing horde. Boom! Limbs and chunks of flesh flew in every direction, painting the street in gore. Hound, perched on top of the vehicle, unleashed a relentless stream of machine gun fire into the throng of zombies, carving a narrow path forward. Viper, cover the rear vehicle. Silver Fox shouted from the second car, weaving through the small gap Tiger had blown open. Jessica's cold blue eyes glinted as she picked up a light machine gun and opened fire, adding her own deadly precision to the chaos. These bitches won't quit. Black Bear growled, spraying bullets as the breach they'd made began to close. From above, the scene was nightmarish, two vehicles tearing through the undead sea, only for the gap to close in behind them like a wound sealing shut. The third car struggled, caught in the tightening noose of rotting flesh. Shit, we're stuck. Snow Leopard cursed, slamming the accelerator, but the tires tires spun uselessly against the corpses beneath them, as if the car had driven into quicksand. All around them, the endless horde pressed in, clawing at the windows and doors. Black Bear's expression darkened with despair. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. Explosions rocked the street, blasting zombies into mangled heaps. Blood and guts splattered against the car's windshield, cracking the glass into a spiderweb of fractures. Move, damn it, move! Snow Leopard shouted, his eyes bloodshot with desperation as he floored the accelerator again. The vehicle groaned, inching forward as the carnage briefly cleared the path ahead. In the distance, Jessica lobbed more grenades, blowing away clusters of zombies blocking their escape route. But the explosions were dangerously close. One blast sent shards of glass flying through the air, embedding in the front windshield of Snow Leopard's vehicle. Abandon the car! Snow Leopard barked, wrenching open the door. He dragged himself out, scrambling over the mountain of corpses beneath them. Zombies clawed and grabbed at anything they could reach, their mangled hands scraping against the undercarriage and wheels. The back tire was jammed against a lump of pulped flesh, preventing it from turning. Snow Leopard was the first out, rifle in hand, picking off zombies with pinpoint shots as he bolted toward the waiting car. Go! Black Bear shouted, shoving Yang Tian forward. Yang Tian leapt onto the hood of the abandoned vehicle, jumping down with practiced ease. His M4A1 barked with precision, each shot finding its mark in a zombie's skull. At this range, it was impossible to miss, but Yang Tian knew the real challenge wasn't just hitting the target. It was staying calm, steady, and focused while surrounded by the stench of death. Let go, damn it! Black Bear's panicked voice rang out behind him. A zombie had latched onto his ankle, dragging him down. Black Bear kicked furiously, finally freeing himself, but not before more undead swarmed toward him. Black Bear's scream tore through the air as a zombie sank its teeth deep into his shoulder. Another zombie hungrily tore off a chunk of flesh, chewing it with relish. Die, die, you bastards! Black Bear roared, spraying bullets wildly, only to be tackled by yet another zombie. Its jaws opened wide, poised to rip into his throat. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. A volley of gunshots rang out, and the zombies collapsed in lifeless heaps. Black Bear blinked in disbelief. It was Yang Tian who had fired, his shots clean and precise. Move, you big oaf! Yang Tian growled, yanking Black Bear to his feet. Together, they staggered over the uneven terrain of shattered corpses, running as fast as they could toward safety. Suddenly, Yang Tian felt something grip his ankle. Another zombie, stunned by the earlier explosion, had grabbed hold, its fingers digging into his flesh. K. Yang Tian cursed, drawing his 5.7 in a flash. He fired a single shot, the bullet punching clean through the zombie's skull. It slumped to the ground, lifeless. Wasting no time, Yang Tian hoisted Black Bear higher, his muscles burning from the effort. He glanced around. Zombies were everywhere. Even the ones blown apart were beginning to stir, dragging their broken bodies toward them. Shit, we need to move, now! Yang Tian shouted, feeling the weight of the horde pressing in from all sides. The temporary clearing ahead was already filling with more undead. Some were missing limbs, others had shattered bones, but none of them cared. They crawled, limped, and stumbled forward with relentless determination. Go on without me. Black Bear's voice was low, resigned. Amid the chaos, his words cut through like a knife. What the hell are you talking about? Yang Tian demanded, a sense of dread washing over him. No one survives a bite, Black Bear whispered, his face pale and his voice filled with grim acceptance. It's only a matter of time before I turn into one of them. Don't say that, Yang Tian began, but Black Bear silenced him with a sad, weary smile. Thank you for coming back for me. Black Bear reached into his pocket and pulled out a gold pocket watch, pressing it into Yang Tian's hand. If you make it out of here, take care of her for me. My life for your promise. Yang Tian stared into Black Bear's pleading eyes, his heart heavy. Without realizing it, he nodded. For the first time, amid the blood and carnage, Black Bear smiled, a genuine, bittersweet smile. The joy in his expression faded, replaced by sorrow, as he pulled out a handful of grenades from his vest. Yang Tian could only watch as Black Bear turned toward the encroaching sea of zombies, his lone figure standing against the tide. The image burned into Yang Tian's mind, the sight of a man walking alone into certain death, grenades in hand, ready to make his final stand. In that moment, Yang Tian's breath hitched in his throat. This wasn't just a game. This was real. Deadly real. No, Will, don't do it. Silver Fox's voice cracked with grief as he watched Black Bear disappear beneath the waves of zombies, his desperate scream tearing through the chaos. The only response was the deafening sound of explosions, followed by the gruesome rain of mangled limbs and blood splattering across the street. For a brief moment, the world stood still. Yang Tian stood frozen in place, his mind numb, struggling to process what had just happened. He'd seen scenes like this in movies, but living through it was something else entirely. The shock was overwhelming, and the dismissive attitude he once had toward such cinematic moments was shattered. This was no mere spectacle, this was real. The sight of Black Bear being devoured stirred something deep in Yang Tian's chest. It felt like a crushing weight had settled over his heart, rendering him unable to move. The sound of the explosions echoed endlessly in his mind, mingling with the vision of the man who, just a moment ago, had handed him a weapon and a pocket watch. You bastards! Silver Fox roared in rage, losing himself to grief and fury. He raised his P-90 submachine gun, firing wildly into the horde, his eyes blazing with bloodlust. Bang! The sudden gunshot jolted young Tian back to reality. A zombie fell at his feet, just inches away from biting into him. That near miss reminded him exactly where he was, still trapped in this nightmare, standing on the brink of death. He clenched the pocket watch in his hand and broke into a sprint. Around him, zombies fell, each one taken down by precise shots. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The bullets that whizzed past his ears ensured nothing stood in his way. The hum of the car engine filled the air, growing louder with each step. In those short but harrowing moments, every meter covered felt like a lifetime, balancing precariously between life and death. Just as the car roared to life, its door swung open. A pale, slender hand shot out, offering salvation. Young Tian didn't hesitate. He grasped the hand, planted his foot against the car frame, and hurled himself inside, tumbling into the back seat. With a burst of acceleration, the vehicle shot forward, the tires screeching as they left the undead behind. The sound of zombies being crushed beneath the wheels faded into the distance as they sped away. Thank you. Young Tian gasped between ragged breaths, his body drenched in sweat, feeling the weight of survival pressing down on him. Suddenly, the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his temple. The air inside the car grew frigid as an overwhelming sense of danger filled the cabin. Young Tian's pupils dilated as he slowly turned his gaze toward Jessica. The icy look in her eyes could freeze blood, and the murderous intent she radiated was palpable. Jessica's lips parted ever so slightly, her voice as cold as death itself. You better be worth his sacrifice. Boss, we've made contact with the base. They're sending a helicopter, it'll be here in an hour. Silver Fox's voice crackled through the radio, brimming with joy. Finally, I thought those damn old bastards wanted us dead out here. Tiger's rough voice came through, his frustration evident. After a brief pause, Lion's steady voice cut through the airwaves. Head for the building up ahead. We'll hold our position there. What? Boss, do you know what that means? If we go inside and get surrounded, we'll have no way out. Silver Fox's voice trembled with panic. We're surrounded already, Lion replied with a heavy sigh. There's nowhere else to run. A heavy silence settled over the group. The truth was undeniable, there was no escaping the horde. Tiger broke the silence with a grim laugh. If I'm going down, I'm taking as many of these bastards with me as I can. I'll burn my last bullet and toss my last grenade to drag them to hell with me. We just need to hold out for 1 hour, Lion reminded them, his voice calm. The rooftop looks perfect for the helicopter to land. Those words reignited the flickering flame of hope within them. Meanwhile, the green-haired mother stood atop a distant rooftop, its murky eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty malice. With another guttural roar, it issued a command to the horde. Rhea Arg. The undead responded in kind, their low, guttural moans merging into a deafening tide of sound. Like an unstoppable wave, the zombies swarmed toward the building, their numbers seemingly endless. This place is impossible to defend. Silver Fox muttered bitterly as he assessed the layout of the office building. There are too many stairs and entry points. Tiger, see if you can block off some of the entrances with explosives. Lion ordered, nodding toward the massive machine gun slung over Tiger's shoulder, a modernized MG3, capable of laying down devastating suppressive fire. Tiger scowled as he inspected the structure, but Silver Fox interrupted, his tone filled with frustration. We don't have any more explosives. What? Hound growled, his face contorted with anger. How the hell did that happen? This place has at least 7 or 8 access points, plus those damn escalators. Everything was left on the last vehicle, Silver Fox admitted quietly, his voice thick with regret. With Black Bear, a heavy silence fell over the group, the weight of their loss pressing down on them. Enough, we don't have time to mourn. Lion's sharp voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Get to the rooftop. We can't hold the lower levels, there are too many entry points. Our only chance is to defend the exit on the rooftop. Fox, give me a few grenades, Tiger demanded, his eyes glinting with grim determination. He pocketed 7 or 8 grenades and retrieved a few electronic devices from his pack. As they reached the 6th floor, Tiger split off from the main group. By the time they reached the 8th floor, the undead had already flooded into the lower levels. Young Tian's heart skipped a beat as his gaze locked onto the mother amidst the swarming horde. Its needle-like pupils bore into them, brimming with murderous intent. Click! Jessica's steady hands raised the sleek, silver Barrett M95. She peered through the scope, her icy eyes narrowing as she locked onto the mother's head. The mother seemed to sense the threat, throwing back its head in a defiant roar. It stood tall amidst the chaos, challenging Jessica with a fury that matched her cold resolve. Boom! Jessica's fingers squeezed the trigger without hesitation, and the Barrett roared, spitting out a deadly round. The bullet struck, but not the mother. An ordinary zombie staggered and was flung backward by the impact, revealing that the mother had vanished once again, blending seamlessly into the sea of undead. With a low, menacing growl, the mother reappeared, its murky eyes brimming with hatred. It howled once more, and the zombies responded with renewed vigor, surging toward the upper floors with frightening speed. Jessica pulled the bolt back smoothly, chambering another round. She scanned the horde through her scope, but the mother had already disappeared into the endless sea of bodies. Hold this final level, Lion barked over the comms. This is the only way up to the rooftop, the last escape route. There are fewer entry points here, making it perfect for defense. If all else fails, the rooftop is our final stand. Tiger, you and your wife guard the east corridor. Young, Viper, you two cover him. This will be the hardest position to hold. Do you have confidence? Tiger let out a booming laugh, patting the massive MG3 MG3 in his arms. Boss, if they want to get past me, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Lion turned toward young Tian, his expression stern. From now on, you're one of us. Remember this, your teammates are the only reason you'll survive. He handed young Tian a radio. Now, let's give you a proper code name. Puppet, Yang Tian said without hesitation. Call me Puppet. It was the name he had used in the game, and now, in this twisted reality, he wanted to keep it. The moment young Tian declared his code name, his HUD flickered. The status changed. Team mode activated. For the first time since arriving in this world, young Tian was officially part of the mercenary squad. Lion nodded approvingly. Puppet, you're with them. Hold that corridor no matter what. Turning back to the rest of the team, Lion continued, Hound, Snow Leopard, you take the office. There are plenty of cover points there, but stay sharp. That corridor connects directly to the office. Do you have confidence? Yes, Snow Leopard replied with a firm nod. Hound's eyes flickered with something unreadable, but he gave a reluctant nod as well. Good. Silver Fox, you're with me at the escalators. 3 defense points, everyone stay sharp. 54 minutes left until extraction. Hold the line, and when we get out of here, drinks are on me. We'll meet at the Rose Bar, just like old times. Lion's voice boomed, filled with determination. Cheers to that. Tiger roared with laughter. Besides my darling MG3, the only thing I love more is the bar owner. He slapped the heavy machine gun affectionately as if it were a trusted companion. But the mood remained heavy. No one laughed along. Black Bear, the one who would have joined in the banter, was gone, leaving a void no one could fill. The final level was an executive office floor, spacious, elegant, but eerily empty. Only 3 accessible entry points remained: the escalator, the security corridor, and the office entrance. The elevator was out of service, rendering it useless in their defense plans. Lion quickly laid out grenades and positioned the heavy machine gun, exchanging a few quick words with Silver Fox. Suddenly, Tiger's booming voice echoed through the floor, Brothers, stay alert. Young Tian instinctively turned toward Tiger's position, while Snow Leopard and Hound had already disappeared into the office, seemingly unaware of the commotion. Tiger glanced at his watch, grinning ear to ear. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Merry Christmas! Boom! The entire building trembled slightly beneath their feet, followed by a thunderous explosion. The shrieks and howls of zombies filled the air, vibrating with fury and hunger. Tiger erupted into roaring laughter, clearly pleased with the result of his handiwork. Meanwhile, Yang Tian stood frozen, staring at his HUD in shock. His point tally was climbing at an insane rate. Ding! Team kill, 1 zombie, 2.5 points earned, asterisk asterisk. Ding! Team kill, 1 zombie, 2.5 points earned, asterisk asterisk. Ding! Team kill, 1 zombie, 2.5 points earned, asterisk asterisk. I'm rich. I'm freaking rich. Yang Tian's heart pounded with excitement as he watched his points skyrocket. He eagerly opened the redemption panel, his mouth falling open in disbelief. Status, Yang Tian. State 1 asterisk human. State 2 asterisk teen mode activated. Points asterisk 109, previous, 9. Redemption status asterisk unlocked, limited to items below 100 points. The screen revealed a series of familiar items from the game's shop menu. Yang Tian's eyes scanned the list, and frustration bubbled up. 5-7? That crappy pistol costs 60 points? You've got to be kidding me. He scrolled down the list, his excitement turning to disbelief. All those grenades Tiger just used, and I only get this much? Handguns asterisk. 1, 5-7, 60 points. 2, dual elites, 80 points. Tools asterisk flashbang, smoke grenade. Another explosion shook the building, and Yang Tian's points shot up again, this time to 206.5. His hands trembled as he scrolled through the newly unlocked items. Newly unlocked items asterisk. 1, Desert Eagle, 150 points. 2, Revolver, 180 points. Submachine guns asterisk. 1, P90, 140 points. 2, MP5, 160 points. He scanned the list rapidly, searching for the best option. His mind raced with calculations, trying to figure out how to stretch his points as far as possible. But before he could make a decision, Tiger's voice echoed again through the radio. Merry Christmas! Tell God I said hi. Boom! The floor shook violently as another explosion went off. Yang Tian glanced down at his HUD. His point total had surged to 321.5. His heart raced as he scrolled through the updated menu, his excitement bubbling over. Assault rifles asterisk. 1, M4A1, 320 points. 2, AK-47, 320 points. 3, G3SG1, sniper variant, 320 points. Special weapons asterisk Molotov cocktail, 300 points. Yang Tian clenched his fists in excitement. He had finally unlocked some serious firepower. Tiger, you madman, I love you, he shouted with glee. But just as he was about to redeem an item, his excitement turned to confusion. Many of the items he expected to see were missing from the list. Are you kidding me? A half-baked redemption system in a game world? Yang Tian groaned in frustration. 300 points for a Molotov, and I'm left with scraps? This system is rigged. His eyes landed on an unusual item, Lucky Chest. Lucky Chest, 300 points. Description asterisk a randomized reward system. Expect the unexpected. Yang Tian groaned, raking his fingers through his hair. A lucky chest? Knowing my luck, I'll probably get a flashbang. Still, with limited options and time running out, Yang Tian hesitated, his finger hovering over the redeem same button. Watch out, young Tian shouted, raising his P90 and instinctively firing a burst at the flying zombie. Rat-a-tat, the rapid spray cut through the air, riddling the airborne corpse with bullets mid-flight. It fell just short of crashing into Jessica. Without missing a beat, Viper gracefully sidestepped the falling zombie, her icy gaze never leaving the distant mother zombie, whose dark green hair swayed wildly with every erratic movement. The creature's eyes gleamed with malevolent hatred, fixating on the mercenaries with renewed fury. Thanks, Jessica muttered, not sparing Yang Tian another glance as she reloaded the massive Barrett M95 with practiced ease. Meanwhile, the air was thick with the chaotic sounds of combat, machine guns roaring, grenades exploding, and the blood-chilling moans of the relentless undead. We need to fall back. Silver Fox's voice cracked through the radio as he continued firing in controlled bursts, thinning the wave of zombies storming toward their position. We're getting overrun. Not yet. Lion's voice boomed in response through the radio. We hold this level. We need every second we can buy for the extraction. The zombies seemed endless, their numbers swelling as if every corpse in the city had converged upon the office building. The mother zombie moved with terrifying speed, slipping through the chaos like a predator stalking its prey. Viper, focus on that thing. We can't let it get any closer. Silver Fox barked through the radio, barely dodging as another zombie crashed to the floor next to him. Jessica took a deep breath, blocking out the noise and the panic around her. Through her scope, she tracked the mother zombie's erratic movements, anticipating its next dash between the lesser undead. Bang! Another .50 caliber round shot from her Barrett, but the agile mother zombie dodged at the last possible second. The bullet ripped through two lesser zombies behind it, tearing them to shreds. Damn it! Jessica hissed through gritted teeth, frustration flickering across her normally stoic expression. Meanwhile, young Tian felt the full weight of the situation pressing down on him. The P90 in his hands rattled as he unloaded magazine after magazine into the advancing horde, but the sea of undead seemed endless. Hold the line. Just a few more minutes, Silver Fox urged, though his own tone betrayed the strain in his voice. Young Tian gritted his teeth, adrenaline flooding his system. His thoughts raced as he tried to remember every tactic and trick from his gaming days, but this was no longer just a game. Suddenly, a massive zombie lunged toward him, claws bared and mouth gaping. Young Tian's body moved on instinct, he ducked low, rolled to the side, and brought the P90 up just in time. Rat-a-tat, the short burst of fire shattered the zombie's skull, sending it crumpling to the ground in a grotesque heap. Good shot, puppet, Silver Fox shouted, a rare note of praise in his voice. At that moment, Jessica's icy voice cut through the chaos. I've got it, this time. From her perch on the desk, she steadied herself, exhaled slowly, and pulled the trigger one more time. Boom! The massive recoil from the Barrett echoed across the floor, and this time, the shot found its mark. The mother zombie jerked violently as the bullet tore through its shoulder, spinning it off balance. Yes, hit confirmed, Silver Fox cheered over the radio. But the celebration was short-lived. The wounded creature let out a deafening, rage-fueled shriek that reverberated through the building. Brace yourselves. It's enraged, Lion's warning came through just in time. The mother zombie, now limping but more furious than ever, lunged forward with terrifying speed. Its undead minions surged in unison, sensing their leader's anger. Fall back, Silver Fox yelled, tossing a grenade into the horde. Boom! The explosion tore through the front line of zombies, buying the team a brief moment of respite. Young Tian turned to Jessica, who was already slinging the Barrett over her shoulder. We need to go, now. Jessica gave a curt nod, reloading her MA-41 as they both sprinted toward the stairwell. Silver Fox and Snow Leopard provided covering fire, mowing down any zombies that got too close. Hound, keep up, Silver Fox shouted. But when young Tian glanced back, he saw Hound lingering near the rear, his expression twisted with fear and hesitation. Young Tian cursed under his breath. Hound, move your ass or get left behind. Hound gritted his teeth, finally snapping out of his paralysis, and bolted toward the stairwell. As the team rushed up the stairs, they heard the ominous sounds of the horde following close behind. The mother zombie's shrieks echoed through the corridors, driving the undead forward with frenzied intensity. They reached the rooftop access door and slammed it shut behind them. Lion and Tiger were already there, waiting with their weapons drawn. You made it, Lion said, a rare smile flickering across his face. Good, now let's see if we can survive the final stretch. The rooftop was eerily quiet, the calm before the storm. In the distance, the sound of helicopter blades slicing through the air grew louder. Salvation was on its way, but would it arrive in time? Young Tian's grip tightened around his P90. His heart pounded in his chest, but there was no time for fear. They were in the endgame now. The heavy metal door slammed shut with a resounding clang, sealing the team inside the stairwell. For a brief moment, the only sounds were the ragged breaths of the exhausted soldiers and the distant growls of the undead beyond the barrier. The green-haired mother zombie's chilling, spoken words *human, die, lingered in the minds of everyone present. Did it just talk? Young Tian muttered, still catching his breath. Jessica, slumped against the wall, stared blankly at the now-sealed door, her blue eyes hollow and haunted. The loss of Snow Leopard and the taunting voice of the mother zombie had shattered her usually impenetrable demeanor. Get your head in the game, Jessica. Young Tian crouched beside her, his voice low but firm. Snow Leopard wouldn't want you to go out like this. Jessica blinked, the cold edges of reality slowly returning to her. She clenched her fists, the sorrow in her gaze hardening into icy resolve. Silver Fox scanned scanned the remaining team members, his jaw tight with suppressed anger. That damn thing. It's not just a brute. It's learning. He slammed a fresh magazine into his P90 with a loud click. It's toying with us. Lion's voice came through the radio, sharp and commanding. Everyone regroup on the roof. The extraction bird will be here in less than 30 minutes. Hold it together. Yang Tian stood, pulling Jessica to her feet. Come on, we're not done yet. Silver Fox gave a grim nod, opening the stairwell door that led to the final ascent. The rooftop was their only hope now. The stairwell echoed with every footfall as the team raced upward, their weapons raised, ready for anything. Behind them, the muffled moans and snarls of the undead grew louder, an ominous reminder that time was running out. Keep moving, Silver Fox barked. No one gets left behind. As they neared the top, the group burst through the final door, spilling onto the rooftop. A cool breeze hit young Tian's sweat-drenched face, and for the first time since this nightmare began, he felt a sliver of hope, but that hope was short-lived. The rooftop offered no refuge, just another battleground. The zombies, led by the relentless mother zombie, were already scaling the building's walls. In the distance, the faint sound of helicopter blades echoed through the air, but it was still too far away. Here they come, Lion shouted, gripping his heavy MG3. We just need to hold them for a few more minutes. Yang Tian positioned himself near the edge of the rooftop, his P90 at the ready. Jessica, now composed but colder than ever, took a knee beside him, her Barrett M95 aimed at the rooftop's perimeter. We've got one shot at this, Silver Fox growled, throwing a spare magazine to Yang Tian. Make every bullet count. The first zombies appeared over the edge, their rotting hands clawing desperately for purchase. Rat-a-tat, Yang Tian's P90 barked, cutting down the closest ones before they could fully climb over. Jessica's Barrett roared soon after, each shot sending a distant, thunderous echo as the heavy rounds obliterated undead heads. We're running out of time, Lion bellowed as he mowed down a wave of zombies. Where's that chopper? And then it happened, like a nightmare made real. The mother zombie vaulted over the rooftop's edge with inhuman speed, its glowing green eyes locked onto Jessica. Asterisk, it's mine, asterisk, Jessica whispered, her voice cold as death itself. She rose to her feet, raising the Barrett. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to pause, two deadly forces, human and undead, facing off in a final showdown. But just as Jessica squeezed the trigger, the mother zombie disappeared in a blur of motion. Shit, Yang Tian cursed, pivoting on instinct. The green-haired creature reappeared, too fast, too close. It lunged for Jessica with razor-sharp claws. Yang Tian didn't think, he acted. With one smooth motion, he threw himself between Jessica and the mother zombie, driving his knife deep into the creature's side. The mother zombie howled in fury, swinging wildly. The force of the blow sent young Tian flying backward, crashing hard against the rooftop's edge. Jessica didn't hesitate. In a fluid motion, she slung the Barrett onto her back, drew a knife, and leapt toward the mother zombie. The two figures collided in a brutal flurry of slashes and stabs, locked in a deadly dance. Young Tian staggered to his feet, pain radiating through his body, but his grip on the P90 remained steady. He raised the weapon, taking careful aim at the creature's exposed back. "End this, Jessica," he shouted. In that moment, Jessica saw her opening. With a fierce growl, she drove her knife deep into the mother zombie's throat, twisting the blade with precision. The creature let out a final, gurgling snarl, its glowing green eyes dimming as it collapsed to the ground. Silence fell over the rooftop, broken only by the distant hum of the approaching helicopter. Jessica stood over the fallen mother zombie, chest heaving, her icy eyes staring down at the lifeless corpse. Slowly, she turned to Yang Tian. "Nice timing, puppet," she said, a rare hint of approval in her voice. Yang Tian grinned, wiping blood from his lip. "Couldn't let you have all the fun." The sound of rotor blades grew louder, and moments later, the rescue helicopter hovered over the rooftop, a rope ladder unfurling toward them. "Time to go," Silver Fox shouted, waving everyone toward the ladder. One by one, the team climbed aboard, the weight of their losses heavy on their hearts but the promise of survival driving them forward. As Yang Tian reached the top of the ladder and climbed into the chopper, he looked back at the rooftop below, at the sea of undead that still swarmed the building and the lifeless body of the mother zombie that lay among them. This wasn't the end. He knew that now. It was just the beginning. The helicopter lifted off, carrying the battered survivors into the sky. Below them, the city burned, a grim reminder of the battle they had fought and the war still to come. Yang Tian leaned back in his seat, exhaustion washing over him, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he allowed himself to close his eyes. This was no longer just a game, and he was no longer just a player. The rooftop exploded into chaos as the swarm of undead finally breached the final defensive line. The once organized defense dissolved into desperate survival instincts, each soldier now fighting for their life. "Fall back to the extraction point," Lion roared through the cacophony of gunfire and snarls, shoving away the limp body of Tiger, his grief buried beneath the need to survive. Yang Tian stood near the ladder, still systematically shooting down the few zombies attempting to climb it. But the unfolding scene at the main defense line told him their position was rapidly becoming unsalvageable. "Get your shit together, Lion," Yang Tian barked into the radio. "We won't last 2 minutes like this." Lion gritted his teeth, heavy with emotion but sharpened by years of experience. Asterisk, everyone, fall back to the helicopter. Now, asterisk. Jessica, standing amidst the chaos with her Barrett M95 slung across her back, locked eyes with Lion, nodding once. She holstered her rifle and moved with cold precision, dragging the stunned Silver Fox with her. But just as the team turned to retreat, the mother zombie reappeared, vaulting through the breach in a blur. Asterisk gets back, asterisk, Silver Fox shouted, terror evident in his voice. Jessica didn't hesitate. She leveled her rifle and fired. Boom, the shot rang out, but once again, the mother zombie dodged with impossible speed, slithering between the waves of undead like a shadow. Get to the chopper. I'll cover, Jessica ordered coldly, positioning herself to intercept the advancing horde. Yang Tian fought his way across the rooftop, his P90 cutting down anything in his path. The ladder to the chopper dangled just above him, swaying slightly in the breeze. Hurry the hell up, Yang shouted to Silver Fox, who scrambled toward the ladder, dragging Lion behind him. Go, go, Lion yelled as Silver Fox climbed up the rope, the helicopter hovering above like a beacon of salvation. At the rear of the group, Jessica held her ground, her shots precise but dwindling in effectiveness. The mother zombie stalked her, biding its time, savoring the hunt. Jessica, move, Yang shouted, desperation creeping into his voice, but she didn't respond. Her icy eyes were locked on the mother zombie, her jaw set in grim determination. With a final roar, the creature lunged straight for Jessica. At the last second, Yang Tian threw himself between Jessica and the monster, driving his knife deep into its side. The creature screamed in fury, twisting violently and sending Yang sprawling to the ground. Jessica didn't waste the opening. In one smooth motion, she unslung her Barrett and fired at point-blank range. Boom! The mother zombie's head exploded in a gruesome spray, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Panting and bleeding, Yang Tian looked up at Jessica, grinning despite the pain. Told you I wouldn't let you have all the fun. Jessica smirked, an almost imperceptible expression on her cold face. Thanks, puppet. Any time. With the last of the undead falling behind them, the two sprinted toward the dangling ladder. Go! Yang shouted, boosting Jessica up. She grabbed the rope and began climbing swiftly. Yang Tian turned to face the remaining zombies one last time. His magazine clicked empty. Well, that's just perfect, he muttered, tossing the empty P90 aside. As the undead swarmed closer, Yang Tian leapt for the ladder, grabbing it with both hands just as the helicopter began to rise. Silver Fox reached down, grabbing Yang Tian by the arm and hauling him inside the chopper. The doors slammed shut behind him, and the helicopter surged upward, leaving the rooftop and the nightmare behind. Panting and exhausted, the team slumped against the walls of the aircraft. Jessica sat silently, her rifle resting across her knees, her blue eyes distant but calm. Lion gave Yang Tian a weary grin. You've earned that call sign, puppet. Yang Tian leaned back, closing his eyes as the adrenaline finally wore off. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he allowed himself to breathe. Below them, the undead horde continued to surge, mindlessly clawing at the air as the helicopter disappeared into the sky. And far beneath the streets, in the darkness of the ruined city, something stirred, a presence far worse than the mother zombie. This was just the beginning. Get to the chopper now, Silver Fox shouted urgently, waving frantically at the hovering aircraft. Just one leap stood between survival and death. Silver Fox, go first, Lion ordered, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. He braced the heavy machine gun, suppressing the horde to buy them time. Silver Fox sprinted toward the helicopter, but he kept glancing back at Lion, afraid his leader might sacrifice himself. Come on, boss. They can't catch us if we get moving. Silver Fox tugged at Lion's arm, desperate to drag him to safety. Meanwhile, Hound and Jessica provided covering fire, while Yang Tian dashed toward them, catching sight of the rescue within reach. Hope surged through him, he was going to make it. Suddenly, a blood-curdling roar tore through the chaos. The mother roared with relentless fury. It wouldn't let its prey escape after coming so close. With a sickening burst of speed, a crimson blur shot from the distant sea of corpses. Mother's skill. Berserk rush. Yang Tian gasped, his pupils shrinking in shock. The monstrous figure sliced through the rooftop, leaving afterimages in its wake, completely bathed in blood. Before anyone could react, Hound slipped his silenced pistol back into its holster, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Here it comes, he muttered to himself as he sprinted toward the helicopter, leaving the others to fend off the incoming nightmare. Jessica immediately raised her rifle, her icy blue eyes narrowing as she took aim. Despite the oppressive pressure of the creature's bloodlust locking onto her, Jessica's hands remained steady. This was her moment. Her heartbeat slowed, her breathing steady. One shot, one kill, asterisk asterisk. Boom! But just as the bullet left the barrel, the mother twisted mid-air, evading with inhuman precision. Yang Tian barely had time to react before a crimson shadow collided with him, sending him flying like a ragdoll. His arm erupted in searing pain as jagged claws tore through flesh, leaving a deep, bleeding gash. Yang Tian crashed into a soft body, Jessica's. They tumbled across the ground, coming to a stop in a heap. Pain racked his body, but the mother was already looming over them, its malevolent gaze locked onto Jessica. Bloodlust radiated from it, thick and suffocating. P90, now. Yang Tian raised his submachine gun, unloading a burst of bullets at point-blank range. But the mother lifted a zombie like a shield, blocking the shots with grotesque ease. With terrifying speed, the creature swatted Yang's gun aside and lunged. Jessica sprang up, a gleaming knife materializing in her hand. She launched into a close-quarters fight, her movements fluid and precise. But the mother's movements were faster. Get back, Jessica shouted. But the monster batted Yang Tian away effortlessly, sending him sprawling into the middle of a cluster of zombies. Yang Tian felt shark teeth sink into his shoulder. Infected. God damn it. Yang Tian swore, a surge of panic overwhelming him. His vision blurred, and the certainty of his infection gnawed at his mind. No. No, not like this, he snarled, slashing wildly with his knife. A desperate burst of fury drove him to cut down the zombies around him, but despair loomed as he scrolled frantically through the system menu, finding nothing useful. There's no cure, no way out. Just then, his eyes locked onto a particular item in the shop *** lucky chest ***. Damn it, I've got nothing to lose, he roared, slamming his remaining points into the chest. The interface flickered wildly, icons spinning rapidly like a roulette wheel. Come on, Young cursed, fending off another zombie with his blade. Meanwhile, the mother grabbed Jessica by her collar, lifting her like a rag doll. The monstrous zombie loomed close, its foul breath washing over her face. Jessica, even as death stared her down, glared defiantly into the monster's eyes. Suddenly, a blur smashed into the mother, knocking it aside with immense force. Young Tian stood, panting heavily, energy coursing through his veins like fire. His wounds burned ***, but he felt stronger ***. The system's message flashed before his eyes. Gene serum acquired. Enhanced physical capabilities unlocked ***. Young Tian grinned, his body humming with newfound power. He could feel the virus within him shifting, not consuming him but reshaping him. He turned toward the snarling mother, flexing his fingers as strength surged through every fiber of his being. Let's dance, he growled, the silver glint of his knife reflecting in his eyes. This was far from over. Young Tian gritted his teeth, chest heaving as waves of pain surged through him. His vision blurred, his breathing ragged, but the adrenaline pumping through his veins kept him conscious. Not yet. It's not over, ***. The mother loomed above him, its blood-stained claws twitching eagerly. The red haze surrounding its body pulsed, a twisted manifestation of rage. It wasn't just hunting Young Tian anymore, it wanted to make him suffer. Is this really how it ends? Young Tian thought bitterly, flashes of every comrade's sacrifice flooding his mind. The memories, black bear's sacrifice, snow leopard's torn gaze, tiger's final words, were like anchors, dragging him into a storm of emotions. From above, Jessica knelt at the edge of the helicopter, her hands trembling as she gripped the scope of the rifle. No, I can't see. I can't hit it, she whispered, voice choked with frustration. Her cold and composed mask shattered. For the first time, she felt helpless. Her crimson-tinted gaze locked on Young Tian's figure as he desperately dodged the mother's strikes. The sight of his flesh being torn away made her stomach churn. Don't die, please, just hold on. On the ground, Young Tian forced himself to his feet. The mother snarled and lunged at him, claws aimed to tear through his chest. But this time, something inside him snapped. A voice echoed in his mind. Survive. Use everything. Outlast, ***. His grip tightened on the knife, an instinct surged through his body, a perfect symphony of movement and precision. He sidestepped the mother's swipe, just barely avoiding the claws. In one fluid motion, Young Tian slashed upward, his knife scraping along the mother's arm with a shower of sparks. ***, fight, damn it. You're not done yet, ***, Yang roared, his voice carrying over the rooftop, drowning out the sounds of groaning zombies. From the helicopter, Jessica saw it, a shift. Young Tian wasn't running anymore. He was fighting, ***. Something burned in her chest. She didn't know if it was admiration or desperation, but in that moment, she wasn't going to give up on him. ***, I see it now, ***, she whispered, steadying her trembling hands. Her gaze sharpened, narrowing through the scope as the mother and Young Tian exchanged blows. The chaos, the frantic movements, it all came into focus. Her finger caressed the trigger. On the rooftop, the mother roared with frustration, sensing that its prey was slipping from its grasp. Young Tian's movements were sharper, faster, ***, too fast, ***. The serum in his veins burned like fire, but it gave him just enough edge to keep up. Every step, every block, every slash, he was starting to see a pattern. As the mother lunged again, Young Tian ducked low, twisting his body. His knife gleamed as it found its mark, sinking deep into the creature's side. The mother howled, staggering back for a split second. And in that fleeting moment, bang! A deafening shot rang out, reverberating across the rooftop. The world seemed to slow. The bullet, precise and unrelenting, tore through the mother's head, splattering blood and bone in all directions. The monstrous creature stumbled once, twice, then fell to the ground with a heavy, final thud. Young Tian stood frozen, panting heavily, his knife still clutched tightly in his hand. Blood dripped from his wounds, but the pain seemed distant now. He turned toward the helicopter just as Jessica lowered her rifle, her icy blue eyes locking onto his. ***, now. Get on board, ***, Silver Fox shouted from the chopper, throwing a rope ladder down toward Young Tian. Without hesitation, Young Tian sprinted toward the edge of the rooftop. With every ounce of remaining strength, he leapt, grabbing hold of the ladder as the helicopter began to ascend. Jessica reached down, her hand wrapping around his wrist. For a moment, their eyes met, and without a word, they both knew ***, they had made it, ***. As the helicopter rose higher, Young Tian looked down at the rooftop below. The zombies swarmed around the fallen mother, howling in confusion. With its death, their coordination crumbled, leaving them scattered and aimless. Young Tian slumped against the ladder, exhaustion finally catching up to him. But even as his vision blurred, a wry grin spread across his face. ***, I'm still alive, ***. Jessica, still holding his wrist, gave him a rare, subtle smile. Not bad, puppet, she whispered, her voice almost warm. The helicopter soared into the sky, leaving behind the chaos and carnage of the city below. For now, now, they had survived. But in a world like this, survival was only the beginning. Young Tian narrowly escapes death, the final battle with the mutant zombie. Young Tian dodged the mother zombie's deadly claw once more and drove his shoulder forcefully into its body, shoving it backward. The mother zombie possessed overwhelming speed and strength, while young Tian relied on his superior technique and agility. But things were quickly spiraling out of control. His previous bite wound began to throb painfully, and young Tian knew what it meant. He was turning into one of them. His thoughts grew hazy, and with each passing second, his mind clouded further. He knew he didn't have much time left. Did the gene serum fail? Am I really going to turn? Young Tian's heart sank as he clenched his teeth against the agony radiating from his wound. Ra, ka ka. The mother zombie sneered, claws slashing relentlessly. Its attack sliced deep across young Tian's chest, peeling away strips of flesh. It wasn't just trying to kill him, it was torturing him. It was savoring the game, as if mocking him for the comrades it had toyed with just hours earlier, each escape further stoking its rage. You bastard. Young Tian cursed under his breath. Despite the gene enhancement he received, he found himself gradually outmatched. His firearms had long been discarded in the chaos, leaving him with nothing but a lone dagger in his left hand, his last companion in this final stand. After 10 minutes of grueling battle, young Tian was nearly spent. Though he had inflicted gruesome wounds on the mother zombie, the injuries he sustained were far worse. Exhausted and gasping for breath, young Tian collapsed onto the rooftop. The mother zombie let out a low, mocking laugh, planting one foot on young Tian's battered chest. Blood dripped from his torn clothes, and nearby zombies growled hungrily, eager to pounce. But they held back, waiting for their leader's command. Is this it? Am I going to die here? Young Tian muttered bitterly. Will I wake up back in the real world? A shiver ran through him. As he lay pinned under the creature's foot, memories from his life began flashing before his eyes, his friends, their laughter, the warmth of his old dorm room. Was it really the end? The red glow from the mother zombie's body began to dim, its berserk speed ability finally wearing off. But young Tian knew it was no use. The monster's cold claws trailed slowly across his cheek, as if it enjoyed watching him tremble. Young Tian gritted his teeth, frustration boiling within. Damn it! I've never felt so pathetic, he growled, a flicker of defiance still burning inside. If I'm going down, I'll take you with me. The mother zombie's claw lifted high, ready to end it all. In a desperate surge, young Tian threw all his strength into his legs, kicking the monster off him for a brief moment. But it wouldn't stay down long. Within seconds, the creature lunged forward again, this time with deadly intent. Young Tian knew there was no escape. Its claws sank deep into his stomach, tearing out chunks of flesh. Blood poured from the wound, but young Tian's focus narrowed to a single point, his dagger. With the last of his strength, young Tian hurled the dagger. The blade gleamed in the fading light, spinning through the air. Thud! A hush fell over the battlefield. The once noisy swarm of zombies surrounding them suddenly fell silent. The mother zombie staggered. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Embedded deep in its forehead, the dagger quivered, buried to the hilt. Ra-arg! Young Tian roared, a mix of rage and exhaustion bursting from within. He couldn't tell if it was triumph, grief, or resignation, maybe all three at once. Tell me this is a dream. Young Tian whispered weakly, his voice barely audible. Tell me I'll wake up back in my dorm, back with my friends. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Mother zombie defeated. Plus 100 points awarded. Another message followed. New skill unlocked. Killing edge. Skill description. Unleashes the full potential of melee weapons, allowing the user to deal devastating critical hits. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 day. Yang Tian's vision blurred as he saw the image of a bloodstained dagger floating in his mind, an ominous weapon pulsing with an aura of slaughter and malice. That was the last thing Yang Tian remembered before he slipped into unconsciousness. ####. A few days later. Damn it! I sent my grandson to earn military honors, not to get himself killed, an elderly man shouted, slamming his cane into the floor. His face was flushed with rage as he glared at a middle-aged man standing before him. I thought you said this mission was supposed to be easy. The middle-aged man clenched his fists, suppressing his frustration. Sir, that was our miscalculation. As you know, the 6th unit is made up of the best special ops soldiers. We were close to capturing the Type 1 zombie multiple times, but luck wasn't on our side. I apologize for the risks your grandson faced. Apologize? Half the squad is dead, and that damn woman, Jessica, or whatever her name is, she tried to kill my grandson. That woman needs to be punished. The older man's voice was cold and filled with menace. You know we have influence. Without us, your career would have gone nowhere. Don't make me find someone else who's more obedient. The middle-aged man's face paled. He knew exactly how precarious his position was. After a moment of silence, he exhaled slowly. I understand, sir. I'll make sure both your grandson and you are satisfied with the outcome. You'd better, the old man snapped before storming out of the room. Grandfather, how did it go? Hunter, the grandson in question, flashed a charming smile the moment the old man entered the room. The old man's stern gaze softened slightly. You reckless boy. If anything had happened to you, how would I have faced your parents in the afterlife? Don't worry. I'll make sure those who wronged you, Jessica, Lion, and the others, are held accountable. Hunter's eyes gleamed with triumph, a sly grin creeping across his face. Grandfather, about Jessica, could I have her? The old man raised an eyebrow. Hunter quickly added, she humiliated me, threatened me. She even tried to kill me. I want a punish her myself. Please, grandfather. After a moment's pause, the old man gave a slow nod. I'll put pressure on them. You'll get what you want. Thank you, grandfather, Hunter said, barely containing his glee. The old man chuckled. I've arranged a position for you in the Special Operations Division. No more frontline missions. Just stay put, bide your time, and soon, you'll rise to power. What will my duties be? You'll oversee operations, assign missions, manage the teams, the old man said, pleased with his grandson's enthusiasm. Hunter's grin widened. With his grandfather's influence, the future was his for the taking. As he exited the room, Hunter's polite demeanor dropped instantly. His expression darkened, a cold smirk twisting his lips. Jessica, you'll be begging at my feet soon enough, he muttered with venomous glee. Living quarters of the underground base. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the room. A woman with long golden hair lay on the bed, her gaze distant and vacant. It took her a moment to realize someone was at the door. Slowly, she got dressed, walked to the entrance, and peered through the peephole. When she saw who was outside, she gently opened the door. Oh my God, Jess. It's so good to see you. A tall woman stood outside, relief spreading across her face. You scared me to death. If the third team hadn't been nearby on a mission, and we had waited for the base to send a rescue, I don't know if I'd be seeing you right now. The visitor was equally tall, around 5 feet 9 inches, with a striking figure that rivaled Jessica's. While Jessica's frame was perfectly proportioned, the new woman's figure was even more voluptuous, her tight tank top struggling to contain her curves. She wore wavy, wine-red hair that fell to her shoulders and paired it with black shorts that showed off her long, pale legs. Combat boots added an air of authority, making her look like a rose with thorns. Kelly. Jessica's cold gaze flickered slightly, warmth breaking through her otherwise stoic demeanor. It's okay, babe. Everything's okay now. Kelly stepped forward, wrapping Jessica in a tight embrace, her hand gently stroking Jessica's back. This is war, Jess. They were honorable warriors. You've been through enough battles to understand this by now. Snow Leopard is dead, Jessica whispered, her voice trembling. He was killed by Hound, and Tiger, Black Bear, and... Her voice cracked, and suddenly she sank her teeth into Kelly's shoulder. Kelly sucked in a sharp breath, the pain evident, as blood seeped through her white tank top, but she made no sound and held Jessica tightly until, at last, Jessica let go. In a soft, hollow voice, Jessica added, Puppet. He's gone too. He died saving me. This is the nature of the mission, sweetheart, Kelly whispered, cupping Jessica's face in her hands. She planted a gentle kiss on Jessica's forehead. Tiger's death was honorable. They all were. But if you want revenge on Hound, listen to me carefully. He's a high-level insider. If you move against him, think through the consequences. And, he left the base last night. I know. I missed my chance. Jessica's sapphire blue eyes turned cold and sharp, radiating a killing intent so intense that even Kelly shivered slightly. Do you know where they sent him? No. No one knows. It's classified by the higher-ups. Jessica gave a vague hum, her aura becoming even darker. You need to think carefully before you act, Kelly warned, her arms tightening around Jessica as if she feared Jessica would storm out and confront the higher-ups. The two women locked eyes, a silent standoff stretching for 2 long minutes. Finally, Jessica broke the silence with a soft, measured tone. You know me, Kelly. I don't act without thinking. Good. That's good. Kelly let out a relieved breath. It will pass. You just need rest. When the time comes, I'll help you take him down myself. She pressed another kiss to Jessica's cheek, causing her friend's face to flush. Despite their years of friendship and Kelly's constant teasing, Jessica still wasn't used to this closeness. Heh, still shy, huh? Kelly teased. I wonder what the boys would think if they saw our beloved Ice Queen like this. She pinched Jessica's cheek playfully, laughing. Jessica smiled faintly, though it was forced. She knew Kelly meant well, but her heart was too heavy. Kelly, stop. The mood in the room grew somber once again. I have to leave for a mission, Kelly said abruptly. Where? Jessica asked absent-mindedly. They were soldiers raised by the base, used to missions, but this time was different. This time, Jessica had witnessed betrayal. She had seen her brother die, and the man who saved her dragged into a sea of zombies was gone. The weight of it all was suffocating. We're tasked with capturing or killing the mother zombie. Its body is crucial to the lab's research. You know that as well as anyone. Kelly shrugged as if it was just another mission. Jessica's eyes widened slightly. Your team took over that mission? Relax, Jess. We've got state-of-the-art gear and highly destructive weaponry. If things go south, we'll retreat. Don't worry. There's no turning back now, right? After what happened to your team, the guys in my unit are itching for payback, and I want to help you get your revenge. Jessica gave up on trying to dissuade her. Kelly's words struck a nerve, and when Kelly mentioned Puppet, Jessica's heart tightened. Her lips pursed, and she murmured, he was a warrior. That's the only way I can describe him. Probably trained by some elite group, he was skilled with firearms, knives, and close-quarters combat. A flicker of memory glimmered in Jessica's eyes. He was an enigma, someone we pulled into the team by chance. Less than a day later, he was gone dead on the battlefield. It's not your fault, Kelly reassured her softly. Jessica's voice suddenly turned cold. I know it's unlikely, but, if you find him, kill him. Don't let him wander like one of those mindless creatures. He doesn't deserve that fate. Kelly sighed inwardly. From Lion's account, she knew Puppet had been dragged into the horde alive. If he wasn't devoured outright, he had surely become one of them. But Kelly couldn't bring herself to dash Jessica's hope. Does he have any distinguishing features? brothers? Kelly asked quietly. A Caucasian male, about 6 feet tall. He has a spark tattoo on his left arm. If he's become one of them, end it for me. I will. I promise. Kelly nodded solemnly. And Jessica, I know you. You embody your code name perfectly. I just hope you'll keep your cool when it comes to Hound. I don't want to come back and find you branded a fugitive. Jessica offered no response, and Kelly felt a sinking feeling in her chest. With a resigned sigh, she kissed Jessica's cheek and patted her shoulder before stepping out of the room. In the elevator, Kelly lit a cigarette with a practiced flick, her thoughts elsewhere. As she exited into the briefing area, a soldier approached, giving her a playful whistle. He twirled a metal lighter and ignited it with a flourish, lighting her cigarette as they passed each other without breaking stride. Smoke curled from her lips, and Kelly gave him a small smile. The soldier grinned and saluted cheekily. Captain, you look stunning today. How about dinner tonight? He called over his shoulder. Kelly flashed a mischievous grin and wagged her finger, walking away. Oh, come on. Can't you take pity on me just once? The soldier groaned, turning on his heel. The men in the hall, having witnessed the exchange, erupted into laughter. Underground base, living quarters. Knock, knock, knock. Jessica sat up in bed, her golden hair disheveled, her eyes vacant. It took her several seconds to realize someone was knocking. Slowly, she dressed and moved toward the door. Through the peephole, she spotted the figure outside and cautiously unlocked it. Oh my God, Jess, I'm so glad you're okay, Kelly exclaimed, pulling Jessica into a tight hug the moment the door opened. You had me scared to death. If the third team hadn't been nearby, I'm not sure the base would have reached you in time. Kelly was a striking woman, just as tall as Jessica but with an even curvy build. Her tight-fitting tank top barely contained her ample figure, and her wine-red waves of hair tumbled over her shoulders. She wore short black shorts that exposed long, toned legs, complemented by sturdy military boots. She embodied a rose with thorns, fierce and beautiful. Kelly, Jessica murmured, her icy gaze softening for a fleeting moment. It's all over now, Kelly whispered, stroking Jessica's back soothingly. It's war, Jess. They were honorable soldiers. You've been through so much, you know how this goes. Snow Leopard is dead. Hound killed him. Tiger, Black Bear. Jessica's voice cracked. Without warning, she bit down on Kelly's shoulder. Kelly inhaled sharply but stayed silent, the blood soaking through her white tank top. She waited until Jessica finally let go, her voice barely a whisper. Puppet is dead too. He died saving me. That's what happens on missions like these, Kelly whispered, cradling Jessica's face in her hands. She kissed Jessica's forehead tenderly. Tiger and the others, they died with honor. But Hound, if you want revenge, Jess, listen to me. He's protected. If you go after him, think carefully about the consequences. And, he left the base last night. I missed my chance, Jessica murmured, her sapphire blue eyes glinting with an icy edge. Kelly shivered at the deadly intent that radiated from her friend. Do you know where they sent him? No one knows, Kelly answered. That's classified. Jessica's gaze turned colder. Please, Jess, don't do anything reckless. I don't want the base turning you into a fugitive, Kelly pleaded, gripping Jessica tightly as if to prevent her from charging out the door. The two women locked eyes, the tension heavy between them. After 2 long minutes, Jessica broke the silence. You know me, Kelly. That's not my style. Good. That's what I needed to hear. Kelly exhaled in relief. Rest up, Jess. When the time comes, we'll make him pay together. She kissed Jessica's cheek with a mischievous smile. Jessica blushed and awkwardly pulled away, still unused to Kelly's affectionate gestures after all their years of friendship. Still shy, huh? Kelly teased. If the guys saw our cold-hearted ice queen acting like this, they'd lose their minds. She giggled, giving Jessica's cheek a playful pinch. Jessica forced a smile but quickly looked away. Kelly, stop. The room fell into silence again, thick with unspoken emotions. I've been assigned to a mission, Kelly said suddenly. Where? Jessica asked absent-mindedly. Memories of betrayal, loss, and Puppet's sacrifice clouded her mind. We're after the mother zombie. Capture it, or bring back its body. The lab thinks it holds the key to something big, Kelly explained with a casual shrug. Jessica stiffened. Your team took that mission? Relax. We've got the best gear, plenty of firepower. If things get dicey, we'll pull out. Kelly's voice was light, but her gaze was steady. The guys are itching to get back at those zombies, and I want to help you get your revenge too. Jessica abandoned her attempt to dissuade Kelly. The mention of Puppet brought a pang of sorrow. He was a warrior, Jessica whispered. Skilled, precise. I don't know where he came from, but he fought like someone trained by the best. Guns, knives, close combat. We pulled him into the team on a whim, and within a day, he was gone. It wasn't your fault, Kelly said softly. Jessica's expression hardened. If you find him, kill him. Don't let him exist like one of those monsters. He doesn't deserve that fate. Kelly hesitated but nodded. Got it. Does he have any distinguishing marks? White male, about 6 feet tall, with a spark tattoo on his left arm, Jessica replied. If you see him, end it. I promise, Kelly whispered. But Jess, please, keep a cool head. When I get back, I want Hound dead, but I want you here, not on the run from the base. Jessica didn't respond, her silence speaking volumes. Kelly sighed, kissed Jessica's cheek one last time, and left the room. Kelly took the elevator to the team briefing area, lighting a cigarette as she walked. A soldier passing by whistled playfully and flicked open a lighter, igniting it with a flourish. "Captain, you look incredible today. Dinner tonight," he grinned as they crossed paths. Kelly exhaled a plume of smoke and smirked. "In your dreams." She waved him off playfully. "Come on. Just this once," the soldier groaned, clutching his chest dramatically as he walked away. The other soldiers burst into laughter at the exchange, and Kelly chuckled too as she pushed open the door to the meeting room. Several mercenaries were already inside, waiting. "While I'm gone, keep an eye on Jessica," Kelly ordered a tall mercenary. "Don't let her do anything stupid." "You got it, boss," the mercenary replied, though his stiff tone betrayed his uncertainty. Kelly knew Jessica's reputation, she wasn't called the Ice Queen for nothing. With a weary sigh, Kelly addressed another mercenary. "Notify Team 1. Assemble immediately." Meanwhile, Yang Tian groggily opened his eyes, his vision slowly clearing. I'm alive," he murmured, rubbing his aching head. Pain shot through his body, and he looked down to find himself drenched in blood. His clothes were shredded, and the sight of his injuries made his stomach turn. What Yang Tian didn't know was that when he killed the mother zombie, the infection took hold. He had transformed into a zombie, a powerful one. Sensing their new leader, the lesser zombies dispersed, their instincts taking over without a leader's command. I've become one of them?" Yang Tian whispered in disbelief, but all that came out was a guttural growl. He clutched his head, horrified. I really turned into a zombie?" For a moment, he sat frozen, his mind reeling. When he finally stood, his legs gave out, and he collapsed into the blood-soaked ground with a pained hiss. "Damn it!" Yang Tian winced, clutching his wounds. After several moments, he staggered to the corpse of the mother zombie. Rage surged within him. "This is your fault," he snarled, gripping the knife still embedded in the mother zombie's skull. With a furious cry, he ripped the blade free and stabbed it back into the corpse. Again and again, he plunged the knife into the lifeless body, his voice hoarse with rage. "I'm not one of you. I refuse to become a monster." Panting, Yang Tian stared at the corpse in despair. The stench of blood filled his senses, and to his horror, he found himself craving the rotten flesh. No. Yang Tian threw the knife aside and backed away, terrified by his own instincts. Just as he turned to leave, something glinted within the corpse's skull, a crystal. Yang Tian reached for it, his hands trembling as he fought the urge to devour the rotting flesh. *ding. Bio crystal, L, detected. Consuming it will enhance hidden attributes. Further development awaits the host's discovery, *. Yang Tian stared at the crystal in disbelief. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. *ding. Bio crystal consumed. Skill unlocked, Berserk Speed. Hidden attribute, partial inheritance of mother zombie traits, *. Berserk Speed. Yang Tian muttered softly, shaking his head with a bitter smile, glancing at the rooftop covered in rivers of blood. While surveying his surroundings, his gaze froze. A gleaming Barrett rifle, shining in the sunlight, caught his eye. Though it didn't exactly shimmer in his vision, it didn't escape his notice. It was the Barrett M95 Jessica had dropped in her desperate escape. "Barrett, it's really you," Yang Tian exclaimed, staring at the blood-soaked rifle. Ignoring the pain racking his body, he staggered step by step toward it, opening the magazine to find only 3 bullets inside. But this was no obstacle for Yang Tian. Sure enough, he found it in the point shop, 5 points for a magazine. "This is amazing. Yang Tian's hands trembled as he caressed the Barrett. This heavy sniper rifle was his favorite in video games, and now it lay solidly in his grasp in the real world. His joy overflowed. It was, perhaps, the most thrilling moment since he had been thrust into this chaotic existence. Ding! High-level item detected, Barrett M95. A delightful electronic voice rang in his ears. Ecstatic, Yang Tian hoisted the rifle, peering through the scope at the disordered world that stretched before him. But his excitement was short-lived as a thought crossed his mind. He was already a zombie now. Who was he going to shoot with this rifle? Would he still be hunting zombies? Even though Yang Tian had transformed into one of the undead, deep within, he still considered himself human. His entire world had been overturned in an instant. How was he supposed to live now? A raspy howl escaped his throat, guttural and mournful. The surrounding zombies twitched at the sound and instinctively dispersed, leaving a clear space around Yang Tian on the rooftop. He looked up at the glaring sun, his eyes narrowing. Slowly, he scavenged a few cleaner scraps of clothing from the bodies around him. He tore them into strips, methodically wiping the crimson-stained Barrett. After a long effort, the rifle began to reveal its original silvery sheen. Slinging the heavy Barrett over his shoulder, Yang Tian started descending the building. He had hoped to find the heavy machine gun that Lion had left behind, but apart from the Barrett, the other weapons seemed to have been swept away by the tide of corpses. With every step, he gritted his teeth against the pain, descending the stairs slowly. The office below was a chaotic mess, strewn with corpses, a grim testament to the fierce battles that had taken place there. Eventually, Yang Tian stopped in front of a cracked mirror. He stared at the reflection, not at a person but at a corpse. The once handsome face was now deathly pale, though his upright posture remained unchanged. The only striking difference was in his eyes. His once blue irises had turned a cloudy, greenish-gray. This was the most obvious similarity between him and other zombies. While ordinary zombies had purely gray eyes, his irises shimmered with a strange mixture of gray and green, creating an eerie, almost hypnotic effect. The depth of those eyes was unsettling, as if one might inadvertently get lost in their strange allure. "From now on, you are a zombie," Yang Tian whispered, his voice trembling. Then, with a sudden outburst, he roared, "I am a zombie now." His hoarse cries echoed, and in frustration, he clutched his hair. Although consuming the biochemical crystal had restored his ability to speak, the raspy, grating quality of his voice left him bitter. He swung his hand violently, pointing at the reflection. "What have you become?" he shouted at the grotesque figure in the mirror, the blood-stained zombie with its battered body, torn flesh, and dismembered limbs. Yang Tian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Was this the punishment of a higher power? Was this his penance? Bang! With a furious punch, he shattered the mirror. Cracks spread like a web before the shards crashed to the ground with a resounding clatter. Control yourself." Yang Tian closed his eyes, his breath unsteady, forcing his trembling body to calm down. After a long moment, he slung the barrette over his shoulder again and continued his descent down the building. As he moved along the stairwell, some zombies swayed aimlessly nearby. Just a day ago, these creatures would have pounced on him without hesitation. But now, as he descended, they instinctively recoiled from him, afraid of the aura of a superior being. "Do they have crystals in their brains too?" Yang Tian wondered, gripping the handrail as he descended. Without hesitation, he acted on the thought. He reached out and grabbed a nearby male zombie, swiftly slashing with his knife. The zombie's head separated from its neck in an instant. Since consuming the crystal, Yang Tian was no longer a sluggish zombie. With the inherited traits of the green-haired mother zombie, his movements were now even faster than when he was human. In essence, the biochemical crystal had granted him a portion of the mother zombie's abilities. Despite the injuries covering his body, dispatching an ordinary zombie was effortless. And when it was a zombie already subdued by his presence, it was even easier. Like tossing away trash, Yang Tian kicked the lifeless body aside, holding the severed head in his hands. He carefully pried it open with his knife, searching, but there was no crystal inside. "Damn it, so ordinary zombies don't have them," Yang Tian muttered, tossing the head aside. Looking down at his blood-stained hands, a strange desire welled up within him, a hunger for food. Unable to resist, he extended his tongue, eager to taste the blood on his hands. The moment his tongue made contact with the blood, a wave of satisfaction surged through him, tempting him to lick again. The lingering taste heightened his craving, and without thinking, Yang Tian leaned in for another taste. But then, his green-gray eyes flashed with clarity. Staring at the delicious blood so close to him, Yang Tian gritted his teeth and shook his hand furiously, trying to rid himself of the temptation. Like a man on the verge of madness, he oscillated between overwhelming desire and utter disgust. "What the hell are you doing? What are you doing?" Yang Tian cried out, clutching his head in frustration. Sliding down the wall, he slumped to the floor, defeated. A week later, a young man staggered through the streets, aimless and dazed. Though he could mask many things, the aura of slaughter and bloodlust radiating from him was impossible to conceal. Worse still, his presence exuded a chilling, unsettling energy. A low growl occasionally escaped his throat, and his deep, gray-green eyes were both mesmerizing and terrifying. Those who gazed into them found themselves captivated yet paralyzed with fear. This eerie, otherworldly figure was none other than our protagonist Yang Tian. "What am I? A pathetic outcast abandoned by the world?" Yang Tian mumbled, his empty gaze devoid of life, tinged with confusion and uncertainty. Thud! A dull impact interrupted his dazed state. An oblivious zombie, roaring mindlessly, had collided with Yang Tian. "Move," Yang Tian muttered softly. Then, without warning, he bellowed, "Move." With a powerful punch, he sent the zombie sprawling backward, stumbling until it crashed to the ground. "Don't you know to stay out of my way, you filthy scum? You disgusting creature!" Yang Tian roared, unleashing a flurry of kicks on the fallen zombie. There was no technique, just raw anger and frustration. He continued beating the zombie until it could no longer move. Only then did he slowly stop. The sudden transformation from human to zombie had left Yang Tian bewildered and struggling to adapt. The surrounding zombies, sensing his overwhelming hostility, watched in fear. They cautiously gave way, not daring to provoke the higher-tier zombie that Yang Tian had become. Yang Tian surveyed the frightened figures around him, and a wave of resentment welled up in his heart. An entire week had passed. Every day, he wandered among these soulless creatures, and now, to his dismay, he was one of them. The bright sun overhead seemed unable to shine upon him, as if he was shrouded in an eternal darkness, forever out of place in this world. If the days were lonely, the nights were far worse. As darkness fell, Yang Tian felt like a helpless child, curling up in a hidden corner, enduring his solitude in silence. Around him, the undead roamed, groaning and gasping, adding to the bleakness of his existence. Once, he had lived under the care of his parents. Once, he had laughed with friends. Once, nights were spent chatting with roommates or enjoying family dinners in front of the TV, basking in warmth and happiness. But now Now, he found himself thrust into what seemed to be the year 2011 of a parallel world, stranded in a place filled with the walking dead. In the blink of an eye, all the connections that had once defined his life, family, friendship, were gone. Why am I being punished like this? Yang Tian murmured as he stared at the desolate street before him. Nostalgia surged through him, cutting deep like a knife. He missed home. In his struggle for survival, fear and the daily fight for life had momentarily pushed such thoughts aside. But now, as a zombie aimlessly wandering the streets, the sweet memories of the past returned, piercing his soul. The contrast between what once was and what now remained was too much to bear, leaving Yang Tian feeling trapped, with no escape. He walked aimlessly, letting his legs carry him wherever they wished. His current appearance, with sunglasses or colored contact lenses, might allow him to pass as human. He looked merely pale and sickly, yet the beastly aura emanating from him, ruthless, bloodthirsty, savage, made it impossible to blend in. And whenever he encountered a living human, the uncontrollable urge to lunge and feast on flesh surged within him. For now, his primary food source was frozen beef and lamb from large supermarkets. In this apocalyptic world, much of the canned food, bread, and snacks had long been looted by survivors. As Yang Tian wandered, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. He reached into his coat and retrieved a pocket watch. Inside was a photograph of a young girl, her smile bright and innocent. She looked no older than 10. This was the girl Black Bear had entrusted to him, a life exchanged for a promise. Staring at her radiant smile, a hint of purpose returned to Yang Tian's vacant eyes. Perhaps he did have a goal. Perhaps he had a promise to fulfill. After a moment of silent contemplation, Yang Tian carefully tucked the pocket watch back into his coat and summoned his character interface. Name * Yang Tian. Status * regular zombie, 2 stars. Points * 381/681. Shop access * items under 680 points unlocked. Skills * Skill 1 * Slaughterblade. Description * maximizes damage with melee weapons, delivering lethal blows. Current level, 1, duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 day. Upgrade method, unknown. Skill 2 * Berserk Speed. Description * temporarily enhances movement speed and grants partial immunity to light injuries. Over the past few days, Yang Tian had fully assimilated the biochemical crystal and inherited some of the mother zombie's traits. His speed and agility had increased significantly, though this could also be partially attributed to the gene serum he had taken before turning. Yang Tian had even leveled up, evolving from a basic zombie to a regular one. Progress, however small. His goal for the future was clear: upgrade, evolve, and defeat powerful zombies to obtain more biochemical crystals or accumulate points to level up. Yang Tian firmly believed that one day, he would grow strong enough to break free from his dependence on blood and flesh. He dreamed of returning to the world of the living. After all, he owed Black Bear a life, and he owed him a promise he intended to keep. Yes, that's the way, Yang Tian whispered, clenching his fists. I'll break free from this hunger, honor my promise, and live boldly, and maybe, just maybe, I'll return to the life I once had, even if it's only a memory. Suddenly, a child's terrified scream echoed through the air. Help! Help me! Stay away! Mommy, please, no! Yang Tian froze for a moment, then slowly reached over his shoulder and grasped the silver, heavy Barrett rifle strapped to his back. Not far ahead, Yang Tian saw 3 or 4 zombies clustered inside a convenience store. The collapsed shelves and scattered debris had formed a peculiar angle, creating a small gap through which a young boy had squeezed inside. However, the zombies were too large to follow. One particularly hefty zombie was struggling, forcing its head and arm into the narrow space, trying to reach the boy. Terrified, the boy clenched his eyes shut. His small hands shook as he gripped a handgun and nervously flipped off the safety. With a loud cry, bang, the bullet struck the zombie's arm as it clawed through the gap, attempting to pull him out. But rather than repelling the zombie, the shot only agitated it further, intensifying its frenzy. Yang Tian smirked. Poor kid, must have been starving to come out alone for food. Raising the Barrett M95 with practiced ease, he aimed down the scope. The sunlight reflected off the silver surface of the rifle, making it gleam with a dreamy, almost ethereal brilliance. Bang, a deafening shot echoed, and one of the zombies collapsed in an instant. Yang Tian chambered another round smoothly, aimed again, and bang, a bullet buried itself in the back of another zombie's skull. Bang, 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 The young boy watched through the gap, wide-eyed in disbelief as one by one, the zombies were taken down. Finally, only the half-body zombie stuck in the gap remained. Summoning courage from somewhere deep within, the boy locked eyes on the zombie's head, gritted his teeth, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The boy let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding, clutching his chest in relief as the last zombie went limp, eyes wide open in death. Moments later, the sound of footsteps approached, making the boy tremble anew. He knew it was a person, but in this world, humans were just as terrifying as the undead. He had witnessed firsthand the horrors people were capable of, how his mother had been assaulted and dragged away to be kept as livestock. At that time, he had hidden inside a closet, covering his mouth to stifle his sobs, powerless to intervene. After that day, his mother was gone forever. Alone and scared, the boy had spent a few frantic days hiding at home until hunger forced him out in search of food, only to end up cornered in a convenience store, where zombies nearly devoured him on sight. Young Tian reached the shelf and pulled out the half-stuck zombie's body. But then, a dilemma struck him. Though he had saved the boy, he was still a zombie. No matter what, his aura of death and decay couldn't be hidden. He didn't want to terrify the child. As young Tian hesitated, the boy shifted slightly within the gap, careful not to expose himself fully. His eyes cautiously studied young Tian, trying to determine whether this person was friend or foe. Their gazes met through the narrow gap. Young Tian instinctively closed his eyes, afraid that the eerie, gray-green glow in them might scare the boy. He was also scared of succumbing to temptation. After all, here stood a young, tender human being, a creature of warm blood and delicate flesh, an irresistible temptation to a zombie like him. Ah! The boy let out a soft gasp, his body trembling violently. He could tell this wasn't a human. Although young Tian's clothes were clean, his essence was unmistakable. The fleeting glimpse of his eyes and the overwhelming aura left no doubt, he was a zombie. "Don't come any closer," the boy stammered, biting his lip to hold back tears. His voice, filled with panic, echoed through the fallen shelves. Young Tian shuddered, his emotions a whirlwind of conflict. What do you want? Get away from me, or I'll shoot you." The boy suddenly remembered his gun and raised it with shaking hands, aiming through the gap at young Tian. Young Tian sighed softly, a trace of sorrow flickering in his expression. "I saved you, just now." His deep, hoarse voice carried a chilling undertone, and with a clatter, the boy dropped his gun in fear. So what?" the boy stammered. "You want to keep me as livestock? You're going to eat me. Don't even think about it. Get away, or I'll shoot you for real." Trembling, he scrambled to pick up the fallen gun, pointing it once more at young Tian. Young Tian gazed at the frightened child, his cloudy eyes filled with helplessness. At that moment, he realized the truth: he was no longer part of the human world. There was now an unbridgeable chasm between him and humanity. With a bitter smile, young Tian slung the barrett over his shoulder and turned to leave. Suddenly, bang, a gunshot rang out. Young Tian snarled in fury, leaping instinctively. His shoulder burned with pain, a bullet had hit him. Caught off guard, he hadn't expected the boy to actually pull the trigger as he walked away. "I saved you. I was leaving. Why shoot me?" Young Tian roared, turning to face the boy, his voice trembling with rage. "Shut up, you damn zombie. You monsters deserve to die," the boy screamed, his anger giving him a fleeting burst of courage. But as the words left his mouth, fear crept back in. Young Tian's eyes burned with bloodlust as he stared him down. The boy's bravado crumbled, and he shrank back, trembling uncontrollably. Young Tian watched as the boy cowered in terror and hatred. In that moment, he fully understood there was no going back. He no longer belonged to the world of humans. Damn it! Why? Young Tian roared as he walked aimlessly through the desolate streets, haunted by the boy's gunshot. A wave of frustration surged within him, with no outlet for release. Finally, he threw back his head and let out an anguished, guttural howl that echoed across the empty city, through parks, across rooftops, and down deserted streets and alleyways. Raff, hiss, graph, cackle. Before long, it was as if the entire city had awakened. Zombies everywhere responded to young Tian's cry, their howls rising into a deafening chorus, a small stream turning into a roaring river, a tidal wave of sound flooding the ruins. Young Tian stood still, listening to the howls reverberate from all directions, like a chorus of subjects bowing before their king. A sense of feral pride welled up within him, and he let out another bellow, a roar of defiance, power, and primal rage that seemed to shake the heavens. But then, amidst the chaotic symphony, an unfamiliar voice rose, off-key, brimming with hostility. "Who dares to challenge me?" Young Tian growled. Over the past days, he had learned to understand the language of the undead, a series of growls and snarls incomprehensible to humans. "Let me taste your blood," the voice hissed from above, filled with malice. Young Tian looked up, startled to find the source of the sound. He was standing before a ruined church. Around him, toppled trees and shattered pews hinted at the fierce battle that had once raged here. Bloodstains marred the long benches, and the fountain had long run dry. Even the once adorable statue of a child holding a water jug was smeared with dried blood, giving it a sinister appearance. Then, a heavy aura of power descended upon young Tian. At the highest point of the church, a pale, ghostly figure swayed unsteadily, its predatory eyes locked onto him with unwavering intensity. Ha. The raspy laughter echoed from above. Young Tian looked up, and his breath hitched. A shiver crawled down his spine. This is a different kind of zombie. He had seen this type before, in a game, on a nightmarish map. It was the Phantom Fog Zombie, a creature with the terrifying ability to distort vision and blend itself into dense, disorienting mist. One of the toughest boss-level monsters to face. At the pinnacle of the church rooftop stood an albino zombie, its entire body pale and sickly white. Blood-red eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and its jaws tore into a severed human arm, letting the crimson blood drip freely down its chin. "I can't believe this, another mother-class zombie, so soon?" Young Tian muttered under his breath. His heart sank. It had barely been any time since he defeated the green-haired mother zombie, and now, here he was, facing another apex predator. If this white zombie had fully evolved, it would have triggered a territorial conflict between the two. There was only room for one king among the undead. Even with his recent evolution from a basic to a regular zombie, Yang Tian still felt the overwhelming pressure. Mother-class zombies were in an entirely different league, and he hadn't reached that level yet. His victory over the green-haired mother was a miracle born from sheer luck. If that zombie hadn't toyed with him or underestimated him, he wouldn't have stood a chance. His final desperate use of the killing blade skill had saved his life, but only just. He barely survived the battle, and now, here he was, staring down a fresh nightmare. The white zombie's presence alone weighed down on Yang Tian like a suffocating storm cloud. "Let me taste your blood," the albino zombie hissed, its voice a spine-chilling mix of hunger and sadistic glee. It chewed on the human limb with grotesque delight, as if savoring every bite. Yang Tian's expression darkened. "You want blood? Fine, let's see how much you bleed." In one fluid motion, he shouldered the Barrett sniper rifle from his back. His gray-green eyes narrowed through the scope as he locked onto the white zombie's head. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boom! The shot rang out like thunder. The albino zombie tried to dodge, too late. The bullet tore through its shoulder, sending it tumbling off the rooftop. A heavy thud echoed as the creature crashed to the ground. "Lucky bastard," Yang Tian muttered with a grim smirk. A furious growl echoed from the rubble. "Hiss, I'll kill you. Not if I kill you first." Yang Tian snarled, reloading his rifle as he sprinted toward the sound. He spotted the albino zombie crouched low, struggling to stand, blood pouring from its shoulder wound. "You're done." Yang Tian raised the Barrett, aiming squarely for its head. But just as he was about to fire, whoosh, a dense, ghostly mist rolled in, blinding him completely. Yang Tian cursed under his breath as the fog thickened around him, reducing visibility to mere inches. Even the warm afternoon sun vanished, swallowed by the eerie white haze. The entire world became a swirling labyrinth of mist. "This isn't good." Yang Tian gritted his teeth, slinging the rifle across his back. A sniper rifle was useless in such conditions. "Come out, coward," he growled, drawing his knife and gripping it tight in a reverse hold. His body tensed, every muscle coiled like a spring, ready to strike. Minutes ticked by in agonizing silence. Yang Tian's pulse thundered in his ears. The mist pressed against him from all sides, making it impossible to tell where the next threat would come from. Every shadow, every whisper in the fog, felt like a dagger to his nerves. "Damn it," Yang Tian muttered under his breath, sweat trickling down his temple. I want your flesh, your blood." A faint voice slithered through the mist, coming from his right. Yang Tian spun toward the sound, slashing his knife through the air. Nothing but empty fog. "You'll die here. Die here." The voice drifted again, now from the left. Yang Tian's heart raced. Damn it, where is this thing? The fog felt like a living prison, tightening its grip around him. He couldn't tell up from down, north from south. He was being toyed with like a lion trapped in a hunter's net. "I need a way out. I can't let it corner me here." A sudden chill ran down Yang Tian's spine. He felt it, something was right behind him. "I will consume you. Your scent, it's intoxicating. I'll devour you." The voice was a whisper, inches from his ear. Yang Tian whirled around, slashing his knife in a deadly arc only to slice through thin air. He staggered back, gasping for breath. "Damn it, it's toying with me. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." The eerie voice surrounded him, gnawing at his sanity. Yang Tian's heart pounded harder with every second. "Listen," Yang Tian growled, his grip tightening on the knife. "I don't know if you can understand me, but this little mind game of yours? It's getting old." The mist shifted slightly, and Yang Tian caught a glimpse of movement. "All you do is talk about killing me. Honestly, it's getting kind of pathetic." A low whimper echoed through the fog, pitiful, almost childlike. Yang Tian grinned grimly. "What's wrong? No clever comeback?" Suddenly, from the mist, clang. Yang Tian's knife met the zombie's claws in a sharp, metallic clash. Sparks flew from the impact as Yang Tian pressed forward, but the white zombie was already gone, vanished back into the mist like a ghost. F***K. Yang Tian spat, frustration boiling over as he scanned the haze. He had lost all sense of direction. Clink. Yang Tian's hand brushed against something cold, metal. He slashed instinctively. Sparks erupted as his knife scraped against an iron gate. The church doors. Yang Tian realized. He had unknowingly stumbled back to the entrance. Even though the gate was right in front of him, it was barely visible through the mist. "This mist is insane," Yang Tian muttered. "It's even worse than the game." He forced himself to breathe, to think. There had to be a way out. Boom! The iron gate exploded as the albino zombie slammed into it from the other side, tearing a massive hole through the door. The creature's blood-red eyes gleamed through the mist. Yang Tian smirked, gripping his knife tighter. "Come on then, let's finish this." Yang Tian cautiously scanned his surroundings when, bang! He felt like a kite with its string snapped, sent flying through the air. He hit the ground hard, rolling endlessly across the dirt. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Not only had the white zombie struck him, but it had also ripped away a chunk of his flesh, savoring it like a prize. Ka ka. Young Tian looked up and saw the pale zombie standing over him, savoring the bloody piece of his own meat in its hand. It wasn't attacking, it was enjoying its prize. The sight made Young Tian's stomach churn with rage. Eat you, heh, ka. The white zombie chuckled with sick delight, slowly disappearing into the mist, leaving only drops of Young Tian's blood as evidence it was ever there. You bastard! Young Tian roared, leaping to his feet. He lunged toward the fading silhouette but struck nothing but air. A sudden chill ran down his spine as a cold wind brushed against the back of his neck. Young Tian reacted instantly, ducking forward just as the zombie's claws slashed through the space where his back had been a split second earlier. You die now! Young Tian snarled, spinning mid-motion. His dagger sliced through the mist and hit something solid. SSSHHK. The distinct sound of flesh being cut filled the air. Warm blood splattered across Young Tian's hands. He grinned. He had hit it, but the moment was fleeting. As quickly as it appeared, the target vanished again into the swirling fog. Growling, the albino zombie growled, furious at the wound, its anger vibrating through the air. Even the surrounding lesser zombies cowered in fear at the terrifying sound. Meanwhile, high above, inside a hovering helicopter, a soldier peered through his binoculars at the unusual fog blanketing the western district. The mist was localized to a single area, unnatural and foreboding. Captain, we've got something strange in West District, the soldier called out. A woman with crimson waves of hair took a drag from her cigarette and exhaled the smoke lazily into the air. Report. The soldier adjusted his binoculars. There's a thick fog covering part of the area. No signs of any regular zombies inside it. I think it might be asterisk. Suddenly, a gut-wrenching howl echoed from within the mist, a sound so harrowing it sent shivers down the soldier's spine. Captain, something big's happening. That has to be the mother class. He stammered, his voice trembling. The captain's expression hardened. She crushed her cigarette beneath her boot. Give me the exact location. The chatter inside the helicopter ceased immediately. The mercenaries knew their leader well, something serious was about to go down. She flicked her hair back with a predatory gleam in her eyes. Gear up, boys. We're moving in. Young Tian's body was riddled with wounds, blood streaming from every gash and cut. The relentless attacks from the albino zombie were escalating faster, more unpredictable, and increasingly brutal. Damn it, aw! Young Tian cried out as another chunk of flesh was ripped from his arm. His scream was the very one that sent chills down the spine of the soldier above. Heh, the taste of blood, ka, came the zombie's sickening voice from behind. Young Tian's breathing was labored, each breath heavy with pain. He could feel it, the fog was thinning. Though his vision was still limited, he could now make out shapes within a 5-meter radius. Your time's running out, isn't it? Young Tian hissed, clutching his side. The albino zombie snarled in response, its silhouette flickering within the mist as it launched another attack, only to vanish the moment it missed. Young Tian's chest heaved as he prepared for the storm to come. He knew the next assault would be the most ferocious yet. The pale zombie growled, sensing that its time was running short. It became more desperate, furious that despite all its attacks, it had failed to bring Young Tian down. But Young Tian wasn't doing much better. His body was battered and broken. Even if the mist cleared, his chances against the mother-class zombie were slim. He was still one rank below it, and that difference could be fatal. Then, through the thinning fog, Young Tian saw an opportunity. The zombie was fast, yes, but its lack of refined combat technique had allowed him to survive this long. He just needed one perfect moment. Suddenly, swipe, Another surprise attack grazed Young Tian's face, opening 3 bloody gashes across his cheek. He hit the ground, rolling to avoid the next strike. The massive claws dug deep into the earth where he had just been. Young Tian grinned through gritted teeth. Had your fun yet? He growled, bending low. The mist was nearly gone now, visibility extending just beyond 5 meters. The white zombie roared in frustration, its anger spilling out in a wild cry as it lunged again. Now it's my turn. Young Tian bellowed, his body exploding with violent energy. Activate, berserk speed. He had been waiting for this moment. With the mist thinning, he could now track the zombie's movements without wasting his skill. The sudden surge of speed shocked the albino zombie. It tried to halt its charge mid-air, but it was too late. Young Tian's sinister grin spread wider. Think I didn't use the skill to escape because I was scared? No, I was betting that I could hold out long enough to kill you. SSSHHHKK. His dagger carved through the air, slashing deep into the zombie's flesh. The white zombie stumbled backward, trying desperately to retreat into the mist, but Young Tian was already upon it. No more running, you bastard. Young Tian snarled, his blood-soaked figure looming over the albino zombie like a nightmare made flesh. The pale zombie roared in defiance, refusing to back down. It was still a powerful, high-ranking predator, and it had its own pride. Bang, 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 asterisk. Young Tian's relentless attacks left the white zombie no room to counter. Each strike was precise, brutal, and backed by years of honed combat instincts, something no mindless zombie could ever match. Rank doesn't matter. Young Tian roared, slashing again. You like my flesh, huh? Did you enjoy yourself? His dagger glinted with deadly intent as it danced through the air in a blur of motion. Activate, Killing Blade. The combined power of Berserk Speed and Killing Blade ignited within young Tian, sending waves of bloodthirsty energy cascading outward. His gray-green eyes burned with a sinister glow as a twisted symbol formed within them, a blood-soaked dagger etched into his very soul. This was no ordinary fight anymore. This was a massacre, ***. With each strike, young Tian tore deeper into the albino zombie, his attacks fueled by rage, desperation, and a savage desire to survive. He would not stop until his enemy was nothing but a lifeless corpse. Young Tian unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks, his dagger a blur of motion, forcing the pale zombie into a panicked frenzy. My blood. The blade, wrapped in a crimson mist, tore through the claws of the pale zombie's right hand. My flesh. With another precise slash, young Tian severed the zombie's entire wrist with surgical precision. Tastes good, doesn't it? Young Tian roared in fury, and with a swift strike, 3 fingers from the zombie's left hand flew into the air. This was the true power of the killing blade, a technique that made steel feel like paper, cutting through flesh and bone with ease. The tide had turned. The roles of hunter and prey were reversed. The pale zombie tried desperately to retreat into the mist, but young Tian pursued without mercy, his dagger a streak of death that slashed and sliced with brutal precision. Growling, the white zombie shrieked in rage and lunged, grabbing young Tian's shoulder with its remaining hand, its gaping maw descending toward him, ready to tear out his throat. Desperate now, huh? You bastard! Young Tian's gray-green eyes gleamed with deadly resolve. The bloody dagger symbol in his gaze expanded, and the blade in his hand danced with deadly elegance. Swipe! Swipe! Swipe, ***. In the blink of an eye, the white zombie's vision filled with nothing but the streaks of young Tian's dagger, its last sight before the world went dark. Bang! Ding! Mother-class zombie defeated. 100 points awarded. The bloodstained symbol in young Tian's eyes flickered and vanished, as did the crimson mist swirling around his dagger. TCH, trash. Young Tian sneered, kicking the lifeless corpse. He stabbed the dagger into its skull and pried loose a glowing crystalline core. Ding! Bio-crystal, H, obtained. Consumable. Effect, enhances hidden attributes and unlocks additional potential. Young Tian chuckled, exhilarated by his victory. A treasure, indeed. The first crystal he consumed had given him unimaginable power, enough to defeat a mother-class zombie. He knew this new crystal would bring even greater benefits. Just as young Tian was about to swallow it, the distant hum of helicopter blades echoed from above. He looked up to see a military helicopter approaching. Shit, they must have detected the fight. With a curse, young Tian scooped up his Barrett sniper rifle and bolted at full speed, still riding the high of his berserk speed ability. Captain, could that be the red zombie lion mentioned? A soldier shouted excitedly from the chopper. The captain peered through binoculars, her sharp eyes locking onto a blood-soaked figure sprinting through the streets. But what caught her attention wasn't just the zombie's appearance, it was the weapon slung over its shoulder. Is that a Barrett? Don't let him escape. After him, the captain ordered, her voice cutting through the combs. The helicopter surged forward, but by the time they reached the next street corner, the target was gone. Young Tian smirked from the shadows, watching the helicopter sweep past. Catch me? Keep dreaming. Knowing he couldn't stay there for long, young Tian sprinted through the alleys, his crimson aura trailing behind him. He ran until he reached an abandoned villa with boarded-up windows. Without hesitation, he crashed through a side window, shattering glass and wood alike. Thud. Young Tian landed inside the villa, panting heavily. Damn. Just looking for a place to rest, and I end up crashing through a damn window. His gravelly voice echoed through the dim interior. Propping his Barrett against the wall, young Tian slumped to the floor, exhaustion washing over him as the crimson aura faded from his body. TCH. He winced, feeling the full toll of his battle with the white zombie. His limbs ached, and every wound screamed in agony. The berserk speed boost was gone, leaving him with nothing but raw pain and fatigue. The distant shuffle of zombie footsteps broke the silence. Young Tian grimaced. His noisy entrance must have drawn the attention of nearby undead. Get lost, he barked in the language of the zombies. His oppressive aura blasted outward, sending the lesser zombies fleeing in terror. Young Tian coughed violently, clutching his sides as waves of pain racked his body. His reckless duel with the mother-class zombie had left him battered and broken, but the prize in his hand made it all worthwhile. He held the bio-crystal between his fingers, inspecting it with a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. This is what I fought for. This is how I'll get stronger, how I'll escape this nightmare, how I'll reclaim my place in the world I once knew. With a determined grin, young Tian swallowed the crystal whole. Ding! Bio-crystal, H, consumed. New skill acquired, Phantom Mist. Self-healing ability increased by 3%. A warm surge of energy coursed through his veins, soothing his pain. The new skill ***Phantom Mist *** was now displayed on his status screen. Phantom Mist ***. Description * summons a white mist that grants invisibility and increases self-healing by 10% while inside it. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Young Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. This skill is incredible. I really am becoming a monster that can grow and adapt. He marveled at the synergy between his abilities. By defeating powerful foes, he could steal their skills and strengthen himself further. Soon I'll be strong enough to stand among humans again. But before he could revel in his newfound power, a soft creak echoed from the staircase. Young Tian's gaze snapped toward the sound, his sharp eyes locking onto a figure standing in the shadows, a girl with jet black hair and piercing blue eyes. She looked about 18 or 19, her pale face hinting at malnutrition and fear. For a moment, young Tian froze. The girl's striking beauty reminded him of Jessica, but her eyes were filled with terror, a look Jessica would never have. The girl trembled, clutching a small pistol in her hands. She pointed it shakily at young Tian, her fear palpable. Young Tian smirked. Relax, kid. I'm not here for you. He picked up his barrette and turned toward the door, ready to leave the girl to her hiding place. She must have holed up here for days, he thought, amused by the idea. Maybe she's got a stash of canned food somewhere. As he reached the door, young Tian noticed it was nailed shut. Guess I'll have to leave the way I came in. Just as he stepped toward the broken window, the girl's timid voice stopped him. You can talk? She whispered, astonished. Young Tian paused, turning slowly to face her. His great green eyes locked onto hers, and her face went pale, almost as white as a ghost. The girl's hands shook violently, her gun trembling in her grip. Young Tian remembered the boy from the convenience store, the one he had saved only to be shot at as he turned to leave. His gaze darkened with resentment. Humans, always the same. He snorted in disdain and turned back toward the window. Please, the girl cried out. I haven't eaten in days. I'm starving. Just a cup of water, please. Young Tian hesitated for a brief moment, but then, without a word, he stepped through the shattered window, vanishing into the night. In the end, the gulf between him and humanity was a chasm too wide to cross. I must be out of my mind. Young Tian muttered, his arms filled with food, a few bottles of water, some bread, and a lucky find, a sausage beneath a collapsed shelf. I know humans will only hurt me in the end, so why do I keep helping them? Why do I care? He closed his eyes, picturing the boy from the convenience store, who had repaid his kindness with a bullet. Shaking his head vigorously, he muttered, consider this compensation for the window I broke. But he knew that wasn't the real reason. Deep down, young Tian longed for human connection. The loneliness of wandering among the undead every day was a burden no one could understand. Even though the template on his status screen reminded him constantly that he was a zombie, his hunger for fresh flesh and blood gnawing at him, young Tian still sought the company of humans. He just couldn't bear the thought of spending the rest of his existence in solitude among the dead. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Daphne was having similar thoughts. I must be insane. I actually begged a zombie for help. Daphne was a typical heiress, accustomed to the luxuries and indulgences of high society. But a month ago, her perfect world had come crashing down. It had all started on a carefree afternoon. Daphne had ditched her bodyguards, speeding through the city in her sleek black Ferrari, savoring the thrill of freedom. But when she returned to the city center, she noticed something was horribly off. Creatures with blood-soaked mouths were attacking anyone they could find. And to her horror, she saw someone devouring intestines right in front of her, making her vomit on the spot. Before she could react, zombies swarmed her car. Panicking, Daphne bolted from the driver's seat and ran blindly through the streets until she stumbled upon a seemingly ordinary villa. Desperate, she banged on the door, with two zombies closing in fast behind her. The owners, a couple in their 30s, had seen her through the peephole and opened the door just in time, saving her from certain death. At first, Daphne had thought her stay there would be temporary. She had tried calling her family, only to find the phone lines dead, as if it were as impossible to reach them as dialing 911. Days passed, and with no news from her family or any sign of improvement, the government's last emergency broadcast announced that they had lost control. They urged citizens to barricade themselves inside and wait for rescue that never came. Days turned into a week, and then something horrifying happened. The husband, once a mild-mannered man, attempted to assault Daphne. Perhaps the collapse of society had emboldened him, or maybe it was Daphne's beauty that drove him mad. Regardless of the reason, the man pinned her down on the bed, tearing at her clothes with frenzied hands. Stay back. I'll give you money, whatever you want. Status, power, anything. Just let me go. Daphne had begged, her voice trembling with terror. The man's eyes gleamed with depraved hunger. Do you know how long I've wanted this? A spoiled little princess like you, finally within my reach, asterisk, he sneered, licking his lips. It was a moment of terrifying realization for Daphne. In the old world, someone like her could have destroyed this man's life with a word. But in this new world, everything had changed. Now, it was survival of the fittest, and she was prey. As the man pinned her to the bed, Daphne's mind raced. In a flash of desperation, she remembered the scissors she had hidden under the pillow, her last defense in case zombies broke in. Little did she know that her first kill would not be a zombie but a fellow human. The man never saw it coming. With a scream of defiance, Daphne drove the scissors deep into his neck. Blood sprayed across the room as he collapsed, gurgling. The woman of the house, hearing the commotion, rushed in only to see her husband's lifeless body. You killed him, she shrieked, her face twisted in horror. Murderer! Daphne didn't have time to process the woman's reaction. She shoved the lifeless body off her, sobbing as she frantically adjusted her torn clothing. The scissors remained lodged in the man's neck, and she had no intention of pulling them out. Everything felt surreal. Murder. It was a word that had never belonged in her world. In her sheltered life, even the family's darker dealings were kept far away from her. Now, it was all crashing down. Through the window, Daphne saw the woman run into the street, screaming hysterically. Within seconds, 2 zombies pounced on her, tearing her apart. Blood and flesh splattered across the pavement. Daphne shut her eyes tightly, her world shattered in a single day. With what little food remained in the villa, she managed to survive, but fear kept her from leaving. The streets were a nightmare, swarming with the undead. And even worse, the living had become just as dangerous. She had seen it all from the window, how a group of about 30 survivors roamed the streets, men outnumbering the women. They had chosen one woman at random, stripped her bare, and violated her right there on the street. In Daphne's eyes, they were no better than beasts. Her beauty and privilege, once sources of pride, had become dangerous liabilities. Leaving the villa could mean a fate worse than death, enslavement, abuse, or even being kept as livestock for food. Will I starve to death here? Or should I take a chance and trust someone, anyone? Daphne whispered to herself, a bitter smile crossing her lips as she picked up a wooden board to seal the broken window. But just as she was about to hammer it into place, she saw something, or rather, someone, or perhaps, something not quite human. Through the shattered window, Daphne's blue eyes locked onto the figure standing in the dim light, a being draped in blood, carrying a rifle slung over his shoulder. For a moment, she felt a flicker of hope, but it was quickly extinguished by fear. Yang Tian stood still, his bloodshot gray-green eyes meeting hers. And in that brief, shared glance, something unspoken passed between them, a fleeting connection between two souls trapped in worlds they no longer belonged to. But then, as quickly as it had come, the moment passed. Yang Tian turned away, as if dismissing her existence altogether. Humans and I, we don't belong together anymore. He slung the barrette over his shoulder and prepared to leave the way he came, stepping through the broken window. Wait! Daphne's voice, desperate and trembling, stopped him mid-step. Yang Tian hesitated, his hand resting on the windowsill. You can speak? Daphne's voice was filled with disbelief, as if she couldn't comprehend what she had just witnessed. Yang Tian turned slowly, his gaze heavy with exhaustion and bitterness. The girl clutched a small pistol, her hands shaking as she pointed it at him, mirroring the same fear and distrust that haunted him everywhere he went. He let out a bitter laugh, the sound low and gravelly. Humans, always the same. Without another word, Yang Tian turned back toward the night, stepping into the darkness beyond the window. Daphne's voice trembled behind him. Please, I'm starving. Just a cup of water, anything. Yang Tian paused for a moment, his heart heavy with a loneliness he could never escape. But in the end, he took one last step into the shadows, leaving her and the world of humans behind. Yang Tian watched the girl devour the food, feeling a twinge of envy deep within him. How he wished he could enjoy bread with the same passion she did. But he couldn't, his cravings had changed. Only the sausage piqued his interest, and even that, just barely. The girl chewed with vigor, taking large gulps of water. She rubbed her still flat stomach with a small sigh of disappointment. Clearly, she hadn't eaten her fill. Still, she knew better than to overindulge. After surviving a month in this hellish world, she had learned the importance of rationing. For someone who once carelessly discarded half-eaten meals, this change was a profound shift. But people, she had learned, adapt when forced to. Hello, the girl finally broke the silence, her voice hesitant as she acknowledged the presence of the zombie before her, the very one who had brought her food. It wasn't just a zombie, it was the creature responsible for her continued survival. Yang Tian nodded, unsure of what to say. Having someone to talk to, even for a moment, felt like a luxury. The loneliness of walking aimlessly among hordes of mindless undead was a burden only he could understand. I don't know why you brought me food, but thank you, really, thank you, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Yang Tian gave her another nod. Will you not eat me? Her eyes filled with desperate hope. Even if Yang Tian were to lie, she wouldn't care, she clung to any glimmer of reassurance. But Yang Tian didn't need to lie. The thought of devouring her weighed heavily on his chest, an undeniable temptation. He understood the absurdity of a zombie sparing a human. If he were in her shoes, he wouldn't believe it either. He nodded again. Really, she whispered, excitement flickering in her eyes. You're not keeping me just to eat me later, right? You're not just waiting until you're hungry. She trailed off, realizing how ridiculous she sounded. For a moment, Yang Tian's expression darkened, his emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Here it was again, another human, fearing betrayal and violence at his hands. The boy from the convenience store had thought the same, and he had acted on that fear. Now, this girl was doing the same. Would it always end this way? Would every human eventually turn against him? Yang Tian clenched his fists in frustration, as if trying to expel the bitterness within him. But the fight left him quickly, and he slumped against the wall, deflated. This is my fate, he thought. The fate of a zombie. Perhaps the only way to return to the world of the living, to escape this wretched existence, was to evolve, become stronger, more powerful, until he could mask his undead nature entirely. Only then could he hope to cross the divide between man and monster. With a heavy sigh, Yang Tian adjusted the beret slung across his back. He turned slowly toward the window, ready to leave. He knew better than to stay. Twice now, humans had shown him where trust would lead. If this girl betrayed him as well, he feared he wouldn't be able to stop himself from killing her. Wait, she cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. Yang Tian paused but didn't turn. The spark of connection he'd felt moments ago was already fading, replaced by the cold, unyielding drive to survive. Please, don't go, the girl pleaded, her voice cracking as she took a hesitant step closer. Yang Tian didn't move. His mind was already focused on becoming stronger, on his ultimate goal. Everything else is just a distraction. But the girl wasn't finished. She glanced at the meager food supplies, knowing they wouldn't last. What would happen when they ran out? She had seen firsthand what happened to the weak, the gangs that roamed the streets, enslaving women and using them as commodities. She couldn't rely on anyone, not even her family. If they had truly cared, they would have found her by now. The government? Useless. Its promises of rescue had dissolved into empty words. The only thing left for her was survival at any cost. She bit her lip, weighing her options. What choice do I have? Yang Tian could hear the uncertainty in her footsteps as she approached. Her voice trembled. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, but, will you stay, please? Stay? Yang Tian turned, locking eyes with the girl. Anger bubbled up within him, and before he could stop himself, he lunged forward. The girl cried out as he slammed her against the wall, pinning her in place. The impact left her gasping for breath, and the suffocating aura of death radiating from Yang Tian made her blood run cold. Her back throbbed from the collision, but it wasn't the pain that terrified her, it was the predator standing before her. His gray-green eyes glinted with menace, and she could feel his cold tongue brush against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. I'm a zombie, he whispered, his raspy voice like the hiss of a snake. What do you want from me? Tears streamed down the girl's face, but she dared not sob aloud. She forced herself to speak, her voice barely audible. I just need someone. I need you to take me to Los Angeles. I don't know what else to do. I'm lost. I just want to go home, asterisk asterisk. Her words trailed off into helpless sobs. Yang Tian's expression darkened. And you think you can trust me? The girl sniffled, trying to steady herself. If not you, then who? If you hadn't given me food, I'd have starved. I would have gone outside and they would have killed me. Yang Tian fell silent, his thoughts swirling. She's just as desperate as the others, he realized. Just like the boy. Just like everyone else. He released her, watching as she slumped to the floor, trembling. And what do you have to offer me in return? I can give you money, she began, but the absurdity of her words hit her mid-sentence. Money was worthless now. Food and survival were the only currencies that mattered. She tried again, her voice laced with bitter resignation. I can give you my body, if that's what you want. Yang Tian's lips curled in disgust. Is that all you have left? The girl buried her face in her hands, defeated. I don't know what else to offer. Yang Tian knelt beside her, his voice low and hoarse. I don't need much. Just talk to me, like a normal person. The girl looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. That's all? Yang Tian shrugged, glancing around the dimly lit room. I just want someone to talk to, someone to keep me from getting lost in all of this. The girl hesitated, then asked softly, if you're that strong, will you take me to Los Angeles? Yang Tian chuckled, the sound dry and bitter. That's a long-term plan. But to Daphne, those words, grim and uncertain as they were, sounded like hope. Yang Tian stood, his gaze distant. You've chosen a dangerous path, he whispered, more to himself than to her. And so have I. With that, he turned toward the window once more. Let's see where this madness takes us. Daphne clutched the medical kit tightly, her delicate fingers turning pale from the pressure. She paced nervously back and forth in front of a door, hesitating every time she raised her hand to knock. Several times, she almost mustered the courage to tap on the wood but pulled back at the last second. I need him. I need to rely on him to survive. He just saved my life. I have to help him, earn his trust, maybe, make things safer for myself, asterisk asterisk Daphne whispered, pressing her hand against her chest, trying to calm her pounding heart. Finally, she steeled herself. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Tian blinked, glancing at his bare torso and the untreated wounds crisscrossing his body. With a sigh, he pulled on his jacket and opened the door. What do you want? His voice, raspy and low, nearly made Daphne drop the medical kit. I noticed you were hurt. You're bleeding all over. I studied medicine. I can help, at least with your injuries, asterisk asterisk she stammered, her head lowered in submission but forcing the words out. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow, controlling the violent aura that radiated from him as much as he could. Aren't you afraid of me? He asked slowly. Daphne shook her head, though her trembling hands betrayed her fear. We've chosen a crazy path, haven't we? We have to trust each other, at least a little. Yang Tian stared at the timid girl standing before him. After a moment of silence, he stepped aside, giving her space to enter the room. Daphne exhaled a shaky breath, relieved. Think of it as keeping a dangerous ally happy, she whispered to herself as she moved forward, knowing full well her life depended on earning this zombie's favor. She approached the bed cautiously, reaching out to remove Yang Tian's jacket. Her eyes widened in shock as she unwrapped the rough cloth strips covering his wounds. Each layer revealed deeper scars, gashes, and signs of battle, some still fresh and oozing blood. She couldn't help but gasp as she took in the sight. Young Tion's body was a canvas of pain, scars weaving across his skin like a serpent coiling around him. As Daphne's hands worked deftly to clean and dress the wounds, young Tion's gray-green eyes flashed with a hint of approval. She's got some skill, he thought. Not just a helpless little girl after all. Were you still in school? Young Tion asked, breaking the tense silence. Daphne nodded, a faint spark of pride lighting up her eyes. Ukla, I was in medical school. Young Tion let out a low chuckle. A smart one, huh? His humor was dry, laced with the eerie rasp of his voice. My name's Daphne Johnson, she said softly, a tentative smile creeping onto her face. You can call me Daphne. What about you? Yang. Just call me Yang, ***, he replied quietly. You were human once, weren't you? Daphne asked, her voice hesitant. I mean, how did you become like this? Young Tion's gaze darkened. I had a team. We got ambushed by a powerful zombie. 3 of us didn't make it. The rest were saved, but not me. I guess I was left behind. He gestured to his undead form with a bitter grin. This is what's left of me. You remember everything? Daphne's voice trembled with both disbelief and hope. You still think like a human. That's incredible. Young Tion gave her a sardonic smile. That's why I can sit here, watching your delicate, tempting flesh without tearing into you. His eyes lingered on her pale neck, the pulse visible just beneath the skin, a tantalizing temptation. Daphne shivered, hugging herself against the sudden chill that ran through her. Young Tion noticed the tension rising and quickly turned his gaze away, trying to suppress the primal hunger clawing at him. Where's home? He asked, changing the subject. Los Angeles? Daphne nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. What brought you to this desert? Did you get tired of beaches? Young Tion teased. It was supposed to be a vacation, Daphne whispered. I hated being watched all the time, being treated like a pawn. If things hadn't gone to hell, my family would have married me off to some rich playboy soon. I just wanted to feel free, even if only for a little while. Some friends told me about street races out here. I thought it'd be fun. Young Tion raised an eyebrow. Racing? Daphne smiled, brushing away a stray tear. Not exactly something you'd expect from a girl like me, huh? Young Tion chuckled. Let's see, a wealthy heiress, a med school prodigy, a street racer, and a beautiful one at that. You must have had entire armies of admirers. Daphne grinned, a spark of her old self shining through. Oh, absolutely. She tied a neat bow on the bandage wrapped around young Tion's arm, her expression smug. In fact, back then, she paused abruptly, her face falling. Her hand rose to her forehead as if to wipe away the weight of the memories. None of it matters anymore, does it? All those things I used to take pride in, they're just burdens now. Young Tion shrugged. What about your family? Did they ever try to find you? Daphne let out a bitter laugh. We weren't at the top, but we were close enough. Maybe they're gone too. In this world, who knows? Maybe the demons got them. Young Tion's expression hardened. What if Los Angeles is just like this place? Or worse, what will you do then? Daphne froze, the question stealing her breath. I don't know. Young Tion leaned closer, his voice low and firm. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you a few things. Teach me? Daphne blinked, confused. Like, what? Things that'll keep you alive. Young Tion glanced down at the bow she had tied around his arm. But all I want is to go home. I don't need ***. You'll learn, or you won't make it. I can't take someone to Los Angeles if they can't even hold a gun. Daphne pouted, her lips forming a small, stubborn frown. Who says I can't hold a gun? She tied another bow with an exaggerated flourish. Young Tion chuckled, the sound low and rasping. You've got a long way to go, Daphne. In the neighboring villa. Kill it. A low, chilling voice echoed through the room, accompanied by the eerie glint of deep gray-green eyes, sending an involuntary shiver down Daphne's spine. Her hands trembled as she clutched a handgun, her raven-black hair in disarray, and panic filled her sapphire eyes. She backed away, step by shaky step, her voice faltering. Don't come any closer. The zombie before her staggered forward, oblivious to her pleas. Human words meant nothing to it, only the scent of blood and the promise of flesh drove its every movement. From the shadows, young Tion's voice drifted like a ghostly whisper. If you don't shoot, you'll die. I won't save you. I mean it, even if it tears you to the ground, rips into your skin, and drains your blood. I will not stop it. Tears welled in Daphne's eyes as Yang's words pierced her heart. No! She screamed, raising her Glock 18 with trembling hands. Her fingers squeezed the trigger, and the sharp crack of a gunshot filled the air. The zombie snarled, lurching back as the bullet embedded itself in its shoulder, but it didn't stop. With no pain or hesitation, it lunged forward again, hungry and relentless. Get away from me! Go away! Daphne's hands were shaking uncontrollably as she fired again, 2 more shots, wild and desperate, none hitting its head. She kept retreating, her breath shallow, heart pounding. It will catch you, Yang's voice continued, calm and unwavering. It will sink its teeth into your neck, draining every drop of blood. That's what it wants. You're going to die, Daphne. You'll never see your parents again. Shut up! Daphne screamed in desperation, tears blurring her vision. Damn you, Yang. Shut up. She squeezed the trigger over and over, each shot accompanied by her frantic cries. Bang, 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 all 20 bullets in the magazine fired off in a mad frenzy. The final few rounds hit their mark, piercing the zombie's skull. It stumbled, lifeless, and collapsed to the floor. Even after the last bullet was spent, Daphne kept pulling the trigger, a hollow click-click of the empty gun resounding through the room. Her wide, red-rimmed eyes stared at the fallen creature as she whispered, "Go away. Stay away, ****. Young Tian stepped forward, crouching beside the exhausted girl, her body trembling uncontrollably. He gently scooped her into his arms, holding her as she sobbed uncontrollably. "Congratulations," he whispered. "You did it. You killed it, and you survived." Daphne buried her face into Yang's chest, her sobs coming in ragged gasps. After a long moment, she pushed away from him, her small fists pounding weakly against his chest. "Why didn't you help me?" she cried. "You just stood there. It could have killed me, eaten me, and you did nothing." Young Tian scratched the back of his head, unsure how to respond. Did I push her too far? He wondered. It took a while for Daphne to calm down. As she regained control, the realization hit her she had just fought and killed a zombie, a creature more dangerous than most. She glanced away, ashamed. "I'm sorry," she whispered, stepping back. Yang Tian shook his head, dismissing her apology. "You need courage to survive in this world," he said firmly. "Come on, let's start by teaching you how to reload your gun." With shaking hands, Daphne followed Young Tian's instructions, struggling to replace the magazine. When she finally managed to do it, she caught the flicker of approval in Yang's eyes, and a flush crept across her cheeks. "Hold the gun like this," Yang said, positioning himself behind her. His hands wrapped around hers, guiding her grip. Right hand on the grip, left hand supporting under. "Thumb here, against your middle finger." Daphne felt his warm breath against her neck as he adjusted her stance. "Aim for the head, always. The head. Got it." Daphne nodded, her voice faltering slightly, though fear still lingered in her eyes. Yang's breathing grew heavier as he stood close, the intoxicating scent of her skin filling his senses. His nose brushed against her neck, and the sweet, tantalizing aroma of her blood overwhelmed him. "Breathe, just breathe." Yang Tian closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Just one bite. Just a taste, ****. The primal hunger clawed at him mercilessly, the temptation almost unbearable. "Please, please don't," Daphne whispered, her voice trembling. She could feel his ragged breath against her skin, his body shivering with the effort to hold back. Yang's heart pounded violently as the battle raged within him. Instinct screamed for him to sink his teeth into her delicate flesh, while a fragile thread of reason struggled to hold him back. At the sound of Daphne's desperate plea, Yang jolted as if awakened from a nightmare. With a sudden shove, he pushed her away and stumbled backward, gasping for air. His body shook uncontrollably as he clutched his head, retreating to the wall. Bang! Bang! ***. He slammed his forehead against the wall twice, hard enough to draw blood, as if punishing himself for the temptation he almost gave into. I'm sorry, ***, he muttered, his voice hoarse with regret. Daphne knelt nearby, her hands still trembling as she gripped the Glock tightly. Her heart ached as she watched the broken man, torn between his monstrous instincts and lingering humanity. After a long silence, Daphne stood and approached him slowly. "If you can't fight it," she whispered. "Maybe, just a little." Yang Tian looked at her in confusion. "What?" Without a word, Daphne took his knife from his belt, held her hand out, and made a small cut on her finger. A thin line of crimson welled up, and she held it toward him. Yang's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. His eyes locked onto the drop of blood, every nerve screaming at him to take it. "You're playing with fire," he warned, his voice thick with restrained hunger. "Just a little," Daphne murmured, offering her hand to take the edge off. The scent of her blood was intoxicating, maddening. Yang Tian clenched his fists, fighting every instinct telling him to taste it. "No," he growled, pushing her hand away violently. Breathing heavily, Yang leaned his head back against the wall. "Why would you do that?" he asked after a long moment. "Because, you looked like you were in so much pain." Daphne's voice was soft, trembling. Yang Tian stared at her, his gray green eyes filled with something akin to gratitude. Slowly, he reached out and ruffled her dark hair. Daphne flinched at the touch, her heart racing. Yang gave her a weary smile. "Don't ever do that again. It won't help. It'll only make things worse." He tapped her lightly on the head. "And stop being afraid. Haven't you learned by now? I won't hurt you, I swear." Daphne's lips curled into a small pout. "Then stop scaring me." Yang chuckled softly, the sound raspy but genuine. In that moment, the weight of his hunger lifted just slightly. Maybe, he thought, some things can be healed after all. Gulp. Gulp, ****. Young Tian's Adam's apple bobbed rhythmically as he chugged the blood straight from the bag. This was the Wildcat City Blood Bank, a sanctuary for Yang Tian, his personal oasis amidst a world of chaos. For as long as he could remember, Yang Tian had refused to feed on human flesh and blood directly. Even though he was no longer human, 20 years of being one had shaped his beliefs. The thought of ripping into someone's flesh, tearing it apart for sustenance, revolted him. Slowly, however, that sense of revulsion was starting to erode. Yet there was something worse, feeding on zombie flesh. Just the thought of it made Yang Tian's skin crawl. Instead, he survived on beef, lamb, and whatever frozen meats he could scavenge and, of course, the blood stored at the bank. While drinking human blood wasn't ideal, it was far more tolerable than tearing into a living person. Gulp. Gulp, asterisk asterisk finishing off the last drop, young Tian wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, feeling a strange satisfaction as the hunger subsided. Patting his stomach contentedly, he stumbled toward the exit. In the distance, a towering skyscraper loomed against the skyline. Commander! Is it him? An excited soldier peered through binoculars, yelling from the rooftop of the building. Inside the villa. Yang, look! Daphne whispered anxiously, peeking through a crack in the curtain. That zombie, it's moving too fast. It's not like the others. Young Tian approached the window, his gray-green eyes narrowing as he scanned the streets below. Daphne wrinkled her nose and covered it with her hand. God, the smell. She winced at the pungent, metallic stench of blood that clung to Yang's body. You should have gotten used to that by now, Yang muttered without looking at her, though the slight crease in his brow hinted at mild irritation. You think it moved faster than normal? It looked ordinary to me. No. I swear it was faster, asterisk asterisk Daphne insisted, pouting as she glanced back at the street. Yang nodded thoughtfully, turning toward another window. Stay here. I'm going to take a look. Be careful. Daphne called after him, her eyes wide with concern. Yang Tian froze for a moment, feeling an odd warmth spread through his chest, an unfamiliar sensation, oddly comforting yet unsettling. He shook it off, pried a wooden board loose from the window, and squeezed outside. He glanced back and smiled faintly, though the unsettling, savage energy in his expression made it anything but reassuring. Don't worry, it's no match for me. Young Tian prowled down the street, his eyes fixed on the peculiar zombie Daphne had spotted. Hey, you! Yang called out, his gaze sharp and predatory. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Come here. The strange zombie growled in response, snarling in its primitive language. What do you want? Yang Tian's interest peaked. It's not just a mindless walker, he thought. It has some intelligence. That means, asterisk asterisk his heart raced. It might have a bio-crystal in its brain. Yang grinned, pretending to relax. Hey, how about we grab a beer? Maybe hit up a barbecue joint, grill some skewers, and talk things out? The zombie stared at him, visibly confused, scratching its head with a strange, almost human-like gesture. Yang Tian rolled his eyes. Come on, it'll be fun. What do you say? Before the creature could respond, a flash of light zipped past, slicing through its shoulder and tearing off a small chunk of flesh. Arg! The zombie staggered backward, retreating 6 or 7 steps with surprising speed. Yang Tian's eyes lit up. Fast, way faster than the usual ones. Snarling, the strange zombie lunged at Yang with sharpened claws. Yang sidestepped smoothly, catching its wrist in a vice grip. With a flick of his knife, he slashed downward in one fluid motion. Shink! Blood spattered the ground as the zombie's hand was severed clean from its arm. Yang smirked. You're still too green, kid. He unleashed the full force of his aura, a wave of oppressive energy radiating from him. The lesser zombies in the area froze in place, trembling under the overwhelming pressure of a high-level predator. In an instant, Yang's knife slashed across the zombie's throat, severing its head cleanly. Grah! The creature let out a final, anguished scream before collapsing lifelessly. Ding! You have killed a lesser zombie. 10 points awarded. Yang Tian crouched, inspecting the headless corpse at his feet. A lesser zombie? He mused. So I used to be one of these before I leveled up. This thing ranks below me now, between the mindless walkers and ordinary zombies. He picked up the severed head, his knife cutting into the skull with practiced precision. Moments later, a small green crystal gleamed in his hand. Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. A bio-crystal. Ding! New item acquired, lesser brain core. Effect, boosts hidden attributes. Further effects to be discovered by the host. Yang frowned. It's not quite a bio-crystal, but it'll do. Without hesitation, he swallowed the core whole. He stood still for a moment, waiting for the rush of energy, but all he felt was a faint tingling sensation. Ha, just a tiny speed boost? That's barely anything. Yang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, lesser zombies have brain cores, while the biocrystals come from higher tier ones like the green-haired and white-haired mother zombies. His mind raced with new possibilities. There must be more lesser zombies out there, hiding among the hordes. If I hunt them down, I can use their cores to get stronger. Yang tossed the severed head aside and glanced back toward the villa. Through the gap in the curtains, he saw Daphne's brilliant blue eyes watching him intently. A thought crossed his mind, one he couldn't shake. Can she be transformed? If they were going to make it to Los Angeles, and if Daphne's family was really gone, she might be his only reliable companion for the long journey ahead. Yang grinned to himself, rubbing his chin. A personal project. Let's call it Operation Raise the Perfect Survivor. He chuckled softly. Sounds a bit creepy, though, but I like it. The next day, inside a derelict church, Yang Tian stood beside Daphne, observing as her trembling hand steadied, and she squeezed the trigger. The bullet pierced the forehead of a sluggish zombie with precision. A faint smile spread across Yang Tian's face. You've done well. We've cleaned out every zombie in this church, asterisk asterisk he said, resting a hand on her shoulder. But there's one more step. Daphne glanced at him with a furrowed brow. What step? Yang Tian reached into his pocket and pulled out a glimmering green crystal. Eat this. Since initiating his Raise the Perfect Survivor plan, Yang Tian had scoured the ruins tirelessly the previous night. It took hours to track down a lesser zombie, far longer than he expected. He grumbled internally. How can lower-tier zombies be so scarce? Yet in just a few days, I ran into 2 mother-level zombies. Feels like the universe is pulling pranks on me. Daphne eyed the glowing crystal in his hand, uncertainty flickering across her expression. What is this? She asked. It's something that can make you stronger, Yang Tian explained, extending the crystal toward her. If you eat it, your journey back home might become a little easier. Are you brave enough to try? Daphne hesitated, her hands trembling slightly. But then, with a determined nod, she grabbed the crystal, squeezed her eyes shut, and swallowed it like a bitter pill. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow. Aren't you worried it might be poison? He teased. Daphne looked him in the eye and smiled softly. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't need poison. And I know by now that you're not that kind of person. Yang Tian blinked in surprise. A good person? Me? For a moment, the compliment left him flustered, a rare sensation for him. That phrase, so often used to reject someone romantically, felt oddly out of place. He scratched his head awkwardly. Suddenly, Daphne groaned, clutching her stomach. Her face twisted in discomfort, and she shut her eyes tightly. Yang Tian leaned closer, holding his breath. Is it working? Moments later, Daphne opened her eyes and stretched her limbs. How do you feel? Anything different physically? Yang Tian asked eagerly. Daphne blinked, her voice light with surprise. I feel good. Yang Tian nearly facepalmed. No, not just good. I mean, do you feel quicker, stronger? Daphne tilted her head, still a bit dazed. I think so? Yang Tian stifled a laugh. Didn't realize she was this clueless, he thought. Suddenly, Daphne drew her Glock with impressive speed, holding it with a precision that surprised even her. Wow, she exclaimed. It's faster. I can feel it. She darted around the room in excitement, moving far more agilely than before, though still not quite at an athlete's level. Yang Tian nodded to himself, satisfied. It works. The plan can officially begin now. The only problem is finding enough materials, ***. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, a soldier handed a pair of binoculars to a woman with fiery red hair. Boss, it's them. They're inside the church, with a human woman. Kelly, the leader, narrowed her eyes, scanning the scene through the binoculars. A human female? She muttered. She's likely being coerced. According to reports, that zombie has intelligence. But what would it want with a woman? Behind her, the mercenaries exchanged knowing glances, smirking lewdly. What's the plan for the human, boss? One older soldier asked. Kelly sighed. The mission takes priority. We can't afford to let her compromise it. Prepare for the assault. She barked orders. D.B, Bovie, you know what to do. No holding back on the ammo. Once we engage, hit them hard and fast. Everyone else, suppress the surrounding zombies and keep them from overwhelming us. We've only got 10 minutes. A burly man grinned, hefting a rocket launcher onto his shoulder. About time. I've been itching to nail that freak. This is for our fallen brothers. Kelly checked her wristwatch. Synchronize, 14 hours 37 minutes and 42 seconds. Start at exactly 14:38. She counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! The soldiers snapped into action, preparing for the brutal assault. Kelly's gaze darkened. This zombie is unlike anything we've encountered. If the reports are accurate, it might not be the one with green hair. It could be that puppet Jessica warned us about. She shook her head, pushing the thought aside. Whatever it is, it's crucial for our research. I won't let it slip through our fingers. At 14:50, we finish this, she declared coldly. Inside the church, Yang Tian watched as Daphne handled her pistol confidently. You've made great progress. Soon, we'll be ready to leave for Los Angeles. Daphne's smile was radiant, her joy infectious. Really? We're finally going? Yang Tian's chest tightened at her excitement. As beautiful as her smile was, it reminded him of the painful reality she belonged with humanity, not with a creature like him. Before he could dwell on the thought, a window shattered. Yang Tian's head snapped up, and his eyes locked onto the figure standing by the broken window, a rocket launcher aimed directly at him. Move! Yang Tian shouted, grabbing Daphne and diving to the side. A deafening boom erupted, shaking the very foundations of the church. Splinters of wood and chunks of stone flew through the air, tables and pews blasted apart. Hand grenades followed, clattering through the windows before detonating with thunderous explosions. Smoke and dust filled the air, reducing visibility to near zero. Yang! Daphne cried, struggling beneath the weight of the debris pinning them down. Yang Tian shielded her with his body, gritting his teeth against the pain. They've found us, he growled. No matter how careful I was, they tracked me down. He knew they had to move. Grabbing Daphne, he sprinted toward the back window, where the courtyard awaited. But then ***WHOSH***, another rocket streaked toward them. Yang Tian pushed off the ground, rolling to the side just in time. Boom! The explosion obliterated everything in its path, leaving a gaping hole in the church wall. Outside, on the rooftop, the mercenaries watched the destruction unfold with smug satisfaction. He's done for, the burly man with the rocket launcher sneered. No way that freak survived. Inside the wreckage, young Tian clenched his fists, seething with fury. First, I was hunted as a human. Now, even as a zombie, they won't leave me alone. His gray-green eyes blazed with rage. You want to play this game? Fine. He took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of energy within him. The room grew still. Then, a swirling, pale mist began to rise, consuming everything around him. Within seconds, the entire church was engulfed in dense, impenetrable fog. What the hell? Kelly muttered, spinning in place, disoriented by the sudden mist. Boss, we can't see a thing. The radio crackled with panicked voices from her team. Kelly's heart raced as she realized this wasn't just any fog It was him. What kind of monster are we dealing with? She whispered, gripping her rifle tighter. Inside the crumbling church, moments later, Kelly's breath came in ragged gasps, her heart pounding as young Tian's cold, calculating voice filled the room like a death sentence. You really aren't afraid to die? He whispered, pressing the muzzle of the confiscated gun against her forehead. Kelly's gaze locked with young Tian's eerie gray-green eyes, and despite the cold metal at her brow, she managed a defiant smirk. I am a soldier. You kill me now or later, it doesn't matter. I'll never betray my people. Young Tian chuckled softly, the sound low and haunting. A soldier to the bitter end, huh? He lowered the weapon slightly, tilting his head as if inspecting her. Do you really think your sacrifice will stop me? You won't save them, and you certainly won't save yourself. I'd rather die on my feet than live as a puppet for a monster like you, Kelly hissed, bracing herself for the bullet she was certain would end her. But it didn't come. Instead, young Tian gave a small, humorless laugh and stepped back. If only it were that simple. Daphne stood to the side, her wide, sapphire eyes flickering with confusion and unease. What are you going to do with her, Yang? She asked softly. Young Tian exhaled, glancing at Kelly as if weighing his options. Killing her now would solve nothing, but keeping her alive, that opens other possibilities. Kelly tensed, her mind racing. She wasn't sure whether his words were a mercy or a trap. Young Tian reached down, removing the last of her weapons, her combat knife and sidearm, and tossed them into a dusty corner of the church. There. Now you're no threat to me. Kelly clenched her fists, feeling the sting of humiliation but refusing to beg or plead. Young Tian turned toward Daphne. Let's move. We're running out of time, and we'll need to disappear before her friends regroup. Wait, Kelly called after them. You said you didn't want to kill me. So what now? Young Tian paused at the door, a shadow of amusement flickering across his scarred face. Now you get to live. Whether that's a blessing or a curse depends on what you do next. Kelly frowned, confusion replacing her earlier defiance. Why spare me? Young Tian's expression darkened, his voice low and ominous. Because sometimes living with the choices you've made is a fate worse than death. Before Kelly could respond, young Tian turned and nodded to Daphne, signaling her to follow. The two slipped through the crumbling church doors into the mist beyond, their footsteps vanishing into the thick fog like ghosts. The fog deepens, outside the church. The air was heavy with silence, broken only by the distant groans of wandering zombies. Young Tian led Daphne through the alleyways, his senses on high alert. The thick mist swirled around them, concealing their movements from any pursuit. You didn't kill her, Daphne whispered, her voice both curious and hesitant. Young Tian didn't look back as he answered. No, killing her would have been easy, too easy, but leaving her alive? He smiled grimly. That's where things get interesting. Daphne fell silent, pondering his words as they navigated the ruins of the city. After a moment, young Tian glanced at her. We need to get out of here. They'll be back, and next time, they won't come alone. Daphne nodded, clutching her pistol tightly. Where do we go? Young Tian's gaze sharpened. We find their base. If we want to make it to Los Angeles, we'll need supplies and intel. And if Kelly's crew is as dangerous as I think, their hideout will have both. Daphne hesitated. You're serious about this, aren't you? Young Tian gave her a sidelong glance, his expression unreadable. I told you, this is the only way we survive. Back in the church, Kelly leaned against the wall, clutching her bruised wrist and trying to steady her breath. The fog outside was slowly dissipating, leaving the church eerily quiet. She knew her teen would come looking for her soon, but the encounter with young Tian left her shaken to the core. What the hell are you, really? She whispered to herself, her thoughts swirling. For the first time in her life, Kelly wasn't sure if she'd encountered a monster or something far worse. As she stared into the fading mist, one thing was certain, this wasn't the last she'd see of young Tian. And when their paths crossed again, the stakes would be even higher. Under the starlit sky, the cold night wrapped around young Tian and Daphne like a heavy shroud. The stars gleamed fiercely against the dark canvas of the sky, casting a strange stillness over the broken world. A night of beauty amidst devastation, but for young Tian, it only deepened the ache of what was lost. Daphne sat silently on the bike, her arms wrapped around herself. Her sobs had quieted, but her heart still weighed heavy with the crushing reality that her life would never return to what it once was. She looked toward young Tian, whose figure was silhouetted against the night sky, as if he were standing on the edge of two worlds, the human and the monstrous. Young Tian exhaled a heavy breath, breaking the silence. You're not wrong, you know. I wasn't always like this. His voice was low, as though he were speaking to the stars instead of her. I had dreams. I had friends. A life. Daphne tilted her head slightly, the raw emotion in his voice surprising her. What happened? Young Tian gave a humorless chuckle, his hand tightening around the grip of the MP7. Life didn't give me a choice. One day, I woke up, and everything I knew was gone. All I could do was fight to survive. And that fight, it hasn't stopped since. His words echoed in the night, resonating with the girl sitting beside him. Daphne sniffled, wiping her face on her sleeve. It's not fair. Why do we have to live like this? Why did everything get taken from us? Yang Tian shook his head. I ask myself the same thing every day. Daphne hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. You must miss who you used to be, the life you had. Yang Tian's grip on the gun tightened for a brief second before he forced himself to relax. What's the point of missing something you can't get back? He glanced at her, his gray-green eyes reflecting the starlight. All we have is the road ahead. That's all. The night seemed to grow heavier as those words hung between them, like a shared burden neither of them could put down. Daphne rubbed her arms, shivering slightly, not from the cold, but from the weight of her thoughts. What if we don't make it to Los Angeles? She whispered, almost afraid to hear the answer. Yang Tian gave her a sideways glance, his expression unreadable. Then we die trying. Daphne swallowed, the lump in her throat returning. You're not afraid? Yang Tian smirked, though it didn't reach his eyes. Fear stopped being useful a long time ago. She stared at him, amazed at how easily he seemed to accept the harshness of their reality. Yet beneath that hardened exterior, she sensed something else, something she couldn't quite put into words. A flicker of humanity, buried deep but still burning. You know, she murmured, forcing a weak smile, if we ever get to Los Angeles, I owe you a real drink. None of this bottled water nonsense. Yang Tian gave a soft chuckle, the sound almost foreign to him. I'll hold you to that. For a moment, the weight between them lifted, replaced by a fleeting sense of camaraderie. It wasn't much, but in a world as broken as theirs, it was everything. The journey ahead. As the night deepened, the two of them set off, Young Tian on the bike, with Daphne holding tight behind him. The growl of the engine broke the stillness as they sped into the darkness, leaving behind the crumbled remains of their temporary refuge. The city was far from quiet, but for now, the streets were theirs. The journey to Los Angeles would be long and dangerous, but they both knew it was the only path left to walk. Yang Tian's mind churned as he drove, plotting their next moves and scanning the road ahead. Every encounter, every enemy they had faced so far, had pushed them closer to the edge. Yet, in the pit of his stomach, he knew the worst was still waiting, hidden in the shadows of what remained of humanity. Behind him, Daphne leaned into his back, finding an odd sense of comfort in the steady rhythm of the bike beneath them. For now, at least, they weren't alone. Back in the fog. Far behind them, in the remnants of the church, Kelly stirred, rubbing her neck where Young Tian had knocked her unconscious. Her head throbbed as she struggled to her feet, piecing together the fragments of memory. That bastard, she muttered, staggering toward the broken window. The night air was cool against her flushed skin, but it did little to calm the storm inside her. Young Tian's words haunted her, if you turn into what I am, come find me. Kelly clenched her fists, her heart hammering in her chest. Damn it, she whispered. What the hell have I gotten myself into? She knew one thing for sure, this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. End of the night. Under the stars, a lone bike carried two souls across the ruins of a world gone mad. Each carried their own burdens, their own hopes and fears. But for now, the road was theirs, and the stars above promised one thing. The night, like their journey, was far from over. #### on the road to Los Angeles. The wind howled as the motorcycle roared through the ruined streets. Young Tian sat stiffly behind Daphne, his hands gripping her shoulders but keeping a deliberate distance. Every jolt of the road, every small sway of the bike tested his control. Daphne leaned into the ride, her posture relaxed, a stark contrast to the tension in Young Tian's body. Hold on tighter. I don't want you falling off, Mr. Zombie, she teased, her voice rising over the roar of the engine. Young Tian smirked at her playfulness. Believe me, I've been through worse. But the truth was, being this close to her was both exhilarating and excruciating. Her warmth, the scent of her skin, the pulse of her life coursing just beneath the surface, it all awakened dangerous urges he struggled to contain. The bike tore through the night, the ruins of the city fading behind them. Daphne was a natural, her grip on the handlebars confident, the roar of the bike like an extension of herself. Young Tian found himself watching her with a strange mix of admiration and longing. How far do you think we'll make it tonight? She asked, glancing briefly over her shoulder. Young Tian's gaze flickered to the dark horizon. Far enough, but we'll need shelter before dawn. These roads are more dangerous at night. Daphne nodded, her focus back on the road. I just want to get home. Back to some kind of normal, ****, her voice trailed off, and for a moment, she seemed lost in thought, as if the idea of normalcy was slipping further from reach. #### a shadow closing in. Far behind them, inside a sleek black SUV, Kelly sat in tense silence, her fingers drumming against the armrest. Smoke from her cigarette curled lazily around her face, but her thoughts were anything but calm. Head, you sure this is the right move? One of her men asked cautiously, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. Kelly exhaled slowly, her mind replaying Yang Tian's words over and over. You live today because I let you. Did I really make the right choice? She flicked the cigarette out the window, her expression hardening. I don't know, but whatever happens, we report the mission as failed. The soldier's brows furrowed. Failed? But the intel ***. Kelly shot him a glare sharp enough to cut steel. Failed. Her tone left no room for argument. We lost everything in that church. Nothing more to say. The soldier hesitated but then returned to the radio. As he reported the fabricated story, another man silently cleaned his gun, his movements deliberate, almost too careful, his eyes gleaming with something unspoken. ##### new allies, new threats. Miles away, the call to the enigmatic hunter was still fresh in the air. The man, lounging arrogantly in his office, leaned back with a grin, already scheming. So the puppet survived? Interesting. He ran a hand over the smooth barrel of his custom rifle, a glint of excitement in his eyes. And now, it seems, he's got a little friend with him. The possibilities raced through his mind. Capturing a mother-level zombie capable of speech, that could make him more than just a hunter, it could elevate his status within the organization. Pulling his phone from his pocket, he made a quick call. Get the team ready. We've got a prize to hunt. The woman at his feet purred seductively. You're really sending the special ops already? This early? Hunter's grin widened as he adjusted his belt. The game's just getting interesting, sweetheart. He grabbed his coat, heading for the door. This puppet isn't going to slip through my fingers twice. #### a brief respite. The bike slowed to a halt at an old, decrepit gas station on the outskirts of a desolate highway. The moon hung low, casting a pale glow over the wreckage. Daphne parked the bike by the building and cut the engine. We'll rest here for a while, Yang Tian said, hopping off and surveying their surroundings. We can't afford to push too hard tonight. Daphne stretched, rolling her shoulders. I thought zombies didn't get tired. Yang Tian chuckled, though it lacked humor. It's not me I'm worried about. He glanced meaningfully at her, and she gave him a sheepish grin. They gathered their supplies, laying out a modest camp inside the gas station's dilapidated convenience store. Yang Tian took the first watch, sitting by the shattered window, his sharp eyes scanning the dark road beyond. Daphne lay down on a blanket, her body worn out but her mind restless. Hey, Yang, she murmured, her voice soft in the stillness. What is it? Yang Tian asked without turning. When this is all over, do you think we'll ever really be free? Yang Tian's grip tightened on the MP7 in his hands. Free? He repeated the word as if tasting its foreignness. I don't know, but whatever's waiting at the end, it's better than staying here. Daphne was silent for a moment. Thanks, for everything. Yang Tian didn't respond. He kept his eyes on the road, knowing that gratitude, in their world, was dangerous. It meant forming bonds, and bonds were liabilities. Get some sleep, Daphne, he said quietly. We've got a long way to go. She gave a small nod, her eyes fluttering closed. For now, in this fleeting moment, they had a brief respite from the chaos of the world. #### the hunt begins. Farther down the highway, the black SUV raced through the night, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Inside, Kelly checked her weapon one last time, her mind sharp and focused. This ends soon, she whispered to herself, a promise forged in the depths of her own guilt. One way or another. And not far behind her, Hunter and his elite team were closing in, ready to reclaim what they believed was theirs. Yang Tian and Daphne's journey was far from over. The road to Los Angeles was long and treacherous, and they weren't the only ones traveling it. In the darkness, fate twisted and turned, drawing all the players closer toward an inevitable confrontation beneath the burning sun of a shattered world. What did you say? Jessica laughed? Kelly's eyes were filled with disbelief as she stared at the soldier before her. Yes, the soldier responded with a sigh. Using his family's influence, the Hound twisted the truth and managed to get the organization to place the blame on Anaconda. They've issued a severe punishment for her. What about Lion and Silver Fox? Didn't they testify on her behalf? Lion and Silver Fox were transferred to secret departments. No one knows where they are now. When Anaconda found out about the decision, she fled. It caused a huge stir. She's now a wanted fugitive by the organization. Damn it! Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her? Kelly swung her fist at the soldier's chest, forcing him back several steps. Grimacing, the soldier rubbed his chest, teeth clenched against the pain, but he remained silent under Kelly's piercing glare. Suddenly, Kelly felt a wave of dizziness. Her vision blurred, and her mind clouded with confusion. Commander? Commander? The soldier's voice, initially clear, now sounded distant and distorted. There are people ahead. Daphne suddenly called out, her voice carrying over the motorcycle's hum as she spotted a small group of people resting nearby. They were already deep in the wilderness, navigating through unpredictable terrain. So far, they had managed to avoid significant danger, though a pack of wild zombie dogs had forced Yang Tian to exert considerable effort. It had shocked him to realize that not only humans but animals, too, had succumbed to the virus. The sight of bloodstained fur and glowing red eyes sent chills down his spine, and the speed at which those creatures moved was alarming. These undead dogs were terrifyingly fast and far more dangerous than he could have imagined. Don't worry about them, Yang Tian said calmly. We have enough supplies for now. Let's find a safe place to camp before nightfall. Daphne nodded. In her eyes, those strangers were far more dangerous than the undead. Her time with young Tian had taught her that despite his terrifying strength, he was surprisingly easy to get along with. What puzzled her most was the strange duality in his personality. Beneath the cold exterior of a hardened killer, she found glimpses of a boyish charm, making him feel oddly relatable, a dangerous warrior with traces of innocent humanity. The contrast was as confusing as it was intriguing. "Miss Daphne?" A voice called out excitedly, cutting through the noise of the passing motorcycle. Daphne instinctively braked, skidding the motorcycle in a smooth half-arc before coming to a stop. "Is that really you, miss?" A disheveled middle-aged man, his clothes torn and hair in disarray, stood before her with eyes wide in disbelief. "Uncle Bill?" Daphne squinted, taking a moment to recognize the man. Despite his ragged appearance, she finally realized it was her family's butler. "Oh, thank heavens!" Bill cried, tears welling up. "We've been searching everywhere for you. Your parents are worried sick." "Is it really you, Uncle Bill?" Daphne leaped off the motorcycle and rushed toward him, overwhelmed with emotion. "Yes, it's me," Bill exclaimed, joy flooding his face. "Your parents sent 2 helicopters to search for you. One returned without success, and the other hasn't been heard from since. Desperate, they sent out a search party on foot, and here I am. I can't believe I found you. How did you end up like this?" Daphne asked, concerned by his haggard state. "We were attacked at a nearby ranch," Bill explained, voice trembling. "We ran out of ammunition, the vehicle broke down, and those monsters, they ate several of our group. I barely escaped." Daphne's heart sank. "Oh no, but you're alive. That's what matters. Let's head back to Los Angeles. Are my parents safe?" "Yes," Bill reassured her. "They're secure in a fortified military base. It's a safe place. If you can return to them, everything will be perfect." Daphne offered a comforting smile, realizing how their roles had reversed. The butler, once a source of stability, now clung to her like a frightened child, while she, the once sheltered girl, had become the one offering comfort. As Bill composed himself, Daphne's gaze shifted to the group resting nearby. "Who are they?" she asked softly. "They aren't from the family," Bill explained nervously. "I met them on the way here, an informal group. They've helped me survive." But his glance toward the 3 other men was filled with unease. Daphne followed his gaze and immediately understood the situation. 2 middle-aged men and a younger one stared at her with undisguised hunger, their predatory expressions making her skin crawl. There were 6 people in the group, including Bill. Along with the men, there was a middle-aged woman holding a sleeping infant close to her chest. The woman's red-rimmed eyes hinted at the silent dread she felt, clutching her baby protectively as if sensing the intentions of the men around her. Bill hesitated before whispering, "We need to work together to survive. The world has become too dangerous." "Don't worry about me," Daphne whispered back, leading Bill away from the group. "I have enough supplies. We don't need them. I'll get us to Los Angeles." "But, miss," Bill trailed off, uncertain, "how will we manage without help?" Daphne's expression hardened. "Don't align yourself with people like them. We'll make it on our own." Bill blinked, taken aback by her stern tone. He had never seen the once spoiled girl so resolute. What had happened to her during these past few days? "Yes, of course," Bill stammered, realizing that this was no longer the sheltered girl he had once known. She was a survivor now, honed by hardship. Daphne smiled, her face softening as she patted his shoulder. "Let's go." As they approached the motorcycle, Daphne noticed something unsettling. Yang Tian's backpack lay on the seat, but the man himself was gone. Her heart sank slightly. "So, you really left, didn't you?" she whispered bitterly to herself. "Was this how you fulfilled your promise?" Meanwhile, the 3 men watched from a distance, their intentions clear. "John, I bet that girl has supplies," one of them muttered. John grinned wickedly. "I thought the same. We'll split whatever she's carrying, and as for the girl, well, she's mine first." "What about the guy who was with her?" the younger man asked nervously. "Who cares?" John scoffed. "Without him, things will go even smoother." The younger man smirked. "This time, I get the first turn, got it? I'm sick of waiting for leftovers." They all chuckled darkly, oblivious to the silent danger lurking nearby. And then, out of the shadows, young Tian emerged, his greenish-gray eyes gleaming with a cold promise. "No one will lay a finger on her." The 3 men exchanged knowing glances, their faces lighting up with wicked grins as they slowly stood. Nearby, the woman cradling her baby trembled violently, clutching the child even tighter. When the men passed by without paying her any attention, she exhaled a long breath of relief, though her eyes flickered with a brief trace of guilt. But mostly, her gaze held numbness, a resignation to the cruel realities of their world. "Oh, thank heavens. Is this real?" Bill's hands trembled as he reached into the backpack, touching the neatly packed food and water as if they might vanish if he let go. "Let's eat something in a bit, but first," Daphne began, only to be interrupted by a sharp whistle from not far away. "Hey, Bill, are you convincing her to join us?" John's booming voice rang out with a mocking laugh. Bill froze for a moment, conflicted. In this world, survival required a team. One person alone was too vulnerable. Bill knew this better than anyone. These 3 men were far from trustworthy, and he was well aware of the abuse they had inflicted on the middle-aged woman in the group. But still, "If we join them, I can protect Miss Daphne." We'll have a better chance if we depend on each other until we find military forces or a rescue team. Once we reveal her identity, everything will go back to normal. Bill's thoughts swirled as he tried to formulate a response. But before he could speak, Daphne's voice cut through the air like ice. We won't be joining you. Bill isn't part of your group anymore either. Well, feisty, aren't we? Peter, the youngest of the three, grinned lecherously. You think you can survive out here without us? Just the two of you? You saw what happened with the wild dogs. They almost ate one of us. Imagine them coming for you. How will an old man and a little girl make it? Bill shuddered at the memory of the brutal encounter, the bloodthirsty dogs still vivid in his mind. He's right, Miss Daphne. Maybe we— Bill's voice wavered as Peter's words started to sway him. Shut up, Daphne snapped, shooting him a sharp look. She turned to face the men, her eyes cold and hard. Leave us alone. I'm not interested. John chuckled, clearly amused. Peter, you were right. She's got spirit. His tone shifted, sharp and commanding. What's in the bag, sweetheart? You know how it works, everything gets shared. I didn't agree to join your team, Daphne retorted, her voice edged with anger. Oh, but you will. John's smile twisted into something predatory. Isn't that right, Bill? Bill stammered, Miss, I told you to shut up. Daphne hissed, her eyes fixed on the three advancing men. Get lost, or you'll regret it. Oh, I like this one, Peter sneered, licking his lips as he took another step forward. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be begging to stay. Don't move. John barked suddenly, raising his shotgun and pointing it directly at Daphne, catching her hand as it inched toward her concealed Glock. Her heart pounded in frustration, she'd nearly reached the pistol. The compact submachine guns, safely stashed in her backpack, had been too cumbersome to carry during the ride, leaving her with only the handgun. Now, with John's weapon trained on her, she was out of options. Whoa. Let's not do anything rash, Bill pleaded, raising his hands. We can share the food, right? We're all in this together. We need to stay united if we want to survive. But Bill's words fell on deaf ears. In this savage world, those with guns ruled. The three men armed with a shotgun and two pistols had established their dominance, with John as their de facto leader. Peter grinned and seized the backpack, rummaging through it. Holy shit! Canned food, bread, water, even sausages and beef jerky. His face lit up with excitement. Daphne's stomach twisted in bitterness. Young Tion had risked his life scavenging from countless stores, braving hordes of zombies to gather that food for her. And what do we have here? Peter exclaimed, pulling out the two MP7S guns. No wonder you didn't want to share. Guns? John and Joe both leaned in, eyes gleaming. Firearms meant power, especially in a world where they only had a shotgun and a couple of handguns. Even Bill's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He had been too focused on the food to notice the weapons tucked away in the second compartment of the bag. Now, let's see what else you're hiding, Joe said, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he reached for Daphne's waist. Bet you've got more surprises under there. Daphne's eyes turned icy. Her hand twitched toward her Glock, but John's shotgun barrel loomed too close. Bang! A gunshot cracked through the air. John staggered back, his head snapping violently from the impact. A neat black hole appeared in the center of his forehead before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Who the hell? Peter stammered, frozen in shock, unable to process the sudden turn of events. Joe reacted instinctively, reaching for his pistol, but he was too slow. In one fluid motion, Daphne drew her Glock, flipped the safety off, and aimed squarely at Joe's head. Don't move, she warned, her voice low and deadly. Joe froze, knowing he couldn't beat her speed. Let's talk this out, he stammered, flashing a nervous smile as his hand inched toward his holster. Drop it, Daphne ordered, her tone sharp and unwavering. Now. Joe hesitated for a fraction of a second before realizing she wasn't bluffing. He slowly lowered his gun and let it clatter to the ground. A chilling voice drifted from the shadows, low and menacing. Kill him. In that moment, Daphne felt an odd sense of comfort, unexpected, but unmistakably familiar. Daphne stared at the man lying lifeless before her, blood pooling beneath his motionless body. A human, a fellow survivor, yet she had pulled the trigger. He was no zombie, but her own kind. Kill him. Think about what they were going to do to you, the raspy voice urged once more. And she had obeyed. Her trembling finger had squeezed the trigger, and just like that, a life had vanished. Bill stood paralyzed, disbelief painted across his face. His privileged, sheltered miss had killed someone just like that. What had she gone through? How much had she changed? And where had that sinister voice come from? Was it the man from the motorcycle? A second cry of agony snapped Bill back to the present. Peter was clutching his bleeding shoulder, writhing on the ground, wailing in pain. Keep going, the raspy voice coaxed again. Daphne's hand steadied as she reopened her eyes, pointing the Glock at the injured man writhing on the dirt. No, please, don't. Peter scrambled backward, eyes wide with terror, begging for his life. Just then, a soft voice interrupted. Excuse me, are you going to kill him? Daphne and Bill turned toward the source, a woman, clutching a baby in her arms, standing a few steps away. What? Daphne narrowed her eyes, her tone cold and suspicious. May I do it? The woman asked. Her voice trembled with a strange mixture of desperation and resolve. Both Daphne and Bill blinked in confusion, unsure if they had heard her correctly. "Let me be the one to kill him," the woman repeated, her expression a mix of determination and pleading. Daphne ran toward the distant figure standing silently under the sun. The silver glint of the Barrett sniper rifle shimmered in the light, a gleaming symbol of quiet menace. "You were hiding here?" she asked, her voice breathless. "I didn't want to startle your family," Yang Tian replied with a light chuckle. "I stayed nearby, didn't leave. But it seems I was right to linger. Trouble always seems to follow you." Daphne didn't respond with sarcasm. Instead, without warning, she threw her arms around him, clutching him tightly. The fear of what might have happened had Yang Tian abandoned her was all too vivid. Abuse, worse than death. She knew the horrors that awaited women in this new, savage world. "Thank you," she whispered, inhaling the faint, familiar scent of blood and iron that always clung to him. For the first time, it made her feel safe. "I thought you left." "You idiot," she muttered, raising her head to glare at him, though her grateful eyes betrayed her scolding tone. "I haven't fulfilled my promise yet." Yang Tian gave her a light push, but she clung to him even tighter. "All right, if you hold me any longer, I might not be able to resist the urge to bite your neck," he teased with a wicked grin. "How can I ever repay you?" Daphne asked softly, ignoring his playful threat. Yang Tian leaned in close to her ear, his voice a low murmur. "How about, you give me a zombie baby?" Daphne froze, her cheeks burning red. She shoved him away with a huff. "You bastard." Yang Tian chuckled, shrugging as he turned away. The moment his back was to her, he exhaled deeply, his Adam's apple bobbing as he muttered, "Thank God, you finally let go." A gunshot echoed through the air. Both Daphne and Yang Tian turned toward the source, spotting Bill standing over Peter, keeping him at gunpoint while the woman fired shot after shot. Bang! A bullet tore through Peter's gut. Bang! Another hit his leg. Bang! One pierced his chest. Bang! Bang! Daphne, Bill, and even Yang Tian stood frozen, watching the disturbing spectacle unfold. No one spoke about wasted ammunition, they were too stunned by the raw fury before them. The woman fired until the gun clicked empty. But even with no bullets left, she kept pulling the trigger, her voice rising in a crescendo of sobs and rage. "You monster! You bastard! You sick animal!" she screamed between sobs, kicking Peter's lifeless body again and again. "You played with my body! You evil scum! You were the one who wanted to eat my child! How dare you!" Bill stood by silently, sadness etched into his features. He knew the unspeakable suffering she had endured, the daily horrors inflicted upon her by Peter and the others. "She's been through hell," Daphne whispered, her voice tinged with sorrow and empathy. "More than hell," Bill muttered, his voice heavy with regret. "They never treated her like a person." Just then, Bill noticed the shift in the air, a dense, oppressive aura that suffocated his lungs. It was unlike any he had felt before, far more potent than anything he had encountered. He turned and stumbled backward, gasping, his face pale with terror. Miss Daphne, run," he stammered, his voice cracking. "There's a zombie right next to you." Bill fumbled for his gun, his hands shaking, but Daphne calmly reached out and stopped him. She stood by Yang Tian's side, her expression serene, as if the oppressive aura emanating from him didn't bother her at all. Yang Tian stood motionless, his expression unreadable. He had expected this, knew it would happen. But even so, the woman, lost in her rage, seemed unaware of Yang Tian's presence. She kept kicking Peter's lifeless body, screaming incoherently. The sound of the baby's wail pierced the air, snapping the woman out of her frenzied state. She turned toward the infant, her face softening instantly. Frantically wiping the blood from her hands, she scooped the baby into her arms, exposing her breast to nurse him. The hatred in her eyes vanished, replaced by warmth and tenderness as she gently rocked the child. Daphne covered her face with her hands, overwhelmed by the chaotic emotions swirling inside her. "Is it her, or this world that's gone mad?" she whispered, her voice cracking. The group remained still for a long time, finally collecting themselves as the shock wore off. Far away, Yang Tian had already distanced himself from the human gathering. He leaned against a large tree, poring over a map with quiet focus. "Miss, who is he?" Bill asked cautiously, his voice still laced with fear. "He's my savior," Daphne whispered, her gaze lingering on the distant figure of the lonely zombie. There was a flicker of gratitude in her sapphire eyes. "But, he's a zombie?" Bill stammered, casting uneasy glances toward Yang Tian, as if the mere mention of his nature would summon him. "He has the mind of a human. And he's treated me well." Daphne adjusted the weapon strapped to her and glanced toward Yang Tian once more. There was an unfamiliar warmth in her expression. A sheep in wolf's clothing. Bill swallowed hard, the memory of the suffocating presence Yang Tian emitted still fresh in his mind. A sheep in wolf's clothing? Could it really be that simple? "The motorcycle won't fit all of us," Daphne interrupted, cutting off Bill's questioning thoughts. "We need to think about transportation. Are there any vehicles nearby? Or a town within walking distance?" At that moment, Jenny, the woman clutching the baby, turned her tearful gaze toward Daphne. There was a plea in her eyes, silent but desperate. "There's a small farm nearby," Bill admitted reluctantly, shaking his head as if regretting the words even as he spoke. "But it's dangerous." "Explain," Daphne demanded, her voice leaving no room for argument. Bill hesitated, glancing nervously at Daphne. Her tone now carried an authority he didn't recognize. It was strange, almost unsettling, how much she had changed in such a short time. "It's where we escaped from 2 days ago," Bill stammered. "There might be transportation there, but the place is crawling with zombies. Big ones, too tough and aggressive. But the worst part, the animals on the farm, the cows, the horses, they've turned into undead as well. They're completely mad. We barely escaped with our lives." Daphne frowned, deep in thought, then turned abruptly toward young Tian. "Please," Jenny's voice trembled behind her. "Take us with you." Daphne paused, glancing back at the woman. Her heart ached with sympathy. She knew what leaving Jenny behind would mean: death, or something far worse. But young Tian needed to decide. Even if he refused, Daphne resolved silently that she would try to help Jenny somehow. As Daphne mulled over her thoughts, Jenny frantically turned to Bill. "Please, Bill, say something. I swear I don't blame you for what happened. Just help me. I'm begging you." Daphne's eyes sharpened. "Bill," she asked coldly, "did you do what those other men did to her?" Bill recoiled from the icy intensity of her gaze, offering a nervous, apologetic smile. "Miss, I'm just a man. I had to do what the others did, to survive and be accepted. But I swear, I never mistreated her. I was gentle. That's the truth." Jenny, clutching her baby tighter, nodded in agreement. "Yes, he was kind to me. He wasn't like the others. He was gentle." Daphne felt a wave of sadness wash over her. How broken must a woman become to describe her abuser as kind, simply because he was gentler than the others? How far had Jenny's boundaries been pushed? Young Tian looked up from his map as Daphne approached. "You look troubled. Is it because you killed someone?" She studied the strong, quiet figure in front of her, the zombie who had inexplicably stayed by her side, asking for nothing. Was this real? How could he protect her so selflessly without asking for anything in return? No, he had asked for something. He wanted only one thing: to talk to her, as if they were both just human beings. But could that really be all? "What's on your mind?" young Tian asked, frowning at Daphne's conflicted expression. She hesitated, then explained, "The motorcycle can't carry all of us. There's a small farm up ahead, and it might have transportation. But Bill says it's dangerous, mutated animals. Like those zombie dogs we ran into?" young Tian asked. "Probably." Young Tian made a face, unimpressed by the idea. "This isn't a smart move." He cast a glance toward Bill and Jenny in the distance, both of them still haunted by their recent ordeal. "I know it's a lot to ask," Daphne began quietly, "but I can't leave them behind, especially Jenny. Leaving her here would be sentencing her to a fate worse than death." Young Tian chuckled softly. "I don't mind. In fact, the more detours we take, the longer our journey lasts, and the more time we spend together." "Why?" Daphne asked, caught off guard by his words. Young Tian paused, as if surprised she hadn't understood already. He scratched his head awkwardly and glanced between Daphne and the others. "You wouldn't get it." Then, standing up, he adjusted the strap of his Barrett rifle. "Let's move." "Which way?" Daphne was still lost in thought when young Tian gently patted her shoulder. Startled, she muttered, "Wait, I'll ask Bill." "Miss, what did he say?" Bill asked nervously, stealing glances toward young Tian, his body trembling slightly. Daphne watched him, suddenly realizing the depth of his fear. She now understood something important about Bill and about young Tian. Far away, in a luxurious office, a man named Hunter sat on a leather sofa, grinning ear to ear. Finally, they approved it. He waved a stamped document triumphantly in the air. "You really think your special ops team can handle that zombie?" the beautiful woman beside him asked, lazily twirling a crimson crystal between her fingers. Hunter chuckled. "Baby, you have no idea. Our special ops team has been trained and equipped for this. Thousands of resources poured into their development. They're not just soldiers, they're elite. That monster's as good as ours." He took the crystal from her hand, admiring it under the light. "Once we capture that mother zombie, or should I say, the puppet? Damn, just thinking about that thing makes me remember Jessica, that traitorous bitch." "And what about Kelly? Has she been dealt with yet?" Hunter asked casually. The woman gave a dismissive snort. "Still thinking about her, are you? She's been taken to the infirmary, but they moved her to another location after that. Even I don't have access to where she's gone." Hunter's grin faltered. "Not even you?" The woman shrugged. "Seems like Kelly might have some powerful connections we didn't know about." Hunter's expression darkened, suspicion creeping into his mind. Something wasn't right. "You stay here and wait," young Tian called back as he glanced at the small farm up ahead. Daphne gave a quick look at Bill, still trembling from fear, and then at Jenny, who was stuffing bread into her mouth. "It's too dangerous." "I'll go with you," Daphne insisted. Young Tian gave a raspy laugh. "It's dangerous for you, but not for me. I'm one of them." Even Jenny, mid-bite, froze. Her grip on her baby tightened instinctively, fear creeping back into her eyes. "No, I want to help. I'm a fighter now, at least, that's what I become," Daphne argued, determination in her voice. "A fighter, huh?" Young Tian chuckled inwardly as he glanced at his system interface. Daphne wasn't wrong, she had evolved. Although she couldn't see it, young Tian's team interface showed her progression, from a civilian to a novice fighter. Meanwhile, Bill and Jenny remained labeled as civilians. "There's no need," young Tian shook his head. I'll see if I can find a vehicle. The noise will attract zombies, but I'll keep them distracted. They won't follow. Without waiting for Daphne's response, young Tian disappeared into the distance, his figure slipping away like a shadow. Yang! Daphne called out, but he was already gone, vanishing beyond the farm's entrance. Young Tian roamed the farmyard for only a few moments before encountering a large male zombie dressed in a blood-stained blue uniform. The creature dripped saliva as it shuffled aimlessly. Looking at me, huh? Trying to die? Young Tian sneered. The male zombie growled in response, baring its rotten teeth before wandering off again. Yang Tian raised a brow, intrigued. With his level 2 status as an evolved zombie, his mere presence should have made lesser undead cower, but this one dared to growl at him? Hey, you there! Yang Tian closed the distance, gripping the zombie's shoulder. You got a problem? Before he could react, the zombie swung a massive fist toward Yang Tian's chest. Yang Tian dodged just in time, the blow narrowly missing him. Really? You want to fight? Yang Tian's voice darkened, and he twirled his dagger with ease, lunging toward the undead. Unexpectedly, the zombie blocked with its elbow, letting the blade sink deep into the flesh without flinching. Then, with a swift counter, it struck Yang Tian's wrist, sending a numbing shock down his arm. He almost dropped his dagger. What the hell? Yang Tian muttered. This guy's strong. His thoughts raced. This wasn't just any zombie. It had to be a low-level evolved undead, likely containing a valuable core. The zombie sneered, speaking in its raspy, undead voice, "Get lost." Yang Tian's anger flared. You little bastard. He lunged forward, landing a series of punches and kicks that sent the zombie stumbling backward. With a sharp thrust, Yang Tian's dagger aimed straight for the zombie's head. The undead swung its iron-like fist to intercept, driving the blade deep into its hand. In a stunning display of resilience, it barely flinched, continuing its attack with the dagger still embedded in its fist. As the zombie let out a fierce roar, the sound echoed across the farm, triggering a series of distant, eerie responses, other growls, accompanied by the low, ominous mooing of undead cattle. Yang Tian groaned. So, you've got pets? He sprang backward, pulling his Barrett rifle from his back. The undead farmhand lunged at him, but it was too slow. Bang! The powerful shot ripped through the zombie's head, sending it flying a meter before slamming into the ground. Lifeless. Pathetic, Yang Tian muttered, retrieving his dagger and expertly cutting open the zombie's skull. Inside, he found a small, crimson crystal. Perfect. A low-level core, Yang Tian noted, pocketing it. Speed cores are green, so red must enhance strength. How many other kinds are there? His musings were cut short by the thunder of hooves. 3 enormous, undead bulls charged at him, their eyes glowing with murderous intent. You've gotta be kidding, Yang Tian muttered. Undead cows with loyalty issues? Behind the bulls, a hulking figure emerged, a towering zombie, standing over 2 meters tall, with muscles rippling under its rotting skin. It held a massive, blood-stained hammer in one hand, its gaze fixed on Yang Tian with terrifying intent. Submit, or die, the giant zombie growled in its guttural, undead voice. Yang Tian clicked his tongue, sensing the overwhelming presence. This wasn't just another undead, it was a mother zombie, a tier above even him. So, that explains why that low-level zombie was so cocky. Yang Tian thought grimly. He wasn't alone, he had backup. The hulking mother zombie gave a deafening roar, and its minions answered in kind. The bulls scraped their hooves against the ground, snorting as they prepared to charge. Yang Tian grimaced. They really are pets, huh? Without wasting another second, Yang Tian raised his Barrett rifle. A wave of murderous intent surged from him, momentarily startling the mother zombie. It could sense the danger, it had encountered a real threat. Bang! The rifle roared, and a bullet tore through one of the approaching zombies, dropping it instantly. But the mother zombie's rage only grew. With another thunderous roar, it commanded its minions to attack. Yang Tian retreated step by step, taking down 2 more zombies with precision shots. But the sheer number of undead closing in forced him to act quickly. He leaped onto the back of one of the charging bulls, flipping gracefully through the air before landing on the other side. The undead cattle bellowed in frustration as Yang Tian raised his rifle once more. Click! Damn it! Out of ammo! Yang Tian cursed, quickly swapping out the magazine with expert precision. If Kelly were here, she'd probably challenge him to a speed reloading contest. The moment he loaded the new clip, Yang Tian heard a sudden roar from behind him. He twisted, just barely dodging the hammer that whistled past his head. The giant mother zombie advanced, swinging its hammer with terrifying force. Yang Tian dodged again, the weapon slamming into the ground and sending debris flying. That was close, Yang Tian muttered, adrenaline pumping through his veins. He launched a counterattack, driving his dagger toward the mother zombie's head. But to his surprise, the giant undead retreated, avoiding the blow. Smart bastard, Yang Tian whispered, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly, something cold and slimy wrapped around his legs. He looked down in horror, several pale, bony hands had sprouted from the ground, winding around his ankles and locking him in place. What the hell is this? Yang Tian shouted, struggling to free himself. He slashed at the undead hands, but new ones sprouted in their place, holding him tighter. Before he could react, the hammer swung again. Boom! The impact sent Yang Tian flying through the air. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he crashed into a concrete wall, crumpling to the ground in agony. Gasping for breath, young Tian struggled to stay conscious, his vision swimming. The towering mother zombie approached slowly, its hammer dragging across the dirt, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. This is bad, young Tian thought, forcing himself to his feet. The monster loomed closer, ready to deliver the final blow. The hulking zombie mother stalked toward young Tian, dragging its blood-soaked hammer behind it. Bam! The hammer slammed into young Tian's skull, sending a sharp, searing pain through his head. His vision blurred, and his body slumped to the ground. The mother zombie pressed its massive foot onto young Tian's chest, pinning him down, and rasped, "Submit, or die." Young Tian squinted through the dizziness, his head spinning with nausea. He barely made out the figure above him. His voice cracked, but his resolve remained unbroken. Submit, my ass. One day, I'll kill you, you bastard." With every ounce of strength he had left, young Tian gritted his teeth and pried the zombie's massive foot off his chest. Rolling away from the crushing weight, he sprang to his feet, shaking off the haze in his mind. Activate, Berserk Speed. A blast of crimson energy exploded from young Tian's body, drenching him in a terrifying aura, as though he had been baptized in blood. The air around him thickened with murderous intent. Damn it! Young Tian cursed as his legs surged with unnatural speed. But his mind, still clouded by dizziness, betrayed him. Crash, he collided headfirst into a wall. The mother zombie roared with rage and swung its hammer once more, the weapon cutting through the air with a deafening whoosh. Young Tian scrambled, dodging at the last moment. The hammer smashed into the ground behind him, sending dirt and debris flying. Panting heavily, young Tian straightened himself and pushed his legs to their limit, sprinting away with everything he had. Behind him, the enraged mother zombie bellowed, rallying its minions. Moo! The sound of undead bulls charging filled the air as they thundered after him. The clatter of hooves echoed like a drumbeat of death, but young Tian was faster. His crimson shadow streaked through the farm, leaving the beasts far behind. The mother zombie howled in frustration, smashing its hammer wildly into anything nearby. Bam! Bam! Walls crumbled, soil flew, and dust clouds rose, marking the destruction in its wake. Its fury was unmatched. Young Tian's berserk ability gradually cleared the fog from his mind, though the throbbing pain in his chest lingered. The breathlessness gnawed at him, as if his ribs might shatter at any moment. Even with the skill's damage suppression, his body felt like it had been through a grinder. That hammer, it wasn't just a weapon, it was a goddamned monster. Some overpowered zombie with a game-breaking hammer. Are you kidding me, game gods? Young Tian grumbled under his breath, sprinting toward the distant figures. "Daphne," he called, but something felt wrong. He spotted several unfamiliar figures standing near her. From the way the men carried themselves, it was clear, another human team had shown up. "No, he's here to protect us. He won't hurt anyone." Daphne's voice was filled with desperation as she stood between the newcomers and young Tian. One of the men, a large, muscular soldier, grinned maliciously as he saw young Tian's blood-soaked figure sprinting toward them. His eyes gleamed with excitement. "Target confirmed. Team 7, prepare for engagement. Mark this down as a confirmed sighting." "Just another mission," came a voice over the radio, uninterested. "You guys from the Special Ops unit can handle it. Our job's done." "Good. You can head back and claim your reward," the large soldier sneered, turning to his companions. "All right, boys, time to earn our keep." SHHK. 3 men materialized behind the soldier like phantoms, their eyes fixed on young Tian's rapidly approaching form. The soldier cracked his neck. "Listen up, you bunch of soft rookies. This is our first mission, don't screw it up. I want 100% effort, hell, 1000%. I won't have the results of our training make us look like idiots." He turned to Daphne, a wicked grin on his face. "Now, sweetheart, you best stay out of our way. Get lost." Daphne snapped, tightening her grip on her Glock. With a huff, the man shoved Daphne aside, causing her to stumble. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Daphne growled, her anger bubbling to the surface. The soldier grabbed her wrist and flung her several steps away with brutal force. Daphne landed smoothly in a crouch, her fierce gaze locked on the soldier. "Oh ho, feisty, huh?" The man sneered before turning to Bill and Jenny. "Get lost, or I'll put a bullet in your heads." Young Tian's patience ran out. Bam! His fist collided with the soldier's jaw, sending the man stumbling backward 7 steps. Young Tian only took 1 step back. Shit! His combat level must be at least 3 stars, maybe even 4, a voice crackled through the calms. The leader of the team sneered. "It's his ability, wear him down. Once it runs out, he's done." "Think so?" Young Tian's voice dripped with menace. His crimson form shimmered as he darted between the soldiers like a ghost, his dagger flashing through the air. The leader barely had time to react. The knife stabbed deep into his shoulder, missing his heart by inches. Swish! The other soldiers rushed forward, ready to overwhelm young Tian. Young Tian retreated, his eyes scanning the battlefield. 6 soldiers, plus their captain. This was going to be a long fight. "You're the puppet from Team 6, aren't you?" the captain asked, ignoring the blood gushing from his shoulder. Young Tian didn't answer. Instead, he glanced over his shoulder. "Daphne, are you alright?" "I'm fine," Daphne called back, rubbing her wrist as she stepped closer to young Tian. The captain growled in frustration, his gaze shifting to Bill and Jenny. "Get lost, now!" Jenny trembled, clutching her baby tightly. Forget them, the captain sneered. We'll deal with them after we finish off our little puppet here. Suddenly, a bone-chilling howl pierced the air. Yang Tian's eyes darkened. They're here. From the edge of the forest, agile zombies emerged, slithering through the trees like snakes. At their head was the hulking mother zombie, its blood-stained hammer resting on its shoulder. Jenny had already made up her mind. Strapping her baby to her back with torn fabric, she climbed onto the motorcycle. The baby cried out, its wails lost in the chaos. Jenny, wait, take us with you, Bill shouted, desperately grabbing the back of the bike. V-room. The motorcycle roared as Jenny yanked the throttle, dragging Bill several feet before he lost his grip and collapsed on the ground. He could only watch as the bike disappeared into the distance. God damn it, you selfish bitch, Bill cursed, kicking the dirt in frustration. She's not a good teammate, Daphne muttered coldly. Maybe, Yang Tian murmured, watching the motorcycle vanish. But she's trying to be a good mother. His gaze lingered in the distance, where Jenny and the child disappeared from view. Good luck surviving out there, Jenny, Yang Tian whispered to himself. You might find that the hell you're running toward is worse than the one you left behind. Bam! The colossal blood-red hammer connected with terrifying force, sending the Special Forces captain hurtling through the air. His face twisted in shock as he was smashed out of his flight path, slamming into the ground with a sickening thud. Ugh! He gasped, spitting blood from his mouth, his body crumpled like a rag doll. The hulking zombie mother, dragging the hammer across the ground with an ear-piercing scrape, growled in satisfaction. Its scarlet-stained eyes gleamed with sadistic hunger as it trudged toward the fallen soldier. Shit! The captain scrambled to his feet, but his movements were sluggish, he wasn't fast enough. Yang Tian, breathing hard and drenched in sweat, glanced toward the chaos. A sly grin spread across his face. Looks like you've got company, Captain. Enjoy. The captain turned just in time to see the zombie mother raising its hammer again, aiming directly for him. Boom! The hammer came down, narrowly missing the captain's head as he rolled out of the way. The ground cracked beneath the impact, sending shards of concrete flying. Damn you, puppet! The captain roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he staggered upright. Yang Tian seized the moment. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled his dagger toward another approaching zombie. Squelch! The blade embedded itself cleanly into the creature's skull, dropping it instantly. Let's go! Yang Tian barked to Daphne, who stood just behind him, clutching her Glock with white-knuckled hands. But Daphne started, glancing toward the captain, who was struggling to fend off the mother zombie's relentless attacks. No time! We're getting out of here! Yang Tian growled, hoisting Daphne under one arm and grabbing Bill by the scruff of his neck like a ragdoll. Bill yelped in panic, flailing helplessly. Wait, what are you doing? Shut up and hold on! Yang Tian snarled. He launched himself forward with all his remaining strength, sprinting through the chaos as if his life depended on it, because it did. Behind them, the mother zombie's hammer swung wildly, catching the edge of the captain's leg. Crack! The sound of bone shattering echoed through the air, followed by the captain's scream of agony. Yang Tian barreled through the forest, dodging trees and leaping over debris with Daphne and Bill in tow. The adrenaline pumping through his veins kept him going, even as his battered body screamed in protest. Where are we even going? Bill shouted, his voice barely audible over the sound of rushing wind. Anywhere but here. Yang Tian snapped, his eyes scanning the terrain for an escape route. The forest opened into a clearing, and in the distance, he spotted what they desperately needed: a rusted pickup truck parked at the edge of an old barn. There! Yang Tian's voice was sharp, his heart hammering in his chest. Think it'll run? Daphne asked breathlessly as they raced toward the truck. It better. Yang Tian gritted his teeth and sprinted faster, his legs burning with exertion. They skidded to a halt by the truck. Yang Tian tossed Bill into the back like a sack of potatoes and set Daphne down gently. Find the keys, Yang Tian ordered, yanking the door open and scanning the dashboard for anything useful. Daphne scrambled into the passenger seat, rummaging through the glove compartment. Got it. She pulled out a set of keys, her hands trembling slightly. Start it, now, Yang Tian shouted, slamming the door behind him. Daphne fumbled with the ignition for a moment, then twisted the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, and roared to life. Yes, Daphne cheered, relief flooding her voice. Drive! Yang Tian barked as he leapt into the back of the truck, slamming his fist against the roof. We're not sticking around for round two. Daphne floored the gas pedal, the tires screeching as the truck lurched forward, kicking up dirt and gravel in its wake. In the rearview mirror, Yang Tian watched as the hulking mother zombie lumbered into the clearing, hammer dragging behind it. The creature let out a deafening roar of frustration as the truck sped away, leaving it behind in a cloud of dust. Looks like we made it, Bill muttered, his voice shaky with disbelief. Don't jinx it, Yang Tian warned, scanning the horizon for any signs of pursuit. Daphne glanced at Yang Tian through the rearview mirror, her blue eyes filled with gratitude. You saved us again, she whispered, though the words felt heavy with unspoken emotions. Yang Tian leaned back against the truck's cabin, exhaustion finally catching up to him. Don't mention it, he muttered. His body ached, and every breath felt like a struggle, but they were alive, for now. And in this world, that was the only victory that mattered. Where to now? Daphne asked as the road stretched endlessly before them, the horizon glowing faintly with the promise of dawn. Young Tian closed his eyes, allowing himself a brief moment of peace. Anywhere but here. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the dense forest. Daphne's breaths were shallow and quick, her heart pounding as she carried young Tian on her back, each step feeling like an eternity. His weight pressed down on her, but she refused to slow, pushing herself harder with every stride. The coppery stench of his blood clung to her clothes, but she didn't care. Behind them, Bill stumbled over roots and rocks, gasping for breath. "We can't outrun them forever," he called out, glancing nervously over his shoulder. Daphne's eyes sharpened. "Then we'll run until we do." Young Tian coughed weakly, blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. "You're not bad for a rookie, Daphne," he rasped with a hint of a grin, though his strength was rapidly draining. "You better live long enough to see me become more than a rookie," she shot back, trying to keep her voice steady. Bill cast a glance at the two of them, wiping the sweat from his brow. "What now? We can't keep going like this. They've probably got the whole forest locked down by now." Daphne looked ahead, scanning the terrain. "We'll make it out. We just need." Suddenly, the sound of snapping branches and heavy footsteps echoed from behind. "They're coming." Bill's voice cracked in fear as the distinct growls of infected beasts filled the air. Daphne cursed under her breath. She adjusted young Tian's weight on her back and pressed forward, her legs burning with fatigue. Young Tian's body was growing colder, his breath ragged and shallow. Far behind, at the center of the encircled forest, the battered special operations captain was being loaded onto a medical transport. His face was a twisted mask of rage, frustration boiling beneath the surface as he watched the chaos unfold. "You idiots, 5 men, gone, because of that damn puppet." His voice was weak but dripping with venom. One of the soldiers standing by the transport shifted uneasily. "Sir, the command to encircle the forest has been carried out. He won't get far." The captain gritted his teeth, pain shooting through his battered ribs. "He's a ghost. You don't understand, this isn't just some ordinary rogue." Behind the captain, another soldier stepped forward, stiff with nervous energy. "Sir, orders from command. They're deploying drones and search dogs. They'll track him down soon." The captain scoffed, his voice hoarse. "If you underestimate him, you'll all end up like my team. He doesn't play fair, and neither should we." The forest thickened, and Daphne's muscles screamed in protest. Young Tian stirred weakly against her back. "We need to split," he murmured. "Split?" Daphne tightened her grip, a mixture of anger and concern flaring in her eyes. "You're barely alive. I'm not leaving you." Young coughed, forcing a grin. "I'm a dead man walking, but I'll buy you time." "Shut up," she snapped. "You're not dying on me now." At that moment, Bill tripped, falling face first into the dirt. "Damn it!" He scrambled up, glancing around with wild eyes. "We're out of options. They're closing in." Bam! A shot rang out, silencing the night. Daphne whirled around, heart pounding. From the shadows, soldiers emerged, their rifles trained on her and young Tian. "You thought you could run?" sneered a soldier, stepping forward, rifle raised. Daphne instinctively reached for her MP7S, her fingers tightening on the grips. Before she could react, young Tian suddenly stirred on her back. "No, more running," he whispered. Boom! With an explosion of movement, young Tian launched himself off Daphne's back, adrenaline overriding his pain. He slammed into the nearest soldier like a tidal wave, sending him sprawling to the ground. The remaining soldiers raised their weapons, but Daphne was faster. Rat-80, twin bursts from her MP7S tore through the air, dropping 2 more men. "Go!" Young Tian roared, grabbing Daphne's wrist and dragging her into the undergrowth. They bolted through the forest, their bodies running on pure instinct and desperation. The sounds of pursuit echoed behind them, growls, gunfire, and the heavy thudding of infected beasts. A rustling ahead made Daphne's heart jump. What now? Wham! They stumbled into an old drainage tunnel, hidden beneath a thick layer of vines. "This way!" Young Tian hissed, half dragging, half crawling through the narrow entrance. Daphne followed without hesitation, pulling Bill along. Inside the tunnel, the air was damp and stifling. Darkness pressed in from all sides, but it was safety, at least for now. Young Tian slumped against the cold, wet wall, his strength spent. "We made it," he panted, blood trickling from his lips. Daphne knelt beside him, brushing the hair from his sweat-soaked forehead. "You're not dying on me." "Got it," she whispered fiercely. Young Tian chuckled weakly. "Wouldn't dream of it." Bill collapsed beside them, clutching his knees. "What now?" "They'll keep hunting us." Daphne's jaw tightened. "Then we make sure they never catch us." Young Tian gave her a tired smile. "That's my girl." Meanwhile, back in the forest, the enraged captain watched the smoldering remains of his failed mission. His radio crackled with incoming orders, but he barely heard them over the fury pounding in his skull. "Prepare reinforcements," he muttered, voice low and dangerous. "I don't care what it takes. I want them found, alive or dead." The hunt was far from over. But for now, young Tian, Daphne, and Bill had won a fleeting victory. And in this brutal world, even fleeting victories were worth celebrating. The cold night air whipped through the dense forest, carrying with it the tense atmosphere of pursuit. Daphne's heart pounded as she gripped young Tian's arm, urging him forward, her legs moving on instinct alone. Bill stumbled beside them, struggling to keep up as adrenaline fueled their desperate escape. "Run faster!" Daphne hissed through gritted teeth, dragging the barely conscious young Tian. His wounds were still fresh, and the scent of his blood lingered in the air like a beacon for their hunters. Behind them, the rustling of underbrush and the heavy crunch of boots on dried leaves grew closer. The mercenaries weren't far. Daphne knew they didn't have much time before they were surrounded. Meanwhile, aboard a patrolling mercenary aircraft high above the forest, a tall, slender woman sat silently in the rear cabin, her attention fixed on a sleek sniper rifle. The weapon gleamed under the dim cabin light as she meticulously wiped it clean. The radio crackled with life, cutting through the hum of the aircraft engines. Z Sector, Zone 3, confirmed sighting. Potential engagement. Repeat, Z Sector, Zone 3. A small smirk curled the corner of the woman's lips as she listened to the report. Her cold, calculating eyes shimmered with anticipation. She slid the sniper rifle's bolt forward with a soft click and adjusted her scope with a deadly precision. Finally, she whispered, her voice barely audible, a chilling glint of satisfaction in her gaze. Move! Daphne snapped as they pushed deeper into the undergrowth, the thick branches scratching at her exposed arms. Young Tian stumbled, his legs buckling from exhaustion, and she barely managed to keep him upright. Bill panted beside her, his eyes wide with fear. We won't make it. They're closing in, he gasped. We'll make it, Daphne snarled, determination fueling her steps. Just shut up and keep moving. Then it happened, another sneeze. Bill couldn't help himself, the sound bursting out louder than the last. Daphne's eyes blazed with fury. Are you serious? She hissed, gripping Bill's collar. If they catch us because of your stupid sneezing. Bill stammered, his face pale with guilt. I swear I can't control it. It just happens. From the distance came a sharp voice. There. I heard something. Move in. Flashlights flickered through the trees, cutting through the darkness like searchlights. The mercenaries had locked onto their location. In the moonlit underbrush, Daphne knew they had no choice. Come on, she whispered harshly, pulling young Tian to his feet with all her strength. They bolted through the forest as fast as their weary bodies could manage. I can't, Bill began, but Daphne cut him off with a glare that could have melted steel. Don't you dare stop now. The sound of gunfire rang out behind them. Bam! BAM! Bullets tore through the air, ripping through leaves and tree trunks. Daphne threw herself into a roll, dragging young Tian and Bill down with her as more shots whizzed past. From behind them, the harsh voice of the mercenaries echoed through the night. Zone 3 confirmed. Engage. Do not let them escape. Daphne gritted her teeth, her arms burning as she pulled young Tian up once more. We need to reach the ridge, she whispered. There's a stream on the other side. If we can cross it. Young Tian coughed, blood staining his lips. He smirked, though his face was pale. You better not drop me halfway there, he muttered, his voice weak. Daphne's gaze softened for the briefest of moments, but she quickly hardened it again. You just hold on, okay? No dying allowed. Suddenly, a distant, familiar noise made Daphne's heart sink. The hum of an approaching aircraft. They're deploying air support, she murmured in disbelief, her grip tightening around young Tian. They're pulling out all the stops, Bill muttered, wiping his sweat-soaked brow. They really want him, don't they? Up above, the sniper adjusted her scope, the target locked firmly in her crosshairs. Daphne and the others ran frantically through the dense forest below, unaware that the merciless eyes of the sniper had found them. The woman inhaled slowly, her gloved finger hovering over the trigger. Good night, puppet, she whispered coldly. In the forest below, young Tian suddenly stiffened, his instincts screaming at him. Daphne, he rasped, his voice urgent. Without thinking, Daphne dropped to the ground, pulling young Tian and Bill down with her just as a single shot rang out. Crack! The bullet tore through the air, slamming into the tree trunk right where young Tian had been standing a second earlier. Splinters exploded in all directions, but they were alive, for now. They've got a sniper. Daphne hissed. We need to keep moving. Young Tian wheezed, forcing himself to stand despite the agony racking his body. Bill whimpered, staring at the shattered tree trunk. We're dead. We're all dead. No, we're not. Daphne's voice was steel. She grabbed Bill by the collar and yanked him forward. Now shut up and run. High above, the sniper narrowed her eyes, recalculating her aim as her prey slipped from her sights. You won't run forever, she whispered, already preparing for her next shot. As Daphne, young Tian, and Bill sprinted deeper into the forest, the hum of the mercenary aircraft grew louder. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting eerie shadows on the ground. Almost there, Daphne whispered to herself, the ridge just barely visible through the trees. And in the distance, the mercenaries closed in, their relentless hunt continuing through the dark, unforgiving night. Jessica's icy grip tightened around young Tian's hand with an intensity that conveyed more than relief. It was as if she was reclaiming something she thought she had lost forever. Let's go, her sharp voice cut through the chaotic noise of gunfire and helicopter blades. Young Tian coughed, struggling to pull himself further into the helicopter, every muscle in his battered body screaming in protest. Daphne reached the edge of the cabin, shoving Bill inside with surprising strength. Move, idiot, Daphne hissed, dragging young Tian up the final stretch. As they tumbled into the cabin, Jessica leaned over, grabbed the ladder, and yanked it inside with a swift, practiced motion. The heavy door of the helicopter slid shut with a metallic thud, cutting off the outside chaos. The deafening sound of rotor blades now filled the cabin as the chopper ascended into the night sky. Daphne slumped against the wall of the cabin, panting heavily, her arms trembling from the exertion. "We made it," she whispered, glancing over at young Tian, who lay on the floor, barely conscious. Jessica's cold gaze flicked to young Tian, her expression unreadable. "Still in one piece, I see," she muttered, her voice layered with complicated emotions: anger, relief, and something unspoken. Young Tian let out a ragged laugh, coughing up more blood in the process. "Barely," he rasped, smirking. "You always manage to come back, don't you?" Jessica whispered, a flicker of emotion flashing in her otherwise stoic demeanor. Before young Tian could respond, Daphne shoved her way closer, her eyes blazing with frustration. "Who the hell is she?" she demanded, looking from young Tian to Jessica. Young Tian coughed again, struggling to catch his breath. "She's the only reason I'm still alive." Daphne's eyes narrowed suspiciously, but Jessica remained unbothered, her attention shifting back to the controls. "Pilot, get us out of here," Jessica ordered curtly. The helicopter banked sharply to the right, engines roaring as it left the dense forest behind. Bill, huddled in the corner of the cabin, still looked terrified. "What the hell just happened down there?" he muttered, trembling uncontrollably. "No time for questions," Jessica snapped, her gaze locked on the horizon. "We'll be clear of their airspace soon." Young Tian chuckled weakly, wincing from the pain that rippled through his body. "You always make an entrance, huh?" Jessica cast him a sideways glance, a rare smirk tugging at her lips. "And you always seem to be on the brink of death whenever I find you." Yang Tian grinned despite himself. "Keeps things exciting." Daphne crossed her arms, still glaring at Jessica. "You're with the organization, aren't you?" Jessica's smirk vanished, her gaze hardening. "I was. Not anymore." "Then why are you helping us?" Daphne pressed, suspicion clear in her tone. Jessica's expression softened ever so slightly as she looked at young Tian. "Because some debts can't be left unpaid." Young Tian gave a slight nod, understanding passing between them. Their shared history, one of survival and betrayal, ran deep, and this was her way of settling the score. Daphne still didn't trust her, but she bit her tongue, sensing the unspoken bond between them. For now, they needed all the help they could get. As the helicopter soared higher into the night, the dense fog below dissipated, revealing the sprawling wilderness beneath them. The mercenaries who had pursued them were now mere specks, left far behind. Jessica leaned back in her seat, exhaling slowly as the tension finally began to ease. "You're lucky I found you in time," she muttered. Young Tian gave her a weak grin, his voice barely audible over the hum of the engine. "Yeah, lucky." Daphne glanced out the window, her expression unreadable as she processed everything that had just happened. They were far from safe, but for the first time in what felt like an eternity, they had a chance, a slim one, but a chance nonetheless. Young Tian closed his eyes, exhaustion overtaking him at last. Jessica leaned back, her gaze lingering on him for a moment longer before she looked away. "We're not out of this yet," she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. The war they were running from was far from over. But for now, at least, they were alive. And sometimes, that was enough. For now. Character * Young Tian. Status * regular zombie, 2 stars. Points * 611/936. Redemption list * open, partial, access to items below 930 points. Skills * 1, Killing Blade. * skill description * pushes melee weapon damage to the extreme, delivering deadly strikes to targets. Level * 1. Duration * 30 seconds. Cooldown * 1 day. Upgrade method * unknown. 2. Berserk speed. * skill description * temporarily increases movement speed, grants partial immunity to minor injuries. Level * 1. Duration * 10 minutes. Cooldown * 1 day. Upgrade method * unknown. 3. Phantom mist. * skill description * creates a thick mist around the body, making the user invisible within the fog. While inside, 10% self-healing bonus is applied. Level * 1. Duration * 10 minutes. Cooldown * 1 day. Upgrade method * unknown. Young Tian sat on the chair, reviewing his character template carefully. After staring at it for what felt like forever, he opened the points shop again. He couldn't even recall how many times he'd scanned through it, and by now, he could recite almost every item below the 930-point limit by heart. Handguns * 5/7, 60 points. Elites, 80 points. Desert Eagle, 150 points. Army Soul Revolver, 180 points. The most intriguing handgun was an M79 grenade launcher, listed under the handgun category for some reason. With a redemption cost of 240 points, it seemed like a powerful choice, albeit an unusual one for a sidearm. Submachine guns asterisk. P90, 140 points. UMP45, 140 points. MP5, 160 points. Nothing exceptional stood out among the submachine guns, all pretty standard weapons. But what caught Yang Tian's eye was the machine gun category. The redemption limit had been raised to 930 points, yet only one lonely M249 machine gun was listed, priced at 540 points. Yang Tian scratched his head. Did the system have some kind of glitch? If the item suddenly jumped from 540 points to over 1000, what kind of progression is that? Assault rifles asterisk. Here, things seemed more reasonable. Familiar guns like the M4A1, AK-47, August, and SG-552 were all listed, hovering around the 320-point range. What baffled Yang Tian was the AWP, priced at 800 points. He couldn't understand why the gap between an M4A1 and an AWP was so massive. In games, they weren't priced so differently. And still, there was no sign of the weapon he coveted most, the Barrett M95 sniper rifle. Yang Tian had little interest in the utility items offered, but when it came to melee weapons, his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the weapon he desperately wanted, the legendary Bloodbane blade, had yet to appear. He had a few high-quality knives available in the shop, planning to study them after completing his mission. After all, his reliance on knives was significant. They were among his most dependable tools. One item he both loved and hated was the luck chest, costing 300 points per attempt. The thought of spending that many points for a chance made him cringe. If he got another genetic serum like last time, it would be worth it. But if it gave him something useless, like a flashbang, that'd be a painful loss. The point shop was filled with enticing choices, yet with only 936 points to spend, Yang Tian could only redeem a couple of items before his balance hit zero. Thus, he hesitated, waiting, saving, because he had a dream. That dream was the Bloodbane blade, a legendary weapon he was determined to obtain. I wonder, Yang Tian murmured to himself, how many points that big guy's hammer would cost if it were in the shop. He rubbed his sore shoulder, a scowl spreading across his face. If only the system had a recycling feature, throw in the junk guns and exchange them for points. What are you mumbling about? Daphne asked, seated beside him. She was gently massaging his shoulder as she spoke. Yang Tian scratched his head and glanced at the beautiful face right next to him. His gaze involuntarily shifted toward Jessica, standing expressionless nearby. He swore to himself that it wasn't intentional, he just couldn't help comparing which woman was more attractive. Humph, Daphne huffed, switching from massaging to pinching his shoulder, clearly irritated. Jessica's lips twitched into a faint smile, her delicate eyebrows lifting ever so slightly. Flashback. Puppet. It's me. Like a gust of wind, Jessica's hoarse voice reached him, followed by a powerful yank that hauled him up. Just as Yang Tian was about to collapse onto the floor of the helicopter from the sudden force, he found himself pulled into a soft, warm embrace. I swear to God, Python, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. Yang Tian chuckled, unable to resist rubbing his cheek against the smooth skin of Jessica's neck, savoring the subtle fragrance emanating from her. You're alive, Jessica exclaimed, holding him firmly by the shoulders. After scrutinizing the bloodstained and battle-worn man before her, she ignored the grime on him and embraced him tightly, her voice trembling slightly. You're really alive. Yang Tian's mind went blank for a moment, overwhelmed by the pain from her crushing grip. This woman's too strong, he thought. Jessica's eyes scanned him thoroughly, as if to ensure he wasn't a figment of her imagination. Memories flashed through her mind, the last time she'd seen him, falling into the endless horde of zombies, his hand slipping from hers. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Yang Tian broke the silence. Hey, at least this time you caught me, didn't you? Jessica blinked, and for the first time, a smile tugged at her lips, a rare, breathtaking sight. Several mercenaries inside the helicopter stood dumbfounded, swallowing nervously as they witnessed the ice-cold woman smiling. Pinch me. Did she just smile? One of the mercenaries whispered. No way. If she likes zombies, I'm signing up. I want her to hold me too, another muttered eagerly. Get in line. I'll turn first, you follow, a third quipped. Amid their playful banter, a new voice cut through the cabin. Thank you for rescuing us, but can you release him now? His condition isn't exactly great. While the mercenaries were still chatting noisily, a voice came from the cabin. Thank you for saving us, but he's not in good shape. Can you release him, please? Jessica reined in her emotions, returning to her usual cold demeanor. She steadied Yang Tian and turned toward the woman who had spoken. With just one glance, a ripple passed through Jessica's typically indifferent eyes. She sighed inwardly, what a captivating girl. Despite the disheveled state of the girl before her, it couldn't mask the noble and distinct aura she carried. Even more remarkable was the air of resilience she exuded, clearly honed through blood and struggle. And who are you? Jessica asked with mild intrigue. Daphne, just an ordinary person. Daphne approached Jessica and reached out to support Yang Tian's shoulder, intending to take him from her grasp. Ordinary? Jessica scoffed, eyeing Daphne's actions. And what exactly are you trying to do? Thank you for saving us. Daphne gave Jessica a polite nod before continuing. He's injured. Do you have a first aid kit? Jessica gave a curt order. Bring the medkit. In no time, a mercenary arrived with a small medical box. Watching Daphne's practiced movements as she bandaged young Tian, Jessica couldn't help but comment with a faint smile. Not bad, looks like you've done this before. He's always getting hurt, Daphne huffed, tying a butterfly knot before muttering a complaint. What started as a tense exchange between the two quickly turned into a surprisingly friendly interaction. The mercenaries exchanged astonished glances. None of them had ever heard Jessica talk this much in one sitting. Meanwhile, young Tian found himself in an awkward position. Daphne had grown comfortable enough around him to poke fun at his missteps, and now she was revealing some of his most embarrassing moments. Hey, girl. Watch your words, or I might just bite you, young Tian warned, glancing down at the many layers of bandages wrapped around him, clearly resigned. Daphne didn't spare him any mercy, tightening the butterfly knot with a mischievous grin. So, why are you here? Young Tian asked, trying to change the subject. I heard the organization was hunting down someone called Puppet, Daphne replied. So, I came to find you. Ah, so capturing me would be quite the achievement for you, huh? Young Tian teased with a smirk. What? Daphne froze, her expression instantly shifting to one of suspicion as she turned toward Jessica. Is she part of that organization too? They've put a bounty on me as well. Jessica shrugged, her eyes filled with contempt. Why? Daphne pressed. That traitor. Hunter, Jessica replied, her voice laced with venom, though she didn't elaborate further. 5 days later. The journey, which should have taken only a day by vehicle, was delayed by young Tian's injuries. They had to find a hidden place to rest and recover. Fortunately, his inhuman physique allowed him to heal rapidly, and after 5 days, though not fully recovered, young Tian was back on his feet. I can only bring you this far, Jessica said coldly, standing by the military helicopter deep in the forest. I'm a wanted person too. With the organization on high alert, I can't guarantee this base isn't compromised. This is close enough, young Tian nodded, gazing at Jessica with genuine gratitude. She had saved his life, and for that, he was deeply thankful. Are you sure you won't come with me? Jessica took a step closer, her piercing gaze locking onto young Tian. Though her words were phrased as a question, they carried a weight of expectation. I promised to take her home, young Tian explained with an apologetic smile. Besides, my existence might bring you trouble. I am a zombie, after all. I doubt your people would accept me, and the organization is still hunting me. I'd only be a burden. Jessica's icy eyes narrowed slightly. What a lousy excuse. They're already after me, whether you come with me or not. Young Tian scratched his head, contemplating for a moment before making a decision. If you're willing to put up with a dangerous zombie, then, once I've taken her home, I'll come find you. A glimmer of excitement flashed through Jessica's eyes. She knew better than anyone just how capable young Tian was, from their first encounter, when his strength had left a deep impression, to the many failed attempts by the organization to capture him. And just the night before, she had witnessed his mysterious abilities in action. Jessica was confident if young Tian joined her team, she could build a powerful force, one strong enough to avenge her brother's death, and perhaps even to exact revenge for herself. Who says he doesn't have a place to go? Daphne suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Yang Tian's arm. Stay with me. Don't you want to return to the human world? I'll talk to my parents, they'll accept you. Maybe. Before she could finish, Jessica gave young Tian a light pat on the shoulder, her lips curling into a self-assured smile. Just remember what you promised, and take good care of my Barrett. Hey, he saved me, I owe him. No way I'm letting him risk his life again. I'll make sure he finds a place with us. Daphne huffed, glaring at Jessica, clearly displeased with her words. Jessica's smile didn't waver. She handed young Tian a map, marking the location of her team's temporary hideout. I'll be waiting. With that, she boarded the helicopter with her mercenaries. As the aircraft lifted off, Jessica stood by the open door, giving Daphne a knowing smile. You can't keep him. Watching the helicopter disappear into the distance, Daphne turned to young Tian. Is it true? Do you really plan to keep living this life, constantly on the run? Young Tian gave her a weary smile. Daphne, there's no place for someone like me in your world, no matter how powerful your family is. Don't be ridiculous. Daphne clenched her fists, frustrated by his response. You know why, Yang Tian said softly, patting her head. Those people, that organization, they want me, my body, my abilities. Even if your parents welcome me, it's only a matter of time before I'm discovered. And once that happens, well, you can imagine what they'll do, dissect me? Experiment on me? Brainwash me? The human world is complicated, young Tian sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. I've learned a lot in these past days, fighting and fleeing. Remember, I'm a zombie, not a human. Daphne stared at him, her heart aching at the sight of his bitter smile. For the first time, she realized just how far apart they truly were. Despite standing right beside her, young Tian felt worlds away. Miss, we made it. It's right there. Bill's excited voice rang out as he waved his arms wildly, like a child cheering over a new treat. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract those mindless undead? Daphne was also visibly excited, peering through the window at the once glorious city of angels, Los Angeles, now a place of haunting desolation. There it is. Do you see it, miss? Bill shouted once again, unable to contain his excitement. Young Tian squinted, using his heightened senses, and what he saw left him stunned. Thick wire fences stretched in all directions, adorned with charred corpses, victims of the electrified barrier. It was clear, once zombies came close, they stood no chance, their fate sealed by the lethal electric currents. Behind the electrified wires loomed a high cement wall and a heavy iron gate. The walls connected to other buildings in the city, which had been reinforced and fused into a single defensive structure. Cement filled every gap, creating an impenetrable barrier. The walls curved inward toward a river that served as the final line of defense. Watchtowers lined the perimeter, manned by soldiers equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry. On the walls, patrols moved in sync, while heavy guns protruded from various buildings, adding an extra layer of security. The contrast between the world inside and outside the walls was striking. Beyond the gates, desolation stretched in all directions, but inside, it looked as though the city hadn't changed. It was almost as if the Los Angeles of yesterday had survived, untouched by the horrors of the apocalypse. This place, a refuge for humanity, should have been a beacon for the undead. Yet the relentless purges carried out by soldiers, combined with the powerful defenses, meant that few zombies lingered nearby. Look, you've made it home, Yang Tian said in a raspy voice, pointing toward the distant walls. Yes, Yang, I'm home. I can't believe it. I'm finally home. Daphne exclaimed joyfully, clutching Yang Tian's arm and shaking it with excitement. Then go on. Your parents are waiting for you, Yang Tian said, his voice carrying a bitterness even he couldn't fully suppress. You're right. Let's go. Daphne pulled on Yang Tian's arm, eager to leave the shelter they were hiding in. But to her surprise, Yang Tian remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. Come on, what are you waiting for? Daphne started to speak, only to falter halfway through. Panic flashed across her face as she grabbed his hand, pleading. Come with me. Please trust me. You don't have to live like this anymore. I'll take care of everything. Yang Tian's heart stirred as he looked into her desperate eyes. Their time together had given him more than just survival. It had forged a bond, a connection amidst the chaos of the undead. Please, I know I can do this, Daphne begged, her voice trembling with emotion. Don't lie to yourself, Yang Tian said softly, freeing his hand from hers. His voice was steady but filled with sorrow. You know you wouldn't risk my life like that. Go, this is your world, not mine. Bill, already brimming with excitement, chimed in. Miss, let's go. I'll call them to come get you. He dashed out, paying no mind to any lurking zombies, lost in his own elation. Watching Bill sprint away, Yang Tian turned back to Daphne. I kept my promise. That's all I can do. Daphne bit her lip hard, her eyes welling with tears. She locked her gaze on Yang Tian, unwilling to look away. Oh, right. Yang Tian, overwhelmed by her expression, reached into his pocket and pulled out several brain cores. He placed the glowing crystals into her hands. Take these. They're from the Special Ops Soldiers Level 1 and Level 2 cores. They'll help you become stronger. I don't want them, Daphne whispered, her head bowed as tears glistened in her eyes. I don't care about these stupid cores. I just want you to come with me. Stop living like this. How much longer do you think you can survive? Every time I see you, you're covered in blood, barely holding on. Daphne. Yang Tian interrupted sharply, gripping her shoulders. His voice was firm, but not unkind. I don't know how much longer I'll live, but I do know that if I go with you, I'll die for sure. No, you don't understand. I can protect you. My family, our influence, it's immense. We can keep you safe. Daphne shook her head violently, tears now falling freely. Daphne, don't be stubborn, Yang Tian said, his voice laced with regret. I won't listen. I know I can do it. Daphne sobbed, clinging to her hopes, unwilling to accept his words. Daphne. Yang Tian suddenly grabbed her by the collar and pressed her against the wall. His voice was harsh, tinged with desperation. What's gotten into you? This isn't like you. Get a grip. Daphne trembled, lowering her head in silence, her shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Please, go back to your world, Yang Tian said, his voice heavy with sorrow. That world, he thought bitterly, used to be mine too. Daphne slowly raised her head, realizing that no matter how much she wished otherwise, nothing would change. She gazed into his gray-green eyes, haunted with sadness. Then, slowly, she leaned forward. Daphne, don't, Yang Tian warned, backing away in alarm. You know what you're doing, right? Every day with you, I've had to fight myself. Please, don't push me. I don't want to hurt you. Ignoring him, Daphne clutched his shirt tightly, pressing her lips toward his. Do you really not fear becoming a zombie? If you're not scared, then I wouldn't mind, Yang Tian muttered, swallowing hard as he turned his head away, struggling to resist. Don't move, Daphne whispered fiercely, her usual soft tone replaced by unexpected firmness. Before Yang Tian could react, her cold, soft lips brushed against his. Promise me, she whispered, pulling back slightly to meet his gaze. Promise me you'll come back for me. Yang Tian's heart raced, and after a long pause, he nodded. All right, I promise. Once I've reached a level where I can hide my presence, I'll come find you. Really? Daphne looked at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Do we need to pinky swear? Young Tian muttered awkwardly. Ignoring his attempt to lighten the mood, Daphne turned abruptly and headed toward the gate. From a distance, her voice called out, "Remember your promise." Her tall silhouette faded into the distance, her steps growing quicker as she resisted the urge to look back. "Daphne!" Yang Tian suddenly shouted. Daphne froze, spinning around with a spark of hope in her eyes. "Did you change your mind?" "No," Yang Tian shook his head, watching as her eyes filled with disappointment. "Eat the brain cores, now, in front of me." Without hesitation, Daphne picked up the 3 glowing cores and swallowed them one by one. "Take care," Yang Tian whispered with a faint smile. "Trust me, the human world is far more dangerous than the world of the undead." Daphne gave a thoughtful nod before turning and walking away, her figure growing smaller with each step. Young Tian stood there, watching her disappear into the distance, his heart heavy with regret. With a sigh, he reached for the Barrett rifle slung over his shoulder and aimed it at Daphne's retreating figure. Young Tian gazed in silence for a long while, his heart heavy as he watched Daphne's distant figure fade into the horizon. With a sharp shake of his head, he gripped the Barrett rifle slung over his shoulder, slowly raising it to aim at her retreating silhouette. Through the scope, her blurry form sharpened into focus. Suddenly, the heavy iron gate embedded within the thick city walls began to open. Soldiers poured out, and military vehicles rumbled forward. Then, 2 middle-aged figures, Daphne's parents, rushed from one of the vehicles, their faces alight with joy and relief. The woman broke down into tears as they hurried toward Daphne. Seeing them, Daphne's pace quickened, her strides becoming longer and more urgent until she threw herself into their waiting arms. At that moment, young Tian's heart clenched painfully, and he closed his eyes, memories flashing vividly in his mind as if they had happened just yesterday. Is someone there? Can you understand me? Oh, thank God. Could you, please, just find me something to eat? I haven't eaten in days. I'm too scared to go out, I swear I'm going to die. Even just a glass of water, please. Young Tian remembered it all, the terrified, pleading look in her eyes that day in the small villa. I only want to go to Los Angeles. I don't know what to do, I have no one to rely on. I just want to live. I just want to go home. He could still see the image of that fragile girl, overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty, on the brink of breaking down. Oh my God, you're really human. No, I mean, you remember everything? You still have your thoughts, your human consciousness? This is incredible. He recalled how she had fought back her fear, her hands trembling as she wrapped his wounded arm in bandages. Why didn't you help me? You just stood there while it tried to kill me. Damn it, how could you just watch? Why didn't you do anything? He remembered the girl learning how to hold a gun properly, how to reload ammunition with steady hands. You don't understand. You've lived in the chaos of this world for so long, but I never had to. This wasn't supposed to be my life. He could still see her, under a night sky full of stars, her gaze filled with sadness, a lonely figure, sitting beside a corpse that somehow still clung to fragments of its past self. Young Tian shook his head violently, trying to dispel the vivid memories, but they lingered like stubborn phantoms. His grip on the Barrett tightened, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. I'm a warrior now, a warrior you trained yourself. Taking care of you like this, it feels really satisfying. How could you say that? What good is saving someone who doesn't even value their own life? Yang Tian walked aimlessly, the weight in his chest growing heavier with every step. His throat tightened painfully, and he could feel his nose stinging. How long has it been since I last cried? He stopped in his tracks, overwhelmed by emotions he thought he'd buried long ago. Lifting the Barrett rifle once more, he peered through the scope at the heavy city walls. Sweetheart, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Daphne's mother sobbed as she held her daughter close, her tears flowing freely. She gently stroked Daphne's back, murmuring soothing words as she gazed at her daughter's exhausted, tear-streaked face. You're home. You're home. Daphne's father repeated, his voice thick with emotion. His hands combed tenderly through Daphne's dark hair, tears glimmering in his eyes, brimming with love and joy. That's her home. Her family, Young Tian whispered hoarsely, his voice breaking. Gripping the Barrett tightly in one hand, he ran his other hand through his hair, pulling painfully. But no amount of physical pain could rival the ache in his heart. I used to belong to that world too. I was once human, Yang Tian muttered, the words like a raw wound reopening. Images of loving parents flashed before his eyes, their warm embrace, their gentle gazes full of care. Damn it! Damn it! Yang Tian growled under his breath, his voice cracking as he struggled to contain the storm inside. Control yourself, he whispered harshly. Get a grip. But then, the floodgates burst open. Damn it! His anguished roar echoed through the desolate streets, piercing the eerie silence of the ruined city. The scattered undead in the streets fell eerily still. And then, as if triggered by Young Tian's outcry, one zombie let out a low, hoarse growl. Another followed. Then another. The isolated whispers of growls grew louder, until a symphony of undead voices filled the city, their collective roars building like a river swelling into a mighty flood. Daphne froze, her entire body shuddering at the sound of that first, soul-wrenching scream. She knew exactly who it came from. We need to move. Commander, we should head back now, a soldier barked, rushing over to Daphne's parents. Yes, let's go. Let's head back, her father agreed hastily, casting wary glances around him. He gently patted Daphne's head. Don't worry, sweetheart, we're going home. You're safe now. Come on, honey, let's get inside. Everything will be all right, her mother whispered, mistaking Daphne's trembling as fear of the undead. She wrapped an arm around Daphne and led her toward the thick iron gate. Beyond the cold iron gate lay the human world, a place Daphne once called home. She allowed her parents to guide her, but her gaze lingered, scanning the ruined streets as though searching for something. The dark clouds began to drift away, revealing the sun's golden rays. Slowly, beams of light illuminated the ruined city that once shone as the City of Angels. Far in the distance, a lone figure trudged along the deserted streets. In the sunlight's embrace, the silver gleam of the Barrett rifle shimmered like a fading star. The lonely shadow stretched long and far, its melancholy presence cast across the broken streets. I thought I was just saying goodbye to a person, but now I realize, I was saying goodbye to an entire world of color. Yang Tian. Thud, 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 a series of knocks echoed through the room. Inside, a woman wearing a white lab coat furrowed her brows slightly. Raising her gaze, she parted her cherry-red lips and called out coldly, "Come in." A soldier entered, his posture respectful, but the glint in his eyes betrayed him. His gaze lingered on the woman before him, unable to conceal the raw desire shimmering within. The woman appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, her elegance enhanced by a pair of low-heeled sandals. Her slender legs, elegantly crossed, naturally caught the eye. Yet, what drew even more attention was her voluptuous figure, accentuated by a curvaceous silhouette. Moving upward, the soldier's gaze landed on a delicate, typical Eastern face framed by soft contours, her beauty striking and refined. Perched on her nose was a pair of black-rimmed glasses, behind which her dark eyes shimmered with unmistakable displeasure. Her sharp voice cut through the air. "Have you seen enough?" The soldier jolted as if electrocuted. "Ah, why yes, ma'am." He quickly averted his gaze, swallowing hard. "Miss Han, Commander Han has requested your presence immediately." "Got it," she responded with a snort. In a blur, the woman vanished from her spot, moving so swiftly it seemed impossible. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of the soldier, grabbing him by the collar. Smack, a crisp slap echoed through the room, leaving a glaring red handprint on the soldier's face. Her furious voice followed, "Control your eyes." "Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry." The soldier trembled, nodding frantically, too afraid to even breathe loudly. The office door burst open with a loud bang, and Han Jingyi stormed inside, her face devoid of even a trace of respect. "What do you want?" "Ah, Jingyi." A tall, middle-aged man stood by his desk. Though his brow twitched at the sound of the door crashing open, he quickly composed himself, smoothing his expression into a kind smile. "How have you been lately?" "I'm fine. Thanks for your fake concern," she shot back without hesitation, her words sharp and cutting. The man's expression faltered for a moment. "Jingyi," the man sighed, drawing a long breath to calm himself. "I have a mission for you. It's critical." Han Jingyi said nothing, merely narrowing her eyes and waiting. "Take a look at this," the man said, tapping the touchpad of his device. A video began to play on the screen. This footage was captured by a scout team at the outskirts of the base. They risked their lives to film it. "Come at me if you dare. I'm not afraid of you worthless scum." A rugged voice came from a towering man leaning casually against a wall. His hulking frame easily stood over 190 centimeters, exuding raw power. His short black hair was cropped close to his scalp, but the most striking feature was the long scar that ran from the corner of his left eye to the edge of his mouth, giving his already menacing face an even more terrifying look. "You traitor! Sirius, we've finally found you," a voice rang out, sharp with authority. "You know the crimes you've committed, and this time, we'll see to it that you pay with your life." "Crimes?" Sirius scoffed, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Please, you bastard. Sirius, you're asking to die," one of the squad leaders growled, rage boiling over. The figures on the screen collided, and fierce combat ensued. "Just get to the point." "I don't have time for this nonsense," Han Jingyi interrupted impatiently, her tone cold as she shifted her gaze back to the middle-aged man. "Almost there," he muttered, dragging the video's progress bar forward. As the battle on the screen continued, the sounds of combat echoed from the speakers. Just when Han Jingyi's patience was wearing thin, a sudden scream tore through the air. Within seconds, more screams followed in rapid succession. The camera shook violently, catching brief flashes of a swift, ghostly figure darting through the chaos, moving with an unsettling grace. The fight ended in the blink of an eye. "That's..." Han Jingyi leaned over the desk, her hands gripping its edges as her eyes remained glued to the screen. On the screen, the ghostly figure crouched, rifling through the bodies of fallen soldiers. Soon, the pale hand retrieved several assault rifles. The figure stood upright, revealing a lean frame, its face partially illuminated, showcasing stern, chiseled features. Even through the hazy video, a pair of eerie, gray-green eyes gleamed with life. "It's him," the man said, pausing the video. "You're more familiar with him than I am." "Puppet. The one who turned the entire Wildcat organization upside down," Han Jingyi muttered, her voice cold. "The very same Puppet." The man nodded solemnly. "We still don't know why Puppet showed up in Dexton." As for the scar-faced man, he's a former wildcat mercenary who escaped from the organization. Unfortunately, he ran into their pursuers on our territory. Is the soldier who recorded this still alive? Han Jingyi asked without looking up. The man sighed. No, he didn't make it. I knew it, Han Jingyi whispered. Puppet never leaves witnesses. Actually, the man hesitated, he didn't kill the soldier. Han Jingyi arched a brow in surprise as the man resumed the video. The camera captured young Tian staggering away, ignoring the scar-faced man completely. Sirius turned toward the camera with a fleeting glance before vanishing from sight. Moments later, frantic shouts erupted, followed by the sound of scrambling footsteps. Then, the screen went black. You know how rapidly the Wildcat organization has advanced in bioengineering, right? The man's tone grew serious. They're already experimenting with the abilities of zombie mothers and have achieved some success. We are falling behind, and badly. And you want me to capture this monster for you? Han Jingyi sneered, her dark eyes drilling into the man. Jingyi, the man began softly, I wouldn't send my own daughter on a suicide mission. But if you can get close to him, gain his trust, it'll make everything much easier. You're the only one qualified to handle this task. Puppet's abilities could change everything, not just for our base but for humanity itself. His voice trembled with excitement. If we could harness his abilities, if we could replicate his physical strength, think about what it would mean. Enough, Han Jingyi interrupted, her voice laced with venom. Stop pretending you care about humanity's survival. All you care about is power, your rank, your control. Han Jingyi, how dare you speak to me this way? I am your father, the man snapped, his temper finally breaking. Han Jingyi's eyes darkened with fury. You are not my father. I only have one parent, and that's my mother. The man clenched his fists, struggling to maintain his composure. I'll do it, Han Jingyi declared, slamming her hand against the desk. A handprint embedded itself into the wood with a loud crack. The man's face lit up with joy, but before he could say anything, Han Jingyi's icy voice cut him off. But this is the last time. After this, we're finished. No more missions. No more ties. We're done. Her words were sharp and final, each one sinking deep into the man's chest like a dagger. You! Yang Tian halted, slightly tilting his head to glance at the scarred man following him. His voice was cold and sharp. Leave. The scar-faced man stopped as well, showing no sign of fear, even though the overwhelming aura of death emanating from the zombie before him was suffocating. Thank you for saving me, puppet, the man said, bowing slightly, his voice full of gratitude. Yang Tian snorted. I didn't save you. I just have a grudge against anyone wearing their uniform. I don't care who you are or why they're chasing you, but if you keep following me, you'll soon realize that I'm far more dangerous than they are. The scarred man hesitated, clenching his fists, and whispered, I was once part of that organization. Yang Tian's eyes narrowed, and the dangerous glint in them returned. Oh, looks like I missed one. Wait, the scarred man hurriedly raised his hands when Yang Tian lifted his assault rifle. I'm not with them anymore. I'm wanted by them, a traitor, according to their standards. Traitor? Yang Tian's interest piqued. What a coincidence. I've been meeting a lot of traitors recently. It's true, the scarred man continued, sensing Yang Tian's skepticism. They accused me of jeopardizing the organization's security. I'm listed as a Class A fugitive. Yang Tian scoffed. Class A, huh? And what about me? The scarred man shrugged cautiously, sizing up the eerie presence before him. You must be special class. Yang Tian chuckled. Special class? Still too low. I need to stir things up enough to see what lies above special class. His gaze drifted as if lost in thought. The scarred man, seeing his opportunity, pressed on. They found me once, and they'll find me again. Their reach is vast. I'm just looking for refuge. Let me stay with you. I'm a zombie, Yang Tian said, his voice low, though his curiosity flickered as he studied the man. I know. I'm being hunted because of a zombie. The scarred man's face twisted in anguish, a rare crack in his usually stoic demeanor. Yang Tian lowered his weapon slightly, raising a brow. You've piqued my interest, friend. The man saw hope flicker in Yang Tian's expression and exhaled deeply. In a quiet room, a woman in a white lab coat stood silently, her fingers gently tracing an old black and white photograph on the wall. Her cold eyes softened momentarily, only to be clouded by sorrow. Mother, she whispered, her voice delicate. I've promised him. This will be the last thing I do for him. Her fingers caressed the photo gently, gliding over the image of a middle-aged woman's gentle face. This will fulfill your last wish. She bowed her head in silence before abruptly raising it again, anger flashing in her eyes. But why? Why won't you let me take revenge? Why didn't you let me kill him? Meanwhile, in a base office, an elderly man leaned heavily on his cane, slowly making his way through a side door. He sat down on a leather sofa with a heavy sigh. Commander, you know how valuable she is to us. We cannot afford to lose her, the elderly man muttered, his voice gravelly with age. Han Chang nodded solemnly. I know exactly what she means to the base. It's only because of your influence that she's been granted so much freedom, the old man said, taking a sip of his coffee. We even gave her a rank, some power. But if she truly severs her ties with you, we will treat her just like any other special case. Han Chang's eyes darkened, and he nodded grimly. Once she brings Puppet back, treat her however you see fit. I won't stand in the way. all for the base. The elderly man's eyes gleamed, though his expression remained impassive as he took another slow sip of his coffee. Inside a dimly lit room, the scarred man and young Tian sat across from one another in silence. The scarred man's voice eventually broke the stillness, recounting his story with an air of melancholy. After she was bitten, we returned to my place, the man began, his voice tinged with sorrow. I wanted to take her to the organization's medical wing, to those damn doctors and scientists. But she stopped me. He clenched his fists tightly, anger and regret flashing in his eyes. She told me we both knew the truth. No one survives a zombie bite. Those doctors, those so-called researchers, have made no progress on a cure. All these years, and nothing. The scarred man's hands trembled. She handed me a knife and begged me to kill her. She said dying in my arms would be the happiest moment of her life. His voice broke. But I couldn't. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Yang Tian listened silently, his gaze heavy with understanding. I tied her up, the scarred man continued, gagged her, and locked her in a closet. I went to the medical wing, hoping against hope to find a cure. But I didn't dare bring her with me. If they found out, they'd isolate her. And you know what isolation means. His voice was filled with bitterness. When I asked if there was any hope, they just laughed, said the best cure was a bullet. Yang Tian sighed, his expression unreadable. And when you came back? The scarred man closed his eyes tightly, the memory too painful to bear. When I opened the closet, her amber eyes, those beautiful eyes, were gone. Gray, Yang Tian murmured. They turned gray. The scarred man let out a hollow laugh, his expression forced. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, the smoke curling lazily in the dim room. She tried to bite me. Scared the hell out of me. Yang Tian observed the man with mixed emotions. He wasn't sure how to respond, or how to judge the strange love and tragedy unfolding before him. The scarred man took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. I couldn't let her go. I loved her. No matter what she became, I swore I'd take care of her. Yang Tian's gaze softened, though his face remained stoic. Every time I brought her fresh meat, the man whispered, I hoped she'd look at me the way she used to, that she'd say something kind, anything. But all I saw were those cloudy gray eyes, filled with madness, hatred, hunger. You kept her alive? Yang Tian asked quietly. In that room? The scarred man nodded, his voice heavy with regret. I managed for a few days, but it couldn't last. They found out. Sooner or later, they always do. He flicked the cigarette, sending the glowing ember bouncing off the wall before it dimmed and extinguished, much like the story he had just shared. Yang Tian sat silently for a moment, lost in thought. The man's tale was one of love, grief, and hopelessness, an unsettling mirror of the world they now lived in. So, keeping a zombie hidden inside an organization, what do you think will happen? Leon shrugged, his voice laced with helplessness. Yang Tian chuckled darkly, toying with the Fama's rifle he'd taken from one of the soldiers. I see. In the end, killing your wife with your own hands was quite a happy ending. Leon clenched his fists tightly, saying nothing. But, Yang Tian's tone shifted, adopting a teasing edge. I'm still not convinced of your true intentions. What if the whole fight back there was just an act, a way for you to get close to me? Leon's head snapped up, meeting Yang Tian's playful gaze. After a long moment of silence, he let out a sigh, stood up, and muttered, Fine, you're right. If you won't take me in, I'll figure things out on my own. Did I say you could leave? Yang Tian blocked Leon's path, raising his rifle once again. Leon slowly reached for his weapon, his expression wary. What do you want? Yang Tian's voice, gravelly and eerie, reverberated through the dark room. What do you think a zombie wants? Leon tensed, eyes flashing with resolve. You plan to eat me? Without hesitation, he pulled his gun, the air thick with tension. Then let's see what you've got. The atmosphere grew oppressive, both men radiating hostility, their eyes locked on each other. Suddenly, Yang Tian broke the silence with an unexpected question. Do you know Viper? Leon's face twisted in confusion. Viper? Of course, I do. Everyone in the base knows Viper from Unit 6. But she's no longer at the base. She's also on the run. Yang Tian smirked. Just because I can't tell if you're lying doesn't mean she can't. Care to take a little trip with me? Leon narrowed his eyes. What are you suggesting? I'll bring you to her. If you've got nothing to hide, she might be glad to take in a skilled fighter like you. Leon's eyes brightened with excitement. Join her team? Hell yes. Maybe that'll increase my chances of surviving in this damned world. Yang Tian nodded, pleased. By the way, I still don't know your name. Leon Cole. Codename, Wolf. He extended a hand. Just call me Leon. Yang Tian whistled softly, clasping Leon's hand. Sounds like a name straight out of a Hitman movie. Leon chuckled, the scar on his face making the expression unsettling. Thanks, but has there ever been a famous hitman named Leon? Yang Tian paused, realization dawning. Actually, yeah, it reminds me of a movie from my past life. Leon, the Professional. The protagonist's name was Leon. Ha! Leon shrugged nonchalantly. Never seen it. Yang Tian grinned mischievously. You'd better step up. In the movie, Leon was a grizzled guy who was popular with little girls. Leon rubbed his scarred face and gave a wry smile. Yeah, not exactly in the cards for me. Young Tian shook his head in amusement, slinging the FAMAs over his shoulder and adjusting the familiar weight of the Barrett sniper rifle on his back as he turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Leon called after him. Hey, wait! Young Tian glanced back. What now? Leon hesitated, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. I just wanted to ask, what's your rank? 2-star? 3-star? Or, maybe even 4-star? Young Tian's eyes narrowed, his voice turning cold. Why do you want to know? Leon shifted nervously. I know it's a rude question, that's why I hesitated. But since you're helping me and taking me to Viper, I thought I should prepare some sort of gift. A gift? Young Tian's curiosity was piqued. And what does that have to do with my rank? Leon explained carefully. Everyone in the base knows how powerful you are, but your abilities have always been hard to assess because you rely so heavily on your skills during combat. If I bring the wrong gift, something too weak, it might endanger you. And if it's too strong, it could backfire. Young Tian's eyes glinted with interest. Forget my rank, just tell me what you know. Leon gulped, feeling the weight of Young Tian's penetrating gaze. While I was on the run, I spotted a 3-star mutant zombie, a mother strain. Young Tian's interest sharpened. Go on. Leon nodded. You know how valuable brain cores are, especially from powerful zombies. Whether you consume it or offer it to Viper, it'll be a huge boost. Young Tian's excitement grew. Brain cores from mother zombies were incredibly potent, and exactly what he needed to grow stronger. But then he recalled the horrifying encounter with the last mother strain, a nightmare armed with terrifying abilities and a giant hammer that had nearly ended him. His excitement cooled, replaced by caution. What did it look like? Leon thought for a moment. It was tall, around 1.8 meters, and covered in strange white runes on its gray skin. Honestly, it looked kind of cool. Young Tian blinked in disbelief. Cool? A zombie? Leon scratched his head awkwardly. I mean, the runes on its body were like tattoos. They were really striking, kinda like this. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a detailed skull tattoo on his arm. Young Tian nodded approvingly. Nice ink. Then, he leaned forward. Did you notice any special abilities? Leon shook his head. Not really. I was too busy running for my life. He paused, then added with a smirk, though, there was one noticeable feature. Young Tian raised an eyebrow. Feature? Leon gave a sly grin. Let's just say, it wasn't wearing any pants, and, well, it was pretty well endowed. Young Tian almost choked, struggling to contain his laughter. I meant combat abilities, not that. Leon shrugged, clearly unbothered. Hey, you asked for distinguishing features. That thing was swinging around like a wrecking ball while it chased us. Young Tian sighed, rubbing his temples as if warding off a headache. Let's just move on. With the FAMAs secured, the Barrett resting comfortably on his back, and an unlikely ally at his side, Young Tian stepped out into the world once more. The journey ahead would be dangerous, but with Leon, however strange, by his side, it seemed like things were about to get interesting. So, do you think you've got this? Leon whispered to Young Tian, his eyes fixed on the distant shadowy figure of the rune-covered mother zombie. Young Tian grunted, peering through the Barrett's scope. He locked onto the towering figure in the distance, taking in the mother zombie's massive frame. His first thought? Damn, it looks badass. The mother zombie's hulking body glistened with gray-black skin, covered from head to toe in strange, white runic markings. Young Tian couldn't decipher their meaning, but their ominous appearance alone was intimidating. It's impressive, sure, but let's see if it's all show and no substance. Yang Tian said, sizing up the creature. Stay here and cover me. I'll handle it. Leon's brow furrowed. Wait, puppet, it's strong. It can summon other zombies. Are you really just going to charge in like this? Relax. The small fry won't be a problem. Young Tian tightened his grip on the Barrett, speaking softly. What I'm worried about is that mother zombie. I don't know what tricks it has up its sleeve. Leon sighed, feeling uneasy. Alright, I'll back you up, but let's move in closer. I have a bad feeling about this. I swear, you've got a death wish. Young Tian smirked, his gray-green eyes glinting with amusement. If things go south, I'll retreat and I'll drag your sorry ass with me. Leon scoffed but stayed silent. Young Tian's confidence was unsettling, but there was no point arguing with a man this determined. Young Tian looked toward the rune-covered mother zombie again, excitement building in his chest. Power was everything to him, and this fight was another step toward the strength he craved. With his superior close combat skills and new abilities, he felt invincible unless the zombie had some legendary weapon. He was ready to take it on. The two crept closer, taking cover inside a small villa. Here, take these. Young Tian tossed Leon two FAMAs rifles from his bag. He adjusted his equipment, sliding fresh magazines into place, securing twin MP7s to his thighs, and testing the balance of his knife. Finally, he raised the Barrett M95, steadying it for the confrontation ahead. Leon blinked, surprised by Young Tian's sudden preparation. We're really doing this? What's the plan if things go wrong? There's no easy escape from this villa. Young Tian chuckled. Don't worry, just provide cover fire. If things get dicey, I'll come back for you, and trust me, they won't even know where I am. His gray-green eyes narrowed as he focused on the mother zombie in the distance. Of course, neither will you. Suddenly, the rune-covered mother zombie stiffened. Its muscles coiled like a spring, and it launched itself forward with terrifying speed. At that moment, young Tian squeezed the Barrett's trigger. Bang! What the? It sensed my intent to kill from this far away? Young Tian's expression darkened as he yanked the bolt back to chamber another round. Damn, this one's sharp. The mother zombie roared, its voice reverberating through the streets. As if summoned, dozens of zombies swarmed from the town's alleyways, rushing toward the villa. Young Tian ignored the horde, his attention locked on the mother zombie. The creature darted through the streets with agility, disappearing behind a building. Just as I thought. This isn't going to be easy. Yang Tian slung the Barrett over his shoulder, then leaped from the second-story window without hesitation. With a roll to absorb the impact, Yang Tian sprang to his feet and sprinted toward the streets. He hadn't gone far when two agile zombies intercepted him. In a blur of motion, Yang Tian slashed through them. Less than 10 exchanges later, both zombies lay dead. He quickly cracked open their skulls, pocketing 2 green brain cores. But more zombies were pouring into the streets, blocking Yang Tian's path. No time to waste. Yang Tian bolted through the narrow alleys, weaving between buildings while keeping his eyes on the fleeing mother zombie. A deep, guttural voice echoed through the town, "Kill him." The order reverberated across the streets, and more zombies emerged 1-star and 2-star variants surging toward Yang Tian. Yang Tian didn't hesitate. "You won't stop me." He drew his dual MP7S, firing relentlessly as he sprinted through the chaotic streets. The MP7S roared as Yang Tian mowed down anything in his way, but something nagged at him. Why is it running? Normally, these mother zombies would attack in rage, not retreat. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a fist came hurtling toward him from the side. Yang Tian twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the blow. He fired a quick shot in response, only to sense another wave of danger behind him. More zombies, both agile and brute types, poured into the streets. There were now 7 or 8 agile zombies and 6 or 7 brute ones. Yang Tian cursed under his breath. He had once scoured the area for high-level zombies, and now they were all coming to him at once. The longer the outbreak persisted, the more powerful these creatures became, and this mother zombie seemed to have gathered the best of them under its command. These 1-star and 2-star scum are annoying, but they won't stop me. Naked guy, you're dead meat. Yang Tian holstered his MP7S and drew his knife, prepared for close combat. With practiced precision, he lunged at an agile zombie, slashing its belly open. Intestines spilled onto the ground as the creature collapsed in a pool of gore. Yang Tian spun around just in time to block a brute zombie's punch with a kick. Both combatants staggered, but Yang Tian recovered first. He ducked low and drove his knife upward in a clean arc. The zombie's head rolled off its shoulders and thudded to the ground. Suddenly, a strange energy surged through the air, making Yang Tian's skin crawl. He somersaulted to the side just as the energy wave washed over where he had stood. When Yang Tian turned to look, he saw something unsettling. One of the zombies he had just disemboweled was standing up, its wounds knitting together before his eyes. In mere moments, the zombie looked as if it had never been injured. More flashes of energy spread through the battlefield, reviving the zombies Yang Tian had taken down. Yang Tian's expression grew grim as he spotted the mother zombie standing atop a small villa. Its runes pulsed with an eerie, glowing light, radiating malevolent energy. Mother zombie ability. Curse of reanimation. Damn it. Yang Tian clenched his fists, realizing the gravity of the situation. This wasn't just a normal mother zombie, it was a walking nightmare, capable of bringing the dead back to life. A fierce grin spread across Yang Tian's face. This just got interesting. He tightened his grip on his knife, ready to face the horde once more. Come on, naked bastard. Let's dance. Is this a healing ability? Yang Tian muttered as he stared at the fully recovered 2-star zombie, not a single wound visible on its body. His gaze shifted back to the rune-covered mother zombie standing on the rooftop. I've never seen a zombie like this in any game. Is this some kind of hidden boss from a map I never got to play? The mother zombie, with a haughty glint in its eyes, sneered down at Yang Tian. Heh, weak, ling, it rasped. A cold breeze swept past Yang Tian's back. He grunted in response and spun on his heel, catching a charging zombie by its shoulder. With a powerful shove, he flung the creature backward and, in a blink, whipped out one of the MP7S from his thigh holster. Rat-a-tat-tat, the burst of gunfire shredded the zombie midair, turning it into a lifeless, pulpy mess. Landing gracefully, Yang Tian smirked and called up to the rune mother zombie. Go on, try saving that one. The mother zombie's eyes flared with rage, and it let out a hoarse roar. Kill him. The horde surged forward. Agile zombies and brutes coordinated their assault, throwing Yang Tian into a chaotic melee. Despite being overwhelmed, Yang Tian's combat prowess and agility allowed him to fend them off without taking serious damage. His movements were fluid and precise, every dodge and strike perfectly timed. Damn, this guy's unbelievable. No wonder he's from Team 6, ***, Leon muttered from the safety of the villa, watching in awe as Yang Tian danced through the chaos. Even the wandering undead kept their distance from the fierce battle, giving Leon a rare opportunity to act. With his famas in hand, Leon silently slipped out of the villa, creeping closer to the fray. Thud! A zombie went flying, spewing blood from its mouth. Yang Tian moved to finish it off, but more zombies closed in, their claws slashing toward his head. Just as the injured zombie crumpled to the ground, a strange energy enveloped it. Within seconds, it stood back up, charging into the fight as if it had never been wounded. Damn it! If I don't kill them outright, this will never end. How long can that mother zombie keep using this ability? Yang Tian cursed under his breath, casting a quick glance at the rune-covered mother zombie on the roof. This one was different, it didn't rely on brute force like the other mother zombies. Instead, it stayed at a distance, letting its strange abilities wear down its enemies. Bang! 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 Asterisk asterisk. 3 gunshots echoed through the chaos. 2 bullets struck a zombie's head, while the third missed. The creature dropped, lifeless. Ha! Yang Tian turned to see Leon, rifle raised, face grim and focused. The mother zombie snarled furiously, signaling several zombies to break off and rush toward Leon. Oof, I'm still a 1-star fighter, at least, asterisk asterisk Leon muttered, steadying his aim and firing again. But the agile zombies were faster this time, dodging the bullets with ease. Within moments, they closed in on Leon. He managed to fend one off with a well-placed shot, but another lunged, claws aimed straight for his head. Shit! Leon gasped, his pupils dilating as the sharp claws filled his vision. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a blood-red figure darted in front of Leon, intercepting the attack. You, okay? Came a chilling, raspy voice. Leon shivered, realizing it was Yang Tian, now bathed in a crimson aura. Skill activated, berserk acceleration, asterisk asterisk. Yeah, I'm fine, asterisk asterisk Leon stammered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Yang Tian's presence was overwhelming, the air thick with killing intent. Just then, the same eerie energy washed over the battlefield. The zombie Yang Tian had kicked earlier twitched and rose again, as good as new. I told you to stay hidden, Yang Tian said, casting a sidelong glance at Leon. Leon, still catching his breath, didn't respond. I'm ending this. Can you hold out for 10 minutes? Yang Tian asked, his voice calm but resolute. Leon hesitated. It'll be tough, but if we clear out these smaller ones together, it'll be easier. No need. Yang Tian shook his head. The mother zombie's power seems to be limited to that healing ability. Judging by how it's staying back, I doubt it has much combat prowess. Hold them off for 10 minutes. I'll bring back its head. Leon was taken aback by Yang Tian's confidence. For a moment, he felt a surge of excitement. Alright, I'll keep these bastards busy. My life's in your hands, brother. Yang Tian gave a rare grin. I don't plan on letting you die. Without warning, a thick mist began to rise, swirling through the streets and shrouding everything in a dense fog. What the? Leon muttered, squinting as the mist obscured his vision. They can't see through it, and neither can you, Yang Tian's eerie voice whispered from within the fog. Suddenly, Leon felt a hand grip his waist. Before he could react, he was lifted off the ground and hurled through the air like a rag doll. Yang Tian's red-tinted form streaked through the mist like a phantom. With a powerful stomp, he left a deep footprint in the ground and shot forward, a blood-red blur cutting through the fog. The rune-covered mother zombie sensed the encroaching danger but could see nothing beyond the swirling mist. Then it felt it, an overwhelming wave of killing intent bearing down from behind. Roar! The mother zombie howled, signaling its minions of its location. Pointless, naked boy, now it's time to settle this. Yang Tian's voice cut through the fog like a knife. The mother zombie knew it couldn't escape. It was trapped in the mist with no way to gauge where safety lay, and Yang Tian was far too fast. You, weakling! The mother zombie bellowed, its runes flaring with a brilliant white light, coiling around its body like serpents. Yang Tian lunged, his knife slicing through the incoming claw. With a swift, practiced motion, he twisted the blade, tearing through flesh. Blood sprayed like a fountain from the mother zombie's wound. Arg! The mother zombie staggered back, the glowing runes flickering as they tried to mend its injury. Its once arrogant gaze now flickered with fear. What's wrong? Weren't you acting all high and mighty just a moment ago? Yang Tian sneered, twirling his bloodied knife in hand. Get lost! The rune-covered mother zombie roared, swinging its sharp claws, engaging in a fierce battle with Yang Tian. Whoosh! Yang Tian leapt lightly into the air, his blood-red figure vanishing into the dense fog like a phantom. Come, out, the mother zombie snarled, its glowing runes flickering violently. Its wounds healed in an instant, and with a gasp, it let out a thunderous roar. Summoning your minions? Ha! I'll kill you before they arrive. Asterisk asterisk came a sinister voice from behind the mother zombie. Weak, Ling. The mother zombie growled, twisting to claw at Yang Tian, jaws snapping toward him. But Yang Tian's voice echoed eerily from the mist. How do you fools ever hope to beat me? It was as if he was everywhere at once, his presence shifting through the thick fog. Thud! Yang Tian's dagger struck again, aiming directly for the mother zombie's skull. However, just as it seemed certain, the zombie released a sudden surge of energy, shielding its head with both arms. The razor-sharp blade embedded deeply into its forearm instead. Blood gushed from the wound, only to be swiftly healed by the strange energy swirling around it. TCH, speed it up. Yang Tian grunted, realizing that while the mother zombie was superior in strength, his enhanced berserk acceleration gave him the edge in speed. Paired with his expert combat skills, the mother zombie couldn't keep up. Without your minions, you're nothing but a toothless tiger. Yang Tian sneered, flourishing his dagger in a graceful spin. His gray-green eyes gleamed as he invoked his final card. Skill activated, Slaughter Blade. The blood-stained dagger glinted as it plunged toward the mother zombie again. This time, the zombie raised its arm defensively, but to its horror, the blade sliced through effortlessly, severing the limb in one clean cut. Can you grow that back? Yang Tian sneered, wasting no time. With all three of his skills active Berserk Acceleration Slaughter Blade, and the thick mist, he was a killing machine. The fog crippled the mother zombie's vision, rendering it helpless against Yang Tian's speed and precision. Even its famed resilience was useless. Every cut Yang Tian made tore through it like paper. Yang Tian kicked away two approaching zombies, his dagger flashing again, cleaving another one's skull with ease. In mere moments, 3 zombies lay in defeat, 1 dead, 2 severely wounded. Not hesitating, Yang Tian stepped forward and thrust his dagger into the mother zombie's shoulder, dragging it through the muscle. In one swift motion, he severed an entire arm. This is the end. Time to show you who the real weakling is. Yang Tian growled, his blood-soaked dagger reflecting the eerie gleam in his eyes. He aimed it straight for the mother zombie's head. I surrender. Mercy. The mother zombie's desperate voice tore through the air, a cry laced with fear and agony. Yang Tian hesitated for a moment, surprised by the emotional plea. Gripping the zombie's throat with one hand, he pressed the dagger to its skull, drawing a trickle of blood. Victory belongs to the strong, Yang Tian whispered coldly. If I want to survive, I need to become even stronger. I surrender, the zombie rasped, barely clinging to life. Blood flowed freely from its wounds, pooling around severed limbs scattered across the ground. Yang Tian raised an eyebrow at the zombie's unexpected submission. Just then, a glowing interface appeared before his eyes. Ding! The rune-covered zombie, W, wishes to become your pet. Accept or reject? What? A pet? Yang Tian stared at the message in disbelief. This thing said surrender, not pet. I thought it would be a minion or teammate. How did we jump to pet? The message blinked again. Ding! The rune-covered zombie, W, wishes to become your pet. Accept or reject? Yang Tian pondered the decision, weighing his options. I could just take the biochemical crystal from its brain, that'd boost my abilities. But having a loyal follower, pet, might be more useful in the long run. He loosened his grip slightly. I surrender, the zombie whispered weakly once more. Fine, let's see how this pet thing works. Yang Tian shrugged, selecting accept. Ding! Pet rune zombie, W, acquired. Reward, 200 points. Pet interface unlocked. Curious, Yang Tian opened his mission template. A new option labeled Pets had appeared. Clicking on it, he was greeted by a comical sight, an adorable, chibi-style version of the rune-covered zombie. The tiny figure had a disproportionately large, rune-covered head atop a tiny gray body. White tattoos coiled like snakes across its form. Seriously? A chibi avatar? Yang Tian nearly choked on laughter, but continued inspecting the pet stats. Pet, rune zombie, W, level mother class, loyalty 70. Skill hex of restoration. Skill description channels strange energy to heal a specified target. Limited to zombie species. Skill level 1. Method of upgrade, unknown. Yang Tian nodded thoughtfully. A healing skill, huh? But, where's the cooldown time? He turned to the exhausted zombie. Hey, can you use that skill anytime you want? He asked, shaking the creature slightly. The rune zombie blinked in confusion, clearly not understanding the question. Yang Tian sighed. Guess I'll figure it out later. Spotting the severed arm on the ground, he picked it up and held it out. Can you reattach this? The rune zombie stared at the limb, then at its own bleeding shoulder. Suddenly, its white runes flared to life, glowing brightly. Before Yang Tian's astonished eyes, a new arm began to grow, albeit slowly, from the severed stump. What the? That's insane, Yang Tian muttered, watching the arm regenerate inch by inch. But just as the arm reached about 1/3 of its full length, the glowing runes dimmed, flickering out like dying embers. The zombie's body collapsed, reverting to a dull gray as it fell unconscious. Yang Tian knelt beside it, shaking his head in disbelief. This thing is ridiculous. In the thick mist, one by one, the first and second level zombies met their doom. With his activated skills, Yang Tian was like a tiger given wings, efficiently dispatching each enemy. His dagger danced with precision, carving out brain cores as if he were a seasoned butcher. After slaying at least 7 or 8 zombies, Yang Tian glanced around and found that the remaining ones had scattered like headless chickens, disappearing into the fog. Humph, consider yourselves lucky. He returned to his previous spot, hefting his new pet onto his shoulder. A sense of injustice bubbled within him. Damn it, now I have to babysit my pet, too. He sighed in frustration. Meanwhile, Leon spun around with a start, raising his gun and pulling the trigger without hesitation. Whoa, it's just me, Uncle Leon. Yang Tian's agile figure flashed into view behind him. In a rare, playful mood, Yang Tian teased the wary man. His haul had been fruitful. Not only had he acquired a pet, but he'd also collected 5 first-level brain cores and 3 second-level ones. Leon let out a heavy sigh of relief and dug a first-level strength-type core from his pocket. Here, I got this one just now. Yang Tian glanced at the nearby corpse of a zombie, giving Leon an approving pat on the shoulder. Nice job. Keep it, though. No need to hand it over. Leon grinned, wasting no time popping the core into his mouth. These little things could mean the difference between life and death. As Leon swallowed the brain core, he noticed young Tian was carrying something, a limp figure slung over his shoulder. What's that? My new little underling. Young Tian smirked. Looks like it burned itself out using its abilities and passed out. He set the rune zombie down, noticing with fascination that its wounds had already stopped bleeding and were slowly knitting back together. Damn, this thing is no joke. If it joined forces with that hammer-wielding brute, they'd be unstoppable. The idea lingered in young Tian's mind, pairing the rune zombie with the colossal zombie wielding the crimson hammer. That would be terrifying. Is that the same mother zombie? Leon squatted down, inspecting the creature up close. He frowned in confusion, noticing the absence of the glowing white runes that had once adorned its body. Yep. Yang Tian nodded, slinging the unconscious rune zombie over his shoulder again. Let's rest up. After that, we're off to find Anaconda. Got it. Leon secured his gun, following Yang Tian through the mist. Oh, right. Yang Tian smacked his forehead, suddenly remembering. I can control this mist. With a thought, the thick fog dissipated. Leon stood there, speechless. Seriously? In a closed-off room, Yang Tian dumped the rune zombie onto the floor. Strange runes flickered faintly across its gray-black body, their shapes twisting like serpents. Though faint, the intricate patterns were still visible. The zombie stirred slightly, emitting a low growl as its gray eyes slowly opened. Hey, you're awake. Come over here, **** Yang Tian called out cheerfully, waving at it. The rune zombie blinked, disoriented at first, but upon seeing Yang Tian, it seemed to remember what had happened and crawled over to him. Master, it rasped, bowing its head with respect. Leon's jaw dropped. The once proud, fearsome mother zombie was now groveling before Yang Tian, calling him master. No, don't call me that. It sounds weird. Yang Tian scratched his head. From now on, just call me boss. The rune zombie tilted its head, confused. Yang Tian almost found it cute. Boss, he prompted, pointing to himself. The zombie parroted back obediently, boss. Yang Tian then pointed at the zombie. And you're rune. Got it? The zombie blinked, repeating, rune. A notification popped up. Ding. Name assigned to pet. Loyalty +3. Yang Tian froze for a moment, his mind momentarily overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. Leon chuckled, amused by the strange dynamic between the two. You know, this thing sure has a language problem. Yang Tian sighed, glancing at Rune. Funny how you knew exactly what to say when you wanted to kill me. Suddenly, Rune sniffed the air, its nose twitching. It locked eyes with Leon and growled menacingly. Human, kill, blood, meat. Without warning, it lunged at Leon, jaws wide open. Damn it, now you're talkative? Yang Tian stepped in, blocking the attack and giving Rune a firm smack on the head. No eating him. Rune snarled, clearly frustrated. Human, meat, eat. I said no. Yang Tian barked, delivering another smack to Rune's head. The zombie clutched its head, glaring at Yang Tian with a mix of pain and defiance. It glanced back at Leon, still baring its fangs, but hesitated under Yang Tian's stern gaze. Your little friend is adorable, Leon muttered, gripping his rifle tightly. He wasn't entirely joking, given the zombie's deadly aura. Rune growled again, clearly displeased, but remained rooted in place, unwilling to provoke Yang Tian further. Hey, Woodhead, Leon joked. You'd better teach it some manners before it gnaws me to the bone. Yang Tian rolled his eyes. Believe me, I'd love to, but it only seems good at two things, killing people and begging for mercy. He tapped Rune's arm. Let's see if you can regrow this properly. Rune's glowing runes flickered to life once again. Slowly but surely, flesh began to grow back over the severed limb. Though the process was slow, the sight was impressive. Should we get it some clothes? Leon suggested, glancing down at the creature's exposed form. Yang Tian nodded. Good idea. No need for it to flash us all day. After rummaging through the room, he tossed a pair of jeans at Rune. As Rune continued regenerating its limbs, it stared at the jeans in confusion, scratching its head. Ding! Loyalty +1. Yang Tian blinked, momentarily stunned by the notification. Seriously? Giving it pants increases loyalty? He dove back into the cabinets, pulling out a shirt and a leather jacket, hoping for another loyalty boost. But no further notifications appeared. Leon shook his head, watching Yang Tian with a bemused expression. What's gotten into you? Yang Tian sighed in defeat. Alright, system, you win. With Rune now clothed and its arms fully regenerated, Yang Tian smirked. You know, maybe I should grab it a hat or something cool next. Leon chuckled, glancing at the bizarre duo. Yeah, because that's exactly what it needs. It shouldn't be too far. By car, it'll take about a day. Let's find a vehicle first, Yang Tian said, studying the map Jessica had given him. Hey, puppet, I really think you need to talk to him. The way he's looking at me, it's like I'm a naked chick standing right in front of him. Leon said, slapping Yang Tian on the shoulder. Look at his eyes. He's ready to pounce on me at any second. Yang Tian turned to glance at Rune, noticing the same intense, predatory stare. He burst out laughing. Forgive him. You know, this is just how we are. Honestly, with you standing so close, I'm kind of tempted too. Yang Tian leaned slightly closer to Leon's shoulder, giving it a sniff. Ah, real meat. Human meat. Damn it, I've fallen into a wolf's den. Leon quickly pulled his hand back, grumbling under his breath, visibly rattled. You're a wolf yourself. What's there to be scared of? Yang Tian teased, shrugging as he handed the map to Leon. He approached Rune and said, Hey, calm down. We'll eat soon, with plenty of meat and blood, just not human. Blood, meat, Rune muttered, his hungry eyes shifting reluctantly from Leon to Yang Tian. Meat? Come on, this way. Let's find some transportation first. Yang Tian nodded toward a direction and took the lead. As Rune passed Leon, he took a deep breath through his nostrils, clearly savoring Leon's scent, his eyes following him with longing. Damn it, look at me like that again, and I'll blow your head off. Leon barked, raising the famas slung around his waist. HSSS, heh. Rune gave Leon a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust as he slowly advanced, unfazed by the gun. Rune. Yang Tian's gravelly voice cut through the tension from a distance. Let's go. Rune halted, his expression twisting in frustration. His body trembled violently as if restraining an overwhelming urge. After a long pause, he reluctantly turned around and followed Yang Tian. Leon wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering curses under his breath as he resumed walking. In the depths of a vast underground parking structure, in one of the luxury car stalls meant for the wealthy. That one's got nice, tender meat, a middle-aged man murmured, aiming his gun at a young woman huddled on the floor, trembling. Though she wasn't particularly beautiful, her figure was voluptuous. Bet her breasts taste amazing. He licked his lips as he stared. Hey, man, how about the kid instead? We're running low on women. A few more brothers need to take their turn, you know. If we don't do this soon, we'll have a line, another man added with a sleazy laugh. The kid? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and glanced at the group huddled together, a total of 5 women and 1 child, all shivering as they clung to each other. Hearing this, the boy clung even tighter to one of the women's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Sister, save me. The young woman's eyes darkened with despair. She was a target too, how could she save him? Forget it, just kill the old hag. She's not even fun to use, someone else from the group called out lazily. As the men chatted, a burly man sitting nearby opened his eyes, irritation flashing across his face. The sharp air about him suggested he wasn't an easy man to deal with. He glanced at the cowering women and child, opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately sighed and fell silent. What about this one, boss? The middle-aged man eagerly dragged a struggling middle-aged woman toward the muscular leader. The leader's eyes snapped open, sharp and intimidating. He opened his mouth to speak, but whatever he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. The woman looked at him with pleading eyes. She knew that with just one word from him, she might have a chance to survive a little longer. Sensing his leader's hesitation, the man next to him leaned in and whispered, maybe this old one's not worth it. How about the kid? He cries all the time anyway, it's getting annoying. The boy immediately stifled his sobs, clamping both hands over his mouth, holding his breath as if trying to suffocate himself just to stay silent. Don't ask me. Do whatever you want, the leader barked, squeezing his gun so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Inside, he wrestled with the irony. A soldier meant to protect his people was now hunting them just to stay alive. Alright, let's go with her, another man cut in, trying to diffuse the tension. Don't disturb the boss. Fine. The middle-aged man yanked the woman forward, kicking her harshly to the ground. Move it, you old hag. As he turned, a glimmer of resentment flickered in the man's eyes. Pretending to be a good guy? You're the one who eats the most every time, asterisk. Boss, we're not far from Los Angeles. If we're careful, we should reach the survivor camp safely, one of the men beside the leader said. This will be our last stop. Once we get there, we can endure a few days without food, the leader murmured, opening his eyes once more. The women and child huddled together, watching as the older woman was dragged away. Their eyes filled with sorrow, but after hearing her anguished scream, their expressions changed from sadness to relief. When the roasted flesh was passed around, the remaining women devoured the scraps without hesitation. The boy scrambled for his share, forgetting how that very woman had once comforted him on nights when he cried for his mother. All that mattered now was the warm, savory meat in his hands. Back in the parking structure, Yang Tian inspected the vehicles, searching for one that still worked. Suddenly, Rune grabbed his attention. Sniff, sniff, Rune's nose twitched with excitement, his eyes gleaming with hunger as he pulled Yang Tian down a flight of stairs. After descending 2 more levels, Yang Tian's mouth watered involuntarily. He knew that scent, one that zombies craved beyond reason. It was the intoxicating aroma of fresh prey. Boss, here. The middle-aged man held out skewered chunks of meat to the burly young man, his hands still slick with blood, evidence of the recent slaughter. The burly man's face was pale and gaunt. He glanced at the meat before him, the rich aroma wafting into his nostrils. A flicker of disgust flashed across his eyes but was quickly replaced by a ravenous hunger. Hesitating for barely a second, he grabbed the meat and tore off a large bite. This wasn't the first time. He still remembered the first time he had faced such a choice, full of pride, unwilling to associate with this group of survivors. For 2 days, he held out, refusing to eat. But in the end, the hunger had been too much. He had caved, surrendering to the grim reality before him. The group fell silent, each person devouring the meat in front of them. Meanwhile, the women and the child were given only pitiful scraps, barely enough to stave off their hunger. They stared longingly at the men, who savored each bite of their meal without shame. "Sis, do you think we'll survive?" the little boy whispered timidly, clinging to the young woman beside him, his eyes brimming with hope. "It won't be long now," she murmured, wrapping her arms around him. "We're close to Los Angeles. Soon, we'll return to the world of humans, a warm home, soft beds, fresh bread, and sweet milk." Her voice drifted as her eyes filled with hope, lost in daydreams of a better life. Her wistful words cast a heavy silence over the other women. One of them began to sob quietly, overwhelmed by the stark contrast between their dream of salvation and the brutal reality of the present. "Ah!" Rune groaned with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming as he lunged forward. Yang Tian followed his gaze and froze. Strewn across the ground were entrails and body parts, still soaking in pools of blood. Among them, a severed hand was unmistakably human. Yang Tian's heart stopped for a moment. A person. Rune wasted no time, eagerly scooping up handfuls of flesh and shoving them into his mouth, chewing noisily as he growled in mindless ecstasy. "Oh, shit!" Leon cursed as he arrived, standing behind Yang Tian. He saw Rune feasting on the bloody remains, chunks of meat hanging from his mouth, blood smeared across his face. His expression twisted in disgust. "Puppet? Puppet?" Leon called out as he noticed Yang Tian's trembling. Concerned, he gave Yang Tian a pat on the shoulder. "Rune," Yang Tian whispered, his voice dark and heavy. Rune continued gorging, seemingly oblivious to Yang Tian's presence, stuffing himself with more bloody scraps. "Rune!" Yang Tian bellowed, his voice carrying an eerie authority that shook Rune to his core. "Ah!" Rune finally stopped chewing, blinking as he looked up at Yang Tian with wide, confused eyes. "Come with me," Yang Tian ordered, turning on his heel. No." Rune whined in frustration, stuffing more flesh into his mouth as if defying Yang Tian's command. "Come with me." Yang Tian roared, the force of his command so overwhelming that even Leon stumbled backward a step. Grumbling in discontent, Rune scooped up 2 more handfuls of meat before reluctantly following Yang Tian. Leon hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yang Tian's unsettling demeanor. Without a word, he trailed behind him in silence. "Rune, today, you'll eat until you're satisfied," Yang Tian's sinister voice echoed from the front. "Hey, puppet, no, you can't mean." Leon's face paled as he realized what Yang Tian intended to do. The burly man's expression changed in an instant. He dropped his meat and grabbed his USP.45, quickly checking the small knife strapped to his belt. With a glance, he signaled the others. The other men followed his lead, drawing their weapons, mostly handguns, though 2 of them wielded only iron rods. The women and the child huddled together, trembling with fear, covering their mouths and noses to stifle any sound. "Damn it, even after hiding this well, we still got found by zombies," one of the men muttered, cursing under his breath. Despite his annoyance, he stole a glance at their leader, the burly young man. His heart settled somewhat. He wasn't just an ordinary man, he was a 2-star fighter. The man had no clear understanding of star rankings, but he knew their leader was strong. It was this man who had killed many zombies, including the fast and powerful ones that would have overwhelmed the rest of them. The leader's presence was the sole reason the group had survived this far, holding on to the dream of reaching the sanctuary of Los Angeles. Bang! Just as the burly man prepared to investigate, the garage door shattered with a deafening crash. Standing in the entrance was, not a man, but a zombie, dressed impeccably in human clothing. Wearing simple jeans and an open leather jacket that exposed a sliver of his bare chest, his gray-black skin was adorned with strange, luminous white runes. Blood dripped from his hands, pooling on the ground beneath him. His lifeless gray eyes radiated an insatiable hunger for carnage. And when his gaze locked onto the humans before him, his excitement only grew. "Humans, flesh," Rune hissed, trembling with uncontained glee, his body shuddering with anticipation. "They're all yours," Yang Tian whispered coldly, clenching his fists as he surveyed the carnage on the floor, the remnants of human flesh. His voice was eerily calm as he pointed to the terrified men. "There's no point in this," Leon's voice cut through the tension, heavy with resignation. Yang Tian's brow furrowed as he turned toward Leon. "You won't be saving anyone by doing this," Leon continued. "In fact, you'll only doom them. Can't you see? They ate that meat too." He gestured toward the women and child huddled in the corner. "If things went smoothly, a couple of them might make it to Los Angeles. But if you kill these men now, none of them will make it." "Praying that they aren't the next ones chosen?" Yang Tian asked quietly. "Exactly. Everyone hopes they'll be the lucky ones to survive," Leon said, sadness flickering in his eyes. "Even if you let them go, they wouldn't leave. They need these men. Without them, they have no chance." Yang Tian's body trembled slightly, Leon's words echoing in his mind. "Even if you let them go, they wouldn't leave. They need these men to survive." Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air, stretching far into the distance. Yang Tian snapped out of his thoughts and looked ahead, only to see Rune gripping a middle-aged man, the same man who had earlier butchered the woman. Of course, neither Rune nor Yang Tian knew this. All Rune knew was that the man before him was a fresh, delicious meal, flesh, blood, and all. Human. Rune hissed gleefully as he tore the man's shoulder clean off with a powerful rip. Blood spurted out in a gruesome arc, painting the scene with horror. The brutal sight only excited Rune further. Without hesitation, he began to devour the severed arm, tearing into the flesh with ravenous hunger. "This zombie, it's so strong," the burly young man muttered through gritted teeth, raising his USP .45 and firing several shots in quick succession. Grah! Rune sensed the incoming bullets, and with a swift motion, yanked the man's corpse in front of him, using it as a shield. The bullets thudded into the lifeless body with muffled impacts. Roar! Roar! Hiss! Rune howled in fury. The man's defiance enraged him. How dare such weak creatures resist? In Rune's mind, humans existed only to be slaughtered and devoured, not to fight back. It must be this way. A slender woman of Eastern descent walked down the street. Her delicate features bore the soft elegance characteristic of her heritage. A pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, and her dark eyes scanned the surroundings with sharp vigilance. She wore a high-collared black coat that accentuated her tall, graceful frame, along with a pair of leather boots that clicked softly against the pavement. Her mind replayed the grisly scene she had discovered earlier, several zombies lying in pools of blood, each one with its skull split open, their brains removed. The area had clearly been the site of a fierce battle, the ground littered with debris and signs of struggle. But what intrigued her the most was that despite how long it had been, no lower-level zombies had dared approach the blood-soaked battlefield. Even during her inspection, there were few undead nearby, as if the place carried a lingering fear. After making her observations, she continued following the trail. She wasn't entirely sure if she was headed in the right direction. Just then, a distant scream pierced the air. Although faint, her keen ears picked it up. Moments later, a guttural, zombie-like howl echoed in the distance. That way? The woman adjusted her high collar instinctively and quickened her pace, running toward the source of the sound. Bang! Man and zombie collided, their bodies tangling for a brief moment. The burly man was sent rolling across the ground in a cloud of dust. With a grunt, he used his hand to push himself upright, panting heavily. His wary eyes locked onto Rune, now standing a few meters away. How is it this strong? The burly man muttered grimly, his face tightening with concern. The women and child huddled nearby were frozen with fear, their eyes filled with despair. The man they had depended on, whom they thought to be invincible, had been humiliated by the zombie in mere seconds. If he fell, what would become of them? The other men hastily grabbed their weapons, firing wildly at Rune. Roar! Rune scoffed with disdain. His body blurred as he dashed toward the burly man once more. Bang! Bang! One of the bullets hit Rune mid-movement. He twisted around, eyes blazing with fury. The runes on his body glowed brilliantly, so bright they shone through his clothes. The bullet wound on his body stopped bleeding instantly, and the torn flesh healed before their eyes. Whether the bullet inside would dissolve was unclear, but Rune moved as if entirely unscathed, intent on exacting revenge on the group of men who dared attack him. As the zombie closed the distance, the men saw death reflected in its eyes, like a demon from the depths of hell, thirsting for their souls. This was the end. They were going to die. You can't kill them. Leon's voice overlapped with Yang Tian's shout. Rune, stand down. Leon stared at Yang Tian in shock but gradually relaxed as Rune halted his charge. Roar! Rune growled in confusion, turning toward Yang Tian. Take the arm you're holding, and let's go, Yang Tian said in a low voice, glancing at the dead man's corpse. That should be enough meat to get them to Los Angeles. Even though they acted worse than beasts, you made the right choice, Leon sighed, glancing over the remaining survivors before following Yang Tian's lead. What is this, a compromise? Yang Tian muttered bitterly. His frustration boiled over as he suddenly stopped. I could take them to Los Angeles myself. Those bastards need to be punished. And do you think they'd be willing to come with you? Leon asked with a shake of his head. Do you really think they'd want to? Then I'll drag them there. Yang Tian snarled through clenched teeth. The burly man, still catching his breath, listened intently to the exchange. Realization dawned on him as he understood the true cause of their predicament. Forcing a bitter smile, he murmured to himself, I did nothing wrong. I just wanted to survive. He glanced at the terrified women and child, their faces etched with fear. They didn't do anything wrong either, they only want to survive too. Rune growled in frustration but reluctantly returned to the dead man's side. With a greedy glint in his eyes, he tore off another arm. Holding it tightly, he glanced longingly at the rest of the group, as if unwilling to part with such a prize. Suddenly, the air shifted. Before anyone could react, a figure appeared from the shadows, racing toward them. The black trench coat billowed behind her like wings, and in each hand, she wielded gleaming short blades that shone with deadly intent. In a flash, she collided with Rune. Startled by the sudden attack, Rune raised his arm to block, but too late. The woman's blade sliced clean through his arm, severing it at the elbow. Ah! Rune howled in agony, clutching his mutilated limb as he staggered backward. On the ground lay his severed arm, still gripping a human limb in its claws, the fingers locked in a death grip even in detachment. Roar! Rune roared in fury, eyes blazing with murderous intent as he faced the mysterious woman. The survivors gasped in awe. She saved us. Is this a miracle? Tears streamed down the faces of some of the women. Relief washed over them as they stared at their unexpected savior. Young Tion's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. Rune stood clutching his injured arm, while the woman, now stationary, stood calmly before him. Her high collar concealed most of her face, but a cascade of black hair framed her sharp, dark eyes. The woman's gaze flicked toward young Tion. Initially convinced that the zombie was about to slaughter the group, she had rushed in to intervene. But now, seeing the two figures standing in the distance, her dark eyes gleamed with interest. Just as young Tion and the woman in the trenchcoat were sizing each other up, a furious zombie roar shattered their concentration. Rune's body erupted with blinding white light, the strange runes on his skin flickering wildly. In mere moments, the severed arm began regenerating right before their eyes. Flesh stretched and grew, and soon, a fully restored arm emerged as if the injury had never happened. The frost-like expression on the trench-coated woman's face faltered for the first time, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. You, weak human! Rune hissed venomously, wasting no time as he lunged at the woman, his claws gleaming menacingly. The woman didn't flinch. She twisted her blades in her grip and swung forward with deadly precision. Clang! A teeth-clenching screech rang out as claws and blades collided, sending a few sparks flying. For a moment, the underground garage fell silent, with every pair of eyes locked on the fierce confrontation. The women huddled in the corner clasped their hands together, whispering desperate prayers, placing their hopes entirely on the mysterious woman. Rune won't win this, young Tion murmured gravely. That woman is powerful, at least a 3-star warrior, Leon whispered, his face tense with admiration. Inwardly, he wondered if he could ever reach such a level of strength. The sheer skill of the woman before them left him in awe. Though Rune possessed formidable strength, the difference in combat skill was apparent. Rune was a brute with raw power but lacked finesse. The trench-coated woman, on the other hand, fought with sharp technique and agility that matched Rune's speed. Rune's strength lay in his ability to heal himself and command lesser undead, skills that gave him an advantage only in group battles. One-on-one combat was not his strong suit. As the duel intensified, Rune's mindless brute force became more evident. He fought like a cornered beast, throwing wild strikes without strategy. The woman, in contrast, moved with calculated precision, evading his reckless attacks with ease. Slice! With every blow exchanged, Rune's claws would tear through the air, missing narrowly. Yet, even as his limbs were repeatedly injured, they healed almost instantly under the glowing runes. He has a chance, Leon muttered thoughtfully. Not quite. Remember when he passed out before? That was when his energy ran out, young Tion rasped. It's a battle of endurance now, whether her stamina gives out first or Rune's energy runs dry. Shing. Clang, asterisk. Before Leon could respond, the trench-coated woman darted forward. Her short blade shot out like a viper, aimed directly at Rune's head. Rune's eyes widened in panic. He jerked to the side, narrowly dodging the blade as it grazed his temple. Just as he prepared to unleash a roar of rage, the woman closed the gap again, giving him no room to recover. Thud! In a flash, the woman planted her boot firmly into Rune's chest, sending him flying backward nearly 4 meters. Rune crashed into the ground, scrambling to get back on his feet. Just as the woman prepared to press her advantage, a bullet whizzed through the air, striking the ground exactly where her foot was about to land. Bang! The woman's instincts kicked in. She bent her leg and leaped back gracefully, her movements precise and lightning fast. A second later, she had her pistol drawn, pointing it toward the source of the shot. Young Tion stood at a distance, his gun raised. His raspy voice echoed through the garage. We were leaving. Let it go. Rune had already stood up by then, his eyes seething with frustration as he stared at the woman. The woman's dark eyes flickered as she processed the situation. She scowled, her voice cold with disdain. You monsters, you all deserve to die. In truth, we're here to deal with the real monsters, Leon interjected, stepping forward. He glanced toward the woman, attempting to explain. We saw them eating human flesh. My friend wasn't too happy about it. The woman's expression shifted slightly, her voice sharp with disbelief. You're telling me that thing is your friend, and it has a problem with eating people? Yes, Leon replied with a shrug, as if acknowledging how absurd it sounded. The woman scanned the area, her gaze falling on the scattered remains of cooked meat and bones littering the ground. Her dark eyes narrowed, glancing at the group of men, whose eyes darted around nervously. Only the burly young man met her gaze, though he quickly looked down, guilt written plainly across his face. Humans are more monstrous than any creature, the woman muttered bitterly, disgust evident in her tone. Her eyes shifted toward the huddled women and child. Their faces twisted with shame as she noticed the remnants of meat and splintered bones near their feet. You ate too, didn't you? She demanded, her voice as sharp as ice. The survivors lowered their heads, avoiding her gaze. Answer me. The woman's commanding shout sent a wave of fear through the group, causing their trembling to intensify. I didn't, one stammered. It was only a little, another whispered. They didn't give me any, the child whimpered, clearly terrified. The woman needed no further confirmation, the truth was clear in their stammered excuses. Who was it? Was it someone you found? Or, one of your own? She demanded, her tone deadly. Don't tell me you stumbled upon a random corpse. It was Aunt Beth, the boy sobbed, his voice trembling. It was Aunt Beth. The woman's lips curled with revulsion. I'm sickened to have saved you. Yang Tian flinched at her words, lowering his head as they struck him like a hammer to the chest. Her scorn echoed in his mind, suffocating him. Were these people really worth saving? We only wanted to survive. A gaunt woman suddenly screamed, her voice filled with desperation. Her shrill cries pierced the heavy silence, echoing through the underground garage. Moo, someone's coming. Leon hurried over to Yang Tian, whispering in his ear and interrupting his deep dive into the exchange shop. Indeed, after leaving the pitiful group behind without a backward glance, Yang Tian had sat on a stone step, fully immersing himself in the points exchange system, while Leon scouted for a usable vehicle. Yang Tian felt irritated, trying not to dwell on things only seemed to tie him up more. After all, even though he was now a zombie, his mind was still entangled in the values and worldview ingrained during his time as a human. It was no easy task to shift his thinking entirely. In frustration, he chose to distract himself with the points shop, diving headfirst into a new distraction. But the moment he opened the shop, he almost wanted to slap himself. Since acquiring Rune as a pet and earning 200 points, his total had already surpassed 1100 and was nearing 1200. But between dealing with Rune, hunting for transportation, and the recent chaos, he had completely forgotten about this crucial advantage. In a world where survival demanded seizing every opportunity, how could he have neglected something so important? Although Yang Tian had only redeemed a lucky box and some Barrett magazines from the shop so far, the missed opportunities gnawed at him. Owning access to the shop but failing to use it wisely felt like a waste. Still, figuring out what to redeem for maximum benefit was no easy task. Staring at the selection of ordinary firearms and ammo only added to his frustration. So many essential items were missing from the exchange. Then, Yang Tian's eyes caught something, a sniper rifle displayed in the shop's arsenal, the Finnish Star TRG-42. Exchange cost, 1,000 points. Yang Tian clenched his jaw. All the battles and close calls had barely earned him 1,100 points, just enough to glimpse another sniper rifle. The TRG-42 was undoubtedly a deadly weapon, but where was the Barrett? Back in the game, even the M95 Barrett never demanded absurd amounts of points. It wasn't just a matter of unlocking the points threshold, this shop might not have the Barrett at all. Grumbling, Yang Tian scanned further. To his surprise, the machine gun category now offered more than just the lone M249. Another weapon had appeared. It was an HK-23, named the Pursuer. The description made Yang Tian's blood boil. Asterisk, a lightweight design providing unmatched mobility in battle, featuring a 100-round 5.56mm magazine with firepower rivaling that of assault rifles. The Pursuer delivers devastating output against agile mutated beings. For them, it's not a weapon, it's a nightmare. Asterisk. The design of the ammunition belt seemed familiar. Yang Tian furrowed his brow, wondering if he'd seen it in use by someone back in Squad 6, perhaps the Lion or the Tiger? The memory was hazy, slipping away before he could fully grasp it. Despite unlocking the 1,100-point threshold, Yang Tian's current balance stood at only 861 out of 1,196. Redeeming either of these new weapons was still out of reach. As he considered items like custom incendiary grenades and frost bullets, Leon rushed over, breaking his concentration. Moo, someone's coming. Yang Tian barely looked up, annoyed. So what? Did you find a car? This isn't just anyone. Look. Leon pointed toward a nearby figure. A trench-coated woman stood gracefully in the distance. The wind stirred the hem of her long coat, causing it to flutter gently around her. What do you want? Are you here to die? Yang Tian stood slowly, narrowing his eyes at the approaching woman. I want to join your team. Her voice was calm and steady, catching both Yang Tian and Leon off guard. Yang Tian chuckled coldly. You should know what I am, human. Unfazed, the woman met his gaze steadily. Of course, I want to grow stronger. Ordinary zombies no longer pose a challenge to me. I need mother class or higher level zombie cores, but hunting them alone is dangerous, and certain circumstances prevent me from joining other human bases. If she nodded toward Rune, can cooperate with you, so can I. Leon leaned in, whispering into Yang Tian's ear. She might be a trained soldier from some organization. Her intentions could be dangerous. Yang Tian smirked. Weren't you the same? Leon's face stiffened. Yeah, but I'm not as powerful as her. You could easily defeat me anytime. She's a 3-star warrior, at least, and that's exactly what Anaconda needs. Bringing her a 3-star warrior will benefit her tremendously. Yang Tian's voice dropped, serious now. But what if she has ulterior motives? What if she endangers Anaconda? If we think that way, we'll miss out on valuable allies. We can investigate her intentions with Anaconda later. There's always a way to find the truth. Yang Tian shrugged, then turned back to the trench-coated woman. Give me one good reason to trust you. You know, Rune here still hasn't forgiven you. The woman glanced at Rune, who stood ready to attack, his rune-covered body tense with anticipation, his gaze burning with hatred. Simply put, I used to be a member of the underground base in Lance City, the woman said calmly. Due to certain events, I left. Now, I need strength. Real strength. And what will you do with that strength? Yang Tian pressed. I'm going to kill a bitch, the woman replied bluntly, her refined demeanor making the harsh words feel surreal. For a moment, Yang Tian wondered if he'd heard wrong. Fine, but what exactly happened that made you leave? I'll help you, and you'll help me. That's all that matters. No need to delve into the past. Her brow furrowed, clearly reluctant to discuss her history. Honestly, I wouldn't know if you're telling the truth even if you did. But it doesn't make a difference, we still can't be sure of your real motives for joining us, Yang Tian pointed out, shrugging. Then this conversation is pointless. The woman's voice turned sharp with irritation. Without another word, she spun on her heel and began walking away, her coat trailing behind her in the breeze. There's no point in continuing this conversation, it's just a waste of time. The trench-coated woman sneered, her cold gaze reflecting disdain as she turned on her heel and began to walk away. Watching her slender silhouette fade into the distance, Yang Tian raised his voice, "Hey, miss, you said you need more power, how about I take you to find a mother-class zombie right now?" The woman stopped abruptly, standing still with her back to him. A subtle smirk curled the corner of her lips, though her face returned to an icy mask as she turned back around. "What do you mean by that?" "Kill the mother-class zombie, and the core inside will serve as your entry ticket into our team. Of course, I will personally evaluate whether you qualify," Yang Tian explained. "So the core is yours, is that what you're saying?" The woman's voice sharpened with anger. Naturally, Yang Tian replied nonchalantly. "You bloodsucker," she spat furiously. "Do you even realize how valuable that core is?" "Of course I do, which is exactly why this will show whether you're serious," Yang Tian chuckled. "And by the way, I'm not a vampire, I'm a zombie. Please, get the species right." The woman was momentarily speechless. Leon stepped closer, his face etched with concern. "Moo, are you really going to take her in? She's suspicious, although, to be fair, you probably think the same about me. But the real difference is, she's much more powerful than I am, and that makes her dangerous." "It doesn't matter whether what she said is true," Yang Tian muttered, a sinister grin creeping onto his face as an image surfaced in his mind, the towering, hammer-wielding mother-class zombie with blood-red eyes. "You're not seriously thinking? Can't let resources go to waste, Leon. No matter her intentions, let's make use of her for now. A 3-star warrior will tip the scales in our favor." "Excuse me, lovely lady," Leon called out, doing his best to sound gentlemanly despite the scar on his face making him look anything but. "I hate to be rude, but I need to search you just to check for communication devices or tracking gear." The trench-coated woman's expression darkened behind her glasses. She stared at Leon for an unsettlingly long moment before standing upright. With swift precision, she stripped off her coat, turned out the pockets of her pants, and even shook them vigorously. Beneath the coat, she wore a plain khaki shirt with no visible pockets. Leon blinked in disbelief. "That's all you have?" The woman adjusted her glasses, crossing her arms. "With these, I can get anything I need." Leon stared at her, oddly impressed by the conviction in her words. "Are you done, Mr. Paranoia?" she asked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Irritated by her smug demeanor, Leon shot back, "Actually, no. Modern trackers are tiny, some can be hidden in hair, on skin, or even in underwear and bras." The woman's eyes flashed with anger as she yanked her dagger from the ground. "You've crossed the line," Leon grumbled under his breath. "When I joined, they stripped me bare and went through everything. Every single piece of clothing. You men are disgusting," she growled. "Enough," Yang Tian's raspy voice cut in. "I appreciate you acknowledging me as a man, not just a zombie, but that's enough for now." He tugged Leon back and whispered, "Let's just keep a close eye on her." Turning back to the woman, Yang Tian tried to shift the conversation. "What did Leon call you?" "Oh, right, lovely lady. May I know your name?" The woman donned her coat again, concealing her well-proportioned figure, though her tone remained curt. "Kate, nice name. Where are you from? China, Korea, or Japan?" Yang Tian asked, a flicker of interest lighting up his face. He hadn't encountered many Asians since his transformation and felt a strange kinship, not romantic, but something rooted in familiarity. "China." Yang Tian's heart stirred. "China, my homeland." "You must have a Chinese name, then?" he asked eagerly. "I don't care to hear you butcher it," Kate replied dismissively. "Just call me Kate." Yang Tian shrugged, though he caught her muttering in Chinese as she glanced briefly at Leon. "Stupid men." "What was that?" Leon asked, puzzled. Yang Tian chuckled, patting Leon on the shoulder. "Probably a compliment." While Leon searched for a vehicle, Yang Tian and Kate sat together. Breaking the silence, Yang Tian asked, "So, what's your real goal? Get stronger, find this bitch, and kill her?" "Of course. I need to become stronger, strong enough to get my revenge," Kate answered, her eyes flashing with deep-seated hatred. This time, her emotions were genuine, not feigned. Every time she thought of her mother's tragic death and the way her father, too spineless to fight back, allowed that vile woman to worm her way into his life, anger burned hot inside her. The most unbearable memory was the woman's mocking gaze, nestled smugly in her father's embrace. That image seared itself into Kate's mind, a wound that would never heal. "Want to talk about it?" "Might as well, there's not much else to do right now," Yang Tian suggested, probing gently. Kate stood abruptly, her distaste for the subject evident. "I could help Leon find a car." "No, you can't. Rune is with Leon. If the two two of you meet, there'll be no stopping him without me around, young Tian warned. Kate crossed her arms. Then come with me. Let's get moving, what are you waiting for? Young Tian sighed. I'm more interested in understanding my teammates first. People don't abandon humanity without a reason. Someday, I'll verify your story. Only then will I truly trust you. My mother was killed by a despicable woman, Kate whispered, her voice growing colder with every word. And my father, pathetic and selfish, sacrificed everything for his career. He let her into his life, let her ruin everything, all to climb the ranks. Even on her deathbed, my mother told me not to hurt him, or that woman, because she was the daughter of a powerful military officer. With her by his side, he could rise to the top. My mother didn't want me to ruin his future. Her lips curled in disgust. In a bitter, furious tone, she added in Chinese, twisted love, it's disgusting. Yang Tian sat in silence, her words weighing heavily on him. Did you really just endure it all this time? Yang Tian asked quietly. I can never forget the sight of my mother lying on her deathbed, pale and haggard, begging me not to hate that bastard, pleading with me to assist him with all my heart. Kate's voice, usually cold, began to tremble as she covered her face with her hand. You just let them go? Yang Tian pressed. It was her dying wish. Kate's voice rose as her body quivered. She wouldn't rest until I nodded and promised her. You can't imagine the pain of watching her, weak and frail, try to kneel just to get me to agree. Twisted in perverse love, Yang Tian thought to himself. Every person carried their own burdens and stories. Who could truly understand the experiences of another's parents? Avoiding judgment, Yang Tian muttered, you really were a dutiful child, huh? Yes, I was a damn dutiful child, but not anymore. Kate hissed, her hands brushing over the hilts of her twin blades. Her slender fingers gripped them tightly. This memory torments me every day, over and over again. And every time I resolve to kill that vile woman, I see my mother's pleading face in my mind, and I hold back. And now, why did it come to this? Yang Tian studied the agony and struggle reflected in her pitch-black eyes. What could a person have gone through to carry such pain? They kept parading themselves in front of me, taunting me. I knew it was that woman's ploy, she wanted to push me over the edge. And it worked. I couldn't bear to see her cling to that monster, to hear their disgusting moans in bed. I couldn't stand hearing him call her darling, baby, or sweetheart. Fuck, he didn't care at all that my mother was dead. Kate spat bitterly, her voice full of venom. My mother's sacrifice was meaningless or worthless, for that piece of garbage. Yang Tian sighed inwardly. In the end, you went against your mother's dying wish. Kate continued, her words laced with rage. One day, I was summoned to my father's quarters for a task. When I entered, I heard that woman's sickening voice. And what was worse, she asked him who was better, her or my mother. She called my mother a weak little Eastern woman, not even worthy of comparison. Her voice faltered, unable to go on. She lowered her head in silence, but the killing intent radiating from her was unmistakable. After a long pause, she finally spoke again. I couldn't endure her insults anymore. I stormed in, intending to kill her, but it was all a trap. That bastard never summoned me, and there was no task. As soon as I entered, soldiers from the organization surrounded me. It had all been orchestrated. My father was the first to react, blocking my attack. I missed my chance, and the guards swarmed in. These weren't ordinary guards, they were elite operatives. If they had been regular guards, I could have killed them 10 times over. And your father just let her get away with it? Yang Tian asked, incredulous. That bastard didn't care about my mother, why would he care about me? Kate sneered bitterly. I was thrown into solitary confinement. I knew what was coming, a trial by the organization, likely leading to my execution. But to my surprise, that woman's influence wasn't enough to have me killed. Maybe they saw potential in me, or maybe they just wanted to exploit my skills. I was left to rot in that dark room for what felt like an eternity. Kate continued coldly. Then, one day, I was given a mission one deemed too dangerous for anyone else. They promised me redemption if I succeeded. They said they'd uncover the truth behind my mother's death and give me justice. Empty promises, disgusting lies. And on that mission? Yang Tian asked. The mission was another setup, Kate said with a mirthless laugh. It wasn't the zombies that were the biggest threat, it was my own team. That woman had arranged it, hoping I'd die during the mission. At the most critical moment, my teammates turned on me, trying to finish me off. I was severely injured, but I managed to kill one of them and escape. That bitch must still be wondering how I survived a 3-star warrior and 2.5-star fighters trying to kill me. Kate's voice dripped with bitterness. Now, there's a bounty on my head. The organization branded me a traitor, accused of assassinating a high-ranking officer and killing a teammate. The entire West Coast and the areas around Los Angeles are probably hunting for me. I have nowhere left to go. Her tale ended, and for a moment, she stood silently, her eyes burning with hatred. Then she turned her icy gaze back to Yang Tian. Is that good enough for you, Captain? I'm sorry, Yang Tian murmured, unsure of what else to say. He knew better than to offer hollow sympathy. Her story was one no one would want to relive. Kate pressed her lips together, saying nothing more. She tightened her grip on her twin blades, staring off into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, Leon's voice echoed through the area, brimming with excitement. Hey, Moo! I found it! I found the car! With Rune's imposing presence, the ordinary zombies didn't dare bother Leon. Even from a distance, Leon could feel the heavy atmosphere between Kate and Yang Tian, thick with unspoken tension. She's crying? Leon muttered in disbelief. Seeing the usually fierce woman with reddened eyes stunned him. He shot Yang Yang Tian a bewildered look. Don't even think about it, Kate hissed, her blade glinting dangerously as she pointed it at Leon. If you do, you'll die a miserable death. A rune snarled behind Leon, his massive maw opening in a menacing growl, as if ready to pounce. Yang Tian massaged his temples, feeling the beginnings of a headache. He had worked hard to get Rune to tolerate Leon without eating him. Now, adding Kate to the mix was going to be a whole new challenge. And it seemed that Kate and Rune weren't exactly off to a friendly start. This is it, that rundown little farm. Yang Tian clung to the edges of the driver's seat, leaning forward with eager anticipation. In the distance was the dilapidated farmstead, asterisk the same place where I almost lost my life last time, asterisk but this time would be different. Not only did he have a 3-star warrior at his side, but also Rune, a mother-level zombie. Asterisk just wait. This time, things will end differently. Asterisk Yang Tian muttered, excitement flashing in his eyes. Everyone remember what I said earlier? Yang Tian glanced at Leon in the driver's seat, then at Kate sitting beside him in the passenger seat, and finally at Rune, who stared back with a vacant, bewildered expression. Massive strength, excellent physical endurance, and the ability to spawn hands from the ground to restrict movement. Plus, it wields a massive blood-red hammer that hits like a truck. Leon repeated, showing he had the plan committed to memory. Alright then, let's move. Yang Tian gave the order, and the group disembarked from the pickup truck. Leon parked it in a concealed spot, ready for a quick escape if necessary. The 2 humans, 2 undead, moved cautiously toward the farm. The wind whistled through the empty farm, carrying with it the hollow clatter of rolling metal cans. The place felt desolate and eerie. Kate brought up the rear, her pistol hanging loosely from one hand, her sharp black eyes sweeping the area from behind her glasses. Rune and Yang Tian led the way, with Leon sandwiched in the middle, gripping his Fama's rifle, equally alert. Something feels off, Moo. This place looks like it's already been hit, Leon said after a few steps into the outer perimeter, his brows furrowing. His years of mercenary experience gave him an instinctive sense for things like this. He pointed at several collapsed buildings in the distance. See those? Blown to pieces. That's definitely the aftermath of a bombing. A shadow of concern passed over Yang Tian's face. Could the organization have gotten here before us? He remembered how he'd betrayed the special ops captain to save himself. It was only logical that the organization would have learned about the mother-level zombie and sent forces to eliminate it. Did they really take it down? There are spent bullet casings everywhere, Leon pointed out as they moved deeper into the farm. And grenade fragments too. Yang Tian nodded. Looks like they beat us to it. Clear. Leon and Rune returned from their search of one building while Kate emerged from another. All had come back empty-handed, reporting that the place was completely deserted. Yang Tian, too, had found nothing. The farm was eerily quiet, a dead zone. It was hard to believe. This farm had once been overrun with hordes of zombies, 1-star and 2-star creatures along with zombie cattle serving as bodyguards. And now, all traces of them had vanished without a clue. There were only remnants of blood, bullet casings, and grenade shrapnel scattered about. Seems like they wiped everything out. Damn it! Yang Tian cursed, frustration thick in his voice. His gaze swept over the farm with deep regret. That mother-level zombie would have made one hell of a pet, or at least, consuming its biocore would have given me a massive boost. We should leave. They might have troops still patrolling nearby, Yang Tian ordered, and the group returned to the pickup truck, driving northward. The truck rumbled along the highway, silence hanging heavily over the group. Yang Tian stared out the window, frustration gnawing at him. We came all this way, and nothing. So, where are we heading now? Kate finally broke the oppressive silence. Noticing Yang Tian's distant expression, Leon answered for him. We're heading to meet a group. Well, it's not exactly an organization. More like a small crew. Their leader goes by Anaconda. You've probably heard of her, used to be with the Special Mercenary Unit, Wildcat. Anaconda? Kate arched a brow in recognition. The famed sniper of Wildcat? Yeah, I've heard of her. She was a legend before these enhanced fighters showed up. Yep, she's on Wildcat's wanted list now, though. She's gone rogue and carved out her own territory, Leon explained, shooting a glance at Yang Tian. Mui here used to run with Wildcat too. Seems Wildcat produces a lot of top-tier fighters, Kate muttered thoughtfully. And quite a few traitors. A raspy voice drifted from the back seat. They drove for 2 more hours. The sky began to darken as dusk settled in. Let's pull over for a break, Yang Tian suggested suddenly. We're all hungry, and there's nothing left to eat in the truck. Rune and I will head into the woods and see if we can catch some game. Leon and Kate had no objections. They found a clearing and parked the truck. You two watched the vehicle. Rune and I will be back soon, Yang Tian instructed, patting Rune on the shoulder to pull his attention away from Kate. Even as they walked away, Rune's gaze lingered on Kate, filled with hunger and faint traces of hostility. Leon chuckled as he noticed. Don't mind him. When I first joined the crew, Rune kept staring at me the same way. But see, we get along fine now. If he tries anything, I'll kill him, Kate muttered, casually twirling one of her short blades between her fingers. The 2 zombies ventured deeper into the forest. Yang Tian clapped Rune on the shoulder again. Relax. We'll find something to eat soon. In a forest this big, there's bound to be some wildlife. Nightfall didn't bother the undead. While the bright sun didn't hinder their movements, they still preferred the cover of darkness. Rune's gray eyes could see perfectly in the night, and his hunger sharpened his focus. Rune prowled through the forest, sniffing the air. His cravings were simple human flesh first, forest, but animals would do in a pinch. Even other zombies were fair game if necessary. Rune suddenly halted, his stiff posture making young Tian stop in his tracks. What's wrong? Young Tian turned to see Rune's usually blank expression twisted into one of thoughtfulness, a rare sight. Young Tian scanned the forest but sensed nothing unusual. Rune, he asked, puzzled. Rune's frown deepened. He raised his head, turning toward the eastern part of the forest, as if drawn by something unseen. Do you smell something? Young Tian asked, still confused. A low growl escaped Rune's throat, and then, without warning, he threw his head back and let out a thunderous roar. Roar! Roar! Young Tian flinched at the intensity of the sound. But before he could ask what was happening, a roar echoed from deep within the forest, a roar just as fierce and defiant. Get out of my territory, the unseen creature bellowed. Rune snarled in response, undeterred by the challenge. Weakling, leave, or die. The two mother-level zombies were locked in a battle of wills, their powerful auras clashing violently in the night air. Young Tian could feel the pressure building around him, but instead of fear, excitement flickered in his eyes. A mother-level zombie, this just got interesting. This is it, you old bastard. Still remember me? Young Tian flashed to the front of the massive hammer-wielding zombie, locking eyes with the beast that had almost cost him his life before. The hulking mother-level zombie stared back, its bloodthirsty eyes gleaming, the giant blood-red hammer still in its hand. It let out a deafening roar, shaking the forest around them. Roar! Newcomer! Surrender! It bellowed, swinging its hammer with brutal force toward young Tian and Rune. Yang Tian knew what was coming. Without hesitation, he yanked two MP7s from behind his back and opened fire, the rapid spray of bullets lighting up the dark forest. Roar! The mother-level zombie roared in fury, using its hammer to shield its head from the barrage. The round struck its body, tearing chunks of flesh, but the beast didn't flinch. It charged forward, ignoring the gunfire as if it were nothing more than rain. I knew it. Regular weapons won't work on something this strong. Yang Tian cursed, tossing the MP7s aside. In one swift motion, he drew two knives from his belt, his eyes gleaming with determination. I've had my eye on that biocore in your head for a long time. Today's the day you die. Yang Tian's voice was a low growl, filled with both hatred and excitement. Though he was only a two-star zombie, a level beneath the mother-class monster, his fury burned just as fiercely. Time to end this. Yang Tian roared, activating berserk acceleration. His speed surged instantly, his form becoming a blur. Behind him, Rune let out a series of low growls, his gray eyes alight with anticipation. For a moment, his stiff expression twisted into something resembling excitement as he watched the two hulking figures square off. With a burst of speed, young Tian became a crimson blur, hurtling toward the hammer-wielding mother zombie. Rune roared wildly in response, his own bloodlust rising to meet the challenge. The two massive figures, one blood-drenched, the other hulking and monstrous, collided with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, back at the edge of the forest, Leon stiffened. Did you hear that? He asked, clutching his rifle tightly. That was Rune's roar, but there's something else, something bigger. Kate, standing beside him, didn't answer. Instead, she gripped her blades tightly and began striding toward the forest without hesitation. Hey, Muda told us to wait here. Leon shouted after her. Watch the car yourself. Kate shot back, not even glancing over her shoulder. Leon hesitated only for a moment before checking his gear. Muttering to himself, he jogged after her. The hell with that. No way am I leaving you alone. Deeper in the forest, young Tian and Rune faced off against the mother-level hammer zombie. This wasn't just a simple encounter, it was a battle of dominance. As with wild animals, only one apex predator could reign over a territory. The two mother-level zombies, Rune and the hammer wielder, were now locked in a battle for supremacy. Each refused to submit to the other's aura, their hatred radiating from them in waves. Rune, young Tian called out, tapping Rune on the shoulder. Use Witch's Curse. Now. Though young Tian wasn't entirely sure how to ask Rune to heal him using the biocore ability, he had figured out one thing, calling the skill's name usually worked. Rune let out a low growl of acknowledgement, nodding slightly. Of course, it understood, this was the skill that had brought it through countless battles since its early days, it knew exactly what to do. The hammer-wielding mother zombie roared in fury as young Tian closed the distance between them. Die, it howled, raising its blood-soaked hammer high above its head, ready to crush everything in its path. Young Tian's knives flashed in his hands as he closed in, grinning fiercely. He could feel the blood pumping through his veins, his undead body thrumming with adrenaline. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Let's see if you're still as tough as before, he snarled. The massive zombie swung its hammer down with devastating force, but young Tian was ready. His accelerated reflexes allowed him to sidestep at the last second, the hammer slamming into the ground with a deafening boom, sending dirt and debris flying in all directions. Without missing a beat, young Tian lunged forward, his blade slicing toward the mother zombie's exposed side. Eat this! Steel met rotting flesh, and a spray of blackened blood erupted from the beast's body. The mother zombie howled in rage, swiping at young Tian with its free hand, but he ducked under the attack with ease. Not so tough now, are you? Young Tian taunted, a manic grin spreading across his face as he slashed again, carving deep gashes into the monster's flesh. Rune wasn't far behind. Seeing its rival wounded, Rune charged in with renewed fury. Roar! Rune's claws gleamed under the dim moonlight as it slashed at the hammer-wielding zombie's back, tearing chunks of flesh from its body. The two undead creatures, the bloodthirsty bloodthirsty Rune and the hammer-wielding monster became a blur of motion, locked in a savage, bone-crushing brawl. Back at the edge of the forest, Leon and Kate reached the clearing just in time to witness the brutal fight unfold. Jesus Christ, Leon muttered, tightening his grip on his rifle. We walked straight into a monster showdown. Kate's black eyes gleamed with intrigue as she watched the battle. Looks like we've arrived just in time. Stay back, Leon warned. This isn't something we can interfere with. Not yet, anyway. Kate nodded but kept her hands on her weapons, ready to jump in if necessary. The fight raged on. Though Yang Tian was fast and agile, the hammer-wielding mother zombie's strength was overwhelming. Every swing of its hammer was like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the forest. But Yang Tian had a secret weapon, Rune Star. With each passing second, Rune's bloodlust grew. It wasn't just fighting for survival, it was fighting for dominance, for the right to be the only mother-class zombie in this territory. The two undead monsters collided again and again, their roars shaking the forest to its roots. Yang Tian knew one thing for sure: no matter what, one of them wasn't walking away from this fight alive. Yang Tian's heart pounded wildly as he watched the frost creep over the mother zombie's massive form. The enchanted ice bomb had worked better than he dared hope. The hulking monster stood frozen, its blood-red hammer encased in ice, the frost spreading across its massive arm and up to its thick neck. Within seconds, the mother zombie's movement slowed, and finally, it froze entirely, encased in a shimmering blue sheen. Yes, it worked, Yang Tian hissed, gripping the knife tighter in his hand. There was no time to celebrate. This opportunity wouldn't last long, he had to act now or risk everything falling apart. Rune let out a low, hungry growl behind him. Its gray eyes flickered with predatory excitement, seeing its enemy immobilized. Yang Tian knew Rune was aching to tear into the frozen foe, but Yang Tian had other plans. No, Rune, stand down, Yang Tian barked, his voice firm. This one is mine. Rune's growl deepened, but it didn't move, respecting Yang Tian's command, for now. Yang Tian took a deep breath and darted forward, his knife gleaming under the moonlight. Let's end this. His voice was low and cold as he approached the frozen mother zombie. Despite the thrill surging through him, he kept his movements precise and focused. He knew that brute strength alone wouldn't be enough to take down an opponent like this. The icy prison that held the monster wouldn't last long, it was now or never. With a swift, calculated motion, Yang Tian raised his knife and plunged it into the mother zombie's temple. Crunch! The blade sank deep into the frozen flesh, cutting through bone and tissue like butter. The mother zombie twitched violently, but the frost kept it from fully reacting. Yang Tian twisted the knife, ensuring maximum damage. Black blood oozed from the wound, freezing almost instantly upon contact with the surrounding air. The hulking figure shuddered once, then went still. Yang Tian pulled back, panting slightly from the effort. The blue sheen on the mother zombie began to crack, and small shards of ice flaked off, revealing patches of decaying flesh underneath. Stay down, Yang Tian muttered, giving the frozen corpse one last disdainful glance. Just to be certain, he crouched low, scanning the exposed skull for the prize he had come for, the biocore star. His fingers found the edge of the zombie's cracked temple. With a quick, practiced movement, Yang Tian used the tip of his knife to pry open the skull. A faint, sickly glow emanated from inside. There you are, Yang Tian whispered, his eyes gleaming with triumph. He reached into the exposed skull and pulled out the biocore, a dark, pulsating crystal that radiated eerie energy. It felt warm in his hand, thrumming with latent power. Rune let out a low growl as Yang Tian held the biocore aloft, the prize finally in hand. It took everything in Rune's instincts not to pounce and claim the core for itself. Don't even think about it, Rune, Yang Tian warned, his voice sharp. He knew the look in Rune's eyes all too well. It was the same hunger for power that had driven them both this far. Rune growled in frustration but obeyed, taking a step back. Good boy, Yang Tian muttered, slipping the biocore into his pouch. Just as Yang Tian turned to leave, a rustling sound from the trees caught his attention. His muscles tensed. Finally, he muttered under his breath. Took them long enough. From the shadows, Kate emerged, her expression calm but her eyes sharp and calculating. Leon followed closely behind her, his rifle at the ready. You dealt with it? Kate asked, her voice cold and even, though her eyes flickered with faint surprise as she surveyed the shattered remains of the mother zombie. Yeah, Yang Tian replied, dusting himself off. It's done. Leon whistled low, impressed. Damn, you actually pulled it off. Yang Tian smirked. Was there ever any doubt? Kate glanced at the frozen remains, then at Yang Tian's slightly hunched form. Looks like you had to get your hands dirty. So, where's our cut? Yang Tian's smile widened, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Cut? I thought you said I could keep what I kill. Kate narrowed her eyes but didn't argue. Fair enough, let's move before something else decides to show up. As the group turned to leave, Yang Tian cast one last look at the fallen mother zombie. His heart pounded with exhilaration. He had taken down one of the toughest monsters he'd ever faced, and he had the biocore to prove it. But he knew this was only the beginning. With the biocore in his possession and Rune by his side, he had the power to change everything, and he intended to use it. Let's get back to the truck, Yang Tian said, his tone brisk. There's more hunting to do. With the biocore secure and his enemies behind him, Yang Tian stepped into the night, ready for whatever came next. The hulking mother zombie lay sprawled on the ground, its battered and broken body twitching as it struggled to rise. But this time, the tides had shifted. Yang Tian stood victorious, gripping the bloodstained hammer in his hand, frost still clinging to the weapon's head. Submit, or die, Yang Tian growled, his voice low and filled with venom. him. His glowing crimson eyes bore down on the mother zombie like a hunter savoring its prey. The massive zombie, now crippled and weaponless, let out a guttural snarl. But despite its fierce exterior, it knew deep down its defeat was inevitable. The frost that encased its arms had rendered it helpless, and the savage attacks had drained whatever strength it had left. Kate and Leon watched in stunned silence, barely able to comprehend the shift in power dynamics. Young Tian stood triumphant, his aura blazing with newfound strength. His blood-red skin glimmered under the pale moonlight, his entire body radiating raw, untamed energy. "That is not the same guy from before," Leon muttered, eyes wide with awe. "He's transformed." Kate remained silent, her dark eyes fixed on young Tian, a flicker of something unrecognizable crossing her gaze. Fear? Respect? Intrigue? She wasn't sure. But she knew one thing: young Tian was no ordinary zombie. Young Tian took slow, deliberate steps toward the fallen mother zombie. The hulking creature groaned, dragging its frost-covered limbs across the dirt in a pitiful attempt to escape. It knew its end was near, but even in its final moments, the mother zombie's pride kept it from begging for mercy. Young Tian grinned coldly, raising the hammer high above his head. "This is for everything you put me through," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of every struggle, every moment of pain, and every battle fought to survive. Crack! The hammer came down with brutal finality, shattering the zombie's skull like brittle glass. Black blood splattered across the ground as the body twitched one final time before falling still. The fight was over. Young Tian let out a deep breath, his body trembling with adrenaline. His hand relaxed around the hammer's grip, and for a moment, the forest around him fell silent, as if acknowledging the end of the brutal encounter. Then, without hesitation, young Tian crouched down and plunged his hand into the cracked skull. He rummaged through the mess of shattered bone and decaying tissue until his fingers brushed against the object he was searching for, a pulsating, dark crystal embedded deep within the zombie's brain. "The biocore," young Tian murmured, pulling the glowing orb free. It throbbed in his hand, filled with unimaginable energy, power he would soon claim as his own. Rune watched silently from a few steps away, its gray eyes flickering with desire. But it dared not approach. Young Tian's presence was overwhelming now, commanding respect even from the undead mother zombie. Young Tian glanced at Rune, flashing a brief, dangerous smile. "Don't even think about it." Rune growled low in its throat but obeyed, stepping back begrudgingly. As young Tian turned, the sound of crunching leaves signaled the arrival of Kate and Leon. Leon let out a low whistle, shaking his head in disbelief. "You really did it. Took that monster down." Young Tian grinned, flipping the hammer over his shoulder. "What can I say? I like surprises." Kate studied him quietly, her expression unreadable, but her eyes glinted with something new, a mix of admiration and caution. "You've changed," she said flatly. Young Tian shrugged. "That tends to happen when you face death head-on." Leon glanced nervously at the blood-red hammer resting on young Tian's shoulder. "So, what now?" Young Tian looked down at the mother zombie's broken form, then back to his companions. A dark grin spread across his face. "Now," he echoed. "Now, we take what's ours." Kate raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly is that?" Young Tian chuckled, tapping the biocore in his hand. "Power. And plenty of it." With the battle behind them, young Tian and his crew made their way back to the truck. But as they walked, young Tian could feel the biocore's energy pulsing in his palm, feeding into him, whispering promises of strength and dominance. He clenched his hand around the crystal, feeling the surge of energy flow through him like wildfire. This was just the beginning. He had tasted victory, and now, nothing asterisk, not even death asterisk, would stand in his way. As they reached the truck, young Tian glanced at his companions. "Let's move. We've got a lot more hunting to do." Kate and Leon exchanged a quick look, sensing the shift in young Tian's demeanor. This wasn't just a victory, this was a declaration. Young Tian wasn't just surviving anymore. He was rising. Bam! The iron hammer came down with a bone-shattering thud, crashing into the hulking mother zombie's chest. The force of the blow echoed through the forest, sending a shockwave through the ground. Dust and debris scattered in every direction as the impact left a deep, jagged crater beneath the mother zombie's body. "Not so tough now, are you?" Young Tian growled, his crimson eyes gleaming with a feral hunger. The mother zombie let out a guttural roar, its bloodshot eyes wide with fury and desperation. Even as its ribcage cracked under the weight of the hammer, it writhed and thrashed, refusing to yield. With every ounce of strength it had left, the mother zombie twisted its body, ice shards falling from its limbs as it tried to escape. But young Tian pressed harder, pinning it beneath his boot, his grin widening with cruel satisfaction. "You're not going anywhere." Young Tian raised the frost-covered hammer once more, the frigid mist swirling in the night air. As the mother zombie roared and flailed beneath him, its fury was met with cold, unyielding determination. "You had your chance. Now, it's over." Thud! The hammer came down again, this time smashing into the mother zombie's collarbone with a sickening crunch. Black, foul-smelling blood sprayed from the wound, splattering across the ground. The creature twitched violently but could no longer muster the strength to rise. "Enough games," young Tian muttered, wiping the sweat and grime from his brow. His voice was low, filled with finality. He crouched low over the struggling creature, glaring into its burning eyes. "I gave you a choice. You chose wrong." With that, he swung the hammer one last time, this time aimed directly at the mother zombie's skull. Crack! The iron hammer met bone with devastating force, shattering the skull like brittle glass. The mother zombie let out a final, guttural groan as its body went limp, the spark of life fading from its eyes. The forest fell eerily silent. Young Tian stood, breathing heavily, the bloodied hammer still clutched in his hand. His crimson gaze flicked down at the lifeless corpse beneath him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "It's done," he whispered to himself, savoring the victory. He reached down, plunging his hand into the mother zombie's broken skull, searching for the core. His fingers curled around the biocore, a small, pulsating orb of dark energy. The moment he touched it, he felt a surge of raw power coursing through him, as if the mother zombie's strength was being transferred directly into his veins. Behind him, Kate and Leon finally caught up, their faces a mix of awe and disbelief. You actually did it," Leon murmured, his voice filled with a strange combination of fear and admiration. Kate's dark eyes narrowed, observing Yang Tian closely. There was something different about him now, something dangerous. Yang Tian held up the glowing biocore, his grin widening. "Of course I did. And now, we take what's ours." As the three stood there, the forest around them remained still, as if even the creatures lurking in the shadows were afraid to disturb them. Yang Tian tucked the biocore into his jacket and gave a final glance at the lifeless corpse of the mother zombie. "Let's go," he said, turning toward the forest edge. "This is just the beginning." Kate and Leon exchanged a wary glance but followed him without a word. Yang Tian's grip tightened around the hammer in his hand. A storm was brewing, one fueled by vengeance, ambition, and the relentless hunger for power. And Yang Tian had no intention of stopping now. The hunt was far from over. Splat! The mother zombie spat out a torrent of dark blood, the massive iron hammer embedded deep into its chest. "This was the path you chose," Yang Tian roared, his voice filled with both triumph and vengeance. He tightened his grip on the hammer with both hands and glared down at the once dominant creature that had humiliated him in the past. Now it lay broken and powerless beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he raised the hammer high and swung it down toward the creature's enormous skull. Crack! The blow shattered the skull with a sickening sound. Ding! You have killed a zombie mother. Points gained, 100. Yang Tian's mind flooded with the familiar electronic chime, and he let out a triumphant, almost primal scream. Ah! The sound echoed through the forest, reverberating into the night. For the first time in what felt like forever, he tasted the satisfaction of true victory. He actually took down that mother zombie. Leon shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. The long scar stretching across his face twisted into a sinister grin, making him look even more menacing. Meanwhile, Kate adjusted the glasses resting on the bridge of her nose. Her dark eyes sparkled, a mix of admiration and suspicion. Deep in thought, she muttered to herself, he's evolved. This mission just got a whole lot harder. And what was that frost? Is it his special ability? Not far away, Rune's glowing, bloodthirsty eyes locked onto Yang Tian, who stood triumphant. The strange runes on its undead body shimmered brightly and surged toward Yang Tian like waves of energy, as if resonating with him. Ah! Yang Tian felt it again, an intoxicating warmth spreading through his body, like basking in the sun on a cold winter's day. The pain from his wounds melted away, replaced by a blissful sense of power and rejuvenation. Without wasting a second, Yang Tian hefted the hammer over his shoulder and eagerly opened his character interface. Character * Yang Tian. Status * Zombie Mother, 3-star. Points * 561/1296. Skills * Skill 1, Slaughterblade. * Description * enhances melee weapon damage to its fullest potential, delivering lethal strikes. * Level * 2. * Duration * 45 seconds. * Cooldown * 1 day. * Upgrade method * unknown. Skill 2, Berserk Acceleration. * Description * increases movement speed significantly for a short time. Grants partial immunity to minor injuries. * Level * 2. * Duration * 12 minutes. * Cooldown * 1 day. * Upgrade method * unknown. Skill 3 * Yang Tian's eyes widened. My skills, leveled up. Both Slaughterblade and Berserk Acceleration had progressed to the next tier, leaving only the skill Nether Mist lagging behind, though he sensed it wouldn't be long before it, too, advanced. Then his gaze shifted to the pet system, where a chibi version of Rune stared back at him from the interface. To Yang Tian's surprise, Rune's loyalty stat had climbed to 80. Ha! So showing some dominance really does work. Yang Tian chuckled darkly, amused by the unintended side effect of his earlier display of power. Rune, still glowing with strange runes, grinned wickedly as it stared at Yang Tian, radiating newfound loyalty. Leon, standing nearby, let out a laugh. Well, looks like even your pet is impressed. Kate remained silent, her expression unreadable. But deep down, a growing sense of unease gnawed her. Yang Tian's rapid evolution and the raw power he exuded could become a problem sooner than she had expected. Yang Tian, however, was unconcerned with their thoughts. His eyes remained fixed on the path ahead. He could feel it, this was only the beginning. And now, armed with greater power and an increasingly loyal Rune at his side, the real hunt was about to begin. Let's move, he growled, gripping the bloodstained hammer tightly. The next target won't see us coming. Submit, or die. The sinister words echoed eerily, accompanied by the deafening thud of the heavy hammer striking the ground near the massive zombie's ear, raising a cloud of dust. The colossal mutant stared at Yang Tian, then glanced at the blood-red hammer resting next to its head. Its eyes burned with resentment, fury, and hatred. Roar! Roar! The mutant suddenly erupted, thrashing wildly, attempting to rise and tear apart the arrogant zombie standing over it. Don't blame me for this, Yang Tian growled, his eyes flashing with cold determination. He gripped the icy hammer tightly with both hands, hands, and without hesitation, aimed it directly at the massive creature's head. Boom! In a last-second maneuver, the colossal zombie twisted its body, shaking off shards of ice as the hammer smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. You think you can still escape? Yang Tian snarled. His foot pressed down hard on the zombie's chest as he lifted the hammer again, this time swinging it toward the mutant's chest. Splat! The giant zombie coughed up large amounts of blood as the hammer embedded itself in its chest, splintering bones and ripping flesh. This is the path you chose. Yang Tian roared, glaring at the creature beneath him, a monster that had once humiliated him. With both hands gripping the hammer tightly, he prepared for the final blow, aiming for the massive skull beneath his feet. Ding! Killed mutant zombie, T. Awarded 100 points, asterisk asterisk. Awa! Yang Tian howled toward the sky, filled with exhilaration and release. The victory was beyond satisfying. He did it! He took down that mutant. Leon shouted in excitement, his scarred face twisting into a fierce grin. Kate, standing silently, adjusted her glasses, her dark eyes gleaming with something between intrigue and confusion. She muttered quietly to herself, he evolved. This mission just got a lot harder. And what's with that freezing effect? Is that his special ability? Meanwhile, the glowing runes across Rune's body flickered with renewed brilliance. Its ravenous gaze locked onto Yang Tian, and streams of strange energy began to flow from the mutant into Yang Tian's body. Yang Tian shivered slightly as an overwhelming sense of warmth spread through him, like basking in the sun on a winter's day. His body felt rejuvenated, the pain from earlier battles evaporating. Eagerly, Yang Tian opened his character menu. Name asterisk Yang Tian. Status asterisk mutant zombie, 3 stars. Points asterisk 561/1296. Abilities asterisk 1. Killing blade, level 2 maximize melee weapon damage for 45 seconds. Cooldown, 1 day. 2. Berserk speed, level 2 enhances speed and grants partial immunity to minor attacks for 12 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. 3. Nether mist, level 1 unlocked but awaiting further upgrades. Yang Tian was stunned. His abilities had leveled up, both killing blade and berserk speed had improved, though nether mist was still at its first stage. Even Rune's loyalty had reached 80. Perhaps a little intimidation could make a pet more obedient, Yang Tian thought with a wry grin. With a newfound sense of triumph, Yang Tian was about to check the exchange store when he remembered the real prize. He exited the interface and raised the blood-red hammer, still radiating an eerie chill. Suddenly, a notification flashed in his mind. Hammer, unbound. Do you wish to bind it? Of course I do. Yang Tian's heart raced as he selected yes. A faint red glow enveloped the hammer, pulsating eerily but not too brightly. Ding! Item discovered, Bloodbane hammer, part of the Bloodbane set. Bound to player. Non-tradable, non-droppable. Item description asterisk. Bloodbane hammer, forged from endless bloodshed, holds a dark and powerful secret. Set progress asterisk 1/5 unlocked. Passive effects asterisk. 10% chance to knock back the target. 5% chance to stun the target. Yang Tian swallowed hard, his heart pounding. Stun, knockback. Holy hell, asterisk asterisk. His fingers traced the cold surface of the hammer, marveling at its ominous aura. Even in a world as brutal as this, a 5% stun chance was game-changing. After all, smashing someone's head with a hammer hardly needed RNG to guarantee a knockout. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of crunching flesh. Yang Tian glanced over to see Rune gnawing noisily on the severed arm of the fallen mutant, its sharp teeth tearing through frozen sinews. Do you have to enjoy it so much? Yang Tian chuckled, though the sight was grotesque. Rune gave him a confused look, continuing to chew noisily as it shuffled toward the dismembered corpse of the massive mutant, clearly intent on feasting further. Ugh, disgusting. Kate wrinkled her nose, watching Rune devour the flesh with relish. Relax. It's a zombie. What do you expect? Yang Tian shot her a teasing grin, still admiring his new weapon. Kate exhaled sharply, her expression cold as her gaze shifted back to Yang Tian. His wounds had fully healed, even the massive bite mark on his shoulder was gone, fresh skin already grown in its place. She couldn't help but be impressed, though she tried not to show it. They're way too strong, she thought grimly. Meanwhile, Leon gave a whistle of approval, clapping Yang Tian on the shoulder. That hammer is wicked. Want me to dig out that guy's brain core for you? Leon's words reminded Yang Tian of something crucial. His eyes widened in panic. The core. Frantically, he turned to the corpse of the giant mutant. Its head was a bloody, pulpy mess. Oh no. Please don't tell me I smashed the core, asterisk asterisk Yang Tian muttered, feeling a cold sweat form. He dropped to his knees, rummaging through the mutilated remains with both hands, desperately hoping the biological core was still intact. Come on, don't be broken. Yang Tian muttered as he sifted through chunks of bone and brain matter. Then, his fingers brushed against something smooth and solid. Yes. Yang Tian's eyes lit up with excitement as he pulled out a small, glowing blue crystal, the core. It was intact. The crystal radiated a cool, ethereal glow, as if containing a fragment of life itself. Nice find, Leon smirked, surprised it survived your little tantrum. Yang Tian shot him a glare. Next time, remind me before I go smashing heads. Kate's gaze lingered on the core in Yang Tian's hand, her expression unreadable. What will you do with it? She asked quietly. Absorb it, of course, Yang Tian replied without hesitation. No way I'm letting this go to waste. Rune's eyes glinted with hunger at the sight of the crystal, but it didn't dare act. It knew its place. Yang Tian tucked the crystal into his pocket, a grin spreading across his face. The future was looking brighter. Alright, young Tian said, lifting his hammer with ease. Let's get moving. We've got a lot more to do. Leon chuckled, loading his weapon. Just the beginning, huh? Kate's dark eyes flickered with a strange emotion as she glanced at young Tian. This zombie is more terrifying than most humans. With that, they headed back to their vehicle. The hunt was far from over. Let's move. That way, we should get there soon, young Tian announced after finally extracting the biological core embedded deep in the ground. To his surprise, despite being smashed into the earth, the core remained perfectly intact. These things are seriously tough. Had your fill? Let's move. With luck, we'll reach our destination by nightfall. Young Tian grabbed Rune's arm, pulling the zombie along. Rune didn't leave empty-handed, snapping off a half-decayed leg from the corpse as a parting gift. Once everyone was seated in the truck, Kate, now riding in the passenger seat, shifted her gaze toward young Tian. Where exactly are we headed? This time, her tone was slightly more inquisitive. We're heading to meet a group led by someone I know well. Their leader is also an outlaw, like us, a mercenary named Viper. Young Tian replied, urging Rune to settle in as he tossed the blood-red hammer onto the back of the pickup. Kate adjusted her glasses, skeptical. I've heard of Viper, but I'm not interested in joining another organization. What I seek is strength, not allegiance. You need to meet her, young Tian said hoarsely, his voice gravelly from the battles and excitement. Only Viper can dig into your past and confirm your story. Besides, traveling with them can make you stronger too. Oof. Kate's response was a dismissive scoff, but young Tian didn't mind. He pulled out the newly acquired biological core from his jacket, holding it up to the dim light and examining it. The eerie glow of the crystal fascinated him. T-class biological core, consumable. Effect, increases hidden attributes and unlocks latent potential. Further development left to the host's discovery. Young Tian's eyes gleamed. Increase hidden attributes? Unlock new abilities? He rolled the core between his fingers thoughtfully. This thing might just be the key to leveling up even further. Rune, sitting in the truck bed, glanced over, its eyes flickering with hunger at the sight of the core, but it didn't dare make a move. It knew its place. Leon glanced over his shoulder from the driver's seat, smirking. Better not snack on that crystal just yet, or you'll evolve before we even reach Viper's base. Young Tian chuckled, tucking the core back into his jacket. Patience, Leon. I've got bigger plans for this thing. Kate sat silently, watching young Tian from the corner of her eye. Though she kept her usual cold demeanor, a flicker of curiosity danced in her gaze. What exactly is this zombie planning? The truck rumbled along the road, the sun beginning to dip beneath the horizon. Their next destination was clear, but the journey was far from over. Rune paused mid-bite, his eyes filled with a deep, insatiable hunger as he stared at the biological core in young Tian's hand. Don't worry, you'll get your turn. Young Tian patted Rune on the shoulder. But the boss goes first. As my sidekick, you'll just have to wait for the next one, understood? Rune let out a pitiful whine from his throat, still staring longingly at the glowing core, like a man mesmerized by an unashamedly flirtatious woman. Next time, okay? Next time. Young Tian waved him off, his mind already shifting to thoughts of the eerie pale hands that had sprouted from the ground. Eyes gleaming, young Tian popped the core into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Rune whimpered louder, but there was no stopping young Tian now. A warm, powerful surge rippled through young Tian's body. He clenched his fists instinctively and threw a punch into the air, generating a sharp, whistling sound as it cut through the still night. This power. It's incredible, young Tian murmured, grinning from ear to ear. He opened his personal status panel, eager to see what had changed. Skill unlocked. Netherworld Grasp, Level 1. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 day. Description: harness dark energy to create a set of spectral hands that emerge from the ground, immobilizing targets within their grasp. Young Tian raised an eyebrow. So that's how it works. It only activates when the target is in range. I can't just summon it anywhere I want, ***, he frowned. And a 1-day cooldown? Damn it. Why can these other zombies use it so frequently? His gaze shifted to Rune, pondering if Rune's hex of healing would also have such limitations if he had absorbed the core himself. Guess it was a smart move to make him my pet. At least he can spam his abilities as long as his energy holds. Rune, oblivious to young Tian's thoughts, resumed gnawing on a half-severed leg, his chewing noticeably louder and more deliberate. Meanwhile, elsewhere, boss, we've tricked those bastards into leaving. A large white man, brandishing an AK-47, whispered to a blonde-haired woman as he approached. The woman meticulously cleaned her M24 sniper rifle, her cold voice cutting through the night like a blade. When we get back, find out who leaked the intel, and kill them. Another burly man wrapped in a red headscarf spat angrily. Damn it. If I get my hands on that rat, I'll blow his brains out. His loud voice carried a seething rage. Lower your voice. Do you want to get caught? Hissed the youngest member of the group, a black man clutching a submachine gun. TCH, coward. If they show up, we'll just kill them all. The headscarf-wearing man sneered, pointing at the younger man. It's your fault the fat that guy died. The young man clenched his jaw, words choking in his throat. His knuckles whitened as he gripped his gun, his silence heavy with guilt. That's enough, the white man interjected, pulling the headscarf wearer back. Blaming each other won't bring him back. We need to focus on getting out of here alive. Like hell we do. I'll asterisk. Headscarf. The blonde woman's voice, sharp and commanding, cut him off without looking up. That's enough. Fuming, the man stomped off to the side, muttering curses under his breath as he threw himself onto the ground. Just then, another figure stumbled into the camp, panting heavily. Boss. The blonde woman's sharp eyes narrowed. What is it? The two guards stationed at point T. They're both dead. Her pupils constricted. 3-star warrior? I don't know. The man swallowed hard, his voice trembling. I didn't dare get close. I could only see through binoculars. Both of their heads had 2 holes drilled through them, and their brain cores were gone. The headscarf-wearing man shot to his feet, rage boiling over. Those bastards. I'll kill them all. He raised his M4A1, ready to storm off. Headscarf, wait. Damn it, come back. Despite their efforts to hold him back, the furious man dragged his companions several steps forward by sheer force of will. Far away, under the cloak of night, a pale-haired elder's stern voice echoed in a young white man's mind. If this mission fails again, I won't be able to protect your position. The young man stared into the darkness, his expression a dangerous mix of determination and fury. Viper, he whispered, as the image of an old rival burned in his memory. I won't let you escape this time. But, grandfather, it wasn't my fault. No one could have predicted a mother-level zombie would show up, and it was so powerful. Enough with the excuses, the old man snapped. All they see is that your leadership led to the deaths of many elite soldiers from the base, with the 3-star captain gravely injured. They don't care about the reasons or the circumstances, all they care about are the losses you caused. Listen, child. The old man's voice softened but carried a heavy weight. This mission was something I fought hard to secure for you. It's not too easy, nor is it impossibly hard. That mercenary Viper has already killed many of our best teams during their missions. She's become a critical target for elimination. But remember, she and her group are not truly powerful. They don't even have a single 3-star warrior. This time, you must succeed. Viper, huh? I'll bring her to you myself. The young white man's eyes burned with determination, laced with hatred. You have clearance to deploy an additional 3-star warrior, along with a few reliable operatives. That should be more than enough to wipe them out completely. Remember, this is not just a military accomplishment, it's your chance to secure your position. Don't let me down again. The old man's tone was stern but measured. Yes, grandfather, I will kill that bitch. The young man clenched his fists, his gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. The old man nodded approvingly, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his weathered face. He reached into his coat pocket, pulled out 3 gleaming crystals, and placed them gently on the table without another word. Then, with a slight wave of his hand, he dismissed his grandson. The young man's expression immediately lit up with joy, his hands trembling as he scooped up the 3 crystals. He bowed deeply to his grandfather before turning toward the door. As he exited the room, he made sure to close the door behind him with the utmost care. This time, I will kill that bitch. Hound cursed furiously, speaking into his radio. Search the area thoroughly. Report back immediately if you find anything. They're down to 4 or 5 people at most. The priority is to capture that bitch alive. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A squad of soldiers snapped to attention with sharp salutes before scattering in all directions. Viper, Hound clenched his fists as he watched the soldiers disappear into the forest. I'll settle both old and new scores with you. I'll make sure you're on your knees, begging me, you bitch. This should be the place, Yang Tian said uncertainly, peering at the dense forest as the pickup truck rolled to a stop. He studied the map for confirmation. Before he could make a decision, the map was snatched from his hands. Surprised, Yang Tian turned to see Kate examining the map intently. After glancing at the red marker on the map, she furrowed her brow and pointed into the distance. About 500 meters further. It should be there, she said, tossing the map back at Yang Tian with a raised brow. So, what were you, really? Kate asked, her voice laced with sarcasm. Were you always a zombie? Oh, no, I used to be a student. You know, the type who always skipped electives and avoided required courses when I could. Yang Tian shrugged, tucking the map away. Leon, Kate, freeze. 2 figures suddenly emerged from the undergrowth as the group moved cautiously forward. They were camouflaged in green paint and had tufts of leaves and grass atop their heads. Yang Tian and the others halted immediately, except for one. Arg. Rune let out a low growl, his eyes filled with hunger and desire as he stared at the 2 men. Wait. Leon raised his hand to halt the 2 soldiers, who had instinctively aimed their weapons. We're here to see Viper. Are you with her, Viper? One of the soldiers narrowed his eyes and barked. Who are you people? We're with the 6th unit, call me Puppet. Yang Tian's raspy voice sounded eerie in the dark forest. Puppet. The soldiers exchanged wide-eyed glances and began scrutinizing Yang Tian closely. Hey, it seems like it's really him. The talking zombie, one soldier whispered with a mix of excitement and disbelief. That's him, alright. I remember how the boss hugged him last time, it made us all so jealous, the other soldier muttered, shooting Yang Tian a look of annoyance. Hey, Puppet, you and Viper are that close? shadows? Leon teased with a smirk, nudging young Tian with his elbow. Kate, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow, adjusting her glasses with a playful smirk. Get lost, young Tian grumbled with a chuckle. So, we're just going to take them inside? One soldier hesitated, glancing nervously at his comrade. Well, the boss did say to report immediately if he showed up. She said to report, not to bring them in. Plus, the boss isn't at the base right now. Are we really just going to take them in with strangers and a zombie? The soldier looked conflicted, eyeing Rune warily. Kate, impatient with their hesitation, snapped, enough stalling. Are you going to report or not? Well, ma'am, Mr. Puppet, our boss isn't here right now. Then bring out whoever's in charge. Young Tian interrupted with his gravelly voice. The soldier hesitated for a moment, then exchanged a glance with his partner before disappearing into the forest. The remaining soldier kept his weapon trained on the group, glancing nervously from Rune to Leon, but his gaze lingered longest on Kate. Even in her loose trench coat, her lithe and curvaceous figure was impossible to conceal. Her long black hair swayed gently with the breeze, and her dark eyes gleamed with sharp intelligence. After staring a bit too long, the soldier gulped audibly. Suddenly, the beautiful vision before him vanished. Before he could react, a chilling voice whispered from behind his ear. Enjoying the view? Your night vision works well, huh? The soldier froze as the faint scent of her perfume drifted past his nose. Control your eyes, Kate hissed, her voice laced with menace. The next thing the soldier knew, he was lifted off the ground effortlessly. Weighing nearly 190 pounds and standing over 6 feet tall, the soldier flailed in the air, helpless. Control your eyes, she warned again, raising her hand as if ready to slap him. Before the blow could land, a hoarse voice interrupted. Take it easy, just a warning is enough. The soldier braced for pain, but the slap never came. Instead, young Tian's voice carried a calming weight. Let go, Kate growled, trying to free her arm from young Tian's grip. Just a warning. It's their territory, after all, young Tian said, releasing her and stepping back with a shrug. Hoof. Kate tossed the soldier aside with a scoff, straightening her high-collared coat and crossing her arms. The soldier stumbled to his feet, stunned. He couldn't believe what had just happened, the speed, the strength, and the precision. These were no ordinary people, or creatures. Just then, another voice called out from the forest. Puppet? Mr. Puppet? A moment later, 3 mercenaries emerged from the shadows, their faces lighting up in recognition. It really is you, Mr. Puppet, one of them exclaimed, relief washing over his features. Our boss is under attack from Wildcat's forces. Can you help us? We sent a team 20 minutes ago, but we could really use your help. Young Tian recognized the man. It was one of the mercenaries who had been aboard the aircraft when Jessica rescued him. What happened to your boss? Young Tian asked, his tone sharp. Our team's been targeting Wildcat squads during missions, stealing their brain cores to strengthen our own. But something went wrong this time, and the boss is surrounded. The man's voice was tense with urgency. We sent a team, but they're not strong enough. Please, Mr. Puppet, we need you. Young Tian gave a curt nod. All right, lead the way. We have a helicopter ready. Are all of you coming? The mercenary hesitated, his gaze lingering on Rune. Stop wasting time. I'm a zombie too. Young Tian barked. Move. Why yes, sir, the man stammered, scrambling to guide them toward the helicopter. Viper, surrender now. No matter where you run, I'll find you. A taunting voice echoed through the night from a loudspeaker, carrying far into the dense forest. How the hell do they keep catching up to us, even in terrain like this, and under cover of night? The burly white man cursed bitterly, frustration etched on his face. Damn it, we should just fight them head on. The man in the red bandana grunted, gripping his M4A1 rifle, clearly itching for a fight. There's only one explanation. Viper's cold voice cut through the air like a knife, making the group shiver. Her icy blue eyes narrowed slightly as she scanned the 4 men standing before her. When her chilling gaze landed on each of them, their bodies instinctively tensed. You mean, we have a traitor among us, the burly man muttered, his brow furrowing as he glanced at his companions. These were comrades who had shared life and death situations. How could one of them be a traitor? Otherwise, how else would they keep tracking us? Viper's sharp eyes locked onto one individual, the young black man, the one who had been silent the entire time. Be boss, it's not me. The young man stumbled back, raising his hands defensively. The overwhelming pressure of Viper's gaze made him retreat involuntarily. You bastard, I knew it was you. And you're the reason Fatty died back then, the man in the red bandana roared, lunging toward the black man with fury in his eyes. Suddenly, faint footsteps rustled through the forest. They're coming. Move, the burly man shouted urgently, grabbing the red-banded man's arm. We need to get out of here now. I'll kill this traitor first, the bandana-wearing man snarled, abandoning his fists and raising his M4A1 to shoot. I told you, it's not me, the young man shouted desperately, raising his own gun in defense, aiming it directly at the bandana-wearing man. Go to hell, you. Before the bandana man could finish his sentence, a playful voice echoed through the forest. Well, Viper, looks like your leadership skills have really gone downhill. Who would have thought? Once the top fighter of Wildcat, now reduced to this. Viper's head snapped toward the voice, her cold eyes locking onto a dark-haired woman perched on a tree branch, her sultry tone grating and full of mockery. Who are you? Viper asked icily, her voice sharp and unyielding. Oh, you don't know me, but I know you, the woman cooed, her voice dripping with smug amusement. The legendary Viper, once the pride of the organization. Such a shame, you're about to die by my hand. And, well, our precious Queen Flower is gone, and no one's taken her place yet. The woman let out a wistful sigh before grinning slyly. What do you think? Think I could fill your shoes? Bitch, the bandana-wearing man bellowed, swinging his M4A1 toward the woman. You'll never compare to our boss, not even if you reincarnate 1,000 times. You wouldn't even be worth one of her fingers. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The gunfire echoed through the night, but every bullet missed. Damn pests, the woman spat. At some point, she had disappeared from the tree and now stood on the ground, her movements as swift as a shadow. In a blink, she shot toward the bandana man with blinding speed. His pupils shrank in fear as the woman's image grew larger and larger in his vision. Her speed was overwhelming, he barely had time to react before a gleaming blade arced toward his head, intent on cleaving him in two. Time slowed as the cold glint of steel neared his face. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but the bullet, calculated based on the woman's trajectory, missed completely. The woman moved like a speeding car, darting forward before abruptly stopping. The scene was surreal. Can you protect one? Can you protect the others? Her alluring voice whispered into the night as she appeared in front of another man before Viper could even turn to aim her gun. In a split second, she kicked the man to the ground and pressed her combat knife against his throat. Wait! The man pinned underfoot shouted in panic. I'm Code 013. Hunter said I'd have a share in this mission's success. I'm your teammate. Damn it, it's you. Shit, Bob, how could it be you? Have you forgotten how the boss saved you? Anger and shock surged through the group, realizing the traitor among them was the very person Viper had once risked everything to save. Bob might even be responsible for the deaths of the two brothers at T-Point. Teammate? No. The sultry voice cut through their curses. The woman waved her hand dismissively and smiled. Hunter said that when the mission is completed, it will be your death sentence. We don't need traitors like you. Besides, she pressed her knife down harder, drawing blood from Bob's neck. Besides, if you can easily betray the one who risked their life to save you, what can't you betray? Please, don't. I want to speak with Hunter. He promised me. Bob struggled desperately, but the massive weight on him was immovable. Hey, be good. Don't move. If you do, your head will roll. The woman leaned closer, her sweet voice turning cold. She lightly caressed his cheek, and in an instant, her wrist twisted violently, ending his life in a flash. Everyone had expected her to say something else, but the sudden turn of events left them stunned. This was what it meant to be ruthless. Hey, Viper, the moment I killed him, you should know he has lost all value. You're surrounded. From now on, your team, the Nightshade, is finished. The woman wiped the blade clean on the dead man's clothing. 4 people, 3 2-star warriors and 1 1-star. The organization really values you. They dispatched 2 entire squads. How enviable. Ha ha ha. Baby, don't be jealous of her. She's about to become a corpse under your blade. Why be jealous of someone about to die? Footsteps approached, and a young white man emerged from the shadows, his eyes fixed on Viper's tall figure. Viper squinted, shielding her eyes from the light shining on her, and saw the man who ignited her murderous rage. Hunter. Hey, Viper Jessica. You were so proud back then. I tried so hard to get close to you, but you wouldn't even look at me. Acting all high and mighty. Now you've fallen into my hands, I won't let you off easy. Hunter grinned, his gaze drinking in Viper's alluring figure with greedy desire. Humph. Viper responded with a cold grunt, her eyes reflecting disdain, as if looking at a foolish clown. I hate that look. Hunter snapped, as if struck by a nerve. Rage flared in him, and he stomped his foot, about to give orders, but suddenly halted, as if realizing something. His face turned from fury to a mocking grin. Bitch, do you remember what I told you? I know you heard it back then. Here's your chance. Kneel down and beg me, and maybe I'll let you suffer a little less. I'll leave your corpse intact to see your brother. This time, Viper's expression changed drastically. Her normally indifferent, cold gaze ignited with astonishing murderous intent. Oh, are you angry? Haha, that's rare. Come on, kill me. Hunter taunted, beckoning her with his fingers. In an instant, a woman's figure appeared in front of Hunter, her commanding presence with a combat knife pointed down. Her voice dripped with icy resolve. After tonight, there will be no more Jessica and Wildcat. Only I, Afra, alive. Hunter chuckled and waved his hand. A team of around 10 tall, powerful warriors emerged from the woods, charging at the remaining 3 men. Damn it, come on, bring it on. The man with the red bandana roared as he fired his gun, the machine gun spitting out long tongues of flame while he shouted, you bastards. In Viper's team, apart from the 1-star warrior Tony, the rest, Viper, the bandana man, and the white man were all 2-star warriors, fighting bravely against the odds. The 10 warriors on the opposing side consisted of an equal mix of 1- and 2-star fighters. The chaos erupted as they clashed in a frenzy of combat. Useless, pathetic 2-star Viper. You can't even touch my hem. In the dark, a chilling voice drifted into Viper's ears, followed by another slash. Whoosh. Viper sidestepped, her finely crafted pistol firing repeatedly, but only hitting after images. Useless trash. How can you be the flower of the organization? You're just a useless vase. Viper staggered, feeling a hard kick in her back that sent her sprawling forward. Swish. She executed a skillful roll on the ground, dissipating most of the force, and half-kneeled, bracing herself against the ground, her mouth twitching as she struggled against the intense pain in her back. Swish. The combat knife slammed into the ground, and Afra's mocking voice rang out again. What a pity. If I weren't after you alive, I would have ended you with a single strike. Beautiful vase. You're just a tool raised by others. You have no right to talk about me. Viper forced back the blood welling in her mouth, sneering. You're the real vase. useless. Jessica! Afra shouted furiously, ignoring the knife buried in the ground, and charged at Viper with her bare hands. Bang bang bang! 3 shots rang out, but the bullets still missed. Viper quickly dodged, but Afra kicked her wrist, sending her gun flying far away. Bang bang! 2 dull thuds rang out as Afra kicked Viper's abdomen fiercely. Watching her stumble, Afra pressed her advantage, rushing in with a punch aimed at Viper's head. Seeing the rapidly enlarging shadow of the fist, Viper suddenly bent low, the punch grazing her back and generating a chilling breeze. Ha! Viper cried out, launching herself shoulder first into Afra, knocking the attacking woman back 4 or 5 meters. Ugh! Afra rubbed her chest, feeling a heavy pressure, glaring at Viper with fury. You're just a dying vase, die. Afra pressed forward again, unleashing a relentless onslaught that forced Viper into retreat after retreat. The difference between a 3-star and a 2-star warrior was stark. Both in speed and power, Afra held absolute superiority, not just a little. Viper was barely hanging on with her experience, but after several exchanges, she finally couldn't hold back anymore, spitting a mouthful of blood. Afra snorted coldly, grabbing Viper's arm and executing a swift maneuver to pin her down. So tempting. No wonder all the men in the organization want to have you beneath them. I like you too. Afra's devious personality surfaced again as she pinned Viper's arms behind her back, pressing her body against Viper's back. She bit down on Viper's delicate earlobe and whispered with a chilling tone, "You're just a whore who lures men." Viper's pupils constricted violently. She couldn't believe this woman would insult her like this. In a sudden burst of strength, Viper kicked back. A vase still refuses to submit? How about a chance? Afra dodged, retreating a couple of steps, shrugging with an uninterested demeanor, a playful glint in her eyes. Suddenly, a glint of sharpness shot out. A silver glinting dagger was thrown just as Viper turned. Afra's expression shifted. She quickly dodged, caught off guard by the sudden attack. The dagger grazed her cheek, and several strands of hair fell to the ground, a narrow escape. Vase, have you been under too many men? Is your mind twisted? Viper, usually graceful and aloof, fired back with unexpected venom, clearly enraged by Afra's earlier actions. What? Afra's expression froze in disbelief, and then her eyes filled with a chilling glint, recalling the time she had climbed the ladder for money and status. Much of what she had was traded with her body. Afra, you better capture her alive. The mocking voice echoed through the dark night, carried by the loudspeaker, extending far and wide. Time and again, in this complicated terrain, how could they possibly track us down again and again? The white man gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, we might as well just fight them." The man with the red bandana growled in a coarse voice, brandishing his M4A1, ready to charge. There's only one explanation for this. Viper suddenly spoke up, her cold words causing the temperature around them to drop. Her icy blue eyes narrowed as they scanned the 4 men present. When her cold gaze landed on the black youth who had been keeping silent, the others froze in place. Are you implying that there's a traitor among us? The white man frowned deeply, looking around at his companions. These were comrades he had shared life and death with. He couldn't believe that one of them would betray the group. Otherwise, how could we not shake them off? Viper's narrowed eyes locked onto the black youth. Tony. Boss, it's not me. Tony quickly waved his hands in protest, stepping back involuntarily from Viper's intimidating presence. Damn it, I knew it was you. You were the reason for Fatty's death. The bandana man shouted angrily and lunged toward Tony. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed from the woods. Run, they're coming after us again. The white man's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed the bandana man's arm. We need to get out of here. I'll deal with this traitor first. The bandana man dropped any thought of fighting back and aimed his M4A1 at Tony. I told you it's not me. Tony pointed his gun at the bandana man in self-defense, desperately trying to explain himself. Die, you bastard. The bandana man's words were cut off by a mocking voice that came from the distance. Oh, Viper, it seems your command skills have slipped. I never thought the once proud Viper would fall to such a level after leaving the Wildcats. Viper spun around to see a black-haired woman standing atop a tree. Her alluring voice was enticing. Who are you? Viper asked coldly. You don't know me, but I know you. TSK, TSK. The once mighty Viper, the #1 star of the organization. What a pity, soon you'll be dying by my hand. Our flower has left, and we haven't found a replacement yet. The woman sighed melodramatically, then smiled mischievously. What do you think of me? Can I take your place? You're just a useless tool raised by others and have no right to speak to me. Viper forced back the blood welling in her mouth, coldly snorting. You're the real vase. Jessica. The woman shouted furiously, disregarding the knife embedded in the ground, charging at Viper with bare hands. Bang bang bang. 3 shots rang out, but the bullets all missed. Viper quickly dodged, but the woman kicked her wrist, sending her gun flying far away. Bang bang. 2 dull thuds rang out as the woman kicked Viper fiercely in the abdomen. Watching her stumble, the woman seized the moment, charging in with a punch aimed at Viper's head. Seeing the rapidly approaching fist, Viper suddenly bent low, allowing the punch to skim past her back, generating a chilling breeze. Ha! Viper shouted as she slammed her shoulder into the woman, sending her flying 4 or 5 meters back. Ugh! The woman rubbed her chest, feeling a heaviness. You're just a dying vase, die. The woman charged again, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that forced Viper to retreat at every turn. The disparity between a 3-star and a 2-star warrior became glaringly obvious. In terms of both speed and strength, the woman held a complete advantage, not just a little. Viper was barely holding on with her her experience, but after several exchanges, she finally couldn't hold back anymore, spitting blood. The woman scoffed coldly, grabbing Viper's arm and executing a swift maneuver to pin her down. So tempting. No wonder all the men in the organization want to have you beneath them. I like you too. The woman's devious personality re-emerged as she pinned Viper's arms behind her back, pressing her body against Viper's. She bit Viper's delicate earlobe and whispered with a chilling tone, "You're just a whore who lures men." Viper's pupils constricted violently. She couldn't fathom this woman's audacity. With a sudden burst of strength, Viper kicked back. A vase still refuses to submit? How about a chance? The woman dodged, retreating a couple of steps, shrugging with an uninterested demeanor, a playful glint in her eyes. Suddenly, a glint of sharpness shot out. A silver glinting dagger was thrown just as Viper turned. The woman's expression shifted. She quickly dodged, caught off guard by the sudden attack. The dagger grazed her cheek, and several strands of hair fell to the ground, a narrow escape. Vase, have you been under too many men? Is your mind twisted? Viper, usually graceful and aloof, fired back with unexpected venom, clearly enraged by the woman's earlier actions. What? The woman's expression froze in disbelief, and then her eyes filled with a chilling glint, recalling the time she had climbed the ladder for money and status. Much of what she had was traded with her body. Puppet? Hearing that name, the hunter's expression changed, and he cursed fiercely, "Damn it, stop with your theatrics. Get out here, or I'll kill her. If you kill her, I'll kill you." From the depths of the forest, a shadow emerged, and a hoarse voice echoed ominously. "It's really that son of a bitch." The hunter swallowed hard, feeling his throat constrict. It was because of him that he had failed the last mission, losing a large number of team members. Now he found himself facing him again. Just in this encounter, they had already lost 4 one-star warriors. Damn it, this bastard. The hunter cursed inwardly. "Because of you, I've been taking the heat from those old geezers. Because of you, I've been getting scolded by old man AI. Because of you, my position is in jeopardy." He completely forgot that he was the one who had provoked young Tian first, trying to capture him. "Afra, take him down," the hunter shouted, his face full of malice. "Even as a zombie, you still come to save her. Did she seduce you? Human-zombie romance?" Afra mocked, a smirk playing on her lips. "Looks like this bitch is skilled at seducing people. She's got her claws into zombies too. Such a venomous tongue." Young Tian frowned and replied, "Watch your mouth." Afra snorted coldly, raising the dagger in her hand, and swiftly charged toward young Tian, her figure leaving behind flickering afterimages in the night. Whoosh! Bang! The rapidly charging Afra was suddenly kicked away, spinning through the air several times before landing on one hand and half kneeling on the ground, her gaze locked onto the woman who had unexpectedly appeared before young Tian. As she recognized the woman's features, a hint of jealousy crept onto her face. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Under the starry night, a mesmerizing figure emerged, standing protectively in front of young Tian. The long tails of her coat billowed in the wind as she held a short blade in each hand, slightly lifting her chin. A trace of disdain flickered in her dark eyes as she looked down at Afra, and her cherry lips parted. "I want that person's brain core." "Do as you wish." Young Tian shrugged. As soon as young Tian finished speaking, Kate charged out, and in an instant, her short blades clashed with Afra's battle knife. Isn't that the one recently wanted by the Los Angeles organization? That. The hunter's eyes widened as he looked at the mysterious woman fighting Afra, unable to contain himself. "It's the wanted criminal from the Los Angeles branch base." Kate Kane, one of the men behind the hunter, interjected, reminding his commander. "Right. Damn it, this woman is a tough one. How could she be mixed up with that damn puppet?" The hunter cursed fiercely, but as he pondered, a series of wails echoed around them. "Report, sir. There are zombies nearby." "Zombies? Are you all idiots? What are you afraid of? Split into the second squad and eliminate those zombies." The hunter slapped the soldier on the head, cursing loudly. "The second squad has already lost 3 members. They've all been bitten by zombies. They'll be infected and will soon turn into zombies," the soldier reported through gritted teeth. "Damn it, an entire squad. Can't you eliminate a single zombie? What's the point of having you useless scum in the organization? That's a mother zombie. It must be a mother level." 3 stars, the soldier shouted in distress. "Hey, put down the gun. Otherwise, I'll kill her." The hunter, feeling a chill run down his spine, ducked behind the crouching figure of the cyborg, still gripping her throat tightly. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "You can kill her. I don't care, but you should know that the moment you kill her is the moment you die." Yang Tian's ghostly voice rang out, and 3 corpses of 2-star warriors lay at his feet. "Put down the gun." The hunter continued to shout, shaking the hostage in his hands, yelling at the cyborg, "Tell him to put down the gun." The cyborg scoffed disdainfully, closing her eyes and refusing to respond. "You only brought 2 teams of special forces. I've already checked it out, and you hardly brought any human soldiers. I thought this mission was a sure win. After all, the cyborg has only a few people, and there's even a traitor among them," Yang Tian said, locking his gaze on the hunter as if recalling some past events. "Surrender. 1-star and 2-star warriors are no threat to me." Yang Tian let out a hoarse laugh. In the distance, the screams of soldiers echoed intermittently, occasionally mixed with the terrifying growls of zombies. Gunfire rang out frequently, and the few remaining members of the night crew began to panic. "You wouldn't dare kill me. If you make any sudden moves, I'll kill her," the hunter shouted, his confidence wavering. "I told you, I don't care. You can kill her. I just want you dead." Hey, don't Don't kid yourself. Everyone knows about your affair. Last time, you became this way just to save her. I saw right through your feelings for her. Stop your men from firing. Otherwise, I'll really kill her. The hunter tightened his grip on the cyborg's throat, and Jessica's face grew paler as she felt the pressure closing in. You can try. Go ahead and kill her. Yes, don't hesitate. Do it right now. Young Tian said, steadying his Barrett M95, peering through the scope, searching for the cyborg's head that occasionally peeked out from behind. A tense atmosphere descended over the scene. Young Tian showed no signs of retreating, while the hunter's expression changed repeatedly as he pondered his next move. Pfft! A piercing scream rang out, and Kate's coat was slashed open, blood gushing from her arm. Meanwhile, Afra was also bleeding from her mouth, clutching her chest, looking at Kate with a venomous gaze. The wounds on Afra were more numerous. If one looked closely, they would catch a glimmer of fear in Afra's eyes. She was no match for Kate. Even among the same level, there were distinctions. Kate was undoubtedly superior in combat strength. Afra had narrowly escaped death multiple times at the hands of Kate's dual blades. Seeing this scene, the hunter's face changed drastically. Yang Tian was right, she was his greatest asset. Get the helicopter here. The hunter yelled to the men behind him, his voice frantic. Let me go, and I won't harm her. Yang Tian smiled slightly, realizing that even with the number of ordinary soldiers surrounding them, they couldn't withstand the slaughter by the cyborg and Leon, especially with so few soldiers left. The two squads of special forces the hunter had brought had already lost at least half their members. Even the top-notch Afra was being suppressed by Kate, which was no surprise. The hunter would surely make that choice. Helicopter. Where's the helicopter? Hurry and call it over. Hearing the distant wails and the occasional howls of the mother zombies, the hunter felt a surge of panic. He turned and kicked one of the soldiers behind him. It's already been contacted. It'll be here soon. Right now. The soldier, feeling the force of the kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, reported while grimacing. Oh, the hunter suppressed his anxiety, straining his ears to listen. Sure enough, the sound of helicopter rotors could be heard in the sky. Lower the rope ladder, quickly. Tell them to drop the rope ladder for me, the hunter continued to order. But, sir, the soldier hesitated, glancing at the corpses of his fallen comrades. Even though a few 1-star and 2-star soldiers remained, they were clearly outmatched. The other side had a 3-star powerhouse and that damn puppet, who had been heralded by the organization countless times. The hunter had only asked to drop the ladder, and with the urgency in his voice, he realized the hunter intended to abandon these men to escape alone. What are you waiting for? Hurry and let them come down. Lower the rope. The hunter exclaimed again, tightening his grip on the cyborg's throat. Bang! With a gunshot, the hunter instinctively adjusted the cyborg's position, despite having hidden behind her the entire time. What are you doing? The hunter yelled in a panic. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers beside him was thrown back, crashing to the ground, his head a bloody mess. Calm down. I can let you go, but only if your hostage is still alive. Yang Tian's chilling voice rang out again. Okay. The hunter hurriedly loosened his grip, allowing the cyborg to finally catch her breath. 200 meters ahead, in that open space, land. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, the soldier kicked down by the hunter turned away, stuffing the radio into his pocket, whispering, brother's life depends on you. If they come to drop the ladder, you'll never see me again. Trying to run away. Damn. The soldier clenched the radio tightly, cursing under his breath. Damn it, why aren't they here yet? Are they all useless? After a tense standoff, the hunter roared. Report, sir. They're landing over there, the soldier quickly responded. Landing, over there. I told you to have them come here. The hunter shouted furiously. Hurry, send another radio message. Tell them to come quickly. Yes. The soldier pretended to pick up the radio and shouted, hurry and come. We've signaled the flare. Yet there was no response on the radio. Sir, they're not responding. The radio must be malfunctioning. The soldier painfully got back to his feet and reported. Damn it, useless bunch, give it to me. The hunter dragged the cyborg closer to the soldier, snatching the radio from him. He pressed the button and shouted, you worthless pieces of trash, get over here now. Damn it, what's going on? Why aren't they responding? The hunter glared at the soldier, continuing to shout, hurry and get over here. The soldier watched his commander make a fool of himself, feeling a cold smirk form inside. Everyone wanted to survive. Damn it, let's go. The hunter ordered the few remaining soldiers and the scattered special forces to carefully escort the cyborg as they stepped northward. Yang Tian shrugged and followed, while the liberated members of the night organization marched forward with rage on their faces. As they retreated step by step, the hunter grew increasingly alarmed. His most important ally, Afra, was nowhere to be found, and he had already given up on her. His life was the top priority. While backing away, the hunter noticed Yang Tian casually holding the Barrett, not aiming it but merely holding it carelessly, and felt somewhat relieved. The sound of the helicopter blades grew louder, and a look of ecstasy spread across the hunter's face. He was finally leaving this hellhole. The next time he encountered that puppet, he would definitely kill him. Hey, wait! A shadow flickered, and shock appeared on the faces of the soldiers present. They could barely see how Yang Tian had suddenly appeared at the helicopter's door. Only a few 2-star warriors sensed Yang Tian's figure flickering, seeing him weave through the air before standing before the door. What incredible speed! His hoarse voice roared, piercing through the cacophony of whirling blades. Let her go. Only then will I let you leave. No way. Absolutely not. The hunter shook his head vigorously, shouting loudly, I'm getting on the the helicopter first, and then I'll let her go. No negotiations. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Fine, if you kill her, then I won't feel burdened at all. I hate you to the bone. Yang Tian shrugged, displaying an indifferent attitude. His words caused the night warriors in the area to frown, their expressions shifting. Puppet, I swear I won't break my word. Let me board the helicopter, and I'll release her. I promise. After a moment of hesitation, the hunter softened his tone, a hint of pleading in his voice. Looks like you haven't changed after all. Yang Tian sneered, slowly moving aside from the door of the helicopter. Stay back. Get away. Go back to where you were. The hunter, seeing Yang Tian refuse to back off, changed his expression and yelled anxiously. All right, how did someone like you become their leader? Yang Tian scoffed, slowly stepping away. This remark left both the hunter and his soldiers feeling disgruntled. Go on. As Yang Tian began to move away, two soldiers attempted to board the helicopter first, not wanting to gamble with their lives. Damn it, you useless bastards. Stand in line. I'll go first, the hunter shouted, causing the two soldiers to hesitate. They remembered that the hunter was still their superior, and reluctantly stopped to follow his orders. Humph. Watching the helicopter draw closer, a flicker of malice flashed in the hunter's eyes, and he moved faster in his retreat. Just as he was a few steps away from boarding the helicopter, the hunter shouted, damn it, get it in the air, he said, taking 2 steps to reach the helicopter, still gripping the cyborg tightly. Boss, let our leader go. Damn it, you unreliable trash. Let our boss go. The night soldiers cursed loudly as they saw the hunter about to board the helicopter without releasing the cyborg. Let her go? Dream on. With only a step left and the helicopter rising a few centimeters off the ground, the hunter's malice intensified as he took a step forward and leaped. At that moment, Yang Tian's eyes narrowed, and he stomped his foot heavily. What? Didn't jump high enough? The hunter was alarmed, and before he could look down, he felt something sharp rip through his pants leg. Something was tightly wrapped around his legs. Swish! In an instant, the cyborg, who had been on the brink of death, unleashed a surprising burst of strength. With a sudden jolt, she used all her might to break free from the hunter's panicked grip, rolling forward and crashing to the ground, gasping for breath and coughing violently. What the hell is this thing? The hunter pulled out his gun and kept firing downward, but the pale hands were incredibly flexible and showed no sign of pain. In a moment of desperation, the hunter tried to tear them off, but they wouldn't budge. Gashes appeared on the hunter's calves as crimson blood streamed down his legs. Everyone was dumbfounded, not understanding what these sudden hands were. A few experienced 2-star soldiers who had previously hunted the hammer zombie paled, muttering in shock, this isn't that zombies? Yang Tian's raspy laughter echoed eerily. Heh, those hands were left behind when I blocked the helicopter earlier. Do you like them? Consider it your final gift. As they witnessed this bizarre scene, gasps of horror filled the air. Kill! As everyone stood in shock, Yang Tian's hoarse voice echoed ominously, his figure flickering across the battlefield, charging directly at the trapped hunter. The first-level spectral hand only had 10 seconds of duration. It couldn't be wasted. At once, everyone sprang into action. The sounds of gunfire erupted across the sky, and most of the free-moving night mercenaries rushed towards the cyborg, attempting to save their leader. The hunter continued to struggle, trying various methods to cut through the pale hands gripping his feet. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming killing intent approaching. When he looked up, he saw a pair of gray-green eyes. Yang Tian grabbed the handle of the massive hammer strapped to his back and swung it at the hunter's head. Damn it! The hunter shouted angrily. As a 2-star warrior, he was also agile, sidestepping just in time as the hammer narrowly missed him, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater, sending dust flying. The hunter's pupils widened in fear, if that had hit his head. But before he could think too much, the hammer was swung back around. It looked like it was going to cleave the hunter in half. The hunter shouted angrily, trying to leap backward, but in his panic, he forgot that there were still 6 or 7 pale hands at his feet. Crash! The hunter finally escaped the ghostly grip, but not on his own terms. He was sent flying by the impact of the hammer. Poof! A mist of blood sprayed from the hunter's mouth, resembling a kite that had severed its string. He spun through the air multiple times before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dazed and unable to see clearly, the intense pain in his chest made the hunter feel as if he were suffocating. In the distance, the silhouette of Yang Tian approached leisurely, stepping step by step towards the hunter. Roar! Suddenly, another figure emerged, drenched in blood, as if it had just come out of a dye vat. It had remnants of flesh around its mouth, and its gray eyes revealed not just bloodlust but excitement, thrilled by the sight of more humans. Watch out, zombies. Brothers, be careful. The night soldiers paled, unsure what this sudden turn of events would bring. Rune! Yang Tian called out from a distance, his hoarse voice carrying far, remember, black clothing. The rune licked the remnants of flesh from its lips and nodded excitedly, its body trembling with anticipation. It was the thrill of seeing its dinner. With a flicker, it bolted towards a 2-star warrior dressed in black uniform. The 2-star warrior had been running toward the helicopter but was caught off guard when the recently freed Hood had a chance to attack. He had been one of those who had bullied Hood earlier. Ha, trash. You're nothing in a one-on-one fight. Come on. Hood laughed boisterously as he engaged in close combat with the 2-star warrior. Just as the fight intensified, he suddenly realized that his opponent had vanished. Moreover, the chilling breeze he had felt moments ago sent chills up his spine. What? As he focused his gaze, he saw a blood-soaked zombie lunging at the two-star warrior he had been fighting. Ignoring the warrior's struggles, the zombie sank its teeth into the warrior's neck, ripping away a large chunk of flesh. Damn! Hood instinctively took 2 steps back, not knowing if this zombie would turn around and bite him. Ah! A horrifying scream erupted from the two-star warrior, a wretched sound that was utterly tragic. He clutched his neck, completely dumbfounded. Was he really going to turn into a zombie? Oh no, was he really going to become one of those disgusting creatures? The rune feasted on the flesh it had just ripped away, its movements quick and deliberate. It seized the two-star warrior, who was still in shock, and with a swift motion, its sharp claws pierced, tearing the warrior's arm clean off at the shoulder. Ah! The intense pain jolted the two-star warrior back to reality. He realized that everything he had thought was meaningless because the zombie before him wouldn't give him a chance to become one of them. He had already become prey. Gulp! Even Hood, accustomed to life and death, was shocked by the gruesome scene before him. He couldn't help but swallow hard. After the appearance of the rune, the tide of the battle quickly turned. The night soldiers, already fearful, braced themselves as they witnessed the carnage. However, the fact that the zombie only targeted members of the black-clad Wildcat organization provided them with a bit of relief. Wait a minute. A soldier in black clothing panicked and shouted, "I'm not with Wildcat. I'm a member of the night." "No, don't." Before he could finish, a chilling scream erupted. The rune kicked the ordinary mercenary to the ground, its sharp claws leaving deep gashes in the soldier's body, ripping away flesh. "No, Vincent! No, Vincent! You bastard! You son of a bitch!" The previously terrified night soldiers erupted in furious curses, their faces filled with rage. They pulled out or picked up their weapons, firing wildly at the rune. Woo! The rune's eyes narrowed as it abruptly turned, its body dodging just in time. Rat-a-tat! Several bullets struck the rune's body. Roar! The rune let out an enraged howl, a surge of white light exploding from its body, the blood-red skin flickering with strange milky white runes. A terrifying aura radiated from the rune as it charged toward one of the soldiers firing at it. Bang! A battle knife pierced between the murderous zombie and the soldier's desperate gaze, abruptly and bizarrely. From a distance, a woman in a trench coat leaped down from a tree, landing steadily in a half-crouch. She slowly rose, her disheveled appearance unable to conceal the fierce glint in her dark eyes as she stared at the rune, her lips parting slightly. Not this one, but those. She pointed towards the remaining black uniformed soldiers still resisting. Roar! The rune let out another roar, clearly displeased with the woman blocking its path. Hey, rune, listen to the boss. A tall, scarred man rushed out, positioning himself between the zombie and the woman, astonishing everyone by wrapping his arm around the rune's shoulders. What the hell? Has this guy lost his mind? Is he looking for death? To everyone's shock, the rune trembled violently, then let out a reluctant howl, its gaze fixed on the woman in the trench coat as it slowly retreated, then turned to charge at another Wildcat soldier. You should let the puppet handle this next time. You know you and the rune have a deep-seated grudge. Leon frowned, noticing the woman's disheveled state, and was astonished. When had she ever looked so ragged? Are you okay? Leon asked with concern. Humph, I just killed an arrogant woman. Kate replied tersely, pulling out the battle knife from the ground and stepping towards the distance, where a zombie was pinning a man down with a hammer. Mr. Hound, how do you want to die? Look around, your soldiers are dwindling. Even the helicopter has flown away. It seems the troops you brought aren't that impressive. Yang Tian pressed the hammer against Hound's chest, a sinister grin on his face. Hound's expression turned ashen. He would always remember how he had shouted for help while a helicopter unhesitatingly took off with a soldier who had taken a chance, one of his trusted aides. A traitor. People are always betraying each other. A woman's figure appeared quietly, her long trench coat fluttering in the wind, a battle knife lodged beside Yang Tian and Hound. Back already? Yang Tian turned to see the woman's disheveled appearance and chuckled. Kate shot Yang Tian a glare, then turned towards the distant battlefield, where a knife Afra's knife was already telling the whole story. In stark contrast to Yang Tian's smile, Hound's face grew even uglier. He recognized Afra's knife all too well. What did that signify? He understood better than anyone. Puppet, please let me go. We can negotiate money, status, Hound pleaded softly. But when he saw Yang Tian shaking his head, Hound suddenly shouted, the brain core. Yes, I can give you the brain core. You need it the most. Just let me go, and I can give you as many brain cores as you want. Don't kill me. Whether I kill you or not is not up to me. Yang Tian shook his head again and swung the hammer down hard on Hound's chest. PFF. Thanks to Yang Tian's quick reflexes, he dodged the spray of blood from Hound, although he was quite eager for that thing. Leaving Hound, who was gasping for breath, Yang Tian turned towards the downed Quan Shuang. Stop! A team member supporting and protecting Quan Shuang instinctively exclaimed upon seeing the bloodthirsty Yang Tian approach. Then, realizing that this zombie had saved them, he quickly changed his words. Mr. Zombie, you, give her to me, Yang Tian said hoarsely. No way. Even though you saved us, I won't hand over the boss. The soldier raised his gun, his voice trembling slightly. This made Yang Tian admire Quan Shuang even more. What kind of means did she possess to make her subordinates risk their lives to protect her? Recalling the scene just before the helicopter took off, with Hound shouting, the stark contrast made Yang Tian respect Quan Shuang even more. Let me go, Quan Shuang weakly said. Boss, let me go, Quan Shuang repeated. Oh, the soldier nervously watched Yang Tian and slowly loosened his grip on Quan Shuang. Yang, thank you. Quan Shuang wobbled as she steadied herself, her azure eyes looking at young Tian, revealing a hint of gratitude. I saved you again, how about considering offering yourself this time? Young Tian joked, helping Quan Chuang as they walked toward Hound. At the moment their pale hands touched, the soldier shivered, praying that, please don't. It seemed like God heard his prayer. The zombie was only supporting her boss and walking toward Hound. The soldier quickly stepped forward, tightly gripping his weapon, following behind. Offer myself? Have you forgotten about Daphne? Quan Chuang's lips curled slightly, perhaps a smile. That simple name made young Tian's breath catch. To him, it was a name full of color and gratitude. In the early days of becoming this monstrous figure, it was this person who made his life no longer lonely, this person who prevented him from getting lost in the endless sea of corpses, this person who didn't abandon him in the most dangerous moments, softly comforting him in his ear, and it was this person who held him tightly at the moment of parting, leaving a light kiss and saying, I'll wait for you to find me. Young Tian shook his head. In the success of war and struggle, he had forgotten this beautiful memory, yet he never expected that with just one sentence from Quan Chuang, everything would rush out, unable to be suppressed. Yang, did she arrive safely? Quan Chuang noticed the changing expression on young Tian's face, a hint of foreboding rising in her heart. Yeah, she's fine. Young Tian nodded, forcibly bringing himself back to reality, holding Quan Chuang as they walked toward the motionless Hound, who lay like a dead dog. You and I both witnessed how he betrayed the snow leopard. Young Tian pulled out a handgun, handing it to Quan Chuang. Everything you did was for today, right? Quan Chuang's eyes ignited with an incredible murderous intent as she looked at Hound, who was weakly struggling. She had been forced out of the Wildcat organization, and all her former glory was overshadowed by the word traitor. She had fallen to this point because of Hound, and most importantly, her brother had died because of his betrayal. I want a weapon, Quan Chuang softly said. Yang Tian was taken aback, thinking he had misheard, but then he heard Quan Chuang's voice again. Give me a weapon, a dagger, a short knife, anything. Instinctively, young Tian reached for the dagger at his waist, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the battle knife embedded in the ground. His heart stirred. Young Tian took a few steps, pulled the knife from the ground, and handed it to Quan Chuang. Quan Chuang pushed young Tian away, her weakened body taking steady strides forward. Hound lay on the ground, gasping softly, his eyes wide open as he stared blankly at the person before him, a captivating woman, though her face was marred by coldness and murderous intent. Of course, that was how Hound perceived it. Jessica, don't kill me. We fought together, remember. Hound clutched his chest, each word causing excruciating pain. Quan Chuang's chest heaved with anger as she said, you worthless traitor. No, Jessica, he was already bitten back then, it's not my fault. Listen to me. Jessica, spare me. I'll go back and plead with Grandpa. I'll guarantee your absolution. You'll still be the top mercenary of the Wildcats, okay? Hound exerted all his strength, trying to inch his way backward. That trash organization. I'm not interested. Quan Chuang stepped forward, slowly raising the battle knife. No, Quan Chuang, you can't kill me. Hound shook his head repeatedly. If you kill me, the Wildcats will seek revenge. My grandpa won't let you off. He won't let you go. A mocking smile crossed Quan Chuang's lips as she looked at the clown before her, a surge of sadness swelling in her heart. Brother, how could you have gone to save such a person? Jessica, please. I beg you. Hound's once firm voice faltered, and he began to plead again. Quan Chuang no longer hesitated. Gripping the hilt tightly, she swung down the knife. It's Jessica. And, please call me Quan Chuang during missions. Hound's head, eyes wide in shock, slowly rolled away from his body, completely severed from the rest. The last words he heard echoed in his ears, so familiar, reminiscent of the past. Crack, the battle knife fell to the ground, and Jessica swayed unsteadily, her delicate hand pressed against her forehead, her body trembling slightly. Quan Chuang, are you okay? Young Tian stepped forward, clenching his fist tightly as he witnessed Hound's decapitation. Turn around, don't look at me, Jessica said, covering her face with one hand, lowering her head, her voice slightly choked. Young Tian was taken aback. This was the same Quan Chuang who had always appeared strong, cold, and dominant, never showing weakness. Yet now, she was crying. Was it finally avenging her brother that overwhelmed her with joy, or was she mourning her brother's memory? Sensing that young Tian hadn't moved, Jessica snapped, Bastard, turn around. She had already turned her back. Seeing this scene, young Tian awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Boss. Chief. In no time, the remaining 5 or 6 night soldiers rushed over, only to see Jessica with her head down, covering her face, her golden hair hiding everything. What's wrong? Young Tian had been anticipating how Quan Chuang would respond, but when Quan Chuang turned to speak, the cold killing machine had returned, though her body still seemed a bit weak. The battle is over. Losses, 5 warriors, 4 1-star warriors, and 1 regular soldier. The Wildcats have lost a total of 17 special warriors, 6 2-star warriors and 11 1-star warriors. The number of regular soldiers, can't be counted for now. The soldier's voice started off filled with sorrow and then grew passionate. They mourned the loss of their comrades, but knowing that the enemy had lost so many special warriors, warriors, something they had never achieved before, brought a sense of pride, largely thanks to the zombie in front of them, as well as the stunning woman wielding dual blades who had arrived later. And him and that 3-star Afra. Quan Chuan kicked the headless corpse at her feet and nodded. Boss, we've collected some brain cores, should we continue collecting the rest? A soldier asked. After all, some of the slain special warriors were killed by young Tian and Kate. Without their leader's consent, they didn't dare act recklessly. Although these people were here to help them, still, Quan Chuan glanced at young Tian, who subtly nodded in agreement. The group rushed off to collect the brain cores, while Kate stood off to the side, coldly observing as the soldiers harvested the brain cores of the fallen. Leon had already taken off with Run, who seemed to have an insatiable appetite. With the battle over, it had gone to devour the regular soldiers they had killed. Seeing everyone carefully watching Yang Tian, Quan Chuan introduced, "Let me introduce my former teammate, now a member of our group, Young." Codename, Puppet. Some recognized him, some didn't, but the soldiers' eyes all gleamed with excitement. They had all heard tales of this legendary figure and undeniable zombie. "Let's go. Move quickly. Back to base," Quan Chuan urged coldly, squatting down to pick up Afra's battle knife and tossing it to young Tian. "Good weapon, consider it a trophy." Young Tian caught the battle knife, but the electronic panel didn't give any prompts, indicating it wasn't a special item, which disappointed him a bit. "Damn it, daring to kick me. Get up, fight me again." Hound kicked a corpse nearby, cursing, "Coward, had." Alright, hurry and get the brain cores, we should withdraw," said the white man, patting Hound on the shoulder. "Humph." Hound snorted in frustration, skillfully extracting the brain core and jogging over to Quan Chuan, respectfully nodding, "Boss." Before Quan Chuan could respond, Hound glanced at young Tian, laughing heartily. "So, you're Puppet. Ah, so cool. I've always hated those disgusting zombies, never thought I'd meet one I admire today. Your marksmanship is incredible. Those two little bastards were kicking me around one moment, then suddenly they didn't even know how they died. Haha." "Hound, mind your words." Quan Chuan frowned, her tone sharp. "Ah, haha, my apologies. Hound scratched his head, chuckling. "In any case, you saved my life. I owe you one." Young Tian shook his head, indicating it was fine. He actually found this straightforward guy rather likable. "Enough, we'll talk later. We can't stay here. Is everything packed? We need to withdraw," Quan Chuan called out. "Understood." "Yes," the group responded in unison. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly appeared beside young Tian, each hand wielding a dagger, expressionless and silent. Jessica had noticed this woman long ago. She had come with young Tian and was incredibly powerful. From the looks of it, she had single-handedly dealt with Afra. "Who is this?" Jessica asked softly, her gaze brightening. Though she had observed her from a distance before, seeing her up close revealed an astonishing charm. The rebellious gaze combined with the cold demeanor gave Jessica a strange feeling of familiarity. "Humph, someone even colder than you." Young Tian shrugged, earning a light huff from Kate. "Kate. She joined our team and is a 3-star warrior with great strength," young Tian introduced. "Hello." Kate nodded symbolically, addressing young Tian. "I ate the brain cores. That was always yours. So, was it helpful?" "To be honest, not really." Kate's words made young Tian swallow his response. Quan Chuan watched the expression of young Tian's defeat and felt a smirk creeping up, her lips slightly curling upward. The soldiers approaching from a distance saw the scene and their eyes lit up. They couldn't help but gulp. With Jessica already causing a stir, now another woman with equally stunning charm and grace appeared. What a beautiful tableau. If it weren't for that pesky zombie, it would have been so perfect. Kate frowned slightly, glancing around, her body tensing. She despised the brazen looks others were giving her, but she never realized that she had brought this on herself. "In the future, when we're teammates, let Quan Chuan warn you about such things. You shouldn't act rashly, it's not good." At that moment, young Tian grabbed Kate's arm, trying to dissuade her. Whoosh! Young Tian quickly withdrew his hand, while Kate's dagger had already sliced through the air. Then, Kate slowly sheathed the dagger as if nothing had happened. Everyone stared in shock at this sudden turn of events. This woman, is she insane? Isn't she courting death? Young Tian felt helpless again. "Great, now I'm a babysitter. Run, Leon, we're ready to go," young Tian yelled, his hoarse voice echoing far and wide. "Run." After a long pause with no reply, young Tian knew Run must be reluctant to leave. He had to use the language of the zombie and shouted, "Run, get back here." The hoarse, eerie zombie roar echoed, causing the crowd to change color as they looked at young Tian with flickering eyes. Sure enough, not long after, Run was dragged back by Leon, still holding a human arm in his hands. Crack, crack, the sound of guns being lifted echoed, and 3 rifles aimed directly at Run. Roar! Run sensed the killing intent, already irritated, and with the few remaining soldiers from the night organization, he unleashed a fierce aura. "What are you doing?" Quan Chuan barked. "Put down your guns, boss. It's this thing that killed Vincent." "Yeah, it's the one that killed Vincent." The 2 soldiers, their faces filled with grief and indignation, trembled slightly as they held their weapons. The 3rd soldier, silent, had an even more intense killing intent than the other 2, his eyes fixed on Run's head. In his mind, he recalled a young man with whom he had shared laughter and tears, fighting together to survive. The dark night sky was adorned with a bright full moon hanging overhead, while the tranquil forest was occasionally stirred by gentle breezes, creating a rustling sound. The beautiful starry sky, free from the city's clamor and dazzling lights, unveiled its magnificent tapestry of twinkling stars once more. "Go Go ahead, remember to stay around here. A tall figure whispered, as a bare-chested zombie, covered in runes, let out two snarls before turning and vanishing into the dense forest. Young Tian gazed up at the heavens, his gray-green eyes flickering occasionally, lost in thought. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared atop a large tree, leaning against a branch, and asked, "Did you send it off? I just let it roam nearby. I can't take it back with me." Thankfully I stopped it in time, otherwise, those few kids would probably have lost their lives. Yang Tian spoke hoarsely, not turning to look. "Your little brother has a temperament just like yours, stubborn and unpleasant." The woman snorted coldly, evidently recalling the earlier events. Yang Tian shrugged, remaining silent. "I don't like it here." The woman's icy voice was as unwavering as ever as she gazed up at the resplendent starry sky. She continued, "I followed you to gain power. Staying here will only get me mundane tasks that are nothing special. I need a bigger world, one filled with dangers and opportunities, a world that forces me to grow and pushes me forward. We've only been here for a few hours." Yang Tian turned around to face the woman standing in the tree. "But I can already foresee what will happen. Even if I live amidst the flames of war, it won't satisfy me. Just like today when I killed that woman, the 3-star brain core feels almost useless to me. The human brain cores are vastly inferior compared to those of zombies, and even more so when compared to mutated animals." The woman paused before continuing, "Though I haven't consumed the brain core of a mother-level zombie, the difference between a 2-star zombie and a 2-star human brain core is already like heaven and earth. Acquiring that woman's brain core once again confirms my thoughts." Yang Tian nodded silently. Although he hadn't consumed a human brain core, the way the woman spoke suggested she had her reasons. She probably wouldn't lie about this. Confirming such matters was relatively easy. "Do you know? You're truly remarkable." While being surprising, it also compels acknowledgement. The woman brushed her bangs aside, gazing at the starry sky with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. "During my long time at the base, I encountered only one mother-level zombie, and that was found with the help of the base's resources. Everyone coveted it, but the brain core was donated for base research, and you." Yang Tian listened silently, awaiting the woman's next words. "In the short time I followed you, I've already seen at least 2 mother-level zombies, the hammer zombie you killed, and the rune you brought along. If we count you, that's already the 3rd. The woman lowered her head, her pitch-black eyes intensely fixed on Yang Tian as she spoke slowly and deliberately. "Moreover, according to Leon, you had killed at least 2 more mother-level zombies before this. All your strange techniques seem to stem from consuming zombies. I really long for that. Also, I want to know, is finding zombies just luck for you, or do you have some special ability?" Kate's eyes remained locked onto Yang Tian, trying to discern something. Yang Tian's expression froze. He had thought that with such a vast number of zombies, there would undoubtedly be many mother-level, or even higher-level zombies appearing. Now, from what the woman implied, could it be? "Take me to find those strong guys. I need them, not waste my time here while that bitch who killed my mother runs free." Kate flipped and landed steadily in front of Yang Tian, speaking firmly. "I don't have any special abilities to find mother-level zombies." Yang Tian shook his head, recalling the hardships he had faced along the way. Since he had crossed into this game, he had been stumbling through, barely surviving, occasionally running into mother-level zombies. Was it possible that he had become the protagonist of this game and those zombies he encountered along the way were all arranged by the system? Was he being controlled by the game, his fate orchestrated step by step without him knowing where he was going? Was he just a heap of useless data? Perhaps someone was sitting in front of a computer, controlling him? Could it be? Yang Tian raised his eyes to look at the woman before him. Was this living person in front of him also just a pile of data? Was she arranged by the system to lead him down another path? "I hope you seriously consider what I said." Kate furrowed her brows slightly, glancing into the distance. In an instant, she vanished into the vast night. Yang Tian turned his head, sensing a figure approaching from afar. "You're here." Jessica walked over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yang Tian. "Yeah, just out here enjoying the moonlight," Yang Tian replied absent-mindedly, gazing at the stunning woman before him. It was hard to imagine that she could be a pile of data. "What are you staring at? Are you hungry for some meat?" Jessica, sensing Yang Tian's gaze, raised an elegantly sculpted eyebrow. "Forget it. Even if they are just data, they are still living, breathing data." Yang Tian shook his head, trying to push the thought out of his mind. Jessica frowned, unsure of what Yang Tian was mumbling about. "Forget it." Yang Tian shook his head again, his confused gaze gradually regaining clarity. Suddenly, he remembered something, rummaging through his pocket to pull out a pocket watch and handing it to Jessica. "What's this?" Jessica was slightly taken aback, staring at the familiar object, struggling to remember where she had seen it before. "Black Bear," Yang Tian sighed, saying, "This is what he gave me before he died, exchanging his life for a promise." He opened the watch, revealing a picture of a cute little girl. "Oh, it's Black Bear." Jessica seemed to recall something, letting out a sigh filled with various emotions. "Do you know where she is?" "She should be in Los Angeles. When we were on missions together, he always said that if he ever had a day off, he would immediately return to Los Angeles. He used to say that Vanessa was the most beautiful girl in the world. Back then, those teammates were always asking to see Vanessa's picture, but Black Bear never showed it to them. He would just stare at this pocket watch, which must be the girl." Jessica spoke, her eyes filled with reminiscence, as if recalling the days of the past. "Vanessa? What a lovely name." Yang Tian nodded, gazing at the girl in the photo, murmuring to himself, "Los Angeles? If that's the case, base, perhaps her chances of survival are greater. After all, there's a survivor refuge there. Let's go back. It's late, and everything can wait until tomorrow, Jessica said, brushing her golden hair over her shoulder, her voice cold. As for those soldiers, no one will dare question you again when they see you. And regarding your little brother, although I know it was a misunderstanding, you'll have to endure for now. Feeling the icy aura radiating from Jessica, Young Tian couldn't help but smirk. As long as they're not scared of me. Let's go back. Young Tian followed behind Jessica and quietly asked, have you arranged the investigation into Kate and Leon's identities? There's no doubt that Leon is a member of the Wild Cats organization. That should be confirmed soon. As for Kate, she has made quite a stir, and I've heard some things. It does seem to align with what you described. Jessica pondered for a moment before continuing, I will arrange it as soon as possible, but the manpower at the base is limited right now. Considering you managed to gather a small group of people in such a short time and found this hidden place to serve as a base, you're doing quite well. Young Tian smiled and nodded. This was originally a secret research facility. After the disaster struck, everyone evacuated, and we picked up what was left. Jessica shrugged and added, as for gathering some people, some of them I brought from the base, most are my former subordinates who are aware of the truth behind the Hound incident. Others are captives we acquired, and after using some methods, they were left here. Just like me? Young Tian asked with a grin. You? Jessica raised her eyes, looking at the mysterious and powerful zombie before her. With a tone of helplessness, she replied, I don't know how long I can keep you. I don't know when you'll leave. I owe you too much. I'm not qualified to ask anything of you. It's the least I could do since you saved me. I rescued you in return, and as for turning into this ghastly form, well, that was inevitable. Young Tian shrugged and said, it's just the way things are. As they spoke, they entered a dilapidated building in the woods. This building resembled a small castle, perhaps once home to some dignitary centuries ago. Now, it lay abandoned and decrepit, with the road to the city long gone, covered by dense trees, making it quite secluded. Inside this rundown castle, however, lay hidden secrets. After navigating through several turns and corridors, they finally reached a basement. Jessica turned a mechanism on the wall, revealing a passageway. In the dim passage, the two exchanged light banter, and before long, they arrived at an elevator. Jessica pressed a button. What does it matter? That disgusting thing is still a zombie. It acts like it sees blood and meat and thinks it's seeing family. Do you know how much resentment Vincent had when he died? A mercenary shouted angrily, waving a bottle of alcohol. Don't say that. Headscarf took a swig of beer, his mind hazy, responding gruffly, it saved all of us, that's undeniable. Didn't the boss say it was just a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? What the hell? Another mercenary scoffed, extreme dissatisfaction evident in his eyes. Vincent shouted several times, but that disgusting thing didn't listen at all. The boss was just deceiving us. It has no intelligence. Its desires drive it to do everything. We absolutely cannot keep it in the base. Right. Absolutely can't keep it. Today it eats one, tomorrow it could eat another. They are all demons driven by desire. Keeping it here means constant danger. I don't want to die without even knowing how. Another mercenary chimed in loudly. Bang! The sound of a smashed bottle drew everyone's attention. Headscarf cursed, damn it, a bunch of cowards. Why didn't you all speak up when the boss was here? The puppet has intelligence. It's not as useless as you claim. I can't believe you've forgotten who saved you. We're not talking about the puppet. We're talking about that other disgusting creature, a mercenary argued loudly. Damn it, even if the boss was here, I would still say this. The base isn't hers alone. She has to think about the safety of the entire base. Another mercenary sneered, his eyes glinting with hatred. Continue. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the entrance, carrying an unmistakable killing intent. Unbeknownst to them, Jessica and Young Tian had appeared at the doorway. Boss, the room erupted into chaos as the previously nonchalant soldiers hurriedly straightened themselves. Only Headscarf remained relaxed, propping his feet on the table and downing his drink, clearly inebriated. Otherwise, he would have respected his boss. Fuck, how did that punk cook manage this? Wasn't he supposed to be on lookout? Damn it, I'll deal with that punk tomorrow. Two mercenaries whispered to each other. Didn't I say there are important matters tomorrow? Why are you all gathered together again? Jessica said coldly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd until it landed on one mercenary. Continue what you were saying. Say it then. The mercenary steeled himself and stood up abruptly, declaring, Boss, this isn't your organization alone. We're a team, and as our leader, you should prioritize the safety of the base. Keeping a zombie here is incredibly dangerous. Is that how you all feel? Jessica fixed her piercing gaze on the soldiers, her slightly narrowed eyes surveying the room. Seeing someone taking the lead, others, emboldened by the alcohol, nodded in agreement. In fact, after Jessica announced the inclusion of Young Tian and the puppet in the meeting earlier, many soldiers had mixed feelings. On one hand, they were excited about the arrival of a powerful individual. On the other, they were wary of the dangers of being around two zombies. Having dealt with them for a long time, they knew how perilous they could be, not just to enemies, but to themselves. Ha! A bunch of cowards. Headscarf laughed heartily, smashing his beer bottle on the ground. His chair rocked wildly before he toppled over, shortly thereafter emitting loud snores. An awkward silence fell over the room. Jessica stood still, her icy demeanor gradually thawing as she calmly regarded the soldiers. After a long moment, she finally spoke. Since I dared to make this decision, I am confident in guaranteeing that the puppet poses no threat to to the safety of the base. Additionally, I hope this does not happen again. You should muster the courage to speak up in meetings instead of doing this. Your actions today have disappointed me. Jessica, let's talk. I have something to say. Yang Tian grabbed Jessica by the shoulder and pulled her away. As they left, Jessica shot a cold glance at Cook, who was waiting by the door, and snorted. Cook felt like crying. Tomorrow, he would probably face the wrath of those brothers, and more importantly, the boss would definitely not let him off the hook. What the hell was he thinking, bringing that zombie to the base for a tour in the middle of the night? Cook let out a lament, muttering, a pack of smokes, a bottle of booze, gone, all gone. Yang, I'm really sorry. Back in Yang Tian's room, Jessica hesitated before speaking. Yang Tian looked into Jessica's bright blue eyes, opening his mouth as if to say something but found it hard to articulate. He realized that he wanted to leave. The incident with the puppet served as a catalyst, and most importantly, Kate's earlier words had already taken root in his heart. Yang, I'm really sorry. Back in Yang Tian's room, Jessica hesitated before speaking. No, you don't need to apologize. They are right, you should consider the safety of the base. Yang Tian shook his head and continued. I truly want to leave. I have a bigger goal in my heart, to return to the world of humans, back to the world that once belonged to me. However, the prerequisite is that I must have absolute strength. The problem is, only in the world of zombies can I rapidly increase my power in the shortest time possible. Yang Tian recalled Kate's words and had to admit that in his desperate pursuit of power, her words were as enticing as fragrant human flesh. We can also search for zombies everywhere. Increase our strength, and I can allow you more freedom. This isn't a reason for you to leave. Jessica's tone was somewhat stiff. He had only been here a day and was already talking about leaving. When I promised you that I would stay, I didn't fully understand the situation. Now I realize that the world of zombies is a paradise for someone like me who needs strength, Yang Tian said quietly. Jessica watched him silently and replied seriously, I said we can search for zombies everywhere. I don't want to be limited to this small area. You understand what I mean. I just want to rapidly increase my strength. Maybe I need to wander around, wherever it may be, perhaps Philadelphia, maybe Washington, New York, or Boston, even those mysterious eastern countries. This journey will undoubtedly be filled with blood and thorns. It's this constant stimulation that drives my growth. Jessica was taken aback slightly, her expression revealing some emotion. In this extremely dangerous world, it was already hard enough to survive, and this man, no, this zombie actually wanted to embark on such a journey. So where do you consider the end? She asked. Until I am strong enough to think I can return, I will come back with accomplishments that will astonish you. Yang Tian's eyes sparkled with aspiration and determination. He knew that after the thorns would come the hall of success. Your words make me question whether keeping you here is the right choice. I just want to know, will you come back alive? Jessica murmured, sighing inwardly. If Daphne couldn't keep him, how could she? Perhaps, such a person truly couldn't remain in such a small base. Whether I can survive, I'll only know if I try. If I continue living like this, it will be worse than death. Think about it, the changes in me from our last meeting to now are immense. Don't persuade me otherwise, Jessica. Yang Tian shook his head firmly. Call me Jess. Jessica nodded slowly, letting out a soft sigh. If you decide to go, I won't stop you. Just make sure you've thought it through. I'll leave Leon in your care. Kate probably won't stay. She said she wants to come with me. Yang Tian shrugged awkwardly. I originally wanted to bring you a 3-star warrior, but now, alright, I will quickly find out her background. Once I have clarity, you can leave. Jessica's voice trembled slightly, and she turned away, walking step by step toward the exit. Jess, a hoarse voice called from behind. Jessica turned her head slightly, glancing back at Yang Tian. Don't be like this. I know how precious it is to find someone trustworthy in this zombie-infested world, but, in this crazy world, if you don't do some crazy things, you can't survive. If you're willing, you can come with me. Before Yang Tian could finish, Jessica interrupted him with her cold words. Do you have to wander around? Must you put yourself in danger? Aren't you hurt enough? Don't you want to die young? Jessica turned around abruptly, speaking excitedly. This sudden scene left Yang Tian stunned. The woman who had always been cold and indifferent had never been so animated. Yes, the thing she had kept hidden, was it really that easy? Sorry, my emotions got a little out of control. What I mean is, Jessica turned her head away, gathering her thoughts. You know, my only family, Snow Leopard, is dead. That time, you risked your life to save me, and ended up in this state. I felt guilty for a long time, always thinking about how to repay you. Now that you're back, once again, you've helped me. I know you don't have any ulterior motives. You mean something special to me. I just don't want to lose another friend. Looking at this woman who seemed to have lost her former luster, Yang Tian remained silent for a long time before finally saying a name. Cobra. Jessica stared at Yang Tian in surprise. The two exchanged silent glances, a mysterious atmosphere lingering in the room. After a while, the trembling body filled with agitation finally regained its calm. Phew. Jessica took a deep breath and opened her eyes again, her expression revealing no trace of emotion. She returned to her usual calm demeanor, her lips slightly pursed, a simple name that carried more meaning than any comforting words. Alright, you go pursue your dreams. When you return, don't let me look down on you. Jessica extended her hand, her tone now calm, even carrying a hint of challenge. Seeing the familiar sharpness in her bright blue eyes, Yang Tian relaxed, reaching out to shake hands with Jessica. For me, perhaps, the dreams achieved through wandering are the easiest to realize. realize. The dreams achieved through wandering are the easiest to realize. Jessica looked at the zombie before her and silently repeated the phrase, leaving it open-ended. With a bang, the door slammed shut, and young Tian slumped onto the bed, covering his head with his hands. This girl really is, sigh. Shaking his head, young Tian lay back down and thought for a moment. He picked up the barrette that was placed beside him, intending to wipe it down, but his hand suddenly froze in midair. Where did that blood-red hammer go? After returning to the base, after Cobra arranged a room for him, young Tian had taken off both the barrette and the blood-red hammer, leaning them against the wall. He had been in a hurry to go out and settle Cobra, and since they were now in Cobra's base, he had no reservations. Besides, he had only stepped out for a moment. Even if something happened, young Tian had no fear, so he hadn't equipped himself, simply going out lightly. Now, a frown of anger appeared on young Tian's face. How could this happen here? Damn it, my hammer! Young Tian cursed angrily and stood up to find Cobra, but suddenly felt a heaviness in his hand as a hammer appeared. Luckily, young Tian reacted quickly, otherwise, it would have dropped to the ground. What is going on? Young Tian was completely stunned, gripping the suddenly appeared hammer as if it had materialized out of thin air. What he didn't know was that this action resolved a question that had been troubling him. Regarding the bound item, the blood-red hammer's attribute of non-tradable he could understand, but non-droppable was harder to explain. Now it had occurred. Young Tian's heart stirred as he placed the hammer back in the corner and stepped outside, retreating slowly while keeping his eyes on the hammer. About 10 meters away, he could clearly see the blood-red hammer inexplicably vanished. Young Tian's heart raced, but below his character template, he found a new addition to his inventory. In a 100-slot inventory, a hammer glowing with a faint red light occupied only one slot. Excitedly, young Tian rushed back to his room, summoning the hammer and then returning it repeatedly. After playing for a while, his gaze suddenly shifted to the shining silver Barrett M95. 7 days later, in an underground training room, a person and a zombie were constantly engaged in combat. The woman wore oversized mercenary pants and black combat boots, with a short-sleeved shirt that revealed a small patch of her fair skin. As she moved, her substantial assets swayed, making her presence eye-catching. So, you still haven't made a decision, she said. I need time. Beautiful, the zombie replied hoarsely, quickly sidestepping as a short blade narrowly grazed him, then slashing at the woman's abdomen with a dagger. Bang! The woman swiftly parried the dagger with her short blade, the collision creating a sharp sound. Then hurry up, I don't want to waste my time here. You're right. You're nearly 30, right? You don't have youth to squander anymore, young Tian chuckled, sending a kick toward her. The woman's eyes narrowed, and she coldly shouted, 26. I'm still far from 30. As she spoke, her attacks became more aggressive. The banter between them wasn't new. Every time they trained, Kate found it hard to maintain her composure. She had never encountered someone who made her feel so helpless, someone who could evoke such strong feelings, even though he was a zombie. Hey, it was just a joke, don't take it seriously, young Tian exclaimed as he dodged another kick, struggling to avoid her short blade. Kate was satisfied with how her offensive forced young Tian into a defensive position, having turned the tables on him for the first time after many days of sparring. As the two continued their playful banter, the door to the training room swung open, and 2 mercenaries walked in. Upon seeing the intense training session, their eyes lit up, and they began to comment excitedly. Kate is really strong. She can spar with the puppet for this long without falling behind, the man with the headscarf exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at the stunning Eastern woman exuding an incredible presence. That's because our boss is just sparring with her, otherwise, she wouldn't stand a chance. Leon scoffed, his scarred face looking more menacing. Dude, the headscarf man draped an arm over Leon's shoulder. Do you know if this girl has a boyfriend? With a mature woman like her, the desires are usually quite strong. I think I could help out. Shoo! Leon quickly covered the headscarf man's mouth, glancing cautiously at the scene. When he saw that Kate was still engrossed in combat, he sighed in relief and turned to the headscarf man. Watch your words, that woman could go crazy, and even the puppet wouldn't be able to stop her. Your level of strength isn't even enough for her to consider. Haha, just kidding, the headscarf man shrugged nonchalantly, his eyes glued to the increasingly heated battle. If I had her kind of strength, that would be amazing. I've envied that for a long time, Leon said enviously. Hey! Kate suddenly spun around, grabbing young Tian's right hand with her left, and pressed the short blade dangerously against his neck, drawing a tiny bead of blood. How about it? She asked, tilting her head, her dark eyes glinting with mischief. After days of sparring, this time she had finally won. Young Tian glanced down and shrugged. Alright, you win. Kate raised her chin slightly, retracting the blade from young Tian's neck and stepping back. However, she felt something was off. Looking down, she saw that the short-sleeve shirt she wore, which had only been buttoned at the top, now had a second button missing, with a noticeable tear revealing more of her creamy skin, though the key parts remained covered. Yang Tian. Kate's forehead twitched as 3 lines of darkness crossed her face. She spoke each word with a tremor, clearly on the verge of exploding. It was a misunderstanding, really just a misunderstanding, young Tian swallowed nervously. Though Kate knew his name, she had never called him by it before, always referring to him by his codename. Was this a sign of the storm brewing? You perverted zombie. Kate stepped forward aggressively. Leon and the headscarf man stood dumbfounded, watching the sudden turn of events in shock. Hey, don't twist, you crazy woman, damn it was just a joke. Hey, I'm getting angry. I'm warning you, I really will fight back. Ow, that hurt. hurts, stop twisting. Puppet, the headscarf man exclaimed, stepping forward. Kate paused her actions, glaring at young Tian with frustration. Seeing the two men approach, she quickly covered her chest with her hands and turned to leave, striding away. Seriously, she's so conservative, nothing was exposed anyway, so what's she covering? The headscarf man looked disappointed. Boss, you actually got KO'd. Ha ha. Leon slapped young Tian on the shoulder, laughing heartily. I've never seen that woman blush before, but I'm surprised she didn't just stab you. Ugh, people change. Young Tian rubbed his arm and turned to ask, what did you guys come to find me for? Our boss wants to see you. Oh, I see. Young Tian nodded, tidying himself up as he followed the two out. Boss, are you really going to leave? Leon maintained his previous address for young Tian, not caring that he was now part of another organization. Young Tian pondered for a moment before nodding. Yeah, I have to go. You. Leon's expression changed as he looked at young Tian, opening his mouth to say something but ultimately not speaking. The group walked in silence through the underground base until they arrived at an office. Brother, there's something I need to tell you. Just tonight. My room, Yang Tian said, patting Leon on the shoulder. Leon forced a smile as he turned to leave with the headscarf man. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A melodious voice came from the office. You called for me? Young Tian entered the room and closed the door behind him. Although I really don't want to hand this over to you, I know that once you read it, it will be time for you to set off. However, Cobra flicked several sheets of documents in her hand, tossing them onto the table. As a friend, I think I should support your so-called dream. Young Tian reached out and picked up the documents, and as his eyes fell upon Kate's photo, he noticed some English descriptions underneath. Suddenly, young Tian froze, astonished as he saw a typical Eastern face on the second sheet. Wow, her father is a boss. Cobra nodded, speaking, although Lance City is under the jurisdiction of Los Angeles, her father still wields significant power in Lance City. Finally willing to leave? Kate, dressed in military gear, stood beside young Tian, her voice icy. I thought you were fond of the python and didn't want to go. I definitely have a crush on her. If I weren't a zombie, I might have proposed by now, young Tian retorted with a smirk, waving at the mercenaries gathered to see them off in the distance. Oomph, Kate snorted, turning away. She had some acquaintance with these mercenaries, but their bond wasn't particularly strong. Puppet boss, remember to come back, the headscarf man yelled, cupping his hands around his mouth, which drew a wave of laughter from the group behind him. Sure, take care of her for me. Young Tian chuckled, turning to catch up with Kate. Since they were leaving, he decided not to be overly hesitant. Leon watched the two retreating figures, his fists clenched tightly as he recalled young Tian's words from the night before. Before the two could drive away, Jessica turned around and commanded, back to the base, prepare for the next mission. Hey, I really admire you after seeing the results you've achieved. Young Tian stepped up, opening the Jeep's door and tossing his backpack onto the back seat. Wasting over a week on this, I really wonder if I'm following the wrong person. Kate coldly huffed as she removed the sun visor and started the ignition. Alright, I just wanted to confirm whether your story was true or not, young Tian shrugged, whistling and calling in his raspy zombie voice, Symbol. Gore, gore. A series of low growls echoed from the nearby forest, and soon a tattered, blood-soaked Symbol zombie came running into view, growling menacingly upon spotting Kate. Come on, get in the car, young Tian said, pushing Symbol inside. The vehicle quickly filled with a pungent smell of blood, causing Kate to wrinkle her nose. Hey, woman, let me drive. Young Tian approached the driver's side window, tapping on the glass. I don't want to sit next to that thing. Kate's response was straightforward. Then you can sit in the passenger seat, young Tian suggested. Kate turned to look at the zombie. I also don't want to sit next to you, young Tian. Fine, you drive. Do you remember where we're headed first? Young Tian returned to the back seat and closed the door. The answer came from the roar of the engine. Don't test my memory. Phoenix. Kate glanced at young Tian through the rearview mirror and then at the blood-soaked Symbol. Okay. Young Tian snapped his fingers, muttering, Phoenix, I love the sun. I hope those players are still alive. But do you still fantasize about a packed western arena with 1,000 or 2,000 zombies, relishing in a last-second victory? Kate huffed. Woman, your tongue is getting sharper. Can you restore your former icy demeanor? Young Tian replied, mockingly. Damn it. Kate slammed the accelerator, her eyes filled with anger as she shouted, shut up. She struck the steering wheel in frustration. Alright, she admitted it, she had lost control again. Throughout her life, she had never acted this way. Ever since following this zombie to complete her ridiculous mission, she could feel herself changing bit by bit. This irritating zombie. Alright, calm down, girl. I'll take a nap. If Symbol bothers you, just wake me up. Young Tian said with a grin, unable to endure her robotic demeanor any longer, intentionally provoking her. As he saw the irritating zombie close its eyes in the rearview mirror, Kate shifted gears, and the car sped away. You asked me if I had any special abilities to find high-level zombies, huh? Maybe you'll encounter one soon. Young Tian murmured as he closed his eyes, realizing that he might indeed be a bunch of data, and that the damn game god likely was a lonely. This journey would certainly be fraught with danger and hardship, but behind the thorns would lie rapid growth and strength. Hearing a cold snort jerk from the front seat, young Tian tilted his head and adjusted himself into a comfortable position, thinking to himself, this journey would definitely not be dull, as it would be full of adventure and excitement. Besides, he had started to enjoy teasing this ice queen. Alright, young Tian admitted he might be a bit wicked. The dim-witted symbol occasionally glanced at Kate before ultimately losing interest and inspecting the surroundings. It finally spotted the backpack and grabbed it, rummaging through it eagerly. 2 USP.45s, 2 MP7s, plus 2 excellent assault rifles, the AK-47 and the M4A1, along with several magazines. None of these items attracted Symbol's attention. It continued searching until it found a piece of ham. As long as it was meat, it didn't discriminate. Pork, beef, mutton, horse, rabbit, human, even zombie meat. It could eat it all. Symbol took a big bite of the packaged ham, devouring half the packet. Thus, the trio embarked on a journey that would prove to be both delightful and tragic. ###### Desert Town. A young and beautiful woman sat with a bowl of instant noodles in her hands, chewing blandly. The elegant demeanor she once held was now barely visible, replaced by the distress of her situation. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to swallow a mouthful while suppressing her discomfort. Nearby, 2 soldier-like men stood watch, their eyes fixed on the woman's bowl, drooling at the thought of food. 2 other civilians, gaunt and weary, stared longingly at the instant noodles, their mouths watering. Is this even food? The young woman finally snapped, unable to tolerate the taste any longer. She threw the remaining noodles onto the ground and shouted angrily, "Get me some real food right now. Otherwise, I'll tell Raymond and make your lives miserable." One of the tall soldiers bowed slightly, a forced smile appearing on his face. "Madam, we've run out of supplies. This is the only thing we could find for now. Look at them." He gestured to the 2 starving men nearby. "They're eating tree bark and wild grass." The soldier's words only intensified the woman's disgust as she pointed at the emaciated men. "What am I, some commoner? You were sent here by your commander to look after me. You need to take responsibility. Damn it. You're just a woman who relies on her looks to climb the social ladder. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty?" The other soldier scoffed, his face twisted in disdain as he watched the beautiful woman with contempt. "What did you say?" She caught the words with keen ears, her finger pointing accusingly at the soldier. "You lowly soldier, what gives you the right to speak to me like that? You're nothing more than a dog in front of Raymond." "Damn," the soldier shook with barely suppressed anger. Just as one was about to explode, the tall soldier stepped forward, blocking his comrade. "Andre, calm down. We're almost there. Just a few more days. If we endure her for a little longer, think about what we'll gain. Damn it, 4 of our brothers have already died because of her attitude. Even if we go back and receive a brain core and a promotion, how can we face the brothers who died?" Andre finally snapped, raising his voice. "Andre." The tall soldier's voice cut through the tension. "You're a soldier. Your duty is to complete the mission, to obey orders, not to let the mission fail." The sharp rebuke caught Andre off guard, halting his struggling body. "Brother, just hold on. Once we get her back, we'll get what we want. Think about it. If we don't return, where else can we go? In this world, where else will be our refuge?" The tall soldier softened his tone, trying to reason with Andre. "Damn it, she has caused us too much trouble." Andre felt a flicker of doubt but remained silent, finally conceding to his companion's words. "Humph, I thought you'd cause some trouble." The beautiful woman mocked, her smile dripping with disdain. "Get me real food instead of this crap." She kicked the remains of the instant noodles on the ground in disgust. This action made the 2 starving men nearby wince. One of them, trembling, approached cautiously. "Stop." The tall soldier stepped in front of the woman, eyeing the man suspiciously. "What do you want?" "Respectfully, miss, could we possibly have some?" The man gestured toward the food that had been tossed aside. The woman's eyes flashed with disgust as she kicked the remnants of noodles toward him. "Get away from me." "Thank you, thank you." The 2 civilians scrambled for the fallen noodles, their gratitude palpable. The tall soldier watched this unfold, swallowing hard as he too felt hunger pangs. He craved even the food that the woman deemed unworthy. "What are you waiting for? Go find me food." "I refuse to believe that a small town has no food at all." The young woman barked again, impatience radiating from her. "But it's dangerous in town, there are many." She cut him off with a sharp shout. "I don't want to hear your excuses. I want results. I want to see food. It can be anything edible. You, send someone, leave one to protect me. We're almost in Los Angeles. I'd better not hear anything unpleasant about you in front of your commander." The tall soldier hesitated, looking at the commanding woman, then at the 2 starving men, and finally at Andre, who was silently standing by. He pondered the situation. Perhaps in this world, people would do anything to survive, even if it meant sacrificing their dignity or something else. #### Desert Town. The tall soldier scanned the area, then approached the young woman, bowing slightly in respect. "Madam, may I go out to find some food?" "Go out? For what? Didn't Andre already go looking? You should be responsible for my safety, not wandering around." The young woman frowned, dismissing his request with a wave of her hand. "Madam, I haven't eaten in nearly a day. I'm just going to look for some wild grass or tree bark to fill my stomach. Maybe I'll come across a wild rabbit and bring it back for you," the soldier said, trying to sound submissive. "Do you think I'm an idiot? A wild rabbit? If there were any, you'd have eaten it already. Don't come back with excuses. You stay by my side and protect me. My safety is the top priority." The woman huffed, glaring at him, but he's been gone for 3 hours. Maybe I should. The soldier hesitated, about to voice his concerns again, only to be interrupted by the woman. He should be back by now. When he does, we can eat what he brings. Don't bother me. I said no. The woman pointed a finger at the soldier, her voice rising. Do you dare disobey my orders? I'm not disobeying you, the soldier started to say, but suddenly a cry for help erupted from outside. Peter, Peter, come out and save me. Damn it, the frantic voice rang out, mixed with the growls of several zombies. Get away, you disgusting things. Anyone who had spent time in the apocalypse would recognize those sounds with instinctual fear. The two civilians trembled violently, their eyes wide with terror. The zombies are coming. The zombies are coming. Help, run. You worthless soldiers have brought the zombies here. The young woman exclaimed, panic washing over her. How could he attract zombies? Doesn't he know how dangerous this is for me? That worthless soldier should die. Madam, I'm going to check. The tall soldier Peter quickly dashed outside. Come back, you worthless soldier. Stay here and protect me. We need to get out of here, not save that bastard. The woman screamed, but Peter had already rushed out. Damn it, come back. She stomped her foot in frustration, scrambling toward a window to see what was happening outside. Andrew, how did you get into this mess? Peter shouted as he spotted two zombies chasing after Andrew. Andrew was dodging and fighting back, momentarily keeping the zombies at bay with his agility. But behind him, a robust, two-star zombie charged forward, closing in quickly. Damn it, that woman made me go look for food. These zombies can smell me from miles away. Andrew cursed as he sprinted toward Peter, who was also a one-star soldier. Damn, it's a 1-star and a 2-star. This isn't good. Peter's gaze hardened, his survival instincts kicking in from countless close calls. He raised his weapon, focusing on the agile zombie. Help! The zombies are coming. Help! The two civilians had now emerged, running frantically, one of them seemingly reliving a horrific memory. Shut up! You're going to attract more zombies. We just need to escape. Let them fight, don't shout. The civilian in front yelled, smacking the panicking man. Meanwhile, Peter was filled with anger and fear. Damn it! Shut up! Don't you think we have enough zombies after us already? Before he could finish, Andrew stumbled back toward him, steadying himself just in time as the agile zombie blocked their retreat, while the two-star brute closed in behind. Roar! The agile zombie lunged forward, followed closely by the other. In a matter of moments, the two zombies were upon them, the agile one matching Andrew's speed while the brute attacked with sheer force. Peter and Andrew fought back, but as the two-star zombie joined the fray, the odds quickly shifted. Blood sprayed as Peter was struck on the shoulder. Those useless bastards! The woman cursed from the safety of the factory, her eyes darting around for a way out. Could she escape? But how far could she run? Having lived in luxury, she had no stamina or combat experience. V-room. The sound of an approaching vehicle caught her attention. Her eyes widened in disbelief. When she realized it was indeed a vehicle drawing closer, she felt a rush of hope and dashed toward the sound. #####. Meanwhile, hey, this scent really works. Young Tian reclined in the back seat, emanating the aura of a mother-level zombie. He realized that while this drew other zombies away, it also attracted those stronger ones he sought. Something's happening up ahead, Kate suddenly exclaimed. Yang Tian sat up, looking forward to see two soldiers fighting off two zombies. Then, out of the factory, a woman burst forth, shouting as she ran toward the jeep. Help me, please, she screamed, waving her arms frantically as she sprinted toward the vehicle. Kate jumped out of the car, ready to act. You stay here. I'll go help those soldiers. You didn't hear me? Those useless soldiers aren't worth saving. Get in the car, now. I'm the priority here. Don't let them put you in danger. The woman shouted, panicking as she reached the jeep. Are they not your comrades? Kate asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Not at all. Those pathetic soldiers can't be my allies. Don't worry about them. I'm the wife of Raymond from the Los Angeles base. My husband is the vice captain of the first group. Saving me is your priority. Let's go, she ordered, running up to the jeep, oblivious to the fact that a zombie was close by. Kate grabbed the woman's arm tightly, furrowing her brows. Hold on. I'll ensure your safety. Wait for me to rescue those two soldiers before we leave. Do you not hear what I'm saying? My husband, Raymond, is a vice captain in the Los Angeles base. Don't worry about those useless people. We have to go now. I'm more important. Don't risk my safety because of them. The woman screamed, her panic spilling over. Slap. Kate's hand landed sharply on the woman's face, leaving a bright red mark. Crazy woman, quiet down. Why you hit me? The woman stumbled back, her anger boiling over as she glared at Kate. You wench! How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? Suddenly, the back door of the jeep swung open, and a pale hand reached out. The zombie's face appeared before the woman, whispering in a chilling voice, Is your father's surname Lee? Zombies, zombies. The young woman let out a high-pitched scream, scrambling to her feet and hiding behind Kate, momentarily forgetting her earlier insults. Zombies, hurry, get them out of here, quickly. Kate grabbed the woman and shoved her to the ground, her eyes flashing with disgust. I don't have time to deal with you. With that, she turned and ran toward the chaotic scene ahead. Yang Tian stepped out of the car, casting a mocking glance at the fleeing woman. From her words, he had already discerned the type of person she was. You freaks, the woman shouted as she saw young Tian exit the vehicle, hastily retreating. Monsters, monsters, she yelled as she dashed away, panic in her voice. Ugh, Symbol, who had just exited the vehicle, let out a low groan and quietly followed after the fleeing woman. Young Tian briefly glanced at Symbol, shrugged, and turned his attention back to the battle ahead. Suddenly, young Tian froze. Was that a little girl? He rubbed his eyes and focused harder. It really was a small girl, and an incredibly cute one at that. In the distance, a girl around 7 or 8 years old was sucking her thumb, clutching a Barbie doll to her chest. With a head of short, glossy black hair and an adorably delicate face, she showed no signs of fear. Instead, her wide eyes were fixated on the distant skirmish. What amazed young Tian even more were her eyes, emerald green, sparkling like flawless gems. He knew that a small fraction of Westerners had green eyes, but they typically faded as they aged. This girl, however, seemed to be a human. Although her skin was pale, it wasn't sickly. Young Tian found it strange that he felt nothing from her. Normally, he would be acutely aware of human flesh, even zombie flesh, but this child, and how could she be so unafraid? In such a chaotic world, how did she end up here alone? And where were her family? While young Tian was lost in thought, the little girl suddenly grasped her hair, a pained expression crossing her face. For such a cute face, anyone would instinctively want to comfort her. Her small white hand clutched her hair tightly, and her petite body trembled with anxiety. Thud! The doll, just as adorable as her, fell to the ground with a soft sound. Ha! The little girl seemed to snap out of her daze. As her pained expression faded into confusion, she noticed her beloved Barbie on the ground. Quickly, she bent down, picked it up, and lovingly stroked its head, giving it a kiss before running off, disappearing around the corner. What the hell? Young Tian was baffled by this strange scene. Once the girl vanished, he regained his senses and hurried after her. No matter how she came out here, she shouldn't be running around so carelessly, especially with zombies lurking nearby. His heart raced, and he quickly followed her, but when he reached the corner, he found the street eerily quiet. Where had the little girl gone? Young Tian strained to catch a whiff of her scent, using his zombie senses, but aside from a few low-level zombies, there was no trace of humanity. No sign of that little girl. Damn it, was that just my imagination? He slapped his forehead, searched the next 2 streets, but returned empty-handed, that adorable figure lingering in his mind. When he came back, he found a somber scene. The short soldier, Andre, was gritting his teeth, clutching his arm, his expression filled with despair. The tall soldier, Peter, looked sorrowful as he gazed at his fallen comrade, his fingers trembling. Kate, wielding dual blades, observed the scene with a hint of sadness in her normally cold eyes, letting out a soft sigh. Andre, I'm sorry, truly sorry. Peter wanted to touch the wounded area, but his hand hesitated midair, eventually falling to his side. He covered his head with both hands, muttering self-reproaches. Don't say that. We're comrades, right? Andre forced a grin despite the pain, his complexion paling. You shouldn't have done that. Thank you, thank you. Peter struggled to find the right words, finally pulling Andre into an embrace. It was he who had risked everything to save Peter. It was my fault they were attracted here. You shouldn't feel guilty. Andre looked up at the sky, filled with hopelessness. He knew all too well that there was no cure for someone bitten. Everyone who got infected would inevitably become zombies. No, it's not you, it's her. She's the one who made you go out looking for food. Peter was furious, wanting to scream at the woman but stopping himself, unsure how to voice his anger. Andre shook his head, realizing that no matter how much Peter cared for him, it didn't change the reality. He chuckled bitterly, saying, there's no need for that. What's done is done. Just let this lady take you back. You'll get what you want. His words deepened Peter's guilt, and with an unexpected surge of courage, he roared, I'll kill her. I'll avenge you. Ugh. Suddenly, a zombie appeared in their line of sight, its mouth dripping with blood, a chunk of flesh still clinging to its teeth, and it was holding a human arm, thin and delicate, adorned with a jingling silver bracelet. Madam, that's the madam. Peter's pupils dilated, his mind blanking out. He had never felt such despair, even when faced with death. In his mind, his own life mattered more than anything, even his ambitions. It's over, all over. Even if I go back now, it's a dead end. Peter's face turned pale with despair, knowing that this was his captain's beloved wife. If she died, the consequences for him would be dire. Humph, that woman deserves to die. Damn it, just put away your grieving face. Andre struggled to stand, raising his gun to face the menacing zombie. Kate had already positioned herself in front of the 2 soldiers, her dual blades ready. In Andre's eyes, she appeared like a fierce goddess. Stop. Young Tian won't let you eat them. One woman is enough to fill your stomach. Don't be greedy. Symbol, unaware of their past, emitted low growls, staring at the soldiers, his eyes filled with desire. He had never liked that woman. Feeling the pressure from Symbol, Kate hesitated briefly before, slowly crouching down. Symbol. A hoarse voice called from the distance, causing the approaching Symbol to freeze mid-attack. Kate relaxed as well, knowing that the battle was not going to happen now that young Tian had returned. She couldn't help but wonder where the hell he had been during that encounter. What took you so long? Kate shot a glare at young Tian. Young Tian shrugged. I think I might have seen a mirage. Don't ask me. I'm not sure what happened just now. Humph. Kate scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with his response. Andre, the short soldier, was confused, trying to comprehend the connection between the two. How was this zombie able to speak just now? Peter, lost in despair, suddenly came to his senses. Seeing 2 zombies appear, Peter, he was struck with fear and quickly stood up, his body tensing. Don't be afraid, we won't harm you. Kate sensed Andre's trembles and comforted him before frowning slightly. You're going to turn into one of them. Her bluntness struck a nerve. Andre forced a bitter smile, wanting to say something but at a loss for words. Was he really destined to become one of those monsters? Peter, you should leave with her. I might. No, brother, Peter gripped Andre's shoulder but was pushed away. Just go with them. I'll take care of this, Andre insisted, clutching his handgun and slowly bringing it to his mouth. Andre, Peter exclaimed, grabbing his hand. Kate and Young Tian watched the emotional scene unfold, both letting out quiet sighs. With eyes tightly shut and a trembling finger on the trigger, Andre was caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Then, thud. It wasn't the sound of a gunshot but rather the distinct sound of the gun being thrown onto the ground. Ugh. Andre buried his face in his arms, crying like a child. He didn't have the courage, he just couldn't pull the trigger. Can't you help them, puppet? Kate whispered to Young Tian. Young Tian shrugged, shaking his head helplessly. Then, suddenly, Peter's eyes widened in realization, his gaze discreetly assessing Young Tian, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Get out. You leave. I'll take care of myself, Andre cried, wiping his tears and turning to Peter. No, I won't leave. Brother, I'll stay with you until the end. Peter's voice suddenly became resolute, pulling Andre closer and leading him back toward the factory. As they passed Kate, Peter quietly said, "Thank you for saving us. You guys go ahead. I'll be with him until the end. I can't go back. There's no way to return now, only a dead end. Along the way, my brothers died because of my cowardice and indulgence. I owe them too much. Once I'm done here with him, I'll go with him to be with my brothers." Peter's words shocked Andre while also stirring something deep within him. With a forced smile, Peter supported Andre, guiding him back toward the factory. Kate turned to Young Tian, her eyes silently seeking his opinion. Before Young Tian could respond, Peter spoke, "This is my choice. Please respect my decision. I don't want to live with guilt and unease in the next life. Thank you for your help." Thank you. He slowly walked away. Kate and Young Tian exchanged glances before following closely behind. As they approached the factory, they saw Peter securely tying Andre to a chair, who made no effort to resist. "Let's talk about the days we fought side by side," Peter said softly as he tightened the restraints on Andre. He then pulled out his gun, sitting on the ground and looking up at his comrade with a trembling hand covering his face, his voice choked with emotion. Andre didn't respond to Peter's question, his tone growing more agitated. "Remember, when I lose consciousness, feed me a bullet. I don't want to roam aimlessly like them. I don't want to become a mindless husk. After resting here, we'll find a place to stay and look for food," Yang Tian said from the passenger seat. "Then you're responsible for finding something for us to eat. Your damn pet has eaten all the edible stuff," Kate coldly retorted, continuing, "I never imagined it had turned into an omnivore, and it even eats plants? Probably got its eyes on the red meat." Young Tian grimaced. His backpack was indeed empty, with not a single morsel of food left, not even wrappers. Symbol had devoured everything, leaving Young Tian wondering just how big its stomach was. "Here is fine. We'll keep moving tomorrow." After driving for about 20 minutes, Kate parked the jeep in front of a quaint villa, casually pointing at it. "This will do." Both Young Tian and Symbol were skilled enough to handle finding a place to stay or food without a hitch. Noticing the lack of strong zombie presence around, Young Tian nodded. "Okay, you go clear the villa while we look for food." After a moment's thought, he added, "Be careful." "Got it." Kate paused, huffed, and didn't look back. However, after Young Tian and Symbol had only walked a few minutes, both paused suddenly, with Symbol's eyes filled with greed, darting ahead. They raced towards a grand villa that seemed more like a palace, with traces of its former splendor still visible. Young Tian's expression shifted as he detected an overpowering scent nearby. In this world, such a strong smell typically meant zombies had already come and gone, devouring everything edible. Why was it their turn to enjoy such fortune? And yet, this grand palace was devoid of any signs of zombies. Was it a trap? Bang! A gunshot echoed, and Peter stared at the lifeless body of Andre, putting his gun away as he murmured to himself, "Puppet? This significant information might just save my life. I don't need to achieve great things. I only hope to retain my current position." You're back so soon? Kate had just finished tidying up the room when she sensed a zombie presence behind her. Turning around, she saw Young Tian and Symbol returning, both empty-handed. "Let's go. I've noticed something odd. It might be a trap. It's very strange. We should check it out," Young Tian said, waving his hand dismissively. "Is that so? Of course, something will happen when I follow you, you disaster magnet." Kate adjusted her coat collar, trying to hide her delicate face behind it. "Then why do you still follow me?" Young Tian retorted with a huff, turning to head outside. Kate shot him a disapproving glare. As she took a step forward, she suddenly realized something was off. Why was she making such a face? The thought made her pause. She looked at Young Tian's retreating figure again and, in her mind, blamed it all on this damn zombie. "Move it, foolish woman, staring at my back? Are you falling for me?" Young Tian's teasing voice drifted back. "Shut up, you annoying brat." Kate snapped back. "This is it, should we go in and check?" Young Tian stopped in front of the grand villa that resembled a palace, pointing to the towering structure. Traces of its former glory were still visible. "What's so special?" "It's probably just a wealthy person's residence. These places are common in towns. You can't smell it, but Symbol and I are sensitive to it. It's giving off a strong stench of blood, which is rather peculiar. The truly strange part is, there's not a single zombie nearby. For zombies, that scent is a huge lure, yet, young Tian shrugged, brushing his hand over the barrett slung on his back. He peered through the scope, scrutinizing each window for any signs of life. Is that so? Kate frowned, sensing the oddity. With blood spilling from a building and not a single zombie around, it had to be a trap. It's highly likely a trap. You know I'm a hotshot in some organizations, this could be a ploy to lure me in. Young Tian lowered the hefty barrett, having found nothing during his initial observation. Since when did you become so timid? With your strength, who could possibly hold you back? Kate raised an elegantly arched brow, mockingly observing young Tian. I'm just trying to be cautious. Unlike the old impulsive me, young Tian shrugged, not seeing anything wrong with his approach. Well, what should we do? Let's go in and see. I don't believe that 3 of us with 3 stars can be stopped by anyone. Plus, there's you, a monstrous zombie. Kate slowly pushed open the large gate, revealing a yard littered with overgrown flowers and trees, in a state of disarray. I thought someone with your background would have a unique take on this. I could have entered by myself if I'd known you'd have this plan, young Tian remarked, watching Kate stride confidently into the yard. Stop talking. We have no equipment. We can only rely on ourselves. Kate shot back, annoyance creeping into her tone. With that, the trio stealthily approached the entrance. They leapt into the opulent and spacious hall through a shattered window. The first thing they noticed was the extravagance of the room. Priceless antiques were scattered everywhere, with exquisite furniture lying in various states of disarray. The decor was remarkably elegant, and far off in a liquor cabinet, a few bottles of red wine still remained intact, while a massive crystal chandelier hung precariously from the ceiling, miraculously undamaged. This homeowner sure knew how to enjoy life, Kate whispered, cautiously scanning the room, trying to find any useful information without causing a ruckus. In contrast, Symbol was far less careful. After quietly leaping into the hall, its head was raised high, its nose twitching as it focused on the upper floors, immediately heading for the spiral staircase. Just as young Tian was pulling aside a luxurious curtain to see what lay beyond, a loud crash echoed through the hall. Symbol had kicked over a vase that had fallen to the floor, and in the eerie silence of the villa, the sound was piercing. Shit, is this how you guard it? Kate hissed at young Tian. Alright, my bad, young Tian shrugged, darting over to Symbol and stopping it from ascending the stairs. Suddenly, both of them froze, staring at a small figure appearing atop the spiral staircase. Was that a little girl? Young Tian blinked, rubbing his eyes, confirming that yes, it truly was a young girl, an adorable little doll-like girl. Around 7 or 8 years old, she was sucking her left thumb, clutching a Barbie doll to her chest with her right hand. Her short, lustrous black hair framed her delicate, cute face, and her big, bright green eyes were wide open, filled with curiosity rather than fear as she gazed at the unfolding scene. Young Tian thought back to the cute child he'd seen earlier, feeling a rush of concern. This child couldn't be. How did she end up here? The girl seemed entirely unbothered by the chaos, her gaze locked on the commotion around her family nowhere to be seen. As young Tian processed this, the little girl suddenly tugged at her hair, her expression shifting to one of pain, her small frame beginning to tremble. Thud! Her beloved Barbie doll slipped from her grasp and landed softly on the ground, creating a faint sound. The little girl seemed startled awake, her face momentarily filled with anguish. But as she noticed her doll lying on the floor, she hurried to pick it up, tenderly caressing its head, kissing the doll's face before sprinting off, disappearing around a corner. Damn it! Young Tian was bewildered by this bizarre scene. When he finally caught up to the corner, he found the once bustling street eerily empty, the little girl nowhere to be seen. Desperately, he tried to catch her scent, using his keen zombie instincts to track her down. Yet apart from some low-level zombies, there was no sign of any humans, let alone the little girl. Was I imagining things? Young Tian slapped his forehead, retracing his steps for a couple of streets, but ultimately returned empty-handed, his mind preoccupied with that adorable little face. When he returned, he found a tense atmosphere awaiting him. Andre, the short soldier, was clutching his wounded arm, his face full of despair, while Peter, the tall soldier, looked mournfully at the fallen comrade, trembling with grief. Kate, standing before the two soldiers, wore a slightly softened expression, her icy demeanor thawing as she sighed gently. Andrew, I'm sorry, truly sorry. Peter wanted to reach out to touch Andre's injury but hesitated, his hands trembling. It was my fault for bringing the zombies here. I was careless. Andre gritted his teeth, trying to mask his despair. No, it's not your fault. That woman's the one who. Peter's anger boiled over, but he faltered, not wanting to speak ill of their superior. Andre gazed at Peter with an empty look, the weight of guilt pressing heavily on his chest. It doesn't matter now, the past is past. Just let that woman lead you home, and you'll get what you desire. With those words, Peter's mind drifted. Andre's solemnity enveloped the room, each emotion heavy, the somber reality crashing in. Just as Peter's resolve hardened, they heard a loud roar of a zombie approaching, its maw stained crimson, claws glistening with blood. Peter's eyes widened, realizing they were facing Andre's beloved superior, now transformed into a flesh-eating monster. It's her, it's the woman. Peter gasped, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. Damn, we're all dead. Peter's voice trembled as despair consumed him. How could he face his superior again, knowing she was now a monster? Don't cry, we have to fight. Andre, on the verge of tears, tried to steel himself, though he felt the futility of it all. Just leave me. Save yourselves, he insisted, as Peter's spirit faltered, the weight of their bond pressing heavily on his heart. Bro, No, I won't leave you. Peter was determined. Leave. I'll handle it myself. Andre protested, pushing away Peter's hand as if it were a boulder dragging him down. Forget it. You'll never be alone. I'll stay. Peter's words were firm, anchoring Andre to his side. I can't. You need to survive. Andre's voice was strained. The two soldiers locked eyes, the battle within them raging. They needed to escape the grasp of despair together or perish as one. Let's do this, for our brothers. Peter's resolve hardened, and they faced their fate together. The ensuing battle was frantic and unrelenting, but the memory of their brotherhood fueled their fight. Let's finish this. We'll find a way. As they fought, young Tian and Kate watched from the sidelines, uncertainty brewing as they prepared for whatever fate awaited them next. Mommy, the little girl clutched her Barbie doll tightly, squeezing it so hard that the valuable toy became deformed beyond repair. The girl's emerald eyes widened in shock, instantly transforming into a gaze filled with endless hatred as she fixed her eyes on young Tian. In an instant, her small body flashed forward, her movements almost ethereal. Young Tian tensed up, an unsettling feeling gripping his heart. The pressure emanating from the girl indicated that she was at least at the level of a mother body. Otherwise, Symbol wouldn't be trembling in such a pitiful manner. Swish! In an unexpected move, the girl appeared on the ornate crystal chandelier, swinging like she was on a playground swing. The chandelier swayed back and forth as her petite feet dangled. At that moment, anyone who still found her adorable would be met with young Tian's wrath. The laughter escaping her lips sent chills down his spine. Hee hee, woo woo, hee. Suddenly, young Tian felt as if the bright daylight was swallowed by darkness. When he regained his senses, he found himself airborne, heading straight for a window that rapidly enlarged before him. He crashed through it with a thunderous bang, wood splintering around him as he tumbled onto the ground, rolling several times to dissipate the impact. What the young Tian exclaimed in shock, realizing that the rage acceleration, still active on him, was fading away. Pain shot through his body, igniting a series of agonizing groans. Damn it, what's happening? Why does this place feel so familiar? His angry whimpers echoed. The sudden turn of events left him disoriented. What had happened to that little girl? Damn it. Outside, the moans of zombies drew nearer, their footfalls echoing ominously. Yet, young Tian could sense they were nothing but low-level shambling corpses. Get lost, he roared. The single word cut through the tension, and soon after, the area fell into silence. What the hell is going on? Where am I? Why does this feel so familiar? Young Tian furrowed his brow, propping himself against a wall as he surveyed his surroundings. Thud! A soft sound caught his attention, and he immediately looked up, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Before him stood a stunning young woman, her blue eyes filled with fear, long black hair cascading down her shoulders. In her trembling hand was a finely crafted handgun, shaking uncontrollably. Who are you? She stammered, the gun wavering in her grasp. Young Tian's heart raced as recognition washed over him. Daphne? The name slipped from his lips as if pulled by an invisible force, memories flooding back. This was the girl from his past, the one who had brought warmth and companionship during his darkest days. Why are you here? Young Tian took a cautious step forward, concerned that this reunion was but a figment of his imagination. I don't know. I was looking for you. Daphne's voice trembled, her eyes darting nervously around the room, unsure of the situation unfolding. What do you mean? Looking for me? She glanced at him, uncertainty clouding her expression. I heard about what happened, about you becoming like this. Like this? You mean a zombie? Young Tian's brow furrowed, emotions swirling within him. I'm not a monster, Daphne. I'm still me. I know. I can't believe it's really you, she whispered, her resolve wavering. As they spoke, the haunting moans of the undead echoed in the distance, a reminder of the dangers surrounding them. Listen, we need to get out of here, young Tian urged, trying to shake off the nostalgia and focus on the present. It's not safe, but the others, they might still be inside. Daphne protested, glancing back toward the entrance of the mansion. Young Tian's heart sank. He knew the risk of remaining too long in one place. There's no time. We have to go now. Just as he spoke, a deafening crash echoed from another room, and the unmistakable sound of shuffling feet approached. Now, he shouted, grabbing Daphne's arm and pulling her toward the nearest exit. The urgency in his voice broke through her hesitation, and she nodded, determination replacing her fear as they sprinted toward safety, the echoes of the past momentarily drowned out by the chaos of the present. In this moment, with danger looming ever closer, young Tian realized that perhaps their fates were still intertwined, no matter how dark the world had become. Daphne, is that really you? Young Tian stepped forward, disbelief washing over him as he spoke the name that had long been etched in his memory. The beautiful girl suddenly raised her gun, pointing it directly at him, her voice trembling with fear. Don't come any closer. I will kill you. Do you not recognize me? Young Tian's heart sank. This was the person who had once brought him warmth and companionship, the one who had kept him from losing himself in the sea of corpses. The thought of her not recognizing him was crushing. Why, you can talk? You have human thoughts? Please don't eat me, please. The girl's pleas echoed in young Tian's ears, like a thunderclap that left him stunned. What's happening? Am I back? Young Tian raked his hands through his hair, feeling a wave of confusion. Meanwhile, Kate stood tensely, her eyes locked on the small girl who was swinging back and forth on the crystal chandelier. She wanted to call out to young Tian to take action but froze when she noticed the glazed expression in his eyes, as if he were lost in a trance. What did you do to them? Kate shouted up at the girl. Zombies, die. The girl's eerie laughter laughter filled the room, her excitement palpable as she waved her Barbie doll, but then she noticed that it had been crushed in her grip. A look of sadness crossed her face, and tears began to fill her large, beautiful eyes. Let them go, now! Kate's voice turned cold, but the little girl seemed lost in her own sorrow, not acknowledging Kate's demand. Kate's heart raced, and she made a swift movement, scaling the staircase, readying her blades. The girl suddenly turned her head, her green eyes locking onto Kate. In a blink, she moved with an incredible speed, appearing right beside Kate. What? Kate's pupils dilated in shock. The girl's speed was terrifying. Barbie! Barbie! The little girl's voice was now choked with emotion, her grip on Kate tightening as she pulled her toward the stairs. What are you doing? Kate swung her arm, breaking free from the girl's grasp, taking a few steps back and eyeing her cautiously. Barbie! The girl's voice cracked as tears began to roll down her cheeks, and she clutched her beloved doll. Kate felt a pang of sympathy but wrestled with the instinct to neutralize a potential threat. This girl, she's not normal, Kate thought, tightening her grip on her weapon. I should eliminate her. But just as she prepared to act, a chilling cold grasped her hand again. The girl, her eyes glistening with tears, now stood in front of her, reaching out once more. Stop! Kate ordered, her voice firm, but the girl didn't react to her command. Instead, she turned back toward a door at the end of the hallway. With an unsettling calmness, the girl opened the door with delicate fingers and stepped inside. Kate, unable to resist the curiosity, followed her cautiously. Inside the room, a scene unfolded that was both mesmerizing and haunting. The decor was a soft pink, filled with an air of warmth and innocence. The walls were lined with bookshelves, and in the center of the room lay a beautiful mixed-race woman, asleep on a bed adorned with various Barbie dolls. Mommy, the girl whimpered, glancing around as if seeking comfort. When no response came, she cautiously picked two Barbies from the room, one in a pink princess gown and the other in a white wedding dress. Barbie, she whispered, her small face glowing with excitement as she turned to Kate. Kate, entranced by the innocent charm of the girl, found herself instinctively taking the wedding Barbie offered to her. What am I doing? She thought, realizing the absurdity of the situation. With a bright smile, the little girl hugged Kate's waist, her small frame nuzzling against her. In that moment, Kate felt a strange warmth enveloping her, as if she were transported to another world, leaving the harsh realities of their existence behind. The girl's presence was disarming, and for a brief moment, Kate found herself lost in the tenderness of the scene. But just as Kate's gaze softened, a cold shiver ran down her spine as the memory of the little girl's earlier threat resurfaced. Snap out of it. Kate internally chastised herself. This is no time for weakness. Meanwhile, young Tian, having pulled himself together, rushed back to where Kate had confronted the little girl. The atmosphere was thick with tension as he glanced at the scene before him. Kate, now holding the girl, while the remnants of innocence began to crumble in the face of reality. Kate, are you okay? Young Tian called out, concern etched across his face as he assessed the situation. I'm fine, she replied, though her voice wavered. Let's get out of here, now, young Tian urged, feeling the air grow heavy with impending danger. The girl, still clutching Kate, turned her gaze towards young Tian, her expression shifting once more. No, no one leaves, she said, her voice now laced with a chilling finality. In that instant, the playful facade shattered, revealing the terrifying force beneath. Kate and young Tian exchanged glances, both understanding the peril they faced. They needed to act quickly. Run! Young Tian shouted, pulling Kate and the girl away as the tension in the room escalated, the safety of their reality dangling by a thread. Why are you back so soon? Kate had just finished cleaning up the room when she felt the presence of a zombie behind her. She turned around to find young Tian and the zombie, Fuan, returning empty-handed. Come on, I discovered something unusual. It could be a trap, something very eerie. We need to check it out. Young Tian waved his hand. Really? Of course, with you around, something is always bound to happen. You're a disaster. Kate adjusted her collar and hid her pretty face behind it. Then why are you still following me? Young Tian teased, turning to head outside. Kate shot him an irritated glance, and just as she took a step forward, she suddenly felt something was off. Why was she making that expression? Kate's mind churned slightly, and she glanced at young Tian's retreating back, ultimately blaming it all on that damn zombie. Let's go, stupid woman. What are you staring at? Do you have a crush on me? Young Tian's mocking voice came from ahead. Shut up, you damn guy. Kate huffed in annoyance. They approached the enormous mansion that resembled a palace. Young Tian pointed to the towering building. This is it, let's go check it out. What's so different? It's probably just a place where a wealthy person lived. There are many like this in town. You can't smell it, but Fuan and I can. There's a strong smell of blood here. Isn't that strange? Normally, a smell like that would attract zombies, but young Tian shrugged, adjusting his heavy Barrett rifle and carefully scrutinizing every window through his scope. Are you getting timid? With your strength, who could possibly stop you? Kate arched an eyebrow, looking at young Tian with playful sarcasm. I'm just trying to be cautious, not impulsive like before. Young Tian shrugged, feeling justified. Well then, let's go in. I don't believe 3 tier 3 beings can be stopped by anyone. Plus, you're with that freakish zombie. Kate slowly pushed open the wrought iron gate. The yard was cluttered with overgrown plants, a chaotic sight. I thought someone from a prestigious background would have special thoughts. Knowing you had such an idea, I could have gone in alone. Yang Tian teased as Kate stepped into the yard. Stop chatting. We have no equipment, so we have to rely on ourselves. Kate snapped back. They quietly approached the entrance and leaped through a broken window. Inside, the space was extremely spacious and luxurious, with priceless antiques scattered about. Elegant furniture, sofas, tables, and chairs were either standing or overturned. The grand chandelier still hung intact from the ceiling, a remnant of its former glory. This owner seems to have enjoyed life, Kate whispered, cautiously surveying the area, trying not to make any noise and searching for usable information. Fu Wen, however, was not so cautious. Once it entered the hall, it lifted its head, sniffing the air. It then made a beeline for the spiral staircase. As Yang Tian was pulling aside a luxurious curtain to see what lay beyond, a loud crash echoed through the room. Fu Wen had kicked a vase that had fallen to the ground. The noise was not loud, but in the eerie silence of the mansion, it rang out sharply. Shit, is this how you take care of it? Kate shot a glare at Yang Tian. Okay, that's my oversight, Yang Tian shrugged, darting to Fu Wen's side to prevent it from climbing the stairs. Suddenly, both zombies froze, staring at a small figure appearing at the top of the spiral staircase. It was the same little girl he had seen before. Kate's breath caught in her throat. The girl looked just like an adorable doll, with short black hair and large, sparkling green eyes. But there was something unsettling about her presence. Is it really that girl? Yang Tian murmured, quickly grabbing Fu Wen and pulling it back, not wanting to frighten the child. Zombie, the little girl said, her large eyes full of surprise as she hid her face in her hands. Hey, what are you waiting for? Go comfort her. Yang Tian cursed at Kate. Kate didn't respond, her brow furrowed as she cautiously approached the girl. Don't be afraid, Kate spoke softly, kneeling beside the girl and reaching out to pat her head gently. But the girl stepped back, fear evident in her eyes, and then suddenly crouched down, clutching her head and trembling. Mommy, hey, stay calm, Kate urged, trying to comfort her, but the little girl suddenly lifted her head, her expression morphing into one of rage and hunger. Die, the girl screeched, her voice sharp and filled with uncontained fury. Kate instinctively took a step back, her body rigid with tension. The little girl had transformed before her eyes, and now there was no trace of the innocence she had just displayed. No, Kate shouted, drawing her weapon, ready for a confrontation. Suddenly, the girl lunged, a blur of motion, aiming for Kate with terrifying speed. Fu Wen, get ready, Yang Tian shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the chaotic scene as the little girl barreled toward them, her eyes glinting with deadly intent. As the atmosphere grew heavier, it became evident that this encounter would not end without a fight. The eerie mansion stood silent around them, its secrets waiting to be uncovered amid the rising tension. The little girl kept shaking her head, biting her lip as she struggled to pull her gaze away from Kate. Finally, she dashed into a room not far down the hallway. Kate quickly followed, only to find the girl's emerald green eyes sparkling with a strange glow. The girl's pale hand gripped a human arm, and she was nibbling on it, trying her best to control her speed, as if she were careful not to dirty her clothes. Watching the two corpses stored in the room, Kate unconsciously clenched her fists. At that moment, she truly felt the intense scent of decay emanating from the little girl. In just seconds, she had gone from human to zombie. Oh my god, crash. In her shock, Kate forgot she was still holding the Barbie doll, and the one dressed in a wedding gown had been crushed in her grip. Just as the little girl led Kate upstairs to pick out Barbies, the two figures disappeared around a corner. Yes, right hand extended with the gun, left hand bent, left palm supporting the gun's grip, left thumb pressing against the middle finger of the right hand. Yang Tian was teaching Daphne how to hold a gun, and everything felt like a replay of yesterday. This method stabilizes the gun, aim for their heads. Do you understand? You can do it. Thank you, Daphne replied timidly. Practice well on your own, Yang Tian said, his gaze distant as he stared at the ground, sensing something was off. What exactly was wrong? Daphne's delicate face showed a compliant expression as she rubbed her hair and raised her gun again. While Yang Tian was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. His once clear mind now felt muddled. Daphne's near-desperate voice echoed in his ears. Don't go. Yang, please, don't leave me. No. Daphne, Yang Tian's vacant gaze slowly regained focus. He found himself back in the luxurious mansion, the sheer curtains fluttering gently in the breeze. Damn, Yang Tian was covered in cold sweat, his chest heaving violently. He turned to look around, only to see Fu Wen still standing foolishly in the distance, while Kate had vanished. At that moment, Fu Wen, who had been standing still, began to show signs of awareness after Yang Tian regained his consciousness. What the hell kind of crazy skill is this? Yang Tian thought, feeling frustrated as he pondered how to handle this situation. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from upstairs. Barbie! Damn it! Kate! Yang Tian's heart raced, and he dashed upstairs. Bar. After the little girl finished eating, she turned around and saw the Barbie doll she had given to Kate was now squashed. Immediately, a furious expression appeared on her adorable face, and she began to scream, filled with rage. After just having eaten human flesh, the bloodthirsty aura emanating from her was overwhelming. Kate looked at the Barbie doll she had accidentally squished, shaking her head helplessly as she tossed it aside and gripped her twin blades tightly. Hearing the sound of the Barbie hitting the floor, the little girl screamed and ran toward Kate. She was incredibly unbelievably fast. But this time, Kate was prepared. She quickly stepped back, swinging her blades forward, only to swing at empty air. Although the little girl charged toward her, she stopped in front of the wedding dress Barbie. The petite figure knelt down, reaching to pick up the doll that had fallen to the ground, holding it tightly against her chest, her face showing waves of sadness and grief. Kate's expression grew complicated as she looked at the little girl, half human, half zombie, who one moment was cheerful and affectionate, and the next was filled with rage and bloodlust, exuding the scent of decay. She didn't know how to express her feelings. Was she dreaming? What on earth was going on? Kate felt like she might explode with frustration. In her line of sight, the little girl, clutching her Barbie, slowly stood up. Kate couldn't help but tense up, but she watched as the girl ran away, returning to her room. Before long, the little girl emerged again, holding a Barbie dressed in a black dress. She approached Kate, biting her lip tightly, her big eyes filled with mist, pleading as she looked at Kate. She gently shook her head, her trembling hands reaching out toward Kate, as if begging her not to reject her or harm her beloved doll again. In Kate's mind, a mesmerizing voice kept invading her thoughts. Take it, stay with me, play with me, stay with me. Looking at the little girl's pleading expression, Kate felt a sharp pang in her heart. She had hurt this little girl, damaged her beloved doll, and in turn, wounded her heart. Yet, the girl did not blame her. Instead, she cried while offering another doll as a gift. Kate covered her face with her hands, her tense body shaking as she gradually leaned against the wall in the hallway. Oh God, I'm about to lose my mind. Kate! A loud shout suddenly rang out from the staircase, startling Kate, who was leaning against the wall. Puppet! Kate turned her head, and in her dark eyes, a complex expression emerged. Young Tian suddenly appeared behind Kate, grabbing her arm and affirmatively saying, no matter what her purpose is, you need to understand, she is a zombie of a higher level than I am. Kate nodded, not pulling away from young Tian's grip. Her mind was filled with thoughts of the child who was both human and zombie, the beautiful big eyes filled with loneliness, pleading, and sorrow, the scene where the girl cried and once again offered her beloved doll to please Kate. Bobby! The little girl raised her hand but froze in place, her emerald green eyes watching Kate being pulled away, not reaching for her beloved toy. The little girl's petite body trembled, and the pleading look in her eyes gradually turned to sadness, slowly morphing into despair, as if the whole world was leaving her. Crack! The Barbie in her hand fell to the ground, and her entire being exuded an overwhelming aura. Kate, what just happened? Yang Tian quickly retreated, pulling Kate with him, but his question was interrupted by the aura emanating from the little girl. When Yang Tian looked over, he saw the emerald green eyes emitting a bizarre glow, and then, the scene changed once more. Damn it! Yang Tian realized that he was going to be controlled by the little girl again. Let me go back! Yang Tian roared but felt a tempting figure enveloping him, surrounded by a faint fragrance. Come with me. I won't let you return to that dangerous world. My parents have great power in Los Angeles. Trust me, I won't let them hurt you. Come with me, the woman's pleading voice echoed again. Inhaling the familiar scent from his embrace, Yang Tian froze. Daphne! He closed his eyes, forcefully pushing Daphne away, fearing that if he opened his eyes, he would drown in those sapphire blue eyes again. This is fake. I can't waste time. I need to think of a strategy. I need to return to reality. Yang Tian kept his eyes shut, murmuring repeatedly, trying to think of a plan. You damn zombie! Don't you know how dangerous it is there? Every time you're covered in blood, barely surviving. Stop being stubborn. Come with me. I can protect you, really. Daphne gripped Yang Tian's shoulders tightly, shaking him. Exchange mall, nothing at all, useless. Yang Tian had already opened the points mall in his mind, but all he saw were ordinary firearms and some special items. Against the little girl's bizarre abilities, these were utterly ineffective. Damn it, what's the use of having them all? What good is it? Yang Tian angrily cursed, scanning the available items. On his fourth glance, one item caught his attention. Lucky treasure chest. Requires 300 points. Will bring you unexpected surprises. Surprises again, the last time was enough surprises. Treasure chests must be top-notch, right? Yang Tian quickly pressed the exchange button. Ding, ding, ding. The images kept switching, and as Yang Tian focused on them, he suddenly felt a dampness on his neck. The woman's face was pressed tightly against him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Are you listening to me? Come back with me. Don't leave me. Why must I go through this scene again? Yang Tian felt a heaviness in his chest, and his resentment towards the little girl deepened. For Yang Tian, the sweeter the story, the more it hurt when he remembered it. Ding! The treasure chest image froze. A vial appeared before Yang Tian. Item, sweet poison. Effect, for 1 hour, ignore the cooldown time of the user's skills. After use, all skills cannot be activated for 7 days. Treasure chest produces top-notch items. Yang Tian was stunned, utterly stunned, and then his eyes lit up with astonishing brilliance. 1 hour of ignoring skill cooldowns? This meant that his original 45-second blade of carnage could be used for an hour? What a concept. It would be invincible. His 10-minute rage acceleration could be used for an hour? What a spectacular sight it would be to have ghostly grasp unleashed for an hour, a landscape filled with pale ghostly hands. Just the thought made his blood boil. But then he realized, what good was that against the little girl's illusionary attack? Suddenly, Yang Tian felt a coolness on his lips, the woman's beautiful lips pressed against him. Daphne loosened her grip, softly saying, come back with me, promise me, don't leave me. Daphne! Yang Tian retreated, his voice trembling. You're not her, this is all fake, let me go. Alright. Yang Tian finally admitted that he actually actually liked this woman, the one who once gave him everything. Even though he knew this was fake, a living person stood before him, doing those familiar things, causing him to lose his bearings. Promise me, come back with me. Daphne slowly stepped closer, gently touching young Tion's cheek, transforming the touch into a caress as she leaned into his embrace. You're not her, shut up, shut up. Young Tion struggled, pushing against the body pressed against him, but his usually strong hands felt weak at this moment. Come back with me, come with me, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Young Tion shouted angrily, as if 1,000 voices echoed in his ears, each one touching his sensitive nerves. I told you to shut up. Unable to hold back any longer, young Tion's eyes turned red. His hands swept to his waist, and he stabbed out. Ugh! A painful gasp escaped Daphne as she looked up, disbelief written across her face. The warmth in her eyes turned to shock and then, transformed into endless resentment. Why? Don't look at me like that. Young Tion pulled the dagger out of the woman's heart with all his might, shoving her body away. Thud! Her body collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from her chest, blooming beautiful blood flowers on the ground. Fake, it's all fake. Young Tion retreated a couple of steps, covering his face with his hands, the image of the woman's last resentful gaze haunting him, refusing to fade. Alright, young Tion had to admit that he wasn't as strong as he had imagined. Yang, I don't hate you, come back, please. It's all fake. Young Tion gripped the dagger tightly, repeatedly murmuring, let me go back, let me go back. Just as young Tion was unsure how to escape this illusion, desperately trying to erase the dreamlike face of Daphne, as her body slowly ceased trembling and her beautiful eyes dimmed, the entire scene became blurry again. When young Tion opened his eyes once more, he found himself still on the 3rd floor. Damn it, damn it. Young Tion's eyes blazed with fury as he slammed his fist against the wall. Bang! The wall crumbled under the force of his punch, his powerful fist sinking deeply into the wall. Bobby! Yang Tion roared, I will kill you. Young Tion kicked open a nearby room, finding it completely empty. In his anger, he searched room after room, ultimately kicking open the second to last room. The sight inside the room left young Tion stunned. He saw Kate sitting on the floor, holding the little girl's body in her arms, her left hand cradling a delicate Barbie doll while her right hand gently stroked the girl's smooth short hair. Her black eyes had long since lost their luster, appearing hollow and somewhat frightening. Meat! Young Tion inhaled sharply. The rotting smell of the corpse that filled the room was surprisingly pleasant to him. The little girl lifted her head, her emerald eyes revealing a hint of killing intent, clearly angry at the zombie that had once again interrupted her little moment of joy. Damn it! Young Tion yelled, charging toward the little girl, claws swiping out. However, the girl dodged swiftly, avoiding his attack, and her claws were about to land on Kate. With a swift punch, Kate was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. The intense pain momentarily stunned her, and gradually, her empty gaze began to regain focus. Puppet! Quickly, destroy the corpse. Kate's first words upon regaining her senses surprised young Tion. What? I'm going to kill this damn thing first. Young Tion had unknowingly picked up a dagger, skillfully twirling it in his hand. Listen to me, destroy that corpse quickly. Kate shouted sharply, leaping to her feet and dashing toward the rotting body on the bed, quickly drawing a dagger from her waist and stabbing it straight toward the corpse. Ah! The little girl let out a chilling scream, unbearable to hear. The moment Kate took a step forward, she hesitated slightly. Her black eyes became somewhat vacant again, her exquisite face changing colors as if she were resisting something. Is this her weakness? Young Tion suddenly realized, but he also felt a slight blur before his eyes. This was a sign of being controlled. Damn it, still want to control me. Young Tion roared and activated his skill. Rage acceleration. Bang! Blood poured from his body as the sharp scent of blood and slaughter invigorated young Tion, the blood-red shadows flickering rapidly before him. Everything before young Tion turned hazy as he was engulfed in darkness, and a stunning starry night sky began to emerge. He didn't know what memory this was, but young Tion gritted his teeth, and as the beautiful night sky enveloped him, he plunged the dagger into the head of the corpse on the bed. Although the already decaying head seemed to serve no purpose anymore, the little girl's emerald eyes widened suddenly, her strange energy fluctuating violently, as if it were about to explode. The stunning starry sky continued to flash before young Tion's eyes. With one hand holding the dagger, he stabbed at the corpse repeatedly, in the head, arm, thigh, and abdomen. The starry sky and the corpse changed places continuously, both images flickering before young Tion like a slideshow, making him feel increasingly incredulous. You damned thing, shatter. Young Tion discarded the dagger, sinking his claws deep into the corpse's chest. Suddenly, the starry sky flashed again. The next moment, his empty hands felt flesh beneath them. Young Tion tore his hands apart, ripping the corpse on the bed to pieces. Bang! No more illusions and reality intermingling. Young Tion returned to the real world. The room was filled with Barbie dolls still displaying joyful smiles, but pieces of flesh and limbs were continuously covering them. Young Tion frantically stirred and tore at the remains, as if he wanted to completely destroy the corpse. The little girl was utterly stunned, her big eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at the scattered limbs. Her emerald eyes began to shed streams of crimson tears, staining her fair face. Ah! Blood tears streamed out as the little girl clawed at her own hair, her face contorting in pain, struggling and twitching as her petite body crumpled to the ground, screaming like a madwoman. Kill! Young Tion turned sharply, looking at the now uncontrollable little girl, his body darting forward as his claws aimed for her head. Puppet! Young Tion, don't kill her! Kate, now fully awake, was horrified by the shocking scene before her. her. Not kill? If I don't, she'll wake up, and we'll both die. Yang Tian shouted angrily. She's not just a child, she was a child with abilities in her past life. Don't kill her. Just like with Symbol, use your method to make her your subordinate. Kate urgently yelled, not knowing what her intentions were but wanting to spare the little girl's life. Abilities? Yang Tian was taken aback, looking at the little girl who was lost in her own world, struggling madly. Without thinking further, he grabbed her tightly and yelled, submit, or die. The little girl's frantic struggles momentarily stilled as she stared at Yang Tian with her beautiful big eyes. Soon, the hatred in those eyes sharpened, and Yang Tian felt the scene before him blur again. Kate, I knew I shouldn't listen to your crazy ideas. Yang Tian sensed something was wrong and swung his right hand, claws viciously stabbing toward the little girl's head. Smack! But was blocked by a dagger. What are you doing? Kate's face was shifting, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. Yang Tian realized he had been ensnared again. He had to resolve this quickly, or he wouldn't know how long he would be trapped in that illusion again. Whether he could even return was uncertain. Kate rushed to embrace the little girl, her rosy lips brushing against the girl's ear, softly whispering, singing a lullaby in English that Yang Tian didn't recognize. The lyrics sounded like a soothing song for a baby. The beautiful melody floated from Kate's lips, and astonishingly, the little girl's painful struggles gradually calmed down, her hatred-filled eyes slowly returning to peace. Listening to this enchanting melody, the little girl involuntarily began to hum along. And just as Yang Tian was about to be pulled into another scene, he realized there was no danger now. The little girl had clearly been soothed by Kate. Yang Tian furrowed his brow, releasing his grip, uncertain about what Kate was trying to do. What kind of scene had the little girl pulled Kate into that made her treat her this way? The enchanting melody played 3 times, and the little girl completely calmed down. Her beautiful big eyes filled with attachment as she snuggled against Kate's neck, continuously murmuring something. Yang Tian listened carefully, nearly choking in disbelief. The little girl was murmuring one word, Mama. Mama. Quick, Yang. I can't calm her for long. Once she comes to, she'll try to control me and make me stay. Can you make her follow you like Symbol does? If not, we'll have to choose. Oh, damn. Don't tell me you can't. She shouldn't die. She can't die. Yang Tian swallowed hard, looking at the little girl in front of him, and spoke, come with me, follow me. Kate flashed a hint of anger in her eyes, quietly admonishing, what's that supposed to mean? Just saying a couple of words? Quickly use your ability to subdue zombies, to subdue Symbol. I'm not joking. Stop talking and get her to agree, Yang Tian quietly retorted. Kate, skeptical, shot him a glance but ultimately bowed her head, her gentle voice resuming, will you follow us? We'll be together forever. Don't be naughty, promise him, I'll always be with you. That enchanting voice even made Yang Tian feel a bit dazed, that cold tone could transform into something so captivating. Ding dong. Tame pet, Barbie, mutated, reward points, 500. Level, Lord level, 4 stars. Loyalty, 1. 500 points. Mutated, Barbie, 4 stars. Lord level. Yang Tian's eyes lit up, completely unable to remain calm. As for the loyalty level of 1, he couldn't care less about that anymore. Character, Yang Tian. Status, Mother Body Zombie, 3 stars. Points, 1161/1896. Skills owned. Yang Tian looked at his suddenly surging points, now over 1,000 plus, and felt a surge of joy as he quickly glanced at the pet option. Next to Symbol, there was now a chibi avatar of a little body supporting a large head, with short black hair and beautiful, flawless emerald green eyes. It read, Barbie, mutated. Level, Lord level, 4 stars. Loyalty, 1. Skill 1, disguise, covers up the zombie's aura. The higher the level, the more deceptive it is. Skill level, 3. Skill 2, hypnosis, description, none. Skill level, 2, hypnosis, no description. Yang Tian scratched his head, wondering what kind of bizarre skill that was with no explanation at all. What should we do next? Kate's voice interrupted Yang Tian's thoughts. This should be enough, Yang Tian speculated. Although the loyalty was only at 1, he hoped the pet wouldn't turn against its master. That answer is quite satisfactory. Kate shot Yang Tian a glare while continuing to comfort the little girl in her arms, humming a soothing tune. What's wrong with her? It's a tragic story. Kate lowered her voice and summarized, she and her mother were once special humans with abilities. Her father was an ordinary person, but upon learning this fact, they had a good life at first. However, when the apocalypse broke out, everything changed. To survive, her mother had to use some abilities. Their innate goodness led them to take in some people, but when those they sheltered accidentally revealed their powers, and with the rescue team from the government taking too long to arrive, the situation became increasingly perilous. Ultimately, due to her mother's negligence, 3 humans were bitten by zombies. Those people forgot the time they had knelt before her mother, thanking her, and later through various channels, they contacted an organization. Initially, that organization showed no interest in rescuing these people, but those people betrayed her mother, forgetting their vow to keep it secret. With this bait, the The organization sent people not to save them but to capture this extraordinary human for research or something else. But those people thought they could return with the army, only for it to end badly. Kate tried to keep her language brief. In the little girl's memories, her mother held a deep aversion to such special departments, occasionally instilling in the girl the idea that she should never be captured by them. Eventually, her mother fled with her, while her father died protecting them along the way. Were there many special humans in Country M? Yang Tian asked, astonished. Maybe. From the memories this little girl shared, there was indeed one who was a friend of her mother's. Why don't you kill her? Aren't you desperate for the brain core? Keeping her alive is useful. Kate snorted, but then the little girl in her arms suddenly grabbed her hair, her pale hands growing paler, and a deep look of pain spread across her face. What to do? Kate hurriedly tried to comfort her, but it had little effect. The little girl's emerald eyes suddenly widened as they turned to Yang Tian. In an instant, the two zombies stared at each other, creating a bizarre scene. Smack! The sound of a metal lighter echoed. A woman leaned casually against a workout machine, glistening with sweat, lighting a cigarette and exhaling thick smoke. Click! The screen in the top left corner of the gym suddenly lit up, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Ms. Kelly Gale, the organization has a mission that requires your execution. The woman, with gray eyes, tossed her wine-red wavy hair and didn't even glance at the screen, letting the smoke drift lazily as if she hadn't heard anything. I know you have some dissatisfaction with the organization's arrangements, but that's all in the past. Please stabilize your emotions. The man spoke with a hint of helplessness before finally using a commanding tone. A soldier will come to pick you up shortly, and you must cooperate. The woman turned her gaze toward the man on the screen, flicked the cigarette but with her thumb and index finger, letting it hit the large screen, causing a flurry of sparks. Remember, you're still a member of the Wildcat organization. Who trained you? Who gave you this incredible power? The man's dissatisfaction with the woman's dismissive attitude was palpable, feeling as though the sparks had struck his face. The woman covered her forehead and said softly, "The Wildcat trained me." Her tone was somewhat stiff, and combined with her vacant eyes, the scene felt eerily strange. After a moment of silence, she pulled out another pack of cigarettes, flicked it open with ease, extracted a cigarette, and lit it with her lighter, once again unleashing a flickering orange flame. Good, very good. This is what our organization's warriors should be. The man nodded in satisfaction, and the screen went black in an instant. In that moment, the woman's vacant gaze instantly sharpened as she extended her fragrant tongue to lick her lips, completely shedding her previous day's demeanor. In the office. The man let out a heavy cold snort and pressed a button, causing the screen to go black. Sir, are we sure about finding her? Although she still retains some intelligence and is somewhat dissatisfied with what we've done to her, she is still loyal to the Wildcat organization. Our numerous experiments have proven this point. There's no need for concern. Deploying her at this time is our last resort. Afra's incompetence has caused us to lose the hunting dogs. With only 2 3-star warriors left in the entire base, if we don't include her, we'll probably lose all benefits to Los Angeles. The man shouted angrily, slamming his fist on the table. Actually, sir, that puppet, I think since he was once our team member, we might try a different approach. We failed in our attempts to hunt him down several times, and we've suffered huge losses. What if we— Shut up, are you an idiot? He despises us to the core now. We feel the same. We can't let him grow any stronger. This time, we're cooperating with the military in Los Angeles. We must take him down, or our future will be bleak. The man gritted his teeth and said, Then why would Los Angeles join us? We're simply too insignificant to them. Isn't it because we've fought him enough times? We understand him better. This puppet has made a name for himself, stepping over our corpses to rise up. Damn it. Isn't it just a zombie? What kind of storm can he stir up? He's just one after all, a nearby person murmured. Fool, get out. Get out of my sight. The man grabbed a pen from the desk and hurled it angrily. The massive iron door slowly opened. Kelly's vacant eyes flickered as she looked at 6 familiar faces before her, each one a former member of her team. Behind them stood several fully armed soldiers. Captain, boss, the rough voices choked up, and some even had reddened eyes. It had been so long since they had seen their once stunning leader, the Rose, who now had become. Kelly extended her pale finger and teased the chin of a young black man, saying, You're Rocky? Boss, don't do this, please. The young man felt no awareness of being teased. Instead, the aura of slaughter radiating from the woman made him uncomfortable, his legs trembling. In a flash, amidst the terrified screams of the crowd, Kelly vanished. When they found her again, her pale hand was already plunged into the chest of a fully armed soldier. Rip! That pale right hand was drenched in blood as it forcefully pulled out a heart. This smell is delicious. Kelly sighed, a look of endless desire filling her gray eyes as she casually kicked aside the soldier's lifeless body, whose eyes were now wide open in shock. With a whoosh, several fully armed soldiers quickly raised their guns, all aiming at Kelly. In that instant, the 6 original team members also raised their guns, pointing them at the soldiers, creating a tense standoff. A soldier, dripping with cold sweat, aimed his gun at Kelly, overcoming his inner fear as he shouted, Rose Kelly, you need to understand what you're doing. Kelly showed no awareness of the danger, extending her tongue to gently lick the warm heart in her palm, moaning in delight and slowly taking a bite, the crimson blood immediately staining her pale, cold lips. Perfect. A middle-aged woman closed the screen in front of her and said softly, with a hint of excitement in her voice. She had an unremarkable appearance appearance, her legs crossed elegantly as she sat in her office chair, exuding an air of authority. A young man who appeared to be an underling questioned, "But, Commander, can we really trust what that guy Peter said?" "That's exactly why I said perfect." The woman nodded appreciatively and continued, "We've already made contact with Aphrodite from Phoenix. They have monitored a vehicle that should belong to them. Besides, do you think Peter would dare lie in front of me?" "Hee true, who would dare to lie in front of you, ma'am?" "Kid, you're becoming more and more charming. Protect Peter, he's still somewhat useful for now. Don't let Aquila execute him." The woman smiled lightly, her eyes filled with longing. "This puppet is not simple. The Wild Cat organization has tried to hunt him down multiple times and has failed, suffering significant losses. He's conservatively estimated to be at least a 3-star level, but from the looks of it, he's likely stronger. He might even match the War God." "The War God? That's the highest honor in Los Angeles that you personally cultivated, ma'am," the underling flattered. When the War God was mentioned, a trace of pride appeared on the middle-aged woman's face as she said in a serious tone, "This plan must be meticulously arranged. Coordinate well with Wildcat and Aphrodite, minimize our losses as much as possible, and have the War God lead 6 3-star warriors. Along with the first, second, and third teams, we must capture this puppet. He is the true treasure. Our research has shown that no warrior can possess even one zombie skill, yet this puppet can wield so many bizarre abilities. We must not let this zombie escape." The woman tightened her grip on her pen, her eyes filled with yearning. "Send half of the 3-star captains? And have the War God lead them? Ma'am, does that mean the missions of the other teams will be cancelled? This could be detrimental to our organization's development." "There's no could about it, that zombie is of the utmost significance to our organization. Don't doubt my judgment. Immediately contact Han at the subbase and ask how his mission to capture the puppet is going. Why haven't we heard anything from him? Didn't he confidently claim he would bring the puppet back?" The woman interrupted her subordinate forcefully. "Understood." The subordinate bowed respectfully, then hesitated before speaking again. "But, Commander, if we redeploy half of the teams currently collecting brain cores, our organization could suffer significant losses every day." "Kid, your courage is growing, but can you still understand what I'm saying?" The woman slightly raised her head, furrowing her brows with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I'm sorry, I'll carry out your orders immediately." The subordinate wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead, quickly bowing and retreating. Seeing her subordinate's terrified demeanor, the woman was quite satisfied. She continued, "I'm feeling a bit sore today, so come to give me a massage tonight. It's been a while since I've had fun with you, little guy." "Of course, ma'am. It's my honor to serve you." The subordinate nodded again and gently closed the door. The woman smiled slightly and pressed a button again, causing a soldier's face to appear on the screen, respectfully saying, "Commander, it's time to contact the Aphrodite organization and the Wild Cat organization again. It's time to discuss business," the woman said, and before her subordinate could respond, she pressed the button, turning the screen black again. "Hoof, Aphrodite, Wild Cat, they're just cannon fodder. I'll give them a taste of sweetness, and this puppet. Los Angeles will be ours." Diary, September 10th. Location, Phoenix. This is my first time writing something. It took me a while to figure out what the date is, hee. In a world full of dangers, where death is always lurking, knowing some everyday details truly takes considerable effort. Not long ago, in a small town, I encountered a powerful zombie. Ironically, it was a cute little girl, and she was a psychic in her former life. A 4-star Lord-level zombie. It's truly exciting. With the help of my companions, I've made her my pet, but, she's quite mischievous. Young Tian put down his pen and turned to look at the little girl snuggled in Kate's arms, playing with a Barbie doll, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. The little girl sensed Young Tian's gaze, turned her head, narrowed her emerald green eyes, and opened her small mouth to shout at Young Tian. That expression, in Young Tian's eyes, was anything but cute. Kate shifted the little girl's position, using her body to block the two zombies' line of sight. The little girl's cold face blossomed into a sweet smile again as she continued to play with Kate. Yang Tian shrugged and picked up the pen again. "Fine, I take back what I just said. She's not a cute little girl. But she's powerful." It took a lot for the rune to escape from her hypnosis. "All right, I admit that I'm writing this diary because I miss you. The little girl's skill is great, and it's quite poisonous. She brought me back to the days when you were with me, forcing me to kill you with my own hands, even though I know that it was fake. I don't know if a zombie like me can be accepted by you regarding such feelings, even though you kissed me and said for me to find you. I have to admit that I really miss those times spent with you. They were the most painful yet joyful moments of my life. From being a human to becoming a zombie, fate forced me to accept another world. I felt like a person abandoned by the entire world, yet I was fortunate to have met someone who gave me a whole new world. I think I'm trying hard to return to the world that once belonged to me, but before that, I will visit many places, many that I once dreamed of but never realized. This journey, filled with thorns, will significantly shorten my growth time." "What are you doing?" Kate suddenly appeared behind Young Tian, asking in surprise. Young Tian hurriedly put away his notebook and tossed it into his backpack, saying, "Just journaling." "How interesting." Kate scoffed, while the little girl in her arms wrinkled her nose, playfully making a face at Young Tian, making hissing sounds. "Maybe. I just wanted to record some things. Don't you think it's fascinating?" In that bustling and noisy world, whether we were studying, working, or burdened by various responsibilities, living every day in a fixed circle, those dreams of traveling the world faded with with time. Ultimately, I think they'll turn into mere illusions. Kate raised her eyebrows, waiting for young Tian to continue. Now, in this dangerous world, I'm embarking on this journey. I've already traveled through Los Angeles and arrived in Phoenix, haven't I? After I've made a full circle around this country, I think I'll become a powerful presence, no longer living in fear, having to deal with a little girl like this while wasting so much effort. Maybe by then, if conditions allow, I'll go to Asia and Europe to see. What you'll see is nothing but ruins, desolation, and loneliness. This dream is laughable. Kate curled her lip and slowly turned away. No, Kate. Young Tian shook his head slightly, looking out at the dilapidated streets, silently saying, there are still many people in this world struggling to survive. Perhaps they are hiding in dark corners, or in damp sewers, or maybe in cold attics. They strive to live because they still have hope and desires. That's why they gather together, forming small teams and building large organizations. These concrete barriers erected amidst the ruins, or the dilapidated city walls, shine far brighter than those once glorious skyscrapers. Kate's footsteps paused slightly. After a moment of silence, she casually remarked from a distance, boring. We'd better take action quickly. I've confirmed they are here, and we've already lost a team. They are too sensitive, and they might have discovered us. It's possible they won't stay here long, ma'am. You know, our organization is just a civilian group without much strength. Right now, there is only one 3-star warrior in the base. Please proceed with this mission as soon as possible. Once they leave Phoenix, we won't be able to help. On the screen was a brown-haired man, his rebellious expression contrasting sharply with his respectful tone. Have your teams reported on their general situation? According to the last report from the team just before they died, there was a zombie covered in strange runes, and a woman wearing black-framed glasses from the east. Notably, that woman was holding a little girl in her arms, but we didn't find the puppet. The Eastern woman? The middle-aged woman's eyes turned cold as she looked at another screen. Han, have you sent personnel to contact your key warriors? Of course, Commander. We dispatched a powerful team 2 days ago to contact Kate. I have communicated with Commander Aphrodite and narrowed down their location. Trust me, the warriors should have made contact with Kate by now, and she will definitely be with the puppet. This mission will be foolproof. You've seen her strength. She has never failed a mission, except for that one when she pretended to defect. So, has Wildcat sent their team to our organization? The woman nodded with satisfaction and looked at another screen. Yes, respected ma'am. This time we've sent 2 who have fought the puppet before. They are both 3-star warriors with formidable strength. They will detail everything about the puppet. We've also sent another 3-star warrior and 22-star warriors to ensure cooperation with your actions. However, what we can get in return? The Wildcat commander's voice trailed off. The last sentence made the expression on the face of Aphrodite from Phoenix, who was on the first screen, filled with anticipation. Don't worry, it's strong. Otherwise, you wouldn't have suffered such great losses. With our joint efforts, we'll capture it. The benefits will be shared. I won't go back on my word. I only want half of the puppet. The 2 of you will split the other half. Our base will also provide you with plenty of supplies. The woman smiled gently, speaking with confidence. Thank you, ma'am. Good, excellent, ma'am. Just as the 3 parties were harboring their own agendas, Kate was facing a person who made her frown deeply. Clang! The short blade clashed fiercely with the combat knife, sparking fiercely. Commander Kate, do you remember everything I said? In the instant their figures crossed, a whisper reached Kate's ear. Kate pressed her lips tightly together, rising once again to stab her knife towards the man's heart. The man's expression changed in shock as he horizontally moved his combat knife, narrowly blocking Kate's strike again. As he stood, he discreetly tossed an electronic device into Kate's coat pocket. Your mission is about to be completed. Commander Han is very pleased with your task. It's just the final step. The entire city of Lance will take pride in you. The man whispered again, but the next second, Kate delivered a hard kick to his chest, sending him flying. The man covered his chest, quickly standing up and fleeing into the distance. Within moments, he vanished from Kate's sight. Kate stood with her hands behind her back, a complex expression in her dark eyes, the man's words echoing in her ears. She fell silent for a long time. Kate! A hand patted Kate's shoulder. Kate's expression changed, and she swiftly spun around, swinging her short blade fiercely. Whoa! The shadow behind her retreated slightly, frowning at Kate's stance. What's wrong with you? Can't even recognize my voice? Kate looked at young Tian, her heart racing slightly. After a long silence, she murmured, Trust is a rather ridiculous sentiment I once longed for. Trust is a ridiculous sentiment I once longed for. Young Tian was taken aback, carefully examining the woman with a complex expression, and said angrily, Kate, we are teammates, and we've even experienced life and death together. If you don't trust me, who will you trust? Since I let you join this team, I've never doubted you. Haven't I done enough along the way to earn your trust? Kate fiercely sheathed her short blade and trembled as she said, Shut up. What did you say? Young Tian was confused, unsure what was going on with her. Had something happened earlier? Kate, what's wrong? Where's that warrior? But Kate responded with silence. Is it just because you didn't kill him? I know he's strong, but don't dwell on it. I won't mock you. I just killed that vice captain with the little girl. Rune also killed 3 2-star warriors. That guy ran off, so let him go. Don't think too much. Young Tian figured Kate was feeling guilty about her failure, so he didn't pay much attention and added, Come on, girl, how should we divide things up? Your little girl did a good job this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill handle a 3-star vice captain in such a short time. Kate bit her lip, the man's words and young Tion's words clashing continuously in her mind, causing her internal struggle. Aphrodite and Wildcat will coordinate with us. With warriors dispatched from the main base in Los Angeles, we must capture this puppet this time. Kate, we are teammates, and we've even experienced life and death together. It's probably in 2 days. Please keep the zombie under control for 2 days, and just don't stray too far from Phoenix. If you don't trust me, who will you trust? Since I let you join this team, I've never doubted you. You've done a great job. Commander Han is very satisfied with your mission. Just the final step left. The entire city of Lance will take pride in you. Kate's rosy lips were turning pale, yet she remained oblivious to the little girl in the distance, who was holding the brain core of a 3-star warrior, presenting it like a treasure in front of Kate, murmuring, "Mama, sigh, why bother? The mission is the priority." Immersed in her own world, Kate didn't notice the little girl calling for her. She turned and strode away. Mama! Mama! The little girl, holding the brain core, showed a hint of disappointment and sadness on her face, her emerald green eyes slowly misting over. The little girl tilted her head, looking at young Tion's face. She slightly pouted her little mouth, hiding the brain core in her embrace, then dashed toward Kate. Young Tion watched the little girl run away, his expression slowly turning serious. Kate, why the sudden change in behavior? In the distance, Rune, who had always had a hearty appetite, was still focused on chewing the corpse of a 2-star warrior at his feet. Kate, are you okay? That night, after the abrupt battle in the afternoon, the group found shelter in a motel. I'm fine, Kate replied coldly as she stared at the starry sky. Then I got my period, okay? Kate suddenly turned around and shouted impatiently. Oh, okay. Young Tion raised his hands in defense, feeling awkward as he watched Kate turn away in anger. Miss Period, I know this is tough, but we should leave. That last team might have discovered us. There might be an underground base nearby. This time, 2 3-star warriors are leading the charge against us. I think it's not safe here, and we've already been here for 4 days without finding the mother body. Maybe we should head to the next city. Kate clenched her fists, staring at the stars in the sky as if struggling with something internally. After a long silence, she finally said softly, "Alright, we'll leave tomorrow." Should your body rest a bit?" Young Tion asked cautiously. "No need." Kate covered her head with her hand, desperately suppressing the conflicting voices in her mind, and murmured, "Let's leave tomorrow." Okay. Young Tion nodded, watching Kate's poor emotional state and slight trembling body. He sighed and said, "Actually, a little rest would do you good. Don't worry, I'm here. What kind of battles haven't I faced?" Kate slowly turned around, keeping her head down as she brushed past young Tion. "We'll leave tomorrow." Hey, so these are the warriors from our little cat organization. A sturdy white young man, holding a cigarette that was sending out curling smoke, mocked as he looked at the 6 or 7 men in black uniforms walking into the hall. Ha, their not so funny remarks triggered a burst of laughter. The Los Angeles side had a total of over 20 people, including 6 3-star warriors and some brawny 2-star warriors. This was just their representative team for the meeting. More warriors were resting in their rooms. The 7 Wildcat warriors felt their faces flush with embarrassment, anger glinting in their eyes. A couple of hot-headed ones almost couldn't hold back and wanted to argue, but a tall man stopped them. "Friends from Los Angeles, I think we're on the same side now, so please don't speak to us in that tone. Also, our organization is called Wildcat. If you didn't receive a good education in elementary school, I can help you catch up." The Special Forces captain, who had been half crippled by the mother body, slowly spoke. This also provoked laughter from his soldiers behind him. The white young man was taken aback for a moment, a hint of anger appearing on his face. How dare this little organization speak to him like that? He snorted and retorted, "What are you here for? Just 2 3-star warriors? And 5 useless 2-star wastes? You think you can share the spoils too? Or are you ready to be cannon fodder?" UF*ING***. These mercenaries were all rebellious types, used to being arrogant, and one of them couldn't help but curse. Los Angeles friends, if you have this attitude, I assure you, when you encounter the puppet, you will be the first useless cannon fodder. I guarantee it. The Wildcat Special Forces captain chuckled, not getting angry but instead looking at the white young man mockingly. "Cannon fodder is not for you to decide. When I meet the puppet, I alone can handle it. Unlike you useless people who have repeatedly failed to catch him. I wonder, since you came with a bunch of useless wastes, I don't think you'll contribute anything to this mission." Another white young man from Los Angeles stepped forward, resembling the previous one, clearly identifiable as a pair of twins. "Wastes?" A hoarse voice suddenly echoed, unmistakably female. At the entrance, 3 figures had walked in, 2 men and a woman. The woman's tall stature was striking, with alluring wavy red hair. However, her gray eyes, pale skin, and the unique aura surrounding her revealed her identity: a zombie. The expressions of the Los Angeles people froze, some even changing color, hands reaching for their waists. Even some members of the Wildcat organization looked slightly unnatural. Kylie smirked sarcastically, casually finding a chair and sitting down nonchalantly, elegantly crossing her legs. Unbeknownst to her, a cigarette was already perched between her cherry lips. As she lit it, the orange flame flickered, and she took a deep drag, exhaling a wisp of blue smoke. Her unique hoarse voice continued, "Wastes." In contrast to her previous questioning tone, this time it was assertive. Whether from the Wildcat side or the Los Angeles side, everyone felt that this audacious woman was addressing killing them. You, where did this female zombie come from? Looking for death? The white young man roared, his fists cracking loudly. Kylie, unfazed, inhaled her smoke and slowly blew it toward the young man, her expression mocking as she stared at him, slowly beckoning with her finger. FKU, BCH. The young man, never having received such disrespect, roared in fury, tightening his fists. Bullet! A steady male voice suddenly sounded. Upon hearing this, the once arrogant young man's demeanor vanished without a trace, leaving him questioning if he had seen incorrectly. This is a friend from our Wildcat organization. Show some courtesy. The towering black man who had just entered, his massive frame exuding an aura of power, spoke. Yes, this is our 3-star warrior, once the captain of a team, Kylie Gale. Codename, Rose. The Wildcat Special Forces captain introduced at the right moment, his gaze fixed on the just entered man. I'm Elvin. Nice to meet you. May I ask your name? I've long forgotten my name. You can call me by my codename, War God. The giant smiled slightly, contrasting his imposing presence with a warm expression as he extended his hand toward Kylie in greeting. The Special Forces captain from Wildcat frowned slightly. Such an action was undoubtedly a denial of his strength. Kylie glanced at the man who had exerted such pressure on everyone the moment he entered, letting out a light snort. She slowly inhaled her cigarette, ignoring the outstretched hand. Alright, ladies always have some privileges, don't they? The war god retracted his hand, turning to the Los Angeles Warriors. Commander! Commander! Nearly 30 people saluted in unison, their voices synchronized and deafening. Judging from their respectful expressions, it was clear that the warriors held the commander in high regard. Completing the mission is the most important. There's no need for meaningless showboating. Bullet, do you understand? The giant said in a serious tone. Yes. Bullet stood at attention, responding loudly. Very good. The war god nodded and looked at the previously overlooked Aphrodite, saying, Alright, Mr. Aphrodite, please announce the actual situation. Let's discuss the mission process. As he spoke, the war god took a few steps into the room, not claiming a prominent seat, casually finding a spot around the round table and settling down. Aphrodite felt a slight relief. Finally, someone who could stabilize the situation. Otherwise, the unruly commanders from Los Angeles would have run rampant. I never thought it would take so much trouble. That puppet, once he arrives, I can take him down myself. Bullet said, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he casually took a drag and blew out several smoke rings. Here we go again. I advise you not to be too confident. The organization hasn't filled you in on everything he's done yet? A middle-aged man, also around 6 feet tall, chuckled as if used to Bullet's boasting and tried to bring him down a notch. Pfft, that was against those useless wastes. Does he dare to challenge us from Los Angeles? Pfft, he's just scared. Bullet snorted dismissively. Don't listen to what those guys said earlier about him being covered in blood, moving at lightning speed, and having strong close combat skills. Those are just excuses for Wildcat's failures. Bullet wore a disdainful expression, seizing every opportunity to criticize the Special Forces captain while glancing at the Wildcat team nearby. He provocatively asked, Isn't that right, little cats? Bullet. Just as the Wildcat members were about to lose their patience, a voice rang out, Have you forgotten what War God said about you? You never change, tone it down. The mission comes first. Dude, don't worry about it. What abilities could they possibly have? Just look at how scared they were while talking about the puppet. They're like a bunch of girls. Just wait. When the puppet arrives, I'll capture him in 5 minutes. What? 5 minutes? He's at least a 3-star mother body. Ha ha. Bullet, that's quite the boast you're making. Did you forget to take your meds last night? Hey, maybe he just forgot to take his meds, didn't satisfy that little lady, and now he's in a bad mood, huh? A few 3-star captains from Los Angeles laughed heartily, clearly unconcerned. You guys are all a bunch of sh*t. Shut up. I'll do it in 5 minutes. Fine, 20 minutes. I'll bring him down. Let you know what a real warrior is. Bullet declared, adjusting his waist and grinning lewdly. As for that girl, you can ask, hey, if she was comfortable last night. Shoo. The room was filled with shushing and whistling sounds. Everyone appeared far from the impending battle. Facing a 3-star mother body, they were overflowing with confidence. Each one of them was a rebellious character with their own strengths, which is why they stood out in such a large organization like Los Angeles and became team captains of special forces. Alright, let's say it's settled. You lead the charge. Don't wet your pants from fear. A clearly sarcastic voice came from afar. It was the special forces captain from Wildcat. The two had always disliked each other and wouldn't miss a chance to strike each other. Hee, sounds good. Let you useless guys see how I make the puppet kneel at my feet, then your organization will crumble, and you won't be embarrassed anymore, having to join my team and let your leader act as my sidekick. Hee. Damn, the special forces captain's expression changed, and in the end, he turned away in anger, refusing to speak further. Seeing the captain's reaction only fueled Bullet's pride. He turned to his teammates, shrugging his shoulders. Everyone, don't attack yet. Let the puppet stand intact in front of me. I want him to submit at my feet. You little brat, even if you want to blow up, the organization won't allow it. Commander Kate is still in there. She's our organization's rising star. Bullet's brother scolded jokingly. Hee. Haha. Another round of laughter ensued. Come on, why go through so much trouble? It's just a 3-star mother body. With so many strong fighters here, we're guaranteed to win. Just charge in when we see him and finish it. Bullet argued loudly, his face flushed with excitement. They're here. The tracker shows they're almost in the town. Is everyone's team ready? Let's move out. Zombie Zombies are very sensitive to humans. Given our current situation, there's no need to sit back and relax. Let's go in and take them out. 20 minutes. Let's finish the fight. A steady voice came through the radio, exuding confidence. Everyone quickly put away their smiles. Only this voice could get them to stop messing around. This was a mysterious figure in Los Angeles, someone undefeated in battles, someone they needed to look up to, the war god. To this day, they had no idea about his true strength. They only knew he was definitely much stronger than 3 stars. Maybe we need to find some gasoline here. Of course, if we're lucky. Yang Tian patted the steering wheel and turned to Kate, who was in the passenger seat holding the little girl, and continued, we might also get you some supplies. We've already traveled nearly 200 kilometers, and the next town seems far, so let's rest here. Kate absent-mindedly stroked the little girl's hair and said softly, okay. Yang Tian still found it a bit unusual that Kate had changed so suddenly, but since she said it was her period, he figured it was just some mood swings. Alright, I hope you get back to normal soon. It's a bit strange for you to suddenly revert to being so cold. Let's find a place to stay first. Yang Tian continued driving, gradually sensing something was off. Even in the smallest towns, there should be people, meaning there should definitely be some zombies. But, since entering this town, they hadn't seen even a trace of a zombie? What was going on? Game Master, what kind of new tricks are you arranging for me this time? Yang Tian muttered to himself as he slowly stopped the car. What's wrong? Kate turned to ask. Something's off. We haven't seen a single ghostly shadow for so long. Don't you think that's strange? Yang Tian asked, surprised. Maybe it's your scent that's making them avoid us. No, I don't sense any low-level zombie sense at all. Yang Tian closed his eyes to feel carefully. With his unparalleled sensitivity, he couldn't catch even a whiff. What you're saying is, this is a dead city? Kate's gaze flickered slightly as she stroked the little girl's soft hair with her left hand while her right hand pressed gently against the little girl's mouth. The little girl was happily sucking on a brain core she held, occasionally looking up at Kate. When she saw Kate's indulgent smile, she became even more immersed in the warm atmosphere, while the odd feeling that had surfaced while driving was completely masked by Kate's affectionate actions. However, as time passed, both Yang Tian and the Rune felt something was off. The little girl, more sensitive than 2 zombies, showed no reaction and continued to play happily in Kate's arms. People are coming. Yang Tian's eyes widened, his tone laced with astonishment. And a lot of them. They're rapidly approaching us. A group of humans entered Yang Tian's sensory range, which also fell into the Rune's range. Rune trembled with excitement, eyes gleaming with ferocity. A feast, a feast. The sound of helicopter rotors could be heard from afar, and soon, 8 military helicopters appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching Yang Tian. Madam, your coffee, an aide respectfully stood beside her, placing the steaming coffee on the table. Very good, good child, the middle-aged woman praised, gazing at the screen in front of her, where an aerial view was drawing near. In the distance, a zombie stood beside a car, tilting its head in confusion at the approaching helicopters. Bang, 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 bang. Several figures jumped from the helicopters hovering in mid-air, rapidly approaching the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. In the swirling dust, several tall figures gradually emerged. Rune was even more excited now, as a large number of human scents were continuously drawing near. Its vision could already faintly make out the shadows of a vast human army. Ha! Watch closely, my brothers, he hasn't taken a single hit yet. We haven't ambushed him and haven't taken any advantage. Everyone see clearly, when the puppet comes, in 5 minutes, I'll capture him myself. Dust settled, revealing nearly 80 humans, each forming a distinct group surrounding Yang Tian and the others. Everyone wore relaxed expressions, 10 3-star warriors, over 72-star warriors, along with the supreme existence of Los Angeles, the war god. Taking down a mere Yang Tian would be a piece of cake. Bullet inhaled deeply from his cigarette, tossing it to the ground and crushing it underfoot. He exclaimed, I'll take him down myself. Won't my brothers be mad at me for not letting them in on the action? Ha ha. A round of laughter erupted again. Wildcat. Ha, puppet, puppet. In the Wildcat organization's base, a conference room filled with 7 or 8 people stared at the large screen mounted on the wall. The footage sent back from the helicopter showed the towering zombie figure, and although they appeared calm, their excitement was evident. Among them, an old man with white hair fixed his gaze on the screen, where the tall zombie was displayed. His murky eyes revealed endless hatred. It was him. This puppet. He had killed his grandson. Los Angeles. Madam, I can already envision the scene of the commanders throwing you a celebration banquet. Your status will surely rise to new heights. A subordinate carefully poured coffee for the woman while showering her with flattering words. He, a good child, your master's value will soar, and you won't miss out on the benefits. The woman's fingers brushed against the subordinate's hand holding the coffee pot, a look of satisfaction on her face. I only wish to serve you diligently by your side, that's enough for me. The subordinate hesitated slightly, allowing the woman to take advantage of him, pretending to be obedient. You really are becoming more charming. The woman chuckled, picking up her coffee cup and taking a small sip. Rance City, Jingy, hee, my good daughter. Han Chang's eyes sparkled with heat as he watched the footage from the plane. He occasionally saw the woman in the trenchcoat sitting steadily in the car and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. She nearly killed me. You're sure she was just acting? A woman dressed provocatively beside Han Chang fixed her gaze on the woman sitting in the car, her eyes revealing a hint of malice. Don't mind it. Of course, she was acting. Think about it. This puppet, who has caused such chaos for the Wildcat organization, is about to be captured by us. Are we worried we won't rise to the top? Han Chang forced a smile and put his arm around the woman next to him, chuckling awkwardly. Aphrodite, Commander, are we sure about this ambush? Unlike the live broadcasts in the offices of other factions, the civilian organization in Phoenix was led by an old man, surrounded by several 2-star warriors, with only one 3-star warrior quietly standing behind Aphrodite. That's not what we need to worry about. What we should consider now is how to squeeze more benefits from Los Angeles in the final negotiations. Aphrodite smiled lightly, giving a playful slap to the soldier behind him. The soldier had clearly gotten used to the boss's rough treatment, rubbing the back of his head and smiling alone. Rune rolled over and burst out of the car door, looking around at the humans radiating powerful auras and furrowed his brow. He had thought he could feast, but now it seemed the situation was not as he hoped. Kate sat steadily in the car, holding the little girl in her arms, gently comforting her unusual behavior. Through the car window, she looked at the somewhat lonely zombie figure in the distance, finally burying her head in the little girl's neck and closing her eyes. Hey, kid, are you that? What's it called? Bullet began, pretending to scratch his head, feigning thoughtfulness. Ha! The soldiers were amused by their commander's antics. Even some of the 3-star captains couldn't help but chuckle. The one about to die doesn't need to remember my name. The hoarse, deep voice resonated throughout the room, the chilling tone sending shivers down their spines. Laughter faded, faces went pale, and Bullet's expression shifted to shock as he snapped back to reality, angrily shouting, "So it's the puppet. Even at death's door, you're still so cocky. Looks like you don't want to leave your corpse intact." Yang Tian snorted coldly, watching the warriors from all directions before finally locking his gray-green eyes on a woman, not just any woman, but a female zombie. Is that Kelly? Yang Tian frowned, memories flooding back into his mind. How did she end up like this? Could it be? Surprised, Yang Tian had an incredulous deduction that he himself found hard to believe. Could it be that last time when he licked her injured face? And then, what then? Puppet. The Special Forces captain noticed Yang Tian's gaze lingering on his side, and a hint of anger bubbled up in him. His only failure, and the experience of being injured, was because of this zombie. Shut up! Bullet yelled angrily, filled with fury at Yang Tian's disrespect, feeling indignant. Even War God would have to respond to him. How much more this caged bird? Hey, trash! I'm talking to you. Yang Tian turned his head, slightly tensing his body, and skillfully drew the dagger from his waist. Since being surrounded, since seeing the familiar faces from Wildcat, and now being encircled by so many special forces and human warriors, he knew this was going to be a fierce battle. Moreover, it was a battle with no room for retreat. For Yang Tian, it was a fight to the death. Hee, trash, I see you have nothing left to resist. In fact, if you're not scared and can stand firm, that's already impressive. Now I'm giving you a chance, kneel and beg for mercy, and I'll spare you some effort. Seeing Yang Tian taking a battle stance and redirecting his attention back to him, Bullet laughed smugly. The expressions of several 3-star captains were also filled with mockery and disdain as they watched Yang Tian surrounded. Yang Tian turned his head slightly, looking at the little clown before him, and coldly huffed, "You're annoying." Before Bullet could respond, he added, "Is your brother named Hound?" In an instant, Wildcat's members showed expressions of embarrassment or resentment, while those from Los Angeles, aside from a few in the know, displayed confused looks. Damn, what nonsense are you spouting? Since you don't want to beg for mercy, I'll make you shut up for good. Bullet huffed, crouching low, his body shooting out like a cannonball. Commander, what about this? A subordinate whispered to War God from Los Angeles. No worries, let him play for a bit, just right to see the puppet's abilities, and see if the legends about him hold any truth. War God shook his head casually and said, "Tell them to be on guard if anything unexpected happens." Before War God finished his sentence, a sudden gasp arose in the venue. War God squinted, only to see two figures, one human and one zombie, battling fiercely against each other. With one strike. Just one strike. Not even a test of skills. Everything was superfluous. The daggers of both opponents plunged into each other's bodies. Bullet moved swiftly, facing the proudly standing Yang Tian. He lunged with his dagger aimed straight at Yang Tian's heart. What shocked him was that Yang Tian didn't defend. He didn't dodge. He didn't even resist. In Bullet's astonished gaze, the puppet suddenly activated. At the moment the dagger pierced his heart, he stood up. Without a hint of hesitation, feeling nothing from the dagger embedded in his chest, his dagger precisely stabbed into Bullet's neck. Bullet's eyes widened in disbelief. He truly didn't expect Yang Tian to stand firm, not evade, but to use this reckless way of fighting, both striking at the same time. Yang Tian showed no signs of hesitation. In Bullet's moment of stunned confusion, he brutally slashed. The fluid motions took less than a second. A head was separated from its body. Bullet! Commander! Commander! The sudden change in the battlefield shocked everyone. As Yang Tian pulled the dagger from his chest, a surge of strange energy quietly flowed into him, while in the distance, a zombie covered in runes flickered with radiant light. Snap! Yang Tian tossed the dagger aside, his hoarse voice echoing, "Next time, get a dog that doesn't bark. It might actually bite me." Casually picking up the head that had fallen to the ground, he skillfully retrieved the brain core, turned to the Wildcat members, and said, "This phrase applies to you too." As the live stream unfolded before the viewers sitting at their computers, expressions changed dramatically. In the Wildcat's conference room, a buzzing of whispers erupted, with murmurs like, "He really is strong, we didn't lose unfairly," and similar remarks. Los Angeles was different. The woman's hand, gripping the coffee cup, trembled violently, the warm coffee spilling onto her skin unnoticed. Her gaze was fixed intently on the zombie that had just knocked out Bullet with one blow, and she quickly pressed a button beside her. Kill him. Everyone attack. Kill him. How can we lose a 3-star warrior to this bunch of fools? Are we going to let them laugh at us in Los Angeles? Get rid of him. Seymour. Bullet's brother shouted in grief and rage, mixed with endless hatred, as he sprang forward, his powerful fists aimed directly at young Tian. Whoosh! Young Tian kicked away the corpse beneath his feet, light as a swallow, engaging with the opponent. This person, in terms of both strength and technique, was far superior to Bullet. War God covered his ears, listening to the frantic voice of the woman through his headset while looking at young Tian with eyes filled with fervor, filled with combat spirit, and even excitement. War God was a battle maniac, a combat enthusiast. From young Tian's lethal strike just now to the current steady suppression of Simon, Bullet's brother, he couldn't help but tremble with anticipation. Slowly, War God removed his headset. This was the first time he openly disobeyed orders. He knew that encountering a worthy opponent was simply too rare. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled thuds echoed as Simon swung his powerful fists wildly. Young Tian dodged agilely while retreating. After several exchanges, young Tian suddenly hesitated, bending low as a fist barely grazed his shoulder, while directly in front of him was Simon, with his chest wide open. Opportunity. An astonishing killing intent erupted in young Tian's eyes. The dagger plunged straight towards Simon's heart. Hey! Simon roared like a tiger, seemingly using all his strength, his left fist curved, the power behind it crashing toward young Tian's head. Swish! Young Tian, instead of matching Simon blow for blow, abruptly halted and even more unexpectedly retreated 3 or 4 steps. Trash! Where's your courage from just now? Simon, engulfed in grief over his zombie brother, had bloodshot eyes, looking terrifyingly frenzied. Simon roared and charged at young Tian once more. Swish! As Simon took a step forward, his left foot was suddenly pinned down. A multitude of pale zombie hands burst forth from the ground, their resilient arms wrapping around him tightly, the sharp claws tearing at Simon's pants, trying to wound him. What the hell is this? Simon shouted angrily, continually lifting his legs in an attempt to break free. Unbeknownst to him, in just a brief moment, his other foot was also captured. Skill. Ethereal ghost hand. Humph. We warned you, but you didn't listen. The Wildcat Special Forces captain sneered, a hint of glee bubbling up in his heart as he watched the proud Los Angeles warriors. He truly found them unpleasant. Humiliation? Mockery? Sarcasm? Now, it all came back to haunt them. Kelly licked her lips, watching the ghostly hands sprouting from the ground with interest. Humph. In the blink of an eye, young Tian, who had just retreated, surged forward again, the sharp dagger slicing through the air. Simon was struggling madly, trying to bend down to rip away the ghostly hands, when he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura in front of him. Sighed. The dagger narrowly grazed Simon's ear, piercing through the air, leaving a trail of crimson behind. Simon shifted his foot, ready to counterattack, but he forgot that numerous pale ghostly hands still clung to his feet. This extreme discomfort caused him to lose his balance. Die! A chilling voice echoed once more, the sharp dagger aimed straight at Simon's heart. Ah! Simon screamed, one hand reaching for young Tian's wrist while the other defended his front. Thud! The sound of the dagger piercing flesh. Young Tian's dagger sliced through Simon's grasping hand and directly plunged into the fist shielding his heart, embedding deep within. However, it didn't penetrate the heart. Swish! Suddenly, young Tian felt an immense pressure building around him, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a swift shadow approaching. But that wasn't the main issue. The overwhelming aura emanating from it sent a tremor of alarm through young Tian's heart. Such a terrifying aura forced young Tian to retreat, forfeiting this golden opportunity. Bang! The swiftly flying shadow crashed heavily into the ground before Simon, a Scottish-style broadsword, claymore, driven fiercely into the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. At least 1.7 meters in length, the blunt round head and wide yet thin blade, with a non-sharp section above the grip, glistened brilliantly under the sunlight as the dust gradually settled. Yang Tian frowned as he turned, and a deep, resonant voice emerged. All squads hold your position. Under my orders, do not engage. But Commander, we just received orders to. I said, listen to my orders. War God's deep voice resounded again, carrying an air of authority and dominance that brooked no doubt or dissent. War God strode toward young Tian, saying, I want to have a few exchanges with our Mr. Puppet. While saying this, his eyes ignited with fervor, brimming with battle intent. Oh, alright, kill him, War God, War God, War God, War God. Aside from a few anxious soldiers unsure of what to do, many were filled with immense excitement. War God, the most mysterious and powerful existence in Los Angeles. To witness him make a move just once was worth dying for. It would certainly be a point of bragging rights with friends in the future. The sounds of cheers and slogans echoed continuously, and soon, the entire arena resonated with the voice of the War God, infecting everyone present. To excite dozens of 2-star warriors and nearly 10 3-star captains, and to make them willingly cheer and shout, in Los Angeles, or even the entire world, there may only be this one person in their hearts. Boss, Simon steadied himself, but his pad legs were already torn, blood pouring out in torrents. He had been infected. Step back. War God noticed Simon's bleeding calf, his expression momentarily frozen. This was the second 3-star warrior they had lost. Even if Simon did not die, he had already been infected. This was the terrifying aspect of zombies. He might not kill you immediately, badly, but as long as you were scratched or bitten, the result was still death. The 10 seconds of the ethereal ghost hand had passed, and Simon had regained his freedom. His eyes were blood red, fixated on young Tian. War God sternly commanded, "Step back." But Simon looked up at this towering figure, and with a glare from War God, he finally resembled a deflated balloon, slowly retreating to his own camp. "Mr. Puppet, long time no see." War God pulled out the massive broadsword embedded in the ground, casually lifting it in his hand. "Regarding your method of a rotating wheel battle, I'm more than happy." Young Tian huffed. He still didn't understand why these mercenaries didn't attack all at once. Maybe he really would have no chance of survival, and this was their strategy. "No need, you've successfully taken out 2 of our 3-star warriors. I have to admit your strength, and now you can stop." "Though legendary, Mr. Puppet." War God struck a standard pose, his massive frame exuding waves of pressure, making Yang Tian feel slightly breathless. Yang Tian's brows knitted tighter. This person was, without exaggeration, the strongest he had encountered so far, just based on aura alone. "Puppet, your performance ends here. Let's fight." War God wasted no time, his speed defying his heavy build as he charged toward young Tian. Bang! The broadsword, crafted for slashing, unleashed its full power in War God's hands. Swish swish swish. The wind from the swinging sword whipped past young Tian's face, stinging it painfully. Whenever the sword missed, it tore massive cracks into the ground. What kind of power was this? Young Tian felt like a small boat tossed about in a raging storm, precariously swaying. In Los Angeles, the woman held her coffee cup, her expression changing rapidly. She shouted sharply, "Didn't he receive my orders? Madam, please rest assured, perhaps he's just itching to fight. Besides, with him in action, what do you have to worry about?" A subordinate gently pressed her shoulder, speaking carefully. "Humph." The woman slammed her coffee cup down, her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Just as her subordinate said, the situation was indeed one-sided. The ground could now be described as pockmarked, with deep fissures crisscrossing everywhere. Even the sword tip, not touching the ground, emitted a sword aura capable of tearing the earth apart. "Puppet, in my career, failure is not permitted." War God suddenly stopped, giving young Tian a brief opportunity to breathe. He slowly raised the broadsword, exuding a rich aura of killing intent, preparing for the final blow. "This is the pressure that my title brings me, and it's also the motivation it gives me, bringing countless glories." War God let out a final roar, the broadsword infused with unparalleled strength and speed, slicing toward young Tian. "Remember, I am the War God. War God. War God. Oh, kill him. War God. Myth. War God. Myth. War God." The overwhelming atmosphere infected nearly 100 Special Forces soldiers, who cheered loudly, releasing their frustrations from the previous battles. This was the strength of Los Angeles. This was our warrior. This was our myth. The charging War God instantly appeared beside young Tian. The broadsword slashed down from his shoulder, chilling and imposing. Whoosh! The formerly confident gaze of the soldiers shifted dramatically, their pupils slightly widening in shock at the bizarre scene before them. Young Tian's empty left hand abruptly manifested a large iron hammer, reeking of blood, swinging in line with the angle of the broadsword. Whoosh! Young Tian felt the red glow of the blood slaughter hammer flickering ominously. In War God's shocked and incredulous eyes, the massive hammer struck fiercely against the broadsword, and what War God felt was a terrifying force that made even him tremble. Thud! His massive body, like a kite with a broken string, smashed into the distant wildcat camp, toppling several Special Forces soldiers. Blood slaughter hammer. 10% chance to knock back the target. The previously excited, cheering soldiers were now completely dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief as they witnessed the scene unfold. The cheers were caught in their throats, creating an incredibly eerie atmosphere. Thud! Young Tian gripped the hammer's handle tightly, slamming the blood-scented iron hammer into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His hoarse voice rang out, laced with derision and mockery. "So-called War God? No, it can't be." A chorus of gulping sounds echoed in the arena, mixed with disbelief and confusion. "Boss, what just happened? I'm not dreaming, right, Chief?" A group of Los Angeles soldiers rushed toward the towering body that had been smashed into the wildcat camp, wanting to see what was happening. "Puppet!" A deep voice filled with overwhelming battle intent and anger resonated from the wildcat camp. The soldiers who had wanted to help War God were forcibly tugged back as he stood up abruptly, his body shooting out. His feet left deep impressions in the ground. The frenzied aura around him made the surrounding soldiers take a couple of steps back. And Mama, the little girl stared wide-eyed with her green eyes, watching the silhouette outside the car window. Although she was his pet, the unusual situation deepened her reliance on Kate, and her pitiful loyalty level of just 1 left her without any anger or intention to rush out and help her master. She simply grabbed Kate's clothing with her small hands, feeling a bit lost. Shoo! Kate looked at the figure standing proudly amidst the chaos, her eyes flashing with complex emotions, gently holding the little girl in her arms, softly comforting her. "Woo!" The little girl whimpered and fell silent again. "What a strange puppet. Where did he get that hammer?" The Special Forces captain looked astonished, watching War God charge out. His surprise morphed into excitement, mixed with a hint of schadenfreude. "I really want to see the expressions on those old men in the organization right now." Kelly seemed unaffected by the changes in the arena, sporting a teasing expression as she slowly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, skillfully flicking one out to stick in her mouth. "I don't know about our organization, but the folks in Los Angeles must have gone crazy. 2 3-star warriors, and now even the ace of aces has been thwarted. This is truly a huge joke." joke, huh? The Special Forces captain laughed with schadenfreude, showing no fear. Even if the puppet was strong, he was just one person, and the moment the mission began, the puppet would definitely have no chance of victory. In fact, the captain's guess was correct. In the Los Angeles office, the woman finally smashed the cup she was holding onto the ground, shards scattering everywhere. A furious scream followed. War God, I order you again. Execute the mission normally. Bring him back. No personal heroism. Execute the orders swiftly. Execute the orders.